Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite $20,000 once again on the line, along with your favorite professional streamers, YouTubers, and just players in general playing it out. My name is Taylor Neville, or at Reflections, and of course, we got our guest back today. We got Landon Lando Sanders on the couch, along with Legion. It's about to get sweaty, boys. Legion, you're back. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I actually had to run to the seat to make sure that I was here on time, and I'm out of breath. Sadly, it was like 15 feet, so I'm a little ashamed, but I'm ready to be here.
That was probably the fastest 15-foot sprint that I've seen in a very long time.
I'm going to the Olympics next summer.
That'd be a fantastic race.
Olympics, NFL. What team are you joining, actually?
The Cleveland Browns, so we'll never win.
I respect it.
They definitely need some help, that's for sure.
There you go. Legion is all the help they can get. But, of course, a great tournament once again tonight. The bottom of the bracket is stacked. But before we get into that, though, Legion, did you have an opportunity to catch the last tournament? And if you didn't, your boy Ninja as well as Hysteria came in and they took it over FaZe in the finals. They had a bracket reset, took it over them, and won their first place placement. That was the first one they ever got. But, of course, moving into Week 8 placings, Landon, go ahead and run me through it.
Yeah, man. So, of course, like we talked about, the first time ever Ninja, especially, and Hysteria have won Friday Fortnite. Of course, winning back-to-back best of 2 series, best of 3 series versus, of course, the defending champions of Tfue and Cloak. Just behind those two, we have Sypher and Jayamak finishing in 3rd place, along with a very respectable 4th for your son, Courage, and Cizzorz, placing very, very well.
It's my baby boy.
You did.
Landon.
I think he made you proud. Is that fair to say?
He did. Also, Cizzorz is very hard to pronounce.
It is. Trust me, we know this.
And, of course, also in 5th through 6th place, we had King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, joined alongside by Mitch Jones and Grenader Jake. And as far as 7th through 8th, we saw Quibblecop and LD Young, along with Nickmercs and Parallax.
Yeah, that was the first tournament that we saw Nickmercs and Sypher not play together. Of course, tonight is going to be the same thing. We're not going to see them playing together. They'll have different teammates, which we're pretty excited about. We gave our power placings at least coming into this. We posted on Twitter. We don't have them ready to go, but that's okay. We'll be talking about it as we go through. But a lot of people have been giving their power rankings throughout, and obviously it's great that they're getting involved with that. But, of course, this bottom of the bracket is absolutely stacked. We can go ahead and move into it and just kind of discuss it a little bit. We have a lot of teams coming into it that have played together in the past. Typical Gamer and Thieves, as well as Avxry, NoahJ. They'll be reunited for this tournament. But, of course, looking from the top to the bottom, some interesting matchups. Of course, FaZe, he's going to be up there playing against his brother there, FaZe Banks, as well as Yelo. But moving a little bit further
Let's talk about
down.
that Daequan CaMiLLs KYRSP33DY SideArms matchup.
Of course you have to.
If Speedy and SideArms pull out of that, more power to him.
That's all there's to say.
That's all there's
More power
to say.
to him.
More power to you, Speedy. I miss your biceps.
So I'm surprised the hashtag pink wall didn't come out there for you, but unfortunately, I thought that's where we were going with that, but it took a different turn. But, of course, look at this. Myth and Hamlinz, the TSM boys, are going to be going off against your baby boy Courage and Cizzorz right off the rip. First round. That's going to be a great match, but, of course, you keep going down. And look at these two new names. Karma and Gotaga is going to be playing against each other, with Ninja and Hysteria being their opponents first round. Now, tell me a little bit about this new team that came in, Landon.
Oh, yeah, of course, Karma and Gotaga. I mean, for us, right, we all know of Karma, of course, the 3-time world champion, one of the best Call of Duty players of all time as far as the history is considered, along with Gotaga, who is probably essentially like the Elvis Presley of France when it comes down to video games. I mean, he is getting tons of viewers for multiple streams. I actually saw literally a tweet the other day, I think it was maybe last week, and literally there was a tournament on an island. Like there was like there was like a stage on the water. Gotaga was playing, and there were hundreds of thousands of people watching him online, and literally like at least like 3,000 or 4,000 watching him from like the shoreline, just watching him play Fortnite on like the ocean. I don't know how that happened, how it worked, but Gotaga can clearly play in multiple locations, not just his own room.
I think I'm down for more yacht tournaments in general.
That'd be sick.
I don't know. Electronics over the water, though.
I mean, you get a little wave action.
It's true.
Yeah. I just watched Tomb Raider. Some crazy ocean scenes there.
Is that right?
I don't know if you guys got that, but hopefully that doesn't happen in the next ocean tournament.
But, of course, bring up the bracket one more time. Let's go ahead and take a look at some more things that we have going on at the bottom there. Now, I'm excited for this team here. King Richard, Aimbotcalvin, of course, playing against High Distortion and Nickmercs. Yeah. I'm really excited to see High Distortion and Nickmercs. High Distortion came into the tournament a couple weeks back, of course, but the last tournament he played with, Avxry, right? Came in with Avxry, played with them. They did considerably well. I was impressed by their performance.
That was the week prior.
High Distortion
playing with Kraftyy
Kraftyy, excuse me, and they played well. Unfortunately, the Anarchy dropped. They kind of went for that. It didn't end up working out for them. Of course, you guys saw that probably in the recap. But playing with Nickmercs, these guys have a history already as it is playing competitively together. They're very aggressive individually, but they also love tilted too. So I'm excited to see if we see some hot tilted drops from them. But even if they don't go tilted, I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to perform. Maybe on the outskirts of Salty, we see FaZe do. Maybe even going Shifty, something like that, rotating through.
Yeah, my one worry about High Distortion and Nickmercs, of course, we talked about, like I said, the prior chemistry together is, I think, without question, going to work in their favor. We talked about Ninja and Hysteria, prior teammates. That absolutely comes into effect, and a lot of their success, of course, winning last week's tournament. Obviously, a lot of it has to do with that prior teamwork, that prior chemistry that you have leading into a tournament like this. Same thing kind of comes into play with HD and Nickmercs. My only worry for these two is, can they slow it down? High Distortion has gone from Avxry, a slower pace player, to Krafty, a guy who kind of plays at a similar pace to him, and now going for probably the most fast-paced player in all of Friday Fortnite in Nickmercs. And, of course, going to Tilted Towers is going to be an expected play for them. Like I said, Tilted Towers, high risk, high reward. Nickmercs knows that very, very well. It's a reason why him and Sypher have kind of had their successes in past, but also seen quite a bit of struggles. Top 32 placements, top 24 placements because of that Tilted Tower mindset. Now, having a player like High Distortion absolutely is going to help you out in a number of different ways, but by no means, right? Tilted Towers has never lost a game, so it's a matter of like going up against Tilted, being able to face off against some of the best players in the world who are practicing Playground every single day. Their building is much better, et cetera, et cetera. You get two talented players, of course, who have a lot of chemistry together, but Tilted Towers each game, I don't know how it's going to work out.
Well, speaking of which, let's go ahead and hop into our first game. The action is ready to get started, and now we have Ninja and Hysteria going against Karma and Gotaga. Now, this is going to be a good match, and already we're seeing Karma and Gotaga. Where are they going, boys?
It looks like, what is that?
Looks like a hot retail row drop there.
Looks like a retail row, right?
Looks like we might see him hitting noms here, or we're going to be seeing the corner of the Bass Pro Shop, as I like to call it.
Rest in peace, noms, actually. No
I know.
Pretty sad about it. But I'm glad to see the map developing, these portals coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of interesting, right? We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But Ninja and Hysteria, where are we going with them? It looks like we have another Shifty drop, which this is something that carried them through the previous tournament. And it's so well thought out because, of course, where Shifty, you have a couple different areas you can go. You can go over to Greasy and then you can go over to Tilted. But either one of those, you typically pick up at least one or two teams from there, and then you can pursue your opponents from that point. And it allows you to be able to cut off your opponents also to loot lake if the circle does deem it so. But overall, the start pretty typical. Let's see how it's going to work out for them.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing that's nice when it comes to Ninja and Hysteria's play, of course, like I said, going to the outskirts of Shifty Shafts, that you have these two buildings, at least a few guaranteed chests. You have the ability to kind of move in towards Shifted without question, a more passive play style. My thing to really be questioning, because you know what to expect from the defending champions in Ninja and Hysteria. Slow-paced play. They're going to be staying alive through a lot of this match, finding consistent kills, much like FaZe has in the past. Now you bring in Karma and Gotaga, right? Both incredibly skilled players coming from, multiple esports backgrounds. Of course, Karma from Call of Duty, Gotaga also from COD, but also a number of different esports, BRs included with that. You also got to talk about, too, chemistry, right? Karma and Gotaga, I know Karma's from Canada. Does he speak French? I don't know how these guys are communicating with each other.
Does it matter when they're both savages, though, Landon?
That's true. That absolutely is a factor, right? The savage just helps you kind of realize where players are. But,
they could talk in grunts and clicks, and I think they'd be able to communicate. Savages, that's what they do, right? So that's obviously how Karma and Gotaga are talking. But Legion, you're back. What are you seeing? Your eyes just open
I'm
wide.
just excited to see Ninja and Hysteria. We got the Halo pros from back in the day versus some of the Call of Duty guys like you've been mentioning. I actually lost to Hysteria's sister at Anaheim 2011 at an MLG event to get knocked out of the tournament. Losers 3. Just wanted to shout out wherever she's at in the world. Then I eventually became a YouTuber and met Hysteria and then never told him. So that's just how it is.
Maybe a blessing in disguise there, potentially.
It was no, his sister was an absolute monster to Halo Reach. But anyways, back to it, guys. I mean, seriously, we see the approach here. Already 3 for Karma, 1 for Gotaga. These guys are not afraid of anything as well. I think we might see a little bit more aggression out of them as we do see such not necessarily passive gameplay, but they like to land in those outskirt areas like Shifty on the side of Ninja and Hysteria. So should be interested to see, are they going to be able to catch up immediately like they always do when they find people, or what's going to be the outcome here?
Yeah, that's truly the question. But, yeah, coming from Karma, obviously I've been watching him for years. I come from a Call of Duty background. Karma's just a talented player in general. He's been able to play multiple different titles at a professional level. I do know that, of course, he used to play on Complexity back in the day. He was a part of that dynasty and then even move on to Optic, that dynasty as well. And now for himself, I think he competed in H1Z1 at least for a couple of tournaments, the little ones. I don't know how far he went into that, but now moving into, obviously, Fortnite. I'm excited to see his future overall. But a little weak there is going to be Ninja taking some shots. I believe that could have even been some grenades of C4, but just casually
one pump
eliminates this player.
Yeah, just if, like,
that poor player in the
it
chin.
deserve the time of day to actually be fully looked at. Just a casual one pump to the side of the cheek and absolutely melts him. So kind of unfortunate if that player was trying to really make a play happen. And, little to his knowledge, he's actually going to be down. But look at this, though. Gotaga, he is actually in the midst of quite a bit of fire. He ends up getting dropped. Will he be finished off in total? I'm sure he will. And yes, just like that, the thirst comes in. Karma, 1 versus 2. Of course, he's very familiar with these when it comes to Call of Duty. However, this 1v2, much longer of a pace. And when it comes down to this particular play, a 1v2 in Fortnite is much more difficult, especially when we talk about the Friday Fortnite kind of play style. For those at home who aren't really familiar with it, it is all about kills. Back-to-back maps, all about the kills. Having, essentially 50% of your team already off the map, it's going to spell pretty difficult for Karma, to say the least.
Especially if you run into one of those Tommy guns, those drum guns in game, because those are absolute monsters. I had the privilege of Nintendo switching last night, playing this game, and for the just sheer effect of nobody builds on that console for the most part, the drum gun is so much fun to use. And, we're seeing, look how much traffic there was at Shifty. It's super odd. They've already got 5 kills between them. Of course, Karma actually with 5 by himself, so he's obviously doing all right there. Trades out for a nice blue tack shotgun. My favorite in the current meta. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Solid weapon for sure. I've been saying that for a while. I've been saying that blue tack, probably my favorite weapon in the game. Although, though, as you mentioned, the drum gun, that's kind of turning into one of my favorite guns, along with the silenced SMG. Like, where the heck did that gun come from? Obviously the patch, but like that is like there's been times where I've had like a blue burst in my inventory, and I've had to decide keeping a gray silenced SMG or a blue burst. And I'll tell you what, I would grab the silenced SMG.
So it's funny you mentioned that, and this is something.
I'll tell you what,
it's so good, Landon.
It really is.
It's insane.
This is something I wanted to bring up throughout our cast was the new meta that we're seeing throughout the shift, right? Especially, like you said, the Tommy gun being added, which I'm kind of indifferent on it. It does shred. It absolutely shreds. But if you've noticed the kind of sway that it has whenever you're firing is a little bit awkward, and I think it can be pretty inconsistent whenever you're talking about getting into a fight overall. And that's why I kind of opt for still going for my SMGs, especially to silence. The blue silenced SMG right now is one of the most dominating weapons you can have in this game so far.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been seeing pros. I've been seeing some professional players, whether or not it's actual strategy or not, being like, okay, purple scar or blue silenced SMG. Which if you would have told me that weeks ago, I would be laughing in your face as to why that strategy would be in play. But if for any viewers out there, if you have not used the silenced SMG, now is the time to do it and to absolutely destroy the competition, because that gun, long range, up close, doesn't matter. It is absolutely a tool of destruction.
I mean, it pops through builds too, like you're just trying to slice through hot butter with a sharp knife.
Absolutely.
Did you like that?
I did. I actually really enjoyed that.
I wanted you to feel what I was saying.
Any food reference from you is always a good one.
It's the best. Also, is it nighttime where Hysteria's at, or does he just have? I think he has the windows with some nice dark shades in there.
Yeah.
That's that classic competitive feel.
Oh, dude, it comes from Halo, right? That's the that was the mindset.
Well, yeah, actually, a lot of us didn't. We've never even seen sunlight. Actually, we just travel to and from in shaded vehicles from event to event. It just happens year after year. Yeah, tint so deep.
Uber's probably.
I don't even know what daytime's like anymore, Landon.
Is that right? I mean, it's kind of bright in here, to be honest with you.
Well, this is
a lot of lights.
Yeah,
it's probably worse than the sun.
To be honest, yeah. Sometimes I do get sunburn after sitting under here for 8 hours casting Fortnite. Yeah, that is a fact.
Right.
It does happen. So what are we seeing Karma do? He went over to Dusty. Unfortunately, no one was going to be home. We saw Gotaga drop. He had 2 frags himself. So still sitting at 7. Still slow for Ninja and Hysteria, though, however, as they're making that rotation out. By River, still by Tilted. And this is something they do. They don't like to really travel too far from Shifty. Of course, at this point, they kind of have to, just given the fact that the circle is going to be out there. But they're playing that gatekeeper role. Whereas Karma, he's pushed in pretty deep. He's going to try and rotate here around Dusty, try and find anybody transferring over. Of course, he's going to be pretty exposed, and with his partner being down, got to be thinking he's going against solo squatting at this point, which is obviously pretty hard to do, especially when you're in a high-octane area such as Dusty, even moving over to Salty, too, which that could pose a lot of danger to him himself. So he's got to be careful here, but overall, he's sitting quite nicely, and this is the time for him to prove himself.
Absolutely. And one thing, too, that's nice about Karma, of course, he comes from that, Call of Duty competitive background, being in situations like this a number of different times, having the exact same feelings, nothing too out of kilter. But like I said, having, the lack of the teammate really is going to come into factor here. It's going to be a pretty big problem. I know Karma's been heavily practicing with the Hunter T, actually Fortnite team, getting him prepared for this exact match as the nice snipe comes forward. Also should be able to take this guy down with a few pop shots from the assault rifle here. But of course, needing to try and engage in a different situation. But like kind of getting back on the passive play, what we talked about with Ninja and Hysteria, their ability to really just stay alive, to play that passive role, and to really kind of take down their teammates. Like I said, we talked about at the beginning, right now is a 6-5 advantage for Karma's team. But look at the situation, though. If he has Gotaga with him, they're feeling a lot better. Late game is what we're seeing Ninja and Hysteria prepare for. And that is so evident in a lot of these teams, a lot of these games, is that guys who are playing more passively are setting themselves up for the future, not just the initial fight off the break.
Let's talk about the fact that he's got no mats, just rushes in with the shotgun out. Says, I'm not afraid of anything. I think there might have actually been 2 teams converging at the same time, or that guy up top just decided not to push at all. But you're going to see Ninja and Hysteria, of course, coming in. That's a smarter thing for them to do, knowing that he's solo. Just pinch in, get those kills. But Karma doing a great job of still getting some of these drops. If he can get one more shot on this guy, that would actually extend their lead by a couple, and he does actually. So 6 kills for Karma, of course. Karma.
Yes.
6 kills for Karma. Kamehameha. Karma now with 6, and of course Gotaga with 2. So you're looking at about a 1 kill difference now for both teams.
Yeah, you definitely are. And obviously Ninja and Hysteria coming in and kind of saved Karma's life, to be honest with you there, because you never know what would have happened. Of course, running out of mats, and they already had the high ground at that point.
Kind of a tip of the hat, like, hey, what's going on, Karma? We'll take these. Appreciate it.
I always love the competitors, at least, like dancing in front of each other. And even though there's a lot of money on the line, of course, the sportsmanship is great between these players. They obviously play each other basically every week. Of course, Karma knows the majority of these players in here. He's played with them in the past, or at least he's had some relationship with them. So coming in, obviously good sportsmanship. But honestly, it's kind of a really a savior as you see Ninja and Hysteria coming in and kind of helping Karma out in a way, because now they're going to provide that extra padding to give Karma a little bit of leeway in those team fights.
Absolutely is. And one thing that I like, too, about Ninja and Hysteria's play is they're kind of playing like what I kind of wanted them to do. A lot of times teams don't really realize if you land Shifty Shafts, there's a pretty easy rotation to Salty Springs. Like I said, once you go through River, you're pretty much set up to make the quick transition. Actually, I think it's almost the same distance from Salty to Tilted Towers than from from Shifty Tilted Towers than there is from Shifty Shafts to Salty Springs. Not much of a massive difference between those two locations. It's really just a matter of, the peak, the valley that you have to go through in order to get there. So a lot of teams don't really realize, hey, we can just in a matter of moments make our way to Salty just as fast as the typical rotations that happen when it comes down to like I said, toward Shifty Shafts. But I like that play from them. They kind of counter a lot of what Karma's trying to do here. He lands Retail Row. Besides Dusty Divot, he really only has Salty to work with. So I like that play coming from Ninja and Hysteria, kind of essentially locking down any kills that Karma could get. And also, like I said, with the passive play off the start, it's going to hurt Karma and Gotaga. Retail Row, it's a nice place to go, although they don't have a whole lot of practice together, not a whole lot of teamwork with one another either. So it's going to come into play here as far as how many kills can Karma kind of keep together, how much of a deficit are they going to have heading into map 2, and what their plans are heading into to that second game as well.
I think it's what I love about Fortnite so much in general is that any playstyle you have can be rewarding. So you have this passive playstyle. We talk about the Nickmercs Cypher combo that you've got going on. Of course, he's playing with High Distortion this week, so that's going to be an even faster pace, I believe, than anything we've seen from them in the past. Basically how the drop goes, if you get a bunch of people in Tilted, you win out, of course you're going to have an extensive lead to start off. But, of course, the smartest play seems to be from players like Ninja and Hysteria. They just land vaguely somewhere in a populated area, then make their way in, and then usually by the end of the game they've still got 20 kills minimum. So it's interesting to see that you can pretty much play any way you want. If you get the luck of the draw, then it might just help you out.
I talked about Ninja and Hysteria kind of being that godsend, but I kind of take it back at this point because I was watching Karma push up, and he was hitting some nasty shots with a hunting rifle. But I also noticed Hysteria in the back with his own sniper rifle kind of picking off what Karma was trying to get the kill on. So he's actually been stealing the kills left and right, so he's still sitting at 6. But Karma in a lot of trouble right now in the storm, trying to build up out of it. He honestly made it a very aggressive push, trying to engage that player, opting instead of, I want that player to push me coming out of the storm. He opted to push the player inside the storm. And hopefully he doesn't have to pay for it, but he does look like he does get away with his life, but he's going to be very weak. He has some minis in his back pocket, but it looks like he's not going to be able to succeed as he does go down. You see the look of anguish in his eyes as now Ninja and Hysteria got free reign to get that extra credit.
I hate to see it. I'm not going to lie. I have a little bit of like a leniency. I want to see Karma succeed, man. Of course, he comes from my home esports title on Call of Duty. I want to see him do well. I want to see him really perform. But you got to give props, right? This is his first Friday Fortnite, not super familiar with the format, and puts up a very respective 6 frags, 6 eliminations before he dies. A lot of those actually coming in from that initial play in Retail Row. So it was kind of unfortunate that Gotaga drops early. He gets kind of unfortunate timing here in the fight and ends up getting taken down as well. But You got to ask, right? This is such a difficult match for Karma Gotaga in their very first game. Going up against Ninja and Hysteria is difficult enough, let alone facing off against a team who literally just won the last week's tournament and also took down the best squad, best duo in the world, and back-to-back series in Tfue and Cloakzy, who are 3-time champions. Truly unreal stuff. But yeah, man, it's gonna be very difficult for anyone to take down Ninja and Hysteria this week.
You've got 11 kills now out of Hysteria and 9 out of Ninja. 20 kills. What do we have? Total of 8 now out of Karma and company.
Yeah.
I'm really wanting to see Gotaga pop off this next game.
Yeah.
If we see like a 15 or 20 kill comeback, I wouldn't mind it at all. Not even a little bit.
That'd be great.
I would sweat even more than I am right now.
Not possible. Not possible. It looked like Ninja was actually trying to pick up Karma at one point.
I thought he was baiting him.
He
like,
just
hey,
teased him. He was like, I'm going to get you, psych. And then he flew away.
Teased him pretty hard, man.
Just like my dad.
That's kind of harsh to do. And I love it, too. Ninja didn't even smile or react to it. He just kind of was like, you know what? No, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, so you see that shot coming out, obviously showing. That burst, by the way, is really powerful. Now, I haven't been using it in the past, but I was playing last night and had the opportunity to pick up a gold version of the FAMAS. And the amount of damage it does is still pretty crazy. And obviously now with the thing is, like we were talking about earlier, the meta is so incredibly different now. We're seeing so many different pros rock a plethora of different weapons, whether it be the SMG. Now we got the Tommy gun, of course. Players even now, I was listening to a couple of players in the past to even talk about there's no need for an AR anymore because at this point, because you have, of course,
to a point.
Well, to a point, but because the subs, they have literally no recoil. They're just a laser beam straight ahead. Why do you need an AR at that point? Plus, if you think about it, too, if you're running an AR plus you have a Tommy gun, you're using the same ammunition. So at that point, it's a bit rough. But look at Ninja. Just comes in, casually picks up 3 players himself to pass Hysteria, who was sitting at 11. Now he's sitting at 12 himself, which got me thinking, boys, this shifty drop and the shifty rotations overall is the way to go. And I was kind of implementing that in my playstyle previously. And hello, there's a potato straight ahead. But I was kind of implementing that, and it works really well.
What are these players?
Potato season.
This is that early afternoon default skin grind. This is when I hop on to feel good about myself. Wouldn't be able to drop 13 by any means, but my God, we're talking 27 combined kills here. This is the first game on our Friday Fortnite event, and of course, we're just seeing Ninja and Hysteria popping off yet again, defending champions from last week. Looking to look at his smile. Look how hype he is right now. This last guy is probably hiding in a tree. Because that's what I would be doing. I would be scared.
I'd be inside at the top of the tree, actually.
I would.
In the foliage,
Yeah, so it looks like they're only going to be down 19 kills.
That's it?
Actually, 20 kills going into game 2.
Wow. That's going to be pretty rough.
That's to say the least, that's really rough. You got to be thinking. Be going on 20, but
can we point out, too, like what? They both finish off with 14. Like, consistency is obviously great for these two, but, like, that is unreal stuff. We talk about they land shifty off the drop. Like, if like typical Fortnite player enters and watches Friday Fortnite, one team lands shifty shafts, one team lands retail row. At the end of the game, the team who landed shifty shafts finishes off with a combined 28 kills. Like, what are they doing right? Like, what's the real key to that? It's the passive play at the start, man. I'm going to be hammering that in the entire broadcast. People have been saying the passive play is nice, but it doesn't equal out to a whole lot of kills. It doesn't equal out to a whole lot of eliminations. You know who makes those passive plays respectable? It's about Tfue and Cloakzy and Ninja and Hysteria. Both of those teams finished off first and second last week. Tfue and Cloakzy finished off with an average lead per game of 21.2 eliminations last week. That's how many kills they averaged that they won by. Ninja and Hysteria averaged 13 kills, like regarding beating teams by that exact margin from game to game to game. That's pretty unreal for you. Talk about a slow pace off the start to have that much of an advantage in the overall scheme of the game. I don't know, man. I really hope we start to see more teams, especially squads that we have coming back, typical Gamer and Thief. We talked about Vikkstar and Tinny. It's been a while since those guys have played Friday Fortnite as a duo together. So I want to see how a lot of these teams kind of implement that slower pace strategy, not the hot drops that we've been kind of accustomed to as of recent. I want to see teams kind of adapt, because if not, I think they're going to keep getting left back in the back seat and not being able to really progress themselves or really improve as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, you've been playing in tournaments yourself as of recently, right?
True.
This is true.
Dominating on the Switch.
So
this is true.
You just heard what Landon said about the passive drops versus the hot drops. Are you kind of in agreement with that?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to point out, on the Switch, it's a little bit of a different story.
Anywhere's a hot drop. and the players that you're going against generally are playing laying down in their bed, looking up at their screen with no audio, so they don't even hear you when you jump pad. But, no, you're talking about hot drops versus passive. It was a couple weekends ago I was playing at a tournament, and we were playing, I believe, Valkyrie and Alexia Ray, and we had a retail drop, and we died literally instantaneously off the drop. They landed like in Fatal Fields, ended up somehow we got lucky. They ended up getting like 5 or 6 kills. Next game, we drop a little bit tighter. That area, those little houses stacked just southeast of retail, in between there and Moisty and Prison.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like that little distance. That area is like perfect. There's 3 or 4 chests there usually. You make your way into retail, get the cleanups from whoever's left. It just seems like the decision making from playing passive. If you're somebody that's just uber confident like Nickmercs, you just get in there, you land, you don't really care whether or not you live or die. Me, I'm like, hey, we're knocked out if we don't land safe this game. And so, that just was the approach that we did. So I'm more so on the Ninja Hysteria side of things in terms of how I would like to be.
Okay.
But we saw Karma and Gotaga. They landed retail. Great start. Unfortunately, Gotaga just got taken out early on. But, of course, we know he is an absolute monster. So I've got no doubt that they're going to be able to drop quite a few kills this game. However, it's going to force them to hot drop. So if it goes down again, this first round's over for them.
So something we saw last time when it came to the Battle Pass was Anarchy Acres. That was a hot drop because we assumed a lot of players were going to be going there. Unfortunately, the issue with that is there's not a lot of loot whenever you drop Anarchy.
Right.
On top of that, the rotation from that is basically Loot Lake. Or I guess you could hit up Risky from that point too, but there's really not a lot you can do with that. Now it's Fatal Fields this week. You think we start seeing Fatal Field drops?
I think for sure, and I think especially when it comes in the later stages of this game, Ninja Hysteria, right? We talk about the location near Fatal Fields happens to be Lucky Landing. That is the favorite position from the king of Twitch himself. Ninja loves to go there, and that's only just a few miles north of his regular position he likes to drop in. I think it's almost a dead set that it's another an optional location for Ninja Hysteria to drop. But of course, as far as the drops for this particular game, it looks like we're actually going to be seeing Karma and Gotaga both go to retail row. I think being down the margin that they are, 20 frags. We talked about Ninja Hysteria, a team who is going to be getting constant victory royale, staying alive throughout most parts of the game, both dropping 14 kills last game by themselves in this exact same position. I think they need to play a little bit more aggressive off the start, but we'll see what happens here.
And you're going to see this Tommy gun in action again. Karma just absolutely beaming another player. Unfortunately, that guy already had armor off the rip. I felt like he landed for approximately 4.5 seconds, and now he's going to C4 this poor guy to death. But of course, those C4s yet again for zoning, for destroying build, for getting people to just fall from the sky when they think they're safely looting a chest up top.
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite things to witness in this game. And of course, does he already have, is it 1 kill? I think he's got.
I believe so.
I believe he has 1 kill, and then, of course, Gotaga came in the back and was able to get a kill as well. I thought the drop was going to be a bit shaky. We saw Karma drop. He was able to get that chest, but unfortunately, all it was just a hunting rifle that he was able to find within that chest. But, of course, he came in, and gratefully so, he was able to find that green Tommy gun, and he was able to use that along with the C4. So I thought he was going to have a little bit of trouble, especially since that player dropped just above him on the roof. But now this is it's a bit interesting because we'll be getting some mats. He does see some players over there on black tops. He'll be pushing them shortly. Of course, though, Ninja Hysteria still all is quiet. They love to hit up those houses, kind of get their loot, and then push in over there onto the Shifty Shafts area. Maybe find some players themselves. But this is where Gotaga dropped last time. Hopefully he can stay up this time and maybe kind of close a little bit of that deficit.
I mean, they call him the French Monster for a reason, right? A super talented player in a multitude of different esports. We'll see, like I said, how he can kind of complement along with Karma. Of course, providing some excess shots. The back does get the official elimination. So 2 eliminations in total for Gotaga, 1 for Karma. But this is the thing, right? We talk about passive play, however that may be. They have got to be pretty much rushing every single thing because this is the only time during the game that they're going to have a massive advantage like this, the ability to have a lot of players in front of them while the slow start for Ninja Hysteria, because of course we talked about Ninja Hysteria, they have a massive lead coming into this game. They can play slow, and once they leave Shifty Shafts, that's going to be where things start to get more even. So for Gotaga and Karma, it's going to be pedal to the metal for the next solid 10 minutes. They've got to be rushing everything, getting as many eliminations as possible, firing as many bullets, getting as much loot. Everything has to be at its highest pace possible for these guys to even get close to evening this game out.
What I think's hilarious is you're starting to see players even picking up common silent subs.
Yeah.
Like the Grays, just because those things in general melt so hard.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, it's funny. I even catch myself, I'm like picking these up and dropping shotguns as the double shotguns. It's like, no, you're seeing a lot of these players. That last game you saw Ninja Hysteria and Karma, all 3, they had a shotgun followed by a Tommy gun. It's like, where did the meta change here in the last week and a half?
Yeah.
Where you're not even, shotguns are like, yeah, they're super important, obviously, for that up-close combat, but you hit them with that mid-range with a 50-round drum clip, you've got pretty much infinite ammo in a gunfight.
Right.
You've got enough time to reload if you got the assistance coming in from your teammates as well. So, of course, we're going to see 1 kill out of Karma still. It looks like they're actually going to be 15 down, still 0, but now Ninja Hysteria finally making their way into some action. We'll see if Karma and Gotaga, first of all, if they come back of a 20-kill deficit,
Yeah, that'd be insane.
I'm quitting.
That's a great way to say it. But one thing that I like too about Ninja and Hysteria is they're actually rotating west toward Greasy Girl. This is by far the more kind of slower paced option of the two. You're going to have a guaranteed maybe squad that's probably alive at this moment in Greasy Girl. So I like this play for them, not making their way toward Tilted, not going to the outskirts. They realize, hey, we're still 15 kills up. There's going to be at least one squad here. We can kind of play passively at the time and go for the more secure drop, go for the more secure location. I like this play from these two. And that's exactly what's expected from these guys. Of course, esports legends, esports veterans, that's exactly what it comes to expect with this exact team, having that communication coming forward. I like this play, and obviously they're seeing the benefits from it.
And for those of you unfamiliar with Hysteria, longtime Halo professional, this guy reigned in Halo 3 all the way through Halo 5, competing in events and placing literally anywhere from top 12 to first place. I mean, I believe he got first place 3 or 4 events in a row back in like 2009 whenever Triggers Now was making a run. So you're talking almost a decade of esports experience from this guy. Super excited to see not only his stream grow, but him be able to, make his way into another game. Fortnite's popping off. It's helping pretty much everybody from any community background to be able to help make a name for themselves, whether it's re-emerging or whether you're brand new to the scene, like people we see like Myth. That guy just comes out of nowhere and is one of the best players in the game.
And Landon, something I wanted to ask you. Let's talk about the dynamic between Ninja and Hysteria. I know you had at least a couple of opinions when you were watching their VODs when we were kind of piecing together those Twitch clips for the recent recap that we just made. And one of the things you pointed out was Hysteria at some points would slow Ninja's aggressiveness down, and it seems to kind of work out for the best of them. But just kind of work me through the dynamic between these two.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to this particular duo together, one thing that's nice is that Hysteria can kind of level out Ninja. And the reason why you can do that, of course, is because they can trust each other. They played Halo, like Legion obviously talked about in the past. Cloud9, 2014, 2015, they were teammates winning tournaments, going at it and whatnot. So I think one thing that's nice here for Ninja is that at times he can have very aggressive tendencies, which can honestly kind of ruin the pace of one of their games. And like I said, having a teammate that you trust, having a guy who is knowledgeable to kind of bring yourself back to a level playing field, give yourself a level head, is going to be Hysteria. This guy likes to play a little bit slower. He's a very methodical player. There was a moment in last week's tournament where it was actually a kind of a 2 versus 2. Obviously, Ninja and Hysteria were still up, and Ninja decided to rush in the storm. There was maybe 14 players alive, but he ends up rushing the storm to get a guaranteed 2 kills. He says, you know what, man, I'm going to make the aggressive play. I have faith in you that you're going to be able to clutch this out. Hysteria was like, man, I probably don't think that's a good idea, but I respect the fact that you're trying to do it. Ninja ends up dying, getting those 2 kills, and thankfully, since he trusts Hysteria, Hysteria plays it out, almost ends out with every single kill, wins the game, and makes it look incredibly easy. And that's one nice dynamic between both of these players, is that you have the prior chemistry, you have that teamwork, and also the trust, right? Which is a huge factor in Friday Fortnite, to know what your teammate's going to do. I think these two are going to work out very well together, and are going to be a consistent duo that you're not going to want to face off against. I think their victory last week is only the beginning of many more.
And I think it's a nice tease, right, of what it's going to be like when you're actually seeing competitive players playing with competitive players versus more so entertainers and streamers just playing with each other. When you start to see people that have a history of actually being on a competitive team with each other, you're talking 7-8 years of not only playing with each other, but also against each other. So you get to know how your teammate's going to play so well that you do have that faith in them. Hey, you're going to go ahead and push out there. I know you got it. No big deal. I'll be sure to watch this angle for you. And having Hysteria, who's such an esports vet on the team as well, I mean, you do have him keeping him in check, right? Hey, listen, if you're going to make that decision, why don't you rethink it first? Oh, yeah, that respect factor, like you keep mentioning over and over, it's so important. It's so fun to get to see these guys as a tease of some of more of these duos we're going to be able to see. And, of course, we've got, Ninja obviously repping Luminosity and still Cloud9 for Hysteria. We've been talking about this a couple weeks ago when I was with you. What's that going to do for the dynamic of teams whenever you start to actually see these large, tournaments forming where these, esports organizations are, who's going to be representing what?
Exactly. And that's actually something that I tweeted out on Twitter after watching back a lot of these plays from Hysteria, especially. It was like, this guy's a solo player for Cloud9 Fortnite. He's not like in the squads. He's not with the duos. I was like, if you put him with like a top Fortnite Slayer, like the knowledge that he has, you talk about like decades of experience, esports experience, being in multiple situations, knowing how a lot of these spots are going to work out, having him, who of course already is a fantastic Slayer in his own regard, along with the veteranship, the knowledge that he brings, I think you almost have to at least pair him with someone, or at least make him be like an analyst or a coach at some points during these matches, sometimes during the Fortnite World Cup, where it's like this guy has so much knowledge, so much great presence about him that he can literally also go toe-to-toe and also be a great teammate with Ninja, who's one of the more fast-paced players in the entire world. So just even more credit to Hysteria's overall play, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we see, the game is continuing on, but the frags are starting to get away from Karma and Gotaga. Of course, luckily, they will be able to find someone, as Gotaga is going to be tagged up just a little bit, but I think that player is going to take some massive fall damage, as is Gotaga. That's going to be the Tim damage coming through in full speed. But Karma, though, will, in fact, be able to be a good teammate and come in and pick that kill up themselves. But they love this dusty area. This seems to be the area they've been gravitating towards, of course, off that retail drop. That's one of the natural rotations. But is it the best one? I don't know, because you see Ninja and Hysteria. They dropped Shifty. They've already been greasy. Now they went Tilted Towers. Now they're going to be rotating through. But look at this. You see that sub coming out and just beaming the player from below.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that I just watched a 200-meter shot with the silent submachine gun. If you're not using it, definitely give it a try tonight. Whatever you're playing on mobile, just shred people to death with it. They're not going to know what's happening as soon as they see that silent sub out. They're thinking it's a joke. You still have players that maybe have been out of town or something on like 4th of July vacation coming back, don't know the new meta. Next thing you know, they're getting murked by a silent submachine gun from 200 meters away. But seriously, you're talking about the lack of a need for an assault rifle. Where's it in his inventory down there? He doesn't have one. He doesn't need one. He's still got that silence. 6 kills from Gotaga, and he's still getting the assist, but he does actually end up getting knocked.
He does get knocked. Karma, of course, trying to join alongside of him. Can he stay alive? I don't believe he's going to be thirsted for the time being. One guy tries to make the rush, ends up getting taken down. Karma desperately trying to get toward the hand of Gotaga. Will he get dropped? And unfortunately, he does get thirsted. Back-to-back situations. Karma and a 1 versus 2 here, Taylor. This is absolute absurdity to see Gotaga get dropped twice in a row. And now, like I said, Karma already being down the way that he is, having to make the clutch back. This is going to be so difficult for the 3-time COD World Champion.
So incredibly difficult, but if anybody could do it, it could be him. But you do notice on the left side, though, Ninja and Hysteria will be picking off the same opponents. Karma is trying to take out himself, and of course, already being down with such amounts of kills, it's going to be really, really tough, plus with the amount of engagements remaining. I don't know if it's even possible at this point, but we'll continue to see how the game is going to flow. But if this is any indication of how Ninja and Hysteria is going to go and push through this tournament, is they're definitely looking strong and poised to at least kind of go through this bottom bracket, which we talked about is incredibly stacked. It's going to be tough for them in general, and of course already starting off against a tough team themselves. They came in and they played considerably well, but I don't see them changing up the strategy anytime soon. Shifty's going to be their drop overall, and we're going to continue to see that pace and that play style throughout this tournament. But, of course, Karma and Gotaga, even if they do lose this, they will, in fact, be moving down to the loser bracket. They'll still be in it, but, of course, as we know about that loser bracket, it gets scarier and scarier as teams keep dropping down.
And really when it comes down to this game, when we kind of look at it from an overall perspective, I mean, really Karma and Gotaga got outclassed, but there's a reason why they got outclassed, right? They're facing off against a team who's placed 4th, who has also placed 1st last week. This team knows exactly what to do. We talked about the Shifty Shafts drops. It's one of the more prominent locations right now in Friday Fortnite. And for Karma and Gotaga, right, like I said, they get the unfortunateness of dropping early. They play a little bit maybe too aggressive than we would like them to off the start, but they're new, right? They're not really familiar with this format. They're not exactly in the realm. This is both of them, their first Friday Fortnite ever competing. So they're still learning as time goes on. It's going to be a respectable finish in the end, but props to Karma and Gotaga, right? I mean, from the frag standpoint of view, from the elimination standpoint, they played very, very well. It was just a matter of them maybe not having the full knowledge of how this tournament works, the full knowledge of where players are going to be at, certain drops to be making, which drops to not be making. These guys played very well for their first tournament, and to face off against Ninja and Hysteria, you could argue it was going to be very difficult for them to even put up a chance for a fight, but they did pretty well. I got to give them credit.
We got to talk about it, too. I mean, this is game 2. You're looking at, about 14 kills combined for what would have been Karma and Gotaga. And for anybody that's we got some fans out there of Gotaga, obviously new here in Karma. Guys, no worries. Losers bracket, they're not doing bad at all. Unfortunately, that first game, Gotaga going down so early, that's so detrimental to the tournament. But we saw Karma doing what he could to try to pull out. Unfortunately, he ended up getting knocked, too, with about, 16 the game 1 remaining. So, of course, Ninja and Hysteria ended up cleaning literally almost every single one of those players up that they had. Which is one of those things where you're thinking to yourself, oh, cool, now we're down 20 kills. But that's one of those things, too. You've got industry esport vets playing against each other. And, it's no biggie. No biggie. Comeback's always possible. Well, we still got losers bracket alive for them.
We definitely still do. And, of course, we're going to be switching into another game. But as we're going to be doing that, I'm going to give you a little quick bracket update as we do have some teams who have already moved forward in this tournament. NoahJ and Avxry have won their first match against Roman Atwood and Cole Hogman. Of course, they're going to be playing off against the winner of Lolita, Svennoss, and CDNThe3rd RequiemSlaps. Whoever wins that will be playing off against NoahJ and Avxry. Of course, one of the most consistent teams we had in the beginning portions of our tournaments, at least they played together, I think, for the first 3 weeks, maybe even the first 4 weeks. And after that, they kind of split up a little bit. But I'm glad they're back. One of my favorite teams overall. And then, of course, I have to get this one. Courage did, in fact, lose to TSM.
Okay. I was going to say, like, who did he lose to?
Yep,
But it's a respectable opponent. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. My baby boy he'll pull out of it. It'll be fine. Yeah. Still losers bracket. Maybe he'll go against Karma. Have a little.
Oh, that'd be cool. Actually, that'd be fantastic.
Little
that would
Call of
actually
Duty
be a
community
really,
matchup. I'd really
cool
like to see
match.
that go down.
Absolutely, I would really like that overall. We're going to be hopping into another match, but before we do, we got a couple of giveaways we'll be talking about tonight. Of course, if you guys want to be involved in the giveaways, use !giveaway. You have your chance to win yourself 10,000 V-Bucks, some UMG credits, as well as Mako glasses. This is a kind of a new thing that they're called Mako Shark glasses. Very interesting, kind of like a gamer glasses, but you can also use them when playing poker as well. So if you guys want an opportunity to kind of win those, use !giveaway. Click on the link that comes in, and then it'll take you to a page, and you have the opportunity to kind of check them out as they're doing their nonsense stuff over there. I'm going to be talking about it too. G Fuel 10% off. Use code UMG when checking out. They've got the new flavor. We got it back here. The Ragin' Gummy Fish. If you guys like Swedish fish, trust me, you're going to like Ragin' Gummy Fish, and 10% off if you guys want to maybe try that out. They got sample packs as well. Maybe you're not committing on a full tub. That's all right.
But
Get
you can
yourself
commit
some
to
sample
multiple packs. And
That is
then
true.
Finally make the decision on what you want to spend your life with.
Absolutely. And, of course, spend your life with EGL, of course, the great clothing sponsor that we have, Professional EGL. OfficialEGL.com. Go there. They have a special giveaway that they're going to be doing, at least until the 9th, called Freedom20. Use code Freedom20 upon your giveaway. You got a site-wide discount of 20% on any items that you want to check out. But, of course, guys, that's enough with the product sponsorship. We got King Richard Aimbotcalvin going against High Distortion and Nickmercs. This is the match I wanted to see. I want to see how High Distortion and Nickmercs are going to team up and play together. That aggressive play style, how will it work out? We already see it, though.
Yeah.
It's a bit rough, 21-12.
Yeah, they died early, for sure.
A little bit less than a 20-kill deficit, though, from that last series that we saw. But you know what? Where's HD and Nickmercs going to drop? I think we all know where they're dropping at.
I think we knew before the
It
bus
rhymes with
even
Wilted,
started
and
to
I'm not
go
talking
in.
Flowers Landon. I'm talking Tilted Towers.
Absolutely.
Did you see that? I'm a rapper. Let's
You
get
are.
it, baby. High Distortion, Nickmercs dropping, obviously down 9 kills to go into this game, too. Of course, we're going to see King Richard and Aimbotcalvin just chillaxing. You know what I'm saying? Just hanging out, getting some loot. They've got nothing to worry about because what you were talking about last game, Ninja and Hysteria, what did they do when they got the lead? They pushed that greasy side of the map. All they need to do was make sure that they keep that deficit going. 4 kills, no worries. We're going to see if they're going to be doing the same thing or if they'll get the unfortunate drop where somebody murders them immediately. But that's not going to happen. You know why? Because it's King Richard and Aimbotcalvin.
I just want to point out how far High Distortion and Nickmercs had to travel to get to Tilted, but they were determined to get to Tilted because that is their home. They have some real estate over there, actually.
What is
that
skin?
But check it out. We'll talk about the skin, but of course, look at the King Richard and Aimbotcalvin. They land outside of Fatal. Now, I talked about this. This is where the Battle Pass objective is. You got to get 3 kills inside of Fatal, and that is where they are going to choose to land. I ask, where are we going to see that? Of course, King Richard have the time of his life as this guy with the pop rock trying to take him out. Luckily, they will, in fact, finish off the frag and push forward. But, of course, Fatal, you come in, you get some kills, and then it'll push you towards Salty. So a lot of opportunities for them. But really the story is, how will High Distortion and Nickmercs, how will they play out inside of Tilted?
Yeah, this is a great opportunity, right? This is our first opportunity to really see these guys play, to see how the aggressive play style works out. It seems after game 1 didn't really treat them the best, but of course, hey, if you're down a margin, this is exactly the place where you need to go. This is where they like to. This is kind of like their playground. Like you said, they have real estate here. I swear to God, Nickmercs probably has something needs to be named after Nickmercs by the amount of times that he's gone toward Tilted his entire Fortnite career. But
Actually, I don't know what
game,
Nickmercs' mouth looks like. I've never seen it.
Oh yeah?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've never seen it. It's always just mustache up. Whenever he's in serious mode, he's full lean into the screen. He's probably at least 3 inches away from the monitor. That's that classic. That's that OG gamer.
That is such a Legion comment right there. That if I've ever heard one in my life,
I've never. I mean,
I don't know
what does his
what
mouth
Nick
look like.
Merck's
I don't
mouth
know.
looks
It's
I honestly, I want to respond to that, but I really don't know how.
yeah, how do you transition from that? Well, I tell you what,
there is no transition.
High Distortion does go down. Fortunately, he is still up, which obviously Nickmercs can come and save his life. But Nickmercs in a lot of trouble himself with the team pushing not only in front but to his right as well. He did tick off a lot of damage before, finds a player down below, gets him, but not able to go for the res just yet, has some unfinished work, and he's able to finish off the opponents. A lot of loot there, and luckily for High Distortion, he will, in fact, be rezzed, and they will continue on to see if they can close out that deficit.
And one thing that's difficult about facing off against King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, this is kind of an awkward matchup for HD and Nickmercs. Reason being is that King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, they're a consistent top 6 finish squad. They placed, I think, like top 6 and like 3 out of like their 5 tournaments they've played together as a squad, or as a duo rather. They're a really solid team. They're a squad who can kind of play very, very aggressive, but they can also play a little bit passively. They've been having some issues like facing off against the Hysteria, the Ninjas of the world, the TSMs at times, the Phases as well, but they are a very consistent team. Like, you're not going to see them dropping top 12 very often, if ever at all. Like I said, the one thing that's nice about this team is that they can quickly transition from that very fast-paced play style to also a little bit more kind of a slower pace. They have a very good transition when it kind of comes down to that. So for HD and Nickmercs, they're kind of all, guns blazing. But if HD and Nickmercs were to drop, right? Or rather, let's say this. If HD and Nickmercs had a lead, I'm imagining they're still going to go to Tilted no matter what.
Yes.
And what's nice for King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, they have that fast-paced play style, but they also have that kind of, excess, playbook. They have some more plays in the deck where they can also play passively. I don't know if HD and Nickmercs have that in their genes. I don't know if they actually want to play passively ever. And for HD in the past tournaments, it hasn't worked out very well when he's gone anywhere but Tilted Towers.
We've got 7 kills out of King Richard. This just extends their lead now by 13 kills. Only 41 engagements left in this map. Of course, you're looking at Tilted Towers. Obviously, you're going to see some players coming from the southern side of the map here trying to make their way in. So they're hoping to get those stragglers pushing in from the circle. But the reality is King Richard's on a shopping cart, and they're not afraid of anything at this point. They're going to see what kind of groceries, what produce they want to pick up. I'm assuming there's going to be at least some vegan kale chips in there. That just sounds good right now with a little salt and butter on top. Doesn't matter. They've got such a big lead. They're just hanging out.
I'm sure on their shopping list is also going to be some more frags. They're going to be pushing now for Salty. Of course, that fatal Filge drop seemed to be hugely beneficial for King Richard, sitting at 7 frags himself. Now, obviously, I talked about it before. The Battle Pass seems to be working out in their favor. They came in. They were able to get all of those frags. But, of course, I mentioned at the beginning, High Distortion Nickmercs, they went tilted, right? But they had to travel a long way there. Obviously, wasn't within the Butts Pass. So, because of that, not a lot of players went there. Now their rotation out of it's going to be a little bit questionable. Where are they going to go? Obviously, Loot Lake seems to be to their left, but you don't typically want to go Loot Lake. You're not going to find a lot of opponents there.
Yeah.
It seems like they're heading over towards Salty themselves. Maybe could, in fact, be meeting up with King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, but the rotation is going to be a little bit sketchy. Yeah,
I'm glad that you bring that up, because for HD and Nickmercs, this is probably the worst, like one of the more the unbeneficial zones that they're going to have throughout this game, because they go inside Tilted Towers, they escape with 3 frags, 3 eliminations, right? Not really a whole lot what you'd expect, especially being down the deficit that they were, the risk that it takes to go to Tilted Towers. Only getting 3 eliminations doesn't really fully compensate for what it means to go to really and drop Tilted. So for them, along with that, the zone happens to be on their side of the map. So usually once you go to Tilted Towers, the nice thing is that you have the ability to maybe hit, like to the landing triangle. You have Salty Springs, you have Retail Row, you have Dusty Divot. Problem for them is that they have to make an immediate rush toward Dusty. Probably aren't going to have a whole lot of time at Retail. Probably not going to have a whole lot of time at Salty, if either of the two. So that's only one negative from them. And also along with that, what we see coming in from King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, maybe even a little bit of a counter. Probably for HD and Nickmercs, the only position that they could go to right now is going to be Salty Springs based off the zone. And what team is already there finding any frags that could be lying is the other team. So really for HD and Nickmercs, a very unfortunate start, but also a very great counter coming in from Richard and Calvin.
Yeah, absolutely. So as it looks like High Distortion Nickmercs will in fact be at Dusty as of right now, which I guess could be beneficial if you think about the rotation in from King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, maybe pushing over there. But we'll see Nickmercs be able to pick off a kill down there in the bottom of Dusty. But like you said, it's going to be a little bit slow. Legion.
I'm laughing because there's just no assault rifle in King Richard's inventory. That blue silent sub
so good
is a melt machine.
That's what I was talking about.
It's like on a blow dryer versus an ice cream cone. Like, which one wins, you know?
A blow dryer versus
Not that I've tried that, but it melts
New YouTube
very
video
quickly,
coming to you.
especially if it's sherbet.
I love sherbet. But speaking of that, that's what I was talking about before. A lot of players are opting out of using an AR simply for the fact that the submachine gun, if you can control the rate of fire, has about the same effect along with the Tommy gun itself. So with that being said, though, High Distortion is going to get a little bit lucky finding some players down below along with his partner Nickmercs. As King Richard and Aimbotcalvin will soon be meeting up with them as we do see them. They're going to be pushing down to Dusty. Aimbotcalvin already ahead of the game. He's going to be trying to get that loot that he just saw High Distortion Nickmercs just dropping those players. Now, High Distortion Nickmercs are having to push out of Dusty to try and separate themselves and get some distance. Now, they came in with, what, a 9 frag deficit, right, coming in to this second game, and we're already seeing them now already at a deficit themselves. Been a very slow game, regardless of the tilted drop.
yeah, like 15, 13, 14, 15 kills, somewhere around there, down at the moment with maybe 26, overall eliminations left. So thank you, production, for saving me there in that situation. But yeah, they're down right now. Not a whole lot of frags remaining for HD Nickmercs. It's not looking, the best.
Right.
And they're probably praying that Richard happens to go down here at some point, whether it's fall damage or a casual random John Wick or something along those lines. Maybe even a newer Red Knight comes through and just absolutely decides to take him down. Probably not going to happen regarding these two, but it looks like King Richard happens to run into two players greeting each other. They go for a handshake, and as the hands now hit the floor, King Richard looking very, very solid with a sniper from
my
long
favorite
range.
Drowning Pool song, actually.
Yeah, man.
Let the hands hit the floor. It's a remix. It's a Kids Bop version, actually, of Bodies.
Wow.
Don't sleep on it. Finally, a kill out of High Distortion, of course. I'm telling you guys, they stretched for Tilted, just an unfortunate drop. At this point in the game, you're spinning around. He was looking to see how many players are going to be there. Probably miscalculated. Thought there was going to be at least more than one squad. Unfortunately, just one squad there. And King Richard and Aimotcalvin are just hanging out, dropping 13 total so far. You see him up there. I've never seen a more calm human being than King Richard. We hit this almost every Friday Fortnite that I'm here. He'll be in a gunfight with 3 or 4 players at one time, and I feel like he's trying to figure out which Hot Pocket he's going to be eating tonight in the middle of that gunfight. And I would be throwing up out of nervousness for potentially losing. So I'm just really glad that
I got to ask you,
there's somebody there.
Who's more calm, King Richard or Cloakzy?
Well, Cloakzy might be a serial killer.
Just throwing that
he
out
could
there.
pass the lie detector test with the calmness I see from that guy. He's like, oh, yeah. I mean, he lands risky.
That is true. He does land risky.
That's a scary place to be at.
That is a scary place to be at, especially if you claimed whatever he is.
He's got the calm face. That's all I mean
he
by
does
that.
have the calm face. We have, of course, Hamlinz with the sleeve. A lot of different things that you've managed to
There's
point out.
definitive. We got no mouth Nickmercs, sleeves, Hamlinz, and then we've got Hannibal Lecter Cloakzy because he just murders everybody.
And Hoodie Myth.
And Hoodie Myth.
And hashtag. See, hashtag Hoodie Myth. So
that's Landon's.
He's not been rocking the hood recently.
No,
I don't know what it is, but he's still playing just as good. So maybe that's actually a good thing for him that he doesn't have to rely on a sweatshirt to have him see success.
What if it's a front hood? Like the little scoops in the front?
That would be very interesting.
Well, we're
talking about a fashion statement.
We are getting to the point where it's almost mathematically impossible as one frag needs to go down, whether it be any of these players getting it, King Richard and Aimotcalvin, or another opponent on the map getting it. It is, in fact, going to be impossible for High Distortion and Nickmercs to make this comeback as they are going to be down 14 total frags, trying to close that deficit. Of course, game 1 was a little bit rough. I can only imagine where they dropped. I'm assuming Tilted and then maybe got dropped a little bit earlier. We could have even seen maybe a Tilted drop again like we saw in the second game and just not able to pick up the amount of frags as King Richard and Aimotcalvin off of that first jump. But with that being said, you see on the screen of King Richard, frags are going to go down. High Distortion Nickmercs are not able to answer back, and they will be moving down to the loser bracket to meet up with your boy Courage, as well as some others that we just saw, Roman Atwood and his teammate dropping down. But the loser bracket is soon going to be stacked. But with that being said, King Richard and Aimotcalvin, one of the most consistent teams now officially within our tournaments, will be moving on. And, of course, they were in our power rankings that we had overall. I think I listed King Richard and Aimotcalvin to be 7 or at least 6th place within a start, 6th or 7th place, because that's where they typically fall. You had them a little bit higher, I believe.
Yeah, I had
Landon,
in 4th place.
In 4th place, so obviously you're expecting them to come through big within this tournament.
Not gonna lie, I think you actually had High Distortion Nickmercs above King Richard
I
and
did.
Aimotcalvin in your power
I
rankings.
definitely did. Now, I know that was a bold move, but the reason why I did it is because I assumed High Distortion Nickmercs, obviously, they had that team chemistry coming in, right? They played before in the past. But on top of that, too, they match each other's play styles. They're both very aggressive, so I thought maybe that chemistry would be able to mesh together. Unfortunately, it didn't, but that's why I'm bad at making predictions. I don't like doing predictions. I really don't, all right? I really don't, but
Can
I
I be
am
honest
drinking,
with you?
I am drinking from a FaZe G Fuel Cup tonight, so
true.
I'm thinking FaZe might make it to finals once again, FaZe up. But
Wow.
if that does happen, we'll have to see. But
What a very difficult prediction you just made there. Saying FaZe in the grand finals? Wow.
hey, look,
Jeez.
I try to go with the safe routes, and it works out a little bit.
Can I be
okay?
straight up really quick?
Yeah.
I don't think that High Distortion, like for High Distortion, I don't think Nickmercs was the right choice for a teammate. I think he needs to go for a more passive teammate because I think like the very fast-paced play is nice, but whenever he was teaming up with Krafty, right, he had some decent placements. I know they got knocked out early, like some unfortunate drops where, just really overall some unfortunate things happened to where they ended up seeing, not much of a success. He goes, the week prior with Avxry, they finished off in a very respectable second-place finish, taking out TSM, taking down some top squads along that way. I don't know if Nickmercs was like necessarily the perfect option for him. I think he needs to go with a guy who he has chemistry with and kind of plays a little bit slower. A guy like a Cloakzy, a guy like Hysteria. Those two players make Ninja and Tfue so much better because they can kind of balance them and kind of slow them down a little bit. I want to say this really quickly. I think, speaking more on FaZe, Cloakzy is the best teammate in all of Friday Fortnite. I think you put him with a high Distortion, you put him with a Nickmercs, you put him with, like Ninja. I think that team probably gets first, almost guaranteed. Like, the way that he plays around the map, a consistent guy who can also kind of play that support role is exactly what a lot of these top slayers need. And I think for HD, he still hasn't found that yet. But we'll see what happens.
Default serial killer, Landon.
Oh, God.
With that being said, we are going to go to a quick commercial break. Of course, if you want to follow along the bracket along with us, use !bracket in the chat. And don't forget about that giveaway, !giveaway. Click on the link and you'll be entered in, of course, if you follow the directions on that site. But anyways, we will be right back with more exciting matches. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. We just saw at least 2 first matches that were really good. Of course, more exciting action coming your way. My name is Taylor Noble, or at Reflections, of course, joined by Landon, Lando Sanders, and Legion. You guys are getting comfortable, I can already see.
Oh, yeah, he's got some great shoes on. That's it's great to see.
Yeah, it's
shoe game is very important in Friday Fortnite.
Got the pastel green on the back, you know what I'm saying, a little Tiffany blue. But let's just talk about that Raging Gummy Fish for a second, by the way. I just lubed up with some of this deliciousness. I'm about it. I'm about it. You were right. Swedish Fish, if you're a fan.
It's the way to go, right?
Delicious.
It's the way
what
to
code do they use, Taylor, if they want to get some G Fuel products?
I don't know. Code UMG.
I think it's UMG is what they use. Something along those lines.
10% off. Yeah, which you could buy one of these boxes itself, which is pretty cool. It comes with the FaZe Shaker Cup along with a tub of the Raging Gummy Fish. And if you guys want to see the Shaker Cup, I'm not on camera. That's okay. But yeah, there it is. It's right inside of that box.
Just
and
hold it.
yeah, it's some good stuff.
Just hold it. Here we go.
I like it.
I have lost control.
I like how there's bleeped out curse words on the box, right? Is that what that's supposed to be? All
yeah, it's
over
actually
the
inspired by
packaging?
Jeff, so that totally makes
he's got the pink
sense.
headphones. I've also been rocking the pink BXRs now for the last 5 or 6 years of my life, Jeff. Wherever you're at, man, if you want to trade headsets, because my microphone piece might be broken after 5 years, I would love yours instead of mine.
Great detailing on the box as well. There's like
just saying, we don't have to. We don't have to. But
it's not too bad.
You make a great, delicious flavor. But let's talk about the rocket. Okay.
Okay.
What do you think is going to happen next year with the portals? I'm terrified.
I just want to point out the rocket was by far one of the coolest things that I ever experienced in game.
Your life.
Well, I wouldn't say in my life, but I've had a lot of exciting moments in my life. A lot of people
marriage,
disagree with that
children, rocket launch, right up here.
Well, I'm sure some people
graduation, rocket launch, just whatever it may be.
No, seriously, it was the most awesome thing ever because we landed. I was expecting to get killed. I'll be honest with you. Of course, we saw the solo record being broken during the rocket launch, but I landed and everybody was just chilling out and just kind of watching it. But then, of course, like you were bringing up the portals, right? Coming in the little wormholes. We have no idea what's going on. There's been a lot of fan fiction out there as to what we could expect from it. But I'm kind of curious to see. Of course, we're seeing one in retail. We saw one over at Lonely Lodge.
You know what
Tomato
happened
Town.
To Tomato Man?
Yeah, I know he's gone. Courage was so upset. I saw him posting pictures out there. Rest in peace, Tomato Man.
It's all right, Legion.
Who's supposed to
Maybe he'll come back.
Who's supposed to make my ketchup?
That's a good point.
Who's supposed to make my ketchup if it's not him?
I'm honestly getting really emotional.
Is it a pizza? It's a pizza now,
Oh,
right?
no.
Okay.
It's always great to have you, Legion. Moving into the bracket, we see NoahJ and Avxry. Of course, I called that out earlier. And here we are. This is the match we wanted to see. FaZe will be playing off against Mitch Jones and Tennpo. Winners, of course. Landon, tell me a little bit about this matchup. I know you were excited, and even in your power rankings, you had Mitch Jones and Winners playing in there. I believe they were ranked 6th, 7th?
Yeah, they were actually 9th. Mitch Jones and Winters.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
these two guys are really solid. We saw Mitch Jones have a very solid last turn. I think he plays like top 6, top 8, something along those lines with his squad mate. Of course, kind of switching things up and going with the captain of Tennpo Storm. Of course, the competitive pro Fortnite squad. Very, very talented team. One of my favorite squads to watch when it comes into scrims. Winter and Vape Jesus. Very
Vape
solid.
Jesus?
Yes, Vape Jesus is a gamer tag.
Vape Jesus.
Yes.
Respect
Mango
it.
Fresh?
What?
Blowing O's. You know what it is.
I have no idea, like some of the terminology that you use. So I'm just like, okay, like I'm just gonna rock with it. But
listen, I've prank called more vape shops than you can possibly imagine.
Really?
how does it call start
any
off in LA?
flavor that you make up, they will have.
that
Mango
right?
Fresh. I had a guy looking for 15 minutes for Mango Fresh nectar vape juice or whatever it is. And I just was like, hi, man, I got that Mango Fresh. And who's like, no, but I have a mango passion fruit and a mango. Like it was
fruit,
like
bro.
16 list flavors. So shout out to Vape Jesus for existing. Great name.
Something I've never done. You should make a YouTube video about it. Totally.
Dude,
Maybe-
they're there.
Maybe if we have actually a segment where it's starting to get a little bit like slow, we just kind of give a quick little prank call and let Legion do his thing.
I mean, if you accidentally leak the number, it just
Whoops.
a lot of problems.
Yeah. Whoops. Our bad. Didn't mean to show the number and
Got the mango?
highlights.
You guys are ridiculous. Moving back into the bracket. Let's go ahead and bring it
How
up
did
with
we
the
get
Mango
here?
Fresh.
I don't know.
how that happened.
Vape
You know,
Jesus,
that is
baby.
Oh, that's right.
That is the question I always ask whenever Legion's come. How did we get here to this topic that we're bringing up?
I love it.
Vikkstar and Tinny are playing again together. This hasn't happened in quite some time. Of course, they were the dark horse teams in previous tournaments coming through, and they'll be playing against TBNRfrags and Kenny.
Yes.
Daequan and CaMiLLs move on to play OPSCT. Tennpo, which obviously that's going to be a good matchup in itself. Pack-a-Punch or Almighty going against KittyPlays and Landon. Landon, you're in the tournament.
Apparently
Welcome.
I am.
You are
I'm-
playing
I'm-
in it?
I made it to the next round. I'm pretty proud of myself.
Hey,
I'm
man.
so proud of you, Landon.
Thank you, man. I've actually been playing on my Nintendo Switch
How
underneath
did
the
you?
table.
Oh, that's
so
how you guys advanced.
Yeah,
You had
absolutely.
38,000 kills actually.
I did
in one
actually.
game. Yeah,
pretty crazy.
it's crazy.
Set the,
Your mods are
world
sick,
record.
dude. You're the best.
Thank you so much, Legion.
Ninja and Hysteria, we played against Nadeshot and 100T Pro, which obviously I don't know if you
Who is it? We don't know.
I don't know if you guys saw Nadeshot's clip, but I
yeah.
was showing you guys a little bit earlier. But Nadeshot was missing all of his shots with the tack, and it was so funny because he's like, "I'm ready for Friday Fortnite." You could say it, you could see it, you could see it. Misses literally 8 shots and then runs out of bullets and has to thirst them.
That's why he's
with
playing
the
with
pickaxe.
100T Pro, man.
That's why he's playing with 100T Pro. We'll see if he can kind of calm down those shaky
he
shots.
doesn't have to be hitting those shots anymore.
And then at the bottom we have King Rich and Aimbotcalvin, and they'll be playing against Typical
Ooh.
Gamer and Thief. Which
That's going to be a solid
that is
matchup,
going to be
Taylor.
a very solid matchup too. I'm excited because, of course, Typical Gamer and Thief haven't played together in quite some time, and now they're playing.
They're back.
They're
yeah,
back.
I don't
as-
know
as-
why
as a
they
duo.
weren't playing with one another, but
I don't know. We were questioning that.
Yeah, like I know Thief has been playing with like Avxry. I know he played with I think it was someone from FaZe. I forget who it was. Jayamok. And like he had a little bit of success, but like nothing crazy. Of course, talk about Typical Gamer and Thief. For the OGs out there who've been watching every single Friday Fortnite, they remember week number 2,
Yeah.
our very first broadcast. That duo ended up closing it out in a very convincing fashion. So you kind of got the old school versus kind of like the new school, King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, one of our kind of not necessarily like newer squads, but a team who's kind of risen up while the other duo has kind of been taking a break. So it could be a pretty interesting match at the bottom of the bracket.
We didn't know what to expect from Aimbotcalvin the first week that we saw him in the tournament.
We didn't
No,
know
that's
he was.
true. Yeah,
It was he just came in and he lived up to the name of being an Aimbotcalvin.
Lived
I
up-
was terrified. I didn't know where I was at that point when I
Yeah.
watched him drop like 17 or 18 kills in one game. Was I here with you guys? Was I at home? Was he playing Switch players? No, he wasn't.
Were you in a vape
No.
shop?
Was I in a
for
vape
mango?
shop in Indiana just looking for
Right.
Mango Fresh with my friend Todd because it's vacay? I don't know, but we're jumping
it's
straight into the next
vacay.
matchup here. Mitch Jones and Winter
Yes.
versus Tfue and Cloakzy, the serial killer himself, back at it again with the backwards cap. The man, the myth, the Cloakzy.
This is going to be a good matchup at a phase. Obviously, getting second place last tournament behind Ninja and Hysteria. They're hungry, and their bracket, at least the top of the bracket, they are poised to kind of make that long run. But I'm kind of surprised here. Mitch Jones and Winter. Now, Landon, obviously, this was a team that you were pretty excited to see play against really any team in this tournament. You were excited to see them at least team together, and you're really excited for Winter. You're really, really excited for Winter.
Absolutely.
Now, why is that?
Like I said, he's a pro player for Tennpo Storm, man. Super solid guy. Like I said, he's the captain for Tennpo Storm. Plays constant scrims alongside of teams like FaZe Clan, like I said, alongside like TSM, Liquid, like any squad that you want to throw out there. This guy Winter is probably playing just as much, if not more, than every other person in this game. Of course, in combination with Mitch Jones, who ended up finishing off, I believe, top 6 last week with Grenader Jake. So. Guy who obviously has a lot of momentum under himself, playing alongside a Winter, who obviously is a previous pro, going to be giving out those callouts, a lot of those drops, maybe giving in some insight, which is going to be nice, to take down Tfue and Cloak. Because if there's someone who's playing against Tfue and Cloak more than the Friday Fortnite teams are, it's going to be the actual pro teams who are scrimming against them every single day.
Yep, and we do see FaZe. They're going to be doing their typical drop just outside of Salty, and they'll push it over that overhang on that cliff. and they'll push him. But we have another retail drop from Mitch Jones and Winter. But
Outskirts retail.
They're going to be Outskirts, which is a popular spot I believe Mitch Jones popularized in our last tournament when we saw him play with Grenader Jake. He loved to hit those outside houses of retail and kind of push in, which is pretty smart. And luckily, he's already going to find a player up ahead, be able to get that knock and start off already with a frag lead.
That was definitely not a skin bait by any means. That guy was just happy that he made it on top of the building. And probably thought he was going to take some fall damage.
I mean, they both fall. You've got 3 shotguns here in Mitch Jones' inventory, and he finds 2 blue pots right off the rip. First of all, can we talk about how jealous I am that Winter has a man bun, because I can't grow any hair anymore on the top back of my head.
How old are you?
Winter, if you wanna just toss me that, I would wear it as a small wig. I'm 25.
Okay, I was just curious.
I'm thinning. Yeah, unfortunately, it starts early in my family. A lot of testosterone and a lot of balding.
That's why you got the facial hair.
That's why I've got a beard, actually. That's why I was actually going to regrow it out so I can confuse grizzly bears in the wild for their papa. So that's pretty much what I do. But seriously, 0 kills out of both teams here. Actually, 1 for Winter. Look at that backpack. Look at that bling.
Right.
Oh, that's nice.
Look at those.
The Wukong flags.
I love it.
Yeah, definitely liking the custom ability. Fight is already going to go down in Salty as Tfue and Cloakzy are going to be pushing in. We see Tfue getting a knock. Of course, Cloakzy is going to be following close behind to try and find anybody that he possibly can. Salty is usually one of those hot drops that a lot of players like to go to, and Tfue and Cloakzy love the outskirts, kind of push in, catch people off guard, just get up, get kitted up, get looted up overall to kind of push over to Dusty, and then on from there is wherever they're going to decide to go. But this strategy has worked for them in previous tournaments.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a very consistent strategy. They tried to change it up in the last tournament and drop Shifty with Ninja, but unfortunately it didn't end up working out for them because I don't think that the rotation for them ended up being something they were kind of used to, so they kind of opted to go towards this this Salty drop once again. But as I say that, Tfue, he's going to be relatively weak.
He is indeed, of course, trying to bandage up and actually happens to get built over. Now, this is where the playground, all of those, build battles that you've been working on really come into factor. I know a lot of players, have been kind of taking notes, taking word of what exactly it means to have high ground advantage and how important it really is in games, especially versus pro players. And it looks like for Tfue, decides to try to take that back, that high ground, has the height advantage and will successfully be able to find at least 1 elimination on top of that, and quickly needs to get some shields back in his arsenal, as I believe he did find a gold FAMAS. That's a very nice find, being low in HP at the start of a very competitive game versus Mitch Jones and Winter.
Who's got the gold FAMAS? He's got a Tfue's got a scar up there.
He's got a gold scar.
Look at that.
Yeah, definitely. That's the kind of loot you want whenever you're pushing the opponents inside of Salty.
Let's go preference here. What are you guys rocking? Gold FAMAS, gold scar, or blue silent sub?
Oh,
what do you want? Which one's in your hands?
Honestly, I'm going gold scar.
Yeah, probably.
Gold scar overall.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. But,
you can sometimes you got to see if there's still is the meta changed that much? Do we really want the silent sub? Also, let's talk about Tfue. I love the fact that you have been seeing the subs out of him before this was the meta. Second of all, you're seeing him rocking that scoped assault rifle, right? That scoped AR, so nasty, so good. He's an absolute monster with it. The zoom, if we've been referring to it, and you're still going to see the purple out of your boy Cloakzy down there on the bottom left. Of course, a common pistol from Winter. For whatever reason, that's just in the inventory. You know what? Just fill it up.
We questioned it last time, though, when we saw Dr. Disrespect playing with his inventory was just completely gray. And they ended up moving in our tournament and doing pretty well. So, honestly, I can't question Winners too much whenever he's got the
maybe you just need a pickaxe, Taylor. That's all you need.
That's all you need.
A pickaxe in a dream. Hashtag that in the chat.
If you're Nadeshot, you run out of bullets. You just need a pickaxe. Finish off the opponent. That's all you got. That's all you need. So, overall, hey, whatever you got to do.
You know what? Love is all you need, really. Love is truly all you need.
LOVE. Landon.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said
just
that
like
myself.
the Pussycat Dolls said in one of their famous songs. Just I'm not going to cry a second time. I'm not going to cry a second time.
You know what? That's probably before Taylor's time, even though I am younger than Taylor by
I'm like
many years.
I'm literally the oldest one in here still, and I still can't grow a beard as magnificent as Legion's.
Well, I've been practicing because it stopped on the head, so it
you
had
know
to
what?
go to
I've
the
been
face
trying to
at some
work
point.
on mine. I have a little bit of success, but it just isn't there yet. And you know what? I'm okay with that.
It's cool. When yours gets long enough, we can tie ours together.
That'd be interesting.
And then we'll only need one microphone to talk into for these broadcasts, which is super
Production
exciting.
would probably be very much in favor of that.
They would absolutely love it. And let's just talk about the 3 kills now we got here. This is game 1. Still, Tfue, Cloakzy, they're notorious for this, although we are seeing a lobby going pretty quickly, 31 engagement slots in this game overall. But they don't land in heavily populated areas, guys. This is exactly what Landon wants to see at literally every tournament ever, forever. He doesn't want tilted. Don't go retail. If this is Landon playing, he's dropping on the house that's on the corner of Flush Factory, hiding in there with 3 layers of build.
That's very true.
And then coming out whenever the game's over, because it's about survival. Okay, for us, even in a tournament, I feel like we win even if we don't win. You know, because we got first. It's about victory royales.
That's very true. I actually do land on the outskirts of Flush Factory and pretty much just hang there the entire game. And that's a very accurate depiction of my overall gameplay. And somehow I
watch you play through your window, Landon.
I somehow managed to lose top 90 every single time, even though I land Flush Factory. Tell you what.
Top 90.
I don't know how that managed to happen. But
7 kills out of Tfue and Cloakzy. Cloakzy also with 5. We talk about this playstyle that you're mentioning here, right? You got the aggression here out of Tfue. Cloakzy sticking back, but of course we're still going to see that scoped AR. Grenade launchers. Let's talk about the Splodes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about how nasty those are now when you come into those. You're in a build fight. You're thinking everything's going chill. Somebody just bombs your whole base with a grenade launcher, C4s. What are you doing? You're on the ground. You're crawling. You're begging. Hey, teammate, where you at? Please come revive me. Is it coming? I don't know.
You don't
when
know.
you got Cloakzy, he's always going to be there for you. He's like an AC 130.
Oh, you just called that perfectly.
Look at that.
You weren't even looking.
I wasn't even looking at the screen.
You literally just called it
beautiful.
out perfectly. That was
Naturally, you are a caster.
I'm just saying, dude. I've
commentator by
competitive
heart.
eater and a caster, and we're out here living.
I like it. I like it. Look at this. Close game so far overall. We're seeing, though, different strategies are working out for FaZe, at least in their favor. Salty has been the way to go, but look at the Splode just slowly making its way in. You talked a little bit about those Splodes. They are deadly. I'll give you that. The C4. What are you thinking? All right, so you got a grenade launcher with 6 rounds. You have C4 with 4. Which one do you take?
C4 all day.
All day, right?
Yeah, but
Much
why?
more detrimental. Because it's just more, honestly, because it's more versatile. You control it, have a little bit more control. Bring down houses with it.
I think you said troll it, and I was like, wow.
You
you're
control
one of
with
those
it
guys.
too. You control with it too.
I was gonna say you're one of those guys. I see.
Speaking of troll, actually, so I was playing the other day when we were in Salty. I was playing with my buddy Big Rig, and someone tried to kill me with C4.
Big Rig?
But I ended up getting.
Is he a truck driver?
Fun fact, he's actually not.
Oh, wow. You got me real excited to just tear my hopes down.
Fun fact.
It's a lot like prom my senior year.
But someone had tried to kill me with C4. Unfortunately for them, I killed them before. They were able to explode the C4, but there was still a C4 sitting on the ground. So when my opponent ran over the C4, I shot it and blew him up.
Did you save the clip?
Huh?
Did you save the clip?
No, I didn't.
Wow, somebody's not hashtagging Fortnite memes on Instagram. We got to get you on the grind reflections. I got your back.
All right, let's get it.
Let's get it.
We'll see Tfue and Cloakzy now doing fairly well at 10 frags themselves, but been very slow for Mitch Jones and Winter. Of course, you talked about that retail drop. Good for some quick kills in succession, but where do they rotate after that? Tomato seems to be the way they're going, and Tomato's not.
Tomato, actually.
Tomato, whichever way you want to go about it. That's not
Did
the
he
way,
just do
the way you want to go.
He just, Tfue just casually hit someone for 73. Granted, it is a gold scar, right? But just a casual flick, 73 health. That player is definitely not sitting pretty any
That guy's
longer.
definitely, he's confused on which key binding is for build there. But yeah, straight out, look at that. One thing that I wish in this game is that you could actually take the ammo out of a gun that was on the ground. If you had a grenade launcher, if you're able to pull the ammo out of it.
this morning.
There should be a way where when the gun drops the ammo, I wish the ammo would separate.
It's so frustrating,
from it as
right?
well.
Because like you just reload your weapon, right? You just reload that sweet AR that you got, then a gold scar comes from the opponent that you just killed, and then all of a sudden you can't take the ammunition back.
Is he pickaxing quicker?
He is.
So, you don't know about this. So this is actually
Where have I been?
You've been, hey man,
On vacation.
Now you're back.
Maybe.
Let's bring you up to speed. That's actually a quick way to do it. Basically, you put wave as your emote slot, right-click it, and then so you hit twice, right-click the emote wave, and then it basically stutters, and you're able to.
I'm gonna have to go outside and try
gain
this.
resources a lot faster.
For
Go
a
on.
second.
I don't think it relates to life.
I'm
But no, you could get resources.
Find
so
me a
incredibly
tree.
quick
I've
by
got to
doing that.
go. I bring my own pickaxes to every UMG event that I have.
Speaking of
That was before Fortnite even existed. Which
Yeah,
is
I
pretty
just was
crazy.
out there chopping trees down because I'm a lumberjack.
You had a beard like
know
one,
that.
too.
So-
That's
yeah,
awesome.
I did for a little while.
Walking into a Halo
Till the
tournament with
accident,
a
I walked by that
pickaxe
wood
just-
chipper and it pulled my face in, but luckily I got away from it just in time. But 4 kills out of Mitch Jones and Winter. And, of course, Tfue and Cloakzy now 12 total kills for them. That blonde hair waving in the wind in there. Nice little fan going. He's just an absolute monster up top 4, though. Cloakzy still showing yet again why he gets the extra large pizza instead of just a large when he goes out to dinner. Because he deserves it.
He does. He gets a lot of money, so he can afford it. That's always nice, too, right? He's got, like, how much money have the FaZe guys made?
$37,000 combined between two of them. Of course, they donated some of that, but still, you got to be thinking. And on top of that, too, this is week 9 of our Friday Fortnights, we have given, at least by the end of tonight, we have given away $155,000+
Wow.
in Friday Fortnite. That is
We love competitive Fortnite, baby. What can we say?
Insane. That is insane.
Yeah.
That's incredibly gnarly because guess what?
Gnarly.
We've got some of the best players in the entire world battling out in these tournaments. So it's not just
These are
some
facts.
easy peasy come in. These FaZe guys, with how much money they've been making from these tournaments, have been playing the best of the best and showcasing pretty much every week. Like, hey, you know what? We're awesome. Cloakzy doesn't. Has he smiled?
He doesn't. He's
No,
always. He's always. No, there's been
He's
times
in the
we
zone.
have caught him smiling.
Yeah, we have.
Actually,
When he wins,
Well, when he wins, but on top of that, we've seen him smile. Believe it or not, we should have. Why didn't we Twitch clip it?
clip it.
We should clip it.
Hashtag. I'm just joking with literally the entire Twitch chat. I just love watching this guy play because he's so focused, so zoned in. Every single time we switch this guy's perspective, he's doing something beneficial for Tfue. I feel like exactly what you're saying earlier, Landon. He's got to be one of the best teammates to have, especially if you are such an aggressive type player.
Yeah.
And look at that zoom in the back pocket there. Ooh, you know, honestly, Mazda should sponsor these streams. They really should. Just for when the Scoped AR comes out, we should have a little logo that streams right across.
I
Took
would.
me a second to get what you
I would be
mean.
totally willing. If Mazda sent me a car, I would be totally willing to advertise their company.
Dude,
Well, I
they're
would
new
imagine.
CX-5s? Absolutely
Oh,
incredible.
100%.
You gotta love them, dude.
Look at this. But yeah, I just want to note, by the way, Tfue knocked a player down, gets the elimination, comes in with the scope they are, and quickly picked off a head straight ahead. As it almost looks like he was just shooting targets. There were just 3 heads just poked up above that little
there they are
1 by
again.
1. And there they are again as he just keeps
There's
chipping away
two
the damage.
squads? Are these
But
two different teams?
And I also believe there's a minigun just bearing down straight at him. So, of course, there's a battle pass objective where you got to deal so much damage to the enemy forts, and I think that's
What
what this
in
guy
the
is trying to go
world?
for.
Oh, my
gosh.
goodness, Tfue with the. He doesn't even need it. Who needs ADS?
He didn't even aim outside.
He
He
doesn't
just
do
did
that.
Is he playing on
It's
the Nintendo Switch?
2018. He's
What
on
is
another
going on?
level. We just all threw up on each other.
We
at the
did,
same time.
actually.
I don't even know what just happened, dude.
He just run past
My
someone?
dad called. I have to go home.
I think Tfue actually just ran past someone. So if he's not careful, he could get shot from behind.
I
or
think it
maybe
was not. Oh no, there's another player down there.
Yeah, I
All
thought.
right, quick question: thermal scoped or regular scoped AR? Which one are you
Oh,
picking?
thermal, 100%.
Thermal, yeah, thermal.
Every day.
So much more versatility overall. 100%.
I just can't shoot it.
The
pacing
timing
is so key on
the
it.
timing is a little bit different. Yeah, the timing is a little bit different. I think overall.
It's gonna be
but
16 for the FaZe guys,
Jeez.
9 now. That's honestly not too bad of a deficit. I feel like if you're Mitch Jones and Winter,
Oh yeah.
7 kills, no big deal. Definitely not the 20 we saw earlier in that Ninja versus Gotaga matchup. So I think this is completely doable here going into game 2.
Yeah.
What's the decision making, Taylor? What would you do if you are Winter in this scenario?
I'll be honest with you. I'm going Shifty. Shifty has been my drop when I've been playing with my teammates, at least publicly. I mean, Shifty is the way to go. After watching Ninja and Hysteria land it, dominate it, and how they just rotated through, like he said, it's equal distance to go to Tilted. Than
It's
it
not
is
equal, but it's not
just
much
about
far.
just about to go from Tilted to Salty. But of course, you have Greasy. There's so much more versatility. But think about it. Let's say you drop Shifty. Maybe you want to rotate over to Salty immediately after that. Okay, you go to Salty, you'll be meeting up with the players from the Battle Pass who landed at Fatal, and they'll be coming into Salty as well. So not only we get the engagements from Salty, you also be getting the engagements from Fatal, depending on how quickly you move. But there's so much more versatility there, which is funny because Shifty was always the area, one of our most consistent, NoahJ and Avxry. That was the area they always landed, and we were always complimenting them overall. Like, they land Shifty. They always come out at least not as aggressive with those hot drops when the hot drops were popular, but they would come out of Shifty and they would consistently make it through our tournament. Ninja and Hysteria now doing that. It just shows Shifty is a very underrated spot that's starting to become more popular.
Oh, yeah. I think without question, it's definitely, for a lot of our top teams, an ideal place whenever you have a lead. Even if you're just starting off the game, it's a nice little transition place to go. You have a lot of different locations around that area. Obviously, it's kind of on the the center-western side of the map as well. I think when it comes down to this game, to me, what I'm really questioning when it comes down to the landing zones is what Tfue and Cloakzy are going to do. Because, of course, they have a 9-kill advantage. Do they try to counter the enemy, or do they kind of play their own game? And based off of what we're seeing, actually, from Mitch Jones and Winter, making their way into Tilted Towers, this is a very risky play. Totally understand it from their point of view. For later parts of the game, it makes sense.
What happened?
But what happened?
Cloakzy's already down.
Oh, he landed in a tree, I think. I think
You
Cloakzy
have
landed in a tree and he fell
Gotta
out.
be kidding.
Wow.
That's the best start I've ever seen to a Friday Fortnite matchup. Cloakzy just got taken out by nature. It's like The Happening, but in Fortnite. I'm scared Taylor. I'm pretty sure this is the end of the world here. We're watching the apocalypse happen live. Of course, we're going to see.
It's like
Mitch
Lord of the Rings.
Jones.
The trees are
It's
attacking
just
back.
Like, oh my
They're
gosh.
tired of getting hit for resources.
First of all, if the trees ever attack back IRL, your boy is living in an airplane for the rest of his life and never touching the ground.
Although Epic has managed to literally launch a rocket for everyone to see in their game, it wouldn't surprise me if they have trees attack everyone as well eventually.
That would actually be the coolest implementation, period. Loot Lake still needs to be frozen. There needs to be an ice skating option.
Definitely.
And second, look at this guy, all-star player there from Colderman X68835, getting taken out, of course. Immediately eliminated. It looks like he was solo queuing as well. Confidence out of that guy, out of that guy's mind. He's practicing. And you know what? That's good. For those of you at home that want to get better, search squads by yourself until you eventually don't suck. That's the only way to do it.
These are big facts.
Big facts.
I just want to throw that out there. That's the way to do it. I've been doing it, and my play style has improved at least by 1% overall since I've been doing it. So
wow. You got 3 kills once.
But, hey, look, Mitch Jones' winner still alive inside of Tilted, looking like they're pretty solid overall. That drop, though, from Cloakzy hurts a little bit in terms of pacing. You notice they weren't able to hit Salty as hard as they typically do coming in, and that's going to be a big impact. Of course, though, they didn't have – I mean, they had a decently – how much was it?
9 kills.
It was 9 frags, so that's not – it's not too much if you think about it already to Tilted drop it. But, man, a lot of crazy action already off of the rip as we're seeing Mitch Jones trying to get these players through the windows, kind of peeping in like a little creeper and trying to take them out and not able to hey, look,
little creeper.
throw it out there, but not able to pick them off as of yet. But once again, Cloakzy hasn't found any mats himself, so he's got to be careful he gets in a fight. Just roll with the boys.
You just broke me with that one, Taylor. That one broke me to pieces.
Oh man, but one thing that's
a little
nice
peeper
though,
trying to be a creeper down there.
For Mitch Jones, is that he does have the guidance, like I said, along with the team captain, not even just the team captain, but a pro Fortnite player in Winter to kind of be guiding you along the way. If there's one thing that you want to have in a situation like this, versus against the top squad like FaZe, it's going to be a pro Fortnite player, especially a guy who is a team captain, who's constantly trying as a team captain, right, to keep level-headed when it comes down to your overall squad. A guy who is going to be a lot more passive when it comes into communication, trying to unite everyone. It's a great player for Mitch Jones to have. And like I said, being the deficit that they are, this is their opportunity. 0 frags right now for FaZe. And it doesn't look like, based off of right now in Salt Lake Springs, they're not going to have a ton of engagement. So this is your opportunity inside of Tilted to really stack things up, to really try to get yourself back to an even playing field. And we'll see how they try to counter that.
We're just going to talk again. Assault rifle dropped. You saw that. He was making his way over there toward Weird L's, ends up dropping the green AR, picks up the common submachine gun and the blue submachine gun. Just says, I don't need an assault rifle anymore. It's 2018. No point in it, but you're going to see Winter taking some damage down there. Does finally get the assist, though. Is knocked. In fact, Winter's knocked, and of course, Mitch Jones is going to be in a crazy fight right now, a 2v1, wow. But Jumbo Glasses is looking like he needs better bifocals, folks, as this could be it, but he does take 3 down, 5 kills for Mitch Jones. You crazy, Mitch.
Wow, man. That was crazy what he does in that play. He actually puts the mat down on the floor to secure the fact that he only has certain engagements coming in toward his vision. Fantastic play coming in there from Mitch Jones. But unfortunately, though, Winter does get taken down. He was, of course, being knocked at the time, didn't have any ability to stay up. And so just like that, Mitch Jones, welcome to a 1v2 for the rest of this game.
Oh, that is so disappointing, especially being down 9 frags. Of course, they closed a little bit of that deficit, sitting at 6, but we do see FaZe racking up kills themselves, yet they only have 2. So math is hard. We'll get a score update in a little bit, but, man, I got to tell you, Mitch Jones, he's in a lot of trouble, and I believe there's still someone lurking in this house. He knows he's weak, and we do see on his screen there's going to be a player engaged in a fight just ahead. He doesn't want to engage. He knows he's weak at this point. He's got to catch him off guard.
There are some bandages down there, so what he's probably trying to do is just wait him out. Knows if he tries to aggress, it's not going to go his way. There happens to be a battle going down. I was going to say, does he wait to try to aggress this one with the player already weak, or does he try to stay up? Playing so
okay, never mind. I'm just going to hide in here. I'll see you guys when it's done. That's the true. But see, he's got a game on the line. He can't die here. You're better off taking 6-7 more eliminations on the map, trying to stay alive. He's only down by 5 kills, completely doable here as a solo player.
Oh no,
does miss though, and
the rest
probably
comes in.
Get Cody exploding. So that's
hurts.
going to do it here for Mitch Jones and Tennpo Winter. But of course, good effort out of them here. Game 1, relatively close, down by what was it, like 8, 9 kills, something like that. And then you go into Game 2, you narrow the deficit by almost 5 already off the rip.
It wasn't bad, yeah. If they get out of Tilted, they definitely have a good competition against FaZe.
I want to give props, right, to Winter and obviously Mitch Jones. They play a little bit more passively, right? They go to the outskirts of Retail Row while we see, obviously, the outskirts Salt Lake Springs drop coming in from FaZe. Pretty much kind of hung in there. There's a lot more of a solid effort than we see from a lot of other teams who play against like FaZe. Like, hey, we got to go Tilted. We got to go inside of Retail. They kind of play a little more passively. They head into game, number 2, down by 9 kills, which, is a little bit unfortunate, but that's just the overall consistency that FaZe provides. That's the issue with facing off against this team. How do you really prepare for this squad? You almost have to play their exact play style and frag just as good as they do. Ninja and Hysteria did it last week, but boy, that was a tournament for the ages of how well they were playing at a consistent rate. Not many teams even have the potential to do that. So props to Winter and Mitch Jones for the show that they put on. A very difficult match facing off against FaZe early. And now another very talented team added to the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and quite surprising once again is the not amounts of fatal drops that we've seen. We've only seen King Richard do so, and that's obviously a spot I want to see utilized a little bit more because it's a much better drop than Anarchy in the past. So, fatal, I want to see that. King Richard, Aimbotcalvin, when they landed there, they came out with 7 frags themselves and then pushing a salty, and then of course had the rotations off from that. I think that's a good way, honestly, to counter FaZe's strategy overall. Of course, whenever you push forward, FaZe is going to have those salty kills, but still, they won't get the kills coming from the back, which they also bank on as well because they like to hang around between Salty and Dusty, so you'll be cutting up a lot of kills from the back as well. Plus, if they wanted, they can kind of rotate into Tilted if they want to go over to, through Shifty as well. But a lot of questions still to be asked overall. But I guess we're going to go to a little quick commercial break, though. Lots of action still to come your way. And honestly, I'm excited for everything that is still to come tonight. Let us know in the chat who your favorite team is at least going in this. Who do you think will take the entire Friday Fortnite tournament tonight? You got to let us know. Of course, we'll be back with more exciting action after this. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. Of course, we're going to be hopping into our next game, but until then, we're going to be filling a little bit of time. My name is Taylor Moore at Reflections, and joining me on the couch is going to be Landon, Lando Sanders, as well as Legion. As a little shout-out to everybody out there. There's a lot of good stuff going on tonight. Something I wanted to talk about, okay? We already talked about the portals. We talked about all the good stuff that's happening. We talked about the matches tonight, but I want to kind of talk about Fortnite just itself, okay? Let's talk about the portals. Let's talk about maybe where Fortnite is moving into in terms of overall design. We've seen the superheroes come in the past. We've seen the Black Knight, seen the Dark Knight, or excuse me, the Red Knight, which just came back, which I'm kind of salty about because I'm one of the OGs that had that from Season 2. But, of course, I still have the shield, and a lot of people who bought it, they don't have the shield.
It's actually coming back.
It's coming back.
The cosmetic item will be there.
The cosmetic item will be there, but until then,
Red
I
Knight
have
purchasers.
it. Until then, I have it. So it is what it is. But I want to talk. First off, where do you want the future of Fortnite to go in terms of
Are you relating
overall
this
design?
to a tweet that I might have posted a few days
Maybe
ago?
a little bit of, I don't know, you're thinking pirates?
Oh, okay.
Shut up,
Thank
Landon.
you. Okay.
Pirates?
Would that not be? I have no idea.
see it there, Landon.
With the way that Fortnite is currently working, I have no clue. I had some people trying to lure this out, how this could happen. No idea. However, I just think it'd be really cool if we could have a pirate theme. I mean, you have the default skin having a peg leg, the amount of emotes that would be possible.
Loot Lake.
Parrots on your back,
Pirate ships.
Loot Lake could be
Loot
pirate
Lake.
ships instead
pirate
of a center,
ships as your
instead
gliders.
of a center building.
All I'm saying, man, is that a pirate theme would be cool. Not maybe for this season, but just in the future. Working in Epic. I'm just saying, hey, it would be an awesome idea. Loads of possibilities with pirate themes.
Endless possibilities.
Absolutely.
I think we're going back in time. That's what
To
I
where?
think. I don't.
50s?
Dude, that would be sick if they did a retro 50s, kind of like Disney Hollywood.
That's
you know
where
what
I think
I'm
we're
talking
going,
about?
especially with the release of the car glider that we saw, which is one of your favorites because they have the whenever you go left or right, even the blinker
The
turns
turn
on.
signals
It's actually
turn
it's
on,
so detailed. It's pretty cool. But then of course,
The Tommy gun to the
Tommy
game,
gun, the trench coats as well. A lot of cool stuff there. So I think we're going back in time. Personally,
You think so?
That's what I'm thinking so far. Honestly, Fortnite might just throw a wrench and we might just go back to dinosaur age. I don't know. We have
So
the dinosaurs
we'd all
out
talk
there.
like this the whole time.
Basically.
Yeah. Now,
Basically.
pulled in with a glider,
See?
landed right there at Risky Reels. Watched a good old drive-in film.
Do you think we have to cast that way based on the season?
Absolutely
do we
not.
change it
No,
up?
I don't.
Yeah,
think
I think I'd be
All right,
down.
guys,
I'd
my
be down
bad.
for that.
I would love that.
I know you. I don't think I could.
Tfue, it looks like it's got 6 skills over there and Risky, making a great play. And then I'll just point like this the whole time for some
I
reason.
actually wouldn't mind that at all. I
Yeah.
think that'd be pretty
I think
sweet.
it'd be
I would like
excellent.
it, to be honest. We
Legion.
talk about our races that we're trying to do, with the
So-
shopping carts. Now we're
Shopping
we're very
carts.
well versed when it comes down to
So
casting.
fun fact, the portals, they're just going to rip it up and just going to turn into one shopping cart racetrack. That's what it's going to be. They've been
Please.
listening to us at Friday Fortnite,
This
and
is
then we're just gonna
5
be racing.
weeks now. We've been waiting for the shopping cart racetrack. Make it a reality. reality, all we want to do is beat our friends.
Yep.
You know, over and over, because they're just not as fast as us.
I actually saw a really cool clip on Twitter. I think it was yesterday. No, actually, it was this morning. I was casually looking at Twitter, as I do, right? And one thing that was really cool is they actually built like a full-on like ramp system along with bounce traps along with it.
Really?
And what they did is that obviously like whenever you're sitting on top of the shopping cart, it kind of moves by itself. So what they were doing is they were using hunting rifles and just no-scoping each other while like the shopping carts were driving themselves down into bounce traps and just bouncing everywhere, hitting clips. It was fantastic. It would probably take you a solid 45 minutes to get it down, like the full course.
Right.
But that 15 minutes is going to be so much fun. So, yeah. Just
why-
a lot of little possibilities with the playground.
That's why I love Playground.
Oh, yeah.
Playground was like, honestly,
idea.
they need to at least like maybe try and keep it in there. I don't know, because
They did announce that they're going to be bringing it back permanently. Like,
oh,
I think
really?
That's their
Okay,
goal,
that's
yeah.
good. So that's obviously a big
Not
thing.
sure when, but they're doing their best to like bring it back,
Right.
for sure.
Because I love the 1v1s, but more importantly, I like the creativity aspect of it. And I think that really complements what Fortnite is all about, is being creative with your builds. Even in fights, you have to kind of be creative overall to get those sky bridges, maybe get over your opponent, whatever you see out there. But one thing that I did like seeing is people were actually going to Tilted, and they were grabbing all of the loot, and they were putting it in one little pile in one little location. And it creates the coolest effect, because you literally have just this pile of loot just sitting right in the center, and it's magnificent.
Did you happen to see my Port-a-Fort play from a skybridge?
I
the other
did.
day?
Did you
not.
see that?
Production,
Oh,
if you want to find that clip at some point,
literally
feel free to put that up there.
the most glorious moment. So
It was a sheer. It was. I thought it was possible. There's probably been 1,000 other people that have done it, but the fact that I was able to do it first attempt ever.
Right.
I was falling and dropped the Port-a-Fort, hit the tire, bounced on top of the
Yeah.
Port-a-Fort, and then got the last 2 kills of the game.
You were on a sky
Oh.
bridge, weren't you?
Yeah, we were on a sky bridge,
Yeah.
and I was, of course, yet again, basically blindfolded, not paying attention to my teammates who set the bounce pad. So I was like 16, 17 mats away from them.
Yeah.
So by the time they shoot the build, I was like, no! And then threw the Port-a-Fort and lived.
Wow.
So Port-a-Forts, hold them if you're building sky bridges. Completely useful.
Yeah, no, that was the coolest clip ever. Whenever I saw it, I was like, oh, that is something Legion would do. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And I love your reaction, too, man. You were just so
I was
hyped
like,
after that.
I couldn't believe it.
we
we
got
got
it. Here it is. Boom!
That's sick. That's so sick. I love
And
that.
The
for-
Port-a-Fort.
And for the first time, Legion is literally speechless.
Your
That is,
face.
I just want to
just paused. Oh, my God.
what just happened? Shout out to production for getting that. That was the best moment
Shout out to
ever.
Lil Impy. That's a great game.
Yeah, shout out to my ginger teammate. I love that man.
Oh, man.
A lot of cool things happening. Of course, there's another thing, too. Another portal just opened up, which I saw. It's going to be on the side of this mountain. And it could indicate, we're thinking about the sign, the hotel sign was taken away. Maybe
Right.
the hotel sign will be placed on that mountain. Maybe kind of have mismatch. So Tomato Man might be making a comeback somewhere
Oh, I
else.
hope
Where's
so.
he going to be at, though?
I have no
The
idea.
hills of Junk Junction?
I have no idea.
Come back,
in
Tomato
the-
Man.
In the depths
Please.
of Loot Lake. It's just like all of the items have to be
You know how
stored
creepy
down
that'd be
there.
if they made like an underground loot lake kind of like little map section.
Yeah.
And then you go down there and you just see just Tomato Man down there.
I know some people have been like speculating about like what if like how we talk about like Stranger Things at the upside down. What if they like flipped like the ability for the regular Fortnite map to have like a lot of like everything's the same but everything's like kind of tampered down, like it looks a little bit kind of strange. And I think that'd be kind of cool having Demogorgons walk around and Fortnite. I don't know, man. Be pretty interesting. I think it'd be kind of cool.
I think it'd be pretty cool.
I just want the soundtrack to transfer over into Fortnite.
Dude.
From Stranger
Season
Things in
2
general.
Stranger Things. Oh, the soundtrack. for
Still
that was
trying to get on
fantastic.
that show, by the way, Legion.
I'm just trying to become an ice cream man at some point. My boy Finn, a.k.a. Mike, wherever you're at in the world.
Well,
From wherever
I will let you
Let me
deliver
know.
to my car wash if you
Okay.
ever do that. We
Yeah.
can kind of open up our own little
I
section.
passed a Reflections car wash the other day, and it was crazy to think how far he's branched out just from these Friday Fortnite events.
Well, we
already.
talked about a car
Open up
wash
his
whenever
own
you
car
were first
wash.
He was
here.
shirtless. It was insane. It was the double squeegees. It was crazy.
Why didn't you Twitch clip it?
Well, yeah, it was live stream on the go. It's illegal.
No,
It's illegal.
my buddy
It's
Skinny Man
not
used
safe
it.
to have
That's weird.
electronics inside of a car wash.
Well, it's
but-
not safe to have electronics on top of a floating island either, but they make it happen and
It's
they make
true.
it work. There are stranger things that have happened in this world, I am
Ooh.
sure.
Great transition.
Look at
Little-
that.
Little,
Fantastic.
little transition that I like. That
the
I'm on
whole
point right
snack
now.
over there, Taylor.
You know, that peanut butter jelly sandwich on the break
Ooh,
really helped
with
me
some
out
bananas.
mentally.
It's actually in a bag right over just off camera.
Literally
over there.
right there. I just want to point it out. Peanut
You were
butter-
eating it right for commercial break. We're going live. Just threw it up against the wall and just
PB&J
readied up.
sandwich is the way to go.
Crunchy
Oh,
or smooth?
Smooth.
Yeah.
Smooth.
Oh my God, 2 smooths? Let's go.
my-
Crunchy is considered to be for adults. I like smooth. You know
Yeah.
why? Because if I wanted peanuts, I'd eat peanuts. I'm just saying.
It's very true. It's a great
I
point.
want the butter. You know what I mean? Look at me. Do I look like?
Speaking of which, I like that name
I like
too
it sweet.
smooth. I think Reflections is going away. Too Smooth is coming into play.
Taylor Too Smooth Noble.
Check it out, baby. Thief.
Oh, here it is.
Typical Gamer, Ninja, and Hysteria. This is going to be the matchup we've all been waiting for.
Yes.
I actually competed against Typical Gamer a couple weeks ago in a racing video game tournament for the Crew 2, actually.
Who won? What was,
He didn't win, but neither did I. I will say he advanced further than I did, though. I
but
lost
hey.
to a racing professional on a boat curve turn, which I'm just going to say that should have happened. But the kid I lost to was 17, so I couldn't yell at him. It just didn't feel right. He hadn't been to a senior prom yet, so it would have been.
It's a good point.
Would have been polite.
Could have been sued
to
for that as well. So that's
but
probably
no,
a good
I always
thing.
love seeing Typical. He's been my friend for a while.
Yeah,
and
Typical.
he's just a beautiful man.
I'm
I love you,
genuine.
Andre.
Don't cry, please don't cry. But if you
3
want to
times.
cry, you have a shoulder to
3
cry on.
cries.
You have a
You do.
shoulder to cry on.
Always.
It's actually
You
just
know that.
sopping wet because I cry on it the whole broadcast.
Or is it sweat?
Well, the thing that's nice,
the
right,
thing,
is that with these EGL shirts, right, it's dry fit, really nice, very soft shoulder to lie on as well.
That
So,
is the
yeah.
plug they wanted. That is exactly what we created.
Is there any
these
other
shirts
plug
for.
to have?
Tears and
Probably
sweat. That's what they're great for.
You're either going to be crying or sweating, and you've got the T-shirt, all the
Right
gear,
there.
honestly.
And when
for
you're
you.
playing Fortnite, you're probably doing both anyway. That's at least
I
what
know
I'm
I'm
doing.
crying
each
a
and
lot
every
more
night.
than I'm happy, so that's just the facts.
Especially in our 1v1 the other day on Playground. You were definitely
I
sobbing.
smashed him in a 1v1 yesterday on Playground. I just want it to be known.
That's not true at all.
That is not true at all. You're right.
No.
Portal must have hit me on, and then we.
Yeah, you
we're-
definitely
we're
went.
at a
You went
different-
like to the upside down, the exact opposite of what.
If
truly
Tomato
happened.
Man lands
I am so bad.
underneath Loot Lake, and I'm just looking down and I see it, and it's just him into the sand, and I look right into those eyes, that water is going to fill up about this much more from the tears that we're going to shed as a group in that exact. I don't know. I'm mortified. Who do you guys think is going to take this matchup?
Oh man, so that's the thing. Typical Gamer and Thieves playing once again one of the most consistent teams in our tournaments in the past, playing against Ninja and Hysteria, which now has been dominant. We saw them in our first round. I mean, collectively,
They finished 28, 14, and 14 for both of them in game one. It was
Yeah,
like, all right,
like
like
it's-
we were talking about it in our recap video. Like, can they keep up the consistency?
they obviously are.
At least
That's
very
it.
early on, they are answering the call and with flying colors.
But one thing about Typical Gamer and Thief is they do prefer the shifty drop as well, given the past that we've watched them play. So I think we could see probably a shifty mirror, and then from that point, maybe they'll mirror each other, which would be quite interesting because we've seen that in previous Friday Fortnites, and that seems to be the way to go overall, at least when it comes to mirroring. But then again, like I said, FaZe tried to do that with Ninja and Hysteria in the first series before the bracket reset, and unfortunately, they weren't able to counter Ninja and Hysteria corrective or at least correct, and because of that, they ended up losing there. But that is one of the things. I don't know who's going to take it. I'll give my prediction after you guys.
Ninja and Hysteria.
Yep.
No.
There we go.
There you go. What's your prediction?
Can't do two. You can't have three.
I'm
out of
the
three.
I'm the casting curse. I actually made a promise that I would not say anything if we got to cast him
You did.
playing. Yeah,
You did.
because I'm scared that he'll just die. He'll just forget that one ramp and then just fall to his death again and again and again. And I can't have that because I need you, Tim, more than you'll ever know.
Wow.
I think I'm going with Ninja and Hysteria. I think we're all three going Ninja and Hysteria. Yeah, I know. Typically, I'm like the guy to go with the other end.
Typically, I almost knocked over the boogie bomb.
But
That would have been good.
I think.
Can I hold that?
Please,
Oh, yeah,
by
absolutely.
all
Here you
means.
go, man.
Does it? What?
I'll turn the power break on. We got a
Oh,
little
yep.
power down there. It's
No
USB,
problem.
USB powered.
Yep.
But
Got it. Let's see here.
go ahead and turn that. Go ahead and turn that
Bam.
bad boy on. Get him the controller. Give him the
Bam.
controller. Let him turn it. Let's get
Comes
it
with
going.
lights, Legion.
What?
Was it Etsy? We went on Etsy, picked
Multiple?
these up. Etsy has like some of the best props, by the way, if you're looking to pick up anything whenever it
Ooh.
comes
Oh my
to
gosh, orange. Look, I'll do my own strobe.
Or not. I think it has like a sensor. You have to like pour it in a different
What happens if I
direction.
just like?
Oh, I have to dance. Oh, not gonna.
He was.
Oh,
we
geez.
almost got him to
Let's
do
get
it.
in the game.
We're
What
jumping
is
into the
this?
For the
game,
sake
ladies
of
and
Twitch,
gentlemen.
I did that for everyone else. I thought it wouldn't be best if I
Jeez.
danced. So.
Game couldn't come soon enough, boys. Ninja and Hysteria going against Thief and Typical Gamer. This is going to be a phenomenal matchup overall. Let me know in the chat what you guys are thinking overall. Who will take it? Like I said, I'm predicting a shifty drop from both teams.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, for the most part, fairly expected when it comes into both these squads. The thing is for Thief and Typical Gamer, we talked about their mirroring strategy. I know we were kind of like bringing that up. When it comes down to this matchup, if Thief and Typical have somewhat of an advantage, know that they are going to do their very best to really kind of hang on to that lead and do whatever it takes to close out a victory, especially versus a very talented team like Ninja and Hysteria. But it looks like here for Ninja and Hysteria, Typical shifty drop. For Thief and Typical, though, they're going the opposite side of that. They're heading east, and it looks like they could be going maybe along the lines of a Salty or a Retail Row.
Salty, yeah. Interesting. Okay, and they look like they're going for a hot drop. They're not even hitting the outskirts like we see.
And this is what
FaZe
I'm a little bit
typically
worried
do.
about,
Yeah,
man.
I'm worried
I'm
myself.
not worried about it at all. It's Thief. I mean, this guy's grind for the last 10 years in video games in general never quit, been on the stream grind all throughout Modern Warfare Remastered. You kind of started to see him reemerge there a little bit. Fortnite comes out. The guy comes out with a vengeance. We've seen them win our events before here for Friday Fortnite, and they're just dropping like it's hot. You know what I'm saying? Can he do the dance for us real quick with the little side hands? You know what I'm talking about? Like the steering wheel? The tidy? Oh, yeah. Hey. Taylor's obviously been going to the clubs and trying that out. Hashtag Tinder alert. Let's get it.
Speaking of which, go to the club, drop some Fortnite dances. You get all the ladies. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, because they all have little brothers or sisters that watch it, so they know the dance moves. They know
Not the route I was going, but hey, it is out there.
No, what I meant is they know the dances.
No, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, hey, I'm telling you, the club is the way to go. Do the loser dance when you're in there? Well, I don't know about that one.
Like,
That's
hey,
actually
my 12-year-old nephew knows this dance.
Can you imagine just like some very popular song comes on, Taylor's just doing the L dance? Like,
yep, you know I'm not picking up any ladies there. Yep. Yep.
oh my god.
Taylor, I didn't mean to trash talk.
Hey, totally cool, man. You know what? It's open game, open season here.
Dude, if I move too fast, I'd literally cause an earthquake. So don't feel bad about it at all. Okay.
I felt it vibrating when you're on your way
I almost
up
wrecked the car today. Snoop Dogg came on. I just started moving. The car almost flipped.
Snoop Dogg, best rapper out there. Saw him in concert. Phenomenal stuff.
Twice.
But hey, did you saw him
seen
twice?
him twice with Wiz Khalifa.
I seen him once. I saw him with.
Yeah, they had a vape off at the end of their.
Yeah, there's a game going on. Ninja Hysteria, it's a Thief Typical Gamer. Seeing a very slow start for Ninja Hysteria. No squads tend to drop over at Shifty, and that's going to force a rotation over to Tilted as they have to start getting to work. They know the frags are starting to stack against them as Thief and Typical Gamer are starting to sit at 3. As obviously we were worried a little bit about that. Well, you weren't worried, Legion. Me and Landon were worried about that hot drop over towards Bunker, but it seems to be beneficial in their favor as they are, in fact, blowing away buildings, blowing away the competition, and looking pretty good.
And one thing that's nice when we talk about Thief and Typical Gamer is actually the communication that they have. They obviously won a title back in week number 2, of course, being the victors of that particular tournament and whatnot. They kind of have a lot of chemistry when it comes down to each other. And along with having that chemistry comes along the fantastic communication that they already possessed even coming into being a duo for Friday Fortnite. Whenever I was watching Typical Gamer actually heading into week number 2, wasn't super familiar with him. I'd obviously watched a lot of his YouTube videos, but wasn't really sure when it comes down to a competitor how he would be. A fantastic communicator. You could argue probably a better communicator than player, which already in itself is very hard to imagine that being a thing. But these two guys, they're absolutely deadly. And whenever they're on their game, you could argue that they're almost unbeatable.
The first time I actually met Andre was at like a YouTuber creators meeting in Las Vegas back in 2014. This dude was on the come up in terms of viewership, subscribers. Next time I see him, it's at, I believe it was for Advanced Warfare. It was like a Call of Duty recording session for one of the early DLCs. Had no idea that he was as good at video games as he actually was, because I'd never seen him except for some of the comedic videos that he'd done. Does a lot of GTA content. Every game this guy touches, he's pretty good at, to be 100% honest with you. And to see him do so well in Fortnite just proves if you're good at other games, keep that type of communication in, and transitioning over from one title to the other is not necessarily impossible. So for anybody out there that's like, oh man, I can't play this game competitive, I haven't put enough time in yet, give it a try. Why not? Go for it.
Yeah, and plus this game is so new and still with the competitive circuit still, 6 months away roughly. I mean, there's a lot of time to kind of develop yourself as a Fortnite player. So there's a lot of potential to see a lot of come-ups here, especially with the not being franchised. The ability for you to come in as an individual and prove yourself overall is the way to go. And we've already seen it with Saturday Fortnite, with Friday Fortnite, of course, with Drama and Baldy coming in there now on Optic. We saw Tendons and Shaw Claude come in. Of course, I don't know if they got picked up by an organization, but at least they showed themselves to potential sponsors, to potential organizations out there. And it only takes at least one moment in the spotlight to kind of prove yourself and showcase your true skills to be picked up. But, I do want to talk and kind of set this up for the next game, because whoever wins this will have the potential to move on to play TSM, Myth, and Hamlinz, or potentially Pack-a-Punch and Almighty. But that is going to be a stacked matchup. You got to be thinking whoever wins this move on to potentially play TSM. That's going to be a huge testament to each other's team's skills. And obviously, we talked about a stacked bracket. But there it is.
Wow,
the Skybridge is going to go down. Maybe a Pop Rock. In the hands of his opponent coming in. But you're seeing some knocks happening on both sides. But Thief and Typical Gamer with this Dusty push seem to be making it work and making it work well.
And Thief, already a fantastic builder. You could argue the playground mode that was obviously recently added, making his overall building so much better, which is a very deadly combo along with his fantastic gun skill in total. But, man, we've been watching some insane build battles going off between pro players. I know a lot of the Fortnite community has had the option to finally get to watch their dream matchups, right? You know, your Myth versus Tfue, your, you know, different scenarios that are really out there. We got to watch over the last few days, which personally I was glued to watching a lot of the pro Fortnite players battle up against each other to see who was kind of leading for the most part. And Thief, a lot of the time, was winning a lot of these fights versus some top guys who we see in Friday Fortnite quite a bit of, you know, from week to week and whatnot. And obviously, when it comes down to your typical Joe, right, your random guy who's in Fortnite, when you're facing off against players like this, it's only going to make the player base of the game even better. The fact that you can practice building whenever you want to on Playground, it's going to raise the player base's overall, you know, skill.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue how much, but, like, building in this game is so influential. And the fact that you have a free mode to do that whenever you'd like, it's going to be great for the whole player base.
Yeah, I know. I was playing in Playground, and I was trying to practice on my builds myself to get that ramp, the new meta, where it used to be, you know, the ramp wall, now it's the ramp wall, floor.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the thing I was trying to practice, which is incredibly difficult once you try and do it yourself.
Insane.
So to watch these players do it consistently is hard. But as I say that, let's get back on track with the match. Hysteria is going to be extremely weak. Hopefully Ninja is going to be around, but actually no, Ninja's going to be at Pleasant, so Hysteria, he's all alone to try and pick this up. Of course, still being aggressive, coming in with that semi-sniper rifle coming out, trying to pick off the heads of his opponents there. This is a very, very dangerous situation. We see Ninja now trying to make his way over there, but of course he does have some distance to cover, and he's going to be in a fight himself. So a lot of potential here for Ninja and Hysteria to go down. If that happens, Thief and Typical Gamer, they already have the lead. It could get deadly.
It definitely could. Of course, right now, Ninja trying to find these kills and does find the knock. But like I said, Hysteria does get taken down, Legion.
Yeah, I mean, Hysteria gets knocked there, and that's just an unfortunate situation. One thing that I thought was interesting is he had 4 grenades, 4 explodes there in the pocket, did not use them. In that situation, it's kind of, you know, hey, maybe just chuck it off, try to bounce it off that side of that mountain, maybe knock their build down, just to try to buy some time. You saw Ninja get there. He literally needed to buy maybe 10 to 15 more seconds, but you're seeing him get dinked as well. Those 2 players were obviously experienced. They end up pushing Hysteria, and now you've got a 1v2, but of course Ninja just says good night, tucks him in, gives him a blanket and a teddy bear, a whole Snuggie outfit, actually.
Yeah.
And we're going to see if they're going to be able to bring him back up, or if Ninja's going to go ahead and push and try to go for these kills.
And how uncommon is this, Taylor, to see Ninja and Hysteria, one of them drop early? I mean, you could argue in last week this maybe never even happened, or at least like this is just so uncommon to see one of these guys drop. One of the best teams that's staying alive in all of Friday Fortnite, and with the Hysteria gone, thankfully for Ninja, he can sit on the fact that there is less than 20 frags available on the overall scheme of things. But still, that is very scary when you talk about a team like Typical Gamer and Thief. They are prior champions for a reason, a very dominant squad in past tournaments. It's great to see them back together, but Ninja desperately needs to stay alive. These kills are going to be huge when it comes down to map number 2. If they come into it with a deficit, it is not going to spell well for them, but constant knockdowns coming through from Ninja. His build goes away, and then the snipe nearly comes in, of course, trying to settle himself back on some builds because he has no more HP, gentlemen. He has no more health items or shields to settle himself back. It's going to be straight off of building or
Ninja.
other items off the ground. There goes 3, 8 frags in total for Ninja as he stays alive.
Yeah, and I was going to point, plus he finds a chug jug, not to mention, so that's going to help him out tremendously. But, you know, I was going to say, yeah, Hysteria drops, but Ninja, we've seen him in his streams in prior past. He's so used to solo squatting himself. So this really is just a normal playthrough that he's normally going to do anyway. So honestly, I have the utmost faith for him to come in. But still, you got to be thinking, Thief, Typical Gamer, both of them up. We're seeing Ninja, he's sitting at 8 respective kills, but so is Thief. He's in another engagement
Take a look at the zone placement.
You do see the zone placement. He's got a lot of ground to cover, but of course, Thief and Typical Gamer themselves do as well, but they're all spread apart. But Thief and Typical Gamer, in terms of RNG overall, they have found all of the engagements. You talk about that salty drop. They found so many engagements there. They also rotated through Dusty, found a lot of teams there as well, and now they're going to be at Loot Lake trying to find teams themselves. They have at least two squads in front of them, and it looks like they are looking to make good on their promise. They're going to be going in, just dinging shots left and right, but a good build battle happening here. Thief will get the high ground, drops down just a little bit, missing the player, finds him at the bottom, gets the knock with a great twitch shot coming in, getting the thirst and some much-needed resources to continue the fight with this squad straight ahead.
And they're actually all pretty far away from the circle as well. So finding that med kit's going to be definitely helpful, trying to make their way in. But, of course, a lot of action here around Loot Lake and that respective little RV campsite area. We were talking about this earlier on. You maybe see 1 or 2 squads have some sort of engagement, but you're looking at I believe, what is this, 4 or 5 squads now? We've seen both of these duos have to run through. Thieves with 10 kills, 7 out of typical. And this is that chemistry that we've been talking about. They do so well week by week because guess what? They've always got each other's back, respect each other's play style, and of course you're going to see TG in the back playing extremely smart. Right there, smart move as well. Doesn't shoot down his teammates' build, does try to get the other rear side of that, but of course builds up to it. Another kill, 19 total for both of them.
This is just phenomenal play coming through. You see the bait at some point coming in from TG, Thief playing very well along with like his build. The entire battle, there was like, what, 4 or 5 frag opportunities. They escape with every single one of them. Granted, they are a little bit close to the zone. Ninja pretty much was in the same situation. The issue with Ninja right now is that he was on the exact opposite side of the map to where the new zone's going to be. So all of those kills from Thief and Typical go unscathed, right? They're able to find all those frags while Ninja is just hardcore sprinting for the rest of this match. Thankfully, he's going to be in zone. He can kind of reevaluate the situation as it currently stands, but talk about what an open situation that it was right there from Thief and Typical Gamer to have so many free opportunities just because of having themselves well placed on the map.
Now you got to be thinking about game number 2. Ninja, even if he does pick up more frags, he's not going to be able to cover that deficit that he currently has. So he is going to be going in at a minor deficit, finding some players just up ahead. But Thief and Typical Gamer also probably going to be spotting them just shortly. But you got to be thinking now, does Ninja and Hysteria, typically they don't go into round number 2 with a deficit. So do they change up their strategy? Do they maybe go for a split? Do they land shifty once again? I don't think they'll split, but at least another shifty drop. Would it be possible? It's a very slow start. They've got to come in hot and heavy, so we could potentially see a hot drop, but it's, of course, going to be depending on at least these final frags. You do see Ninja getting some dink shots, but it looks like Thief will get the better end of the stick coming in and able to finish him off himself. We do see a knock, though, from Ninja, so they are going to trade back and forth, but with Thief and Typical Gamer leading the way, Ninja might not be able to pick up these last remaining frags.
Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate, really, for Ninja and Hysteria, because like you said, regarding landing zones, of course, we'll break it down a little bit further once the game comes up. But like, what do they really do? Like, what's the call from this squad? And like I said, right now, Ninja just trying to manage the deficit, kind of come into this one and find as many kills as he possibly can. And also a major question for me heading into game number 2 as well. Thief and Typical Gamer. This was a squad who was probably one of the most annoying teams to face off against when they had a lead. They were one of the first teams to literally hardcore mirror the opposition every single time. Regarding Ninja and Hysteria's play coming into this next match, do they play passive? Do they want to be more aggressive? Facing off against a team like Typical Gamer and Thief, they might force you to play more aggressive because if you play passively, they're going to be on your heels the entire time. So a lot of questions, I'm sure, in the back of the minds right now for Ninja and Hysteria, and have to be very, very careful. Most likely heard that trap being placed down. Ninja, though, from the skies, does manage to take down one, having that blue pump and that gold heavy in his arsenal. Thankfully, will be able to grab a little bit of that loot, but has to keep his mind headed forward, keep his eyes on the prize, because there's still a few more eliminations to go.
And look at the great play style from Thief and Typical Gamer. Thief in another engagement himself, but he's already sitting at 11 total frags, along with 11 down the bottom there for Typical Gamer. That is a 22 frag game between the two of them, and that is impressive to say the least. Of course, still trying to rack them up himself as Ninja is just trying to go into damage control at this point. Of course, only 1 frag remaining, or excuse me, 2 at this point. They're all going for it too, as they have seemed to spot him, and there it is. It looks like Ninja will pick up 1. Typical Gamer, though, will pick up the other, so they trade out back and forth. And with that being said, we see 12 frags for Ninja and Hysteria, and then a total of 24 for Typical Gamer and Thieves. 12 frag lead going into game number 2. That is a lot, and now you have to start questioning, where's the drop going to happen? We talked a little bit about it previously, but a split here wouldn't surprise me, but I don't see them going shifty at this point.
Yeah. I mean, just like Landon and I predicted, I mean, we knew that Thieves and Typical Gamer were going to come out on top there for game 1. Totally what we predicted. I mean, 12 kill deficit. What are you guys thinking here for the drop? My guess is that Ninja and Hysteria maybe go tilted. Why not? Maybe they drop there. Maybe they go somewhere like retail, depending on where the, obviously that bus is going to be headed. I want to see them hot drop. I want to see Ninja go off and get another 20 kills in the minigun, LMG, whatever.
LMG.
I'm all about it.
Oh, man, that'd be
the minigun's a shred cannon now as well, so it really doesn't matter. You can put a waffle in his hand.
If
beat you to death with an Eggo.
Eggos. The way to go is
Second,
an Eggo
you see what I did?
I see what
That's
you
2
did there,
times.
brother. Sponsorship incoming or what?
Hey. Please.
boy.
Eggo waffles, the best thing for breakfast.
And back to
Blueberry.
Stranger Things we go, right?
I'll tell you what.
But honestly, wouldn't surprise me now if we see that fatal drop that I've been talking about. We saw King Richard get it. He got 7 frags there. Of course, that's one of the Battle Pass objectives. Wouldn't surprise me. We see maybe Hysteria Ninja drop fatal, and then the other one potentially drop tilted. Could see that. That's what I'm kind of thinking. But I think for sure we might see a fatal drop here, which is something I would be excited about. Maybe even fatal, and then one goes salty, because that wouldn't be a bad objective, because one runs fatal and then meets up at salty with their opponent. But then again, of course, typical gamer Thief, they just went salty themselves. They came in it, and they ran it extremely well. But do we see another hot drop from them too? They went bunker house. Do they play it more passive? But like you said, the mirror strategy, there's so much possibilities here. It's absolutely insane.
We did not.
No, we did not. In fact, actually,
Not
Typical
all of
Gamer and
us
Thief was
predicts.
my prediction overall. I felt pressured by you two to pick Ninja and Hysteria.
So you picked Ninja and Hysteria.
I did.
We all
We all
picked
did.
Ninja and
It's
Hysteria.
true.
But it's game 1, so we don't know what's going to
It's a
happen
fun
for
fact. It
game 2.
has to be
However, you know, everybody's a winner in my heart. Okay.
Wow.
Great
Do you
to
see what I
say.
did there? I
That
just
was
sold
great.
out. I sold out. I pandered to the audience there. No big deal.
Ooh.
Also, I love watching Typical's YouTube sub count go up every single time that he's playing this game. They've already dropped. He's got a hunting rifle. I feel like that's the absolute worst. Just kidding, guys. They're in the pre-games. I just wanted to see if anybody would believe that for a second. But he wasn't. It was the pre-game lobby. I just wanted you to know that.
I appreciate that.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm just like very like zoned
looks-
into what exactly is the call from Ninja and Hysteria. So down 12 kills, they're going to go Greasy Grove. Normally this is not an ideal choice for them, but based on the bus's kind of
Yeah.
like overall location out the start, this is not a bad drop by any means. So what they're going to try to do is land in Greasy, quickly transition over to Shifty. Once from Shifty, either head to Salty Springs, you go to Tilt the Tower. So they kind of have their route set up. It's a matter of how many engagements are they going to get in. How fast can they transition there as well? And you're going to notice Thief and Typical Gamer not going to be on board with that. They're going to go on the outskirts of Salty Springs yet again, kind of going with a similar strategy. They're up by 12 kills. They don't have to play aggressive. They can kind of play this passive style, at least off the start. And from there, maybe later join alongside, maybe later mirror Ninja and Hysteria. But speaking alongside of Hysteria, quick shots coming forward, already very low on HP. Does the thirst come in? Hysteria by himself crawling over a hedge. And can Ninja be there to pick up his squad mate? And yes, he's going to be here. Goes for the knockdown, but there is a knock, right? There's got to be at least one more teammate alive. And talk about a very scary start for our defending champions. Already one of them down, and you see Ninja being very aware. Not a whole lot of mats to his side. Does he want to try to go for the immediate res, or does he want to try and find this kill as fast as he possibly can? Hysteria still well on HP regarding his down. It's still good for maybe, the next minute or so to stay alive. And it looks like this player is actually dancing in the hot tub. What in the world was that?
Taking a little flip flash bath.
Oh my God.
He's just in there having a good old time.
Because obviously we can't hear what's going on. You can imagine Ninja hears that emote. He's probably thinking, okay, this is a really good player. He's trying to bait me out. Little does he know there is literally a random player doing the worm in a bathtub.
There's a legitimate dolphin just in there hanging out.
Welcome to Friday Fortnite. Most
my
interesting
God.
thing I think I've seen by far out of all the 9 weeks that we've been doing this. But that works out in Ninja's favor. He's able to save his teammate Hysteria, and they're going to continue chipping away at that deficit. Now, with the salty drop from Thief and Typical Gamer, you'd expect them to at least find a couple of frags. But based on the bus's trajectory, they have not found any teams just yet, leading Ninja and Hysteria to kind of still run their way through Greasy Grove. Of course, that was directly in the path of the bus. And then also to Greasy, not too far off the Shifty drop that they typically make. So they're still feeling very familiar with the area, very familiar with the overall strategy, and they can kind of implement what they have been doing and kind of mirror what they've been doing to kind of progress throughout our Friday Fortnite brackets. But with that being said, still a lot of work to be done, and the frags are dwindling away now. So we'll see. Can the comeback happen? They were down 12 coming into this. Now they're only down 8. So it's very possible.
Oh, Ninja had to be very careful. Gets
Wow,
low
did
on
you
HP.
see that crouch play?
There's
He
some,
dodged that shotgun bullet. I need to utilize that on my own gameplay. That's a smart move. He had the misbuild, and then he takes the first shot and then ends up dipping underneath the second one on some Matrix-style stuff. So
There's going to be quite a few Switch players.
where's that emote?
There's going to be quite a few Switch players who see you literally just kind of prone and how is that in the game? How do you do that?
You can go prone? There's sound?
that
Whoa!
player
Harry
just jumped-
Potter on the other team.
All right.
Coming
Nice
in
ping, buddy.
7 kills. Now only down by 5. I think this was a smart play, Taylor. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, I think it definitely was too. Kind of question Greasy, but based upon the bus, you had to be thinking there's going to be a lot of players Greasy, and obviously there has been, as they have wiped out 2 total squads at this point and still more to come. But, of course, where do they rotate from here? Do they go shifty, maybe hit up tilted? It's going to slow down for them quite a bit, so a lot of work still remains as Thief and Typical Gamer have now worked their way out of Salty. They're going to be on to Dusty and pushing ever forward for whatever lays ahead of them. But still, a lot of ground they can cover themselves, and they're just on the outside of that circle, so they'll be able to play the gatekeeper role and maybe able to find quite a few teams pushing in from the Storm.
But very aggressive play actually coming through from Thief, as he's going to be constantly challenging players inside of Dusty Divot. We're kind of speaking on the factor, speaking on the topic of aggressiveness as we see right now being shown from Thief. Right now from Ninja and Hysteria, they play passively off the start, and they're going to be up to, what, 8, 9 eliminations already? I love this play from them. Of course, we talked about the hot drop coming in from, obviously, here in Greasy Grove. Like I said, we were kind of unexpected what exactly would come from it. But still, you didn't see them land Tilted Towers. You didn't see them land Pleasant Park. You didn't see them land an immediate, hot zone drop. They kind of played their game, played aggressive, but kind of were in the medium. They weren't necessarily playing super over-aggressive, but they weren't playing the most passive style possible. I love this drop for them. I think they played this very, very well. And it's what you come to expect from a team who has literally played so well, placing a guaranteed top 4 and back-to-back tournaments. First last week, and overall, this is a team who, if they were down, in the midst of needing to make a comeback, this is a squad who absolutely can do it. And like I said, they know the game plan. They have the blueprint on how to make this comeback happen, and they're executing it on it right now.
What sensitivity do you think Thief plays on?
46.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If this is a controller, he's playing on a 6,000 because I'm watching him tap those trees and then immediately be back on target. But I guess once the animation connects, it doesn't matter at that point. You can just turn it and keep your eyes on the prize here. But interesting play. Once again, we're going to be seeing them zoning, which is something I feel like Thief and Typical Gamer do so well, is just play that outside of the circle. Of course, they know Ninja and Hysteria on the other side of the map. They're going to make their way into Loot Lake, just see if there's any snacks down there to have. If he hits a no-scope here, I'm leaving the venue.
I don't think he's going to hit it just yet, but it's quite possible as he continues to aggressively push forward to this player, and he does get the knock. It wasn't a no-scope, so of course we'll have Legion still staying in the venue.
That's right.
Luckily for us, because a duo cast is a lot tougher than a third three-person cast, but still with the aggression, he finally gets that elimination. But as you see, though, Ninja has been zoning these players down below with the zoom, as Hysteria is going to be pushing in from the back, as well as frags all around as they are wiping this lobby clean. But of course, though, with Thief and Typical Gamer finding frags themselves, they're going to be matching pound for pound what Ninja and Hysteria is throwing down. And because of that, there's still going to be a 5 frag deficit for Ninja and Hysteria, even though they are picking up these squads. So a great battle back and forth.
Yeah, they just destroyed this entire party that was happening in this bedroom. They just totally made their presence felt. They destroy everything in their path. And like I said, they're up to, what, 12 kills in total after going Greasy Grove and Shifty Shafts. 12 frags? That is absolutely absurd. That is fantastic call coming in from Ninja and Hysteria. We talked about these guys together, being a duo in the past, having a lot of that chemistry forward. The call, whoever it was made by, fantastic one, and they executed on the plan very, very well. And now we're looking at the play coming from Thief the Typical Gamer. They go Salty Springs. They've gone Dusty Divot now into Loot Lake. They're only up to 6. Granted, they do have a massive lead heading into this game, which you can't target by any means. But hey, there's still constant eliminations coming through, as we just see one yet again coming there from Hysteria. They are just lighting everyone up.
Have we seen an abundance of scoped ARs and thermals today, or is it just me? Because I feel like we've seen more of them than I've seen in quite a while. But Thief taking a massive amount of fall damage does get falconed on and knocked. It's going to be super unfortunate for them, as they do need to continue to close this gap. I do believe they still have a minor lead, but of course,
he's getting thirsted.
6-12, he's going to be taken out here, as that circle's also going to be becoming so unfortunate. Thief now in a 1v, I believe, there's 2 or 3 left on that squad. They're in a gunfight with Ninja and Hysteria, looking pretty good here with 13 kills, still 30 engagements left in this game. Of course, with that storm closing, things are getting a little sticky out here, Landon.
And Typical Gamer is also weak himself, and he only has minis. With the storm pushing in very aggressively, we could see him drop, and actually he is in fact going to drop. You'll see it on the screen to your left that we just saw. He does drop, but I think the storm got the better of him, and yes, in fact it does. It's just ticking away as he tries to go for a last-ditch effort to pick up this kill. Does he get the thirst? No, he doesn't, unfortunately. Yes, there it is. That player finally dropped, so he's going to finish off. Now, this is what Ninja and Hysteria wanted. This is their opportunity now to make this comeback possible, and still plenty of frags remaining for them to do so, to move on in this tournament, as we see another knock coming in, and Ninja's possession pushing towards Tilted. We could definitely see Typical Gamer and Thief move into the losers bracket at this point, but still a lot of work to be done. RPG's moving in. Ninja trying to take out this player straight ahead. He's going to opt to go ahead and build and get quite aggressive as Hysteria laying down fire with the Zoom in the back, allowing Ninja to go in and get the knock with the shotgun. Now progressing over to the left as we see Hysteria now getting into a team fight of his own. Ninja will come down from the side to try and zoom down on him as they switch roles. As now Hysteria is going to be the one pushing forward progressively with the shotgun himself. And I love, like you said, I love that play. Both of them switching roles. We saw Hysteria laying down a suppressive fire, now Ninja doing the same, and that's what makes this duo so dynamic and works so well.
Look at the swap back. You're going to see Hysteria jump right back into it, and this is that veteran gameplay, not only just skill-wise here, but communication. You see how well they're playing off of each other. A lot of the times you'll see some of the younger guys panic. They'll try to resolve too much of their own fight instead of focusing on their teammate. But as you can see, they keep each other alive, which is going to be so important because every frag at this point matters. They've got no competition left except themselves to be beaten. Of course, you're going to see Hysteria get taken out, which is why I should just stop talking, Taylor.
Oh,
no, the caster
He's
curse.
gone. Oh, my goodness, and now it all remains on Ninja. Of course, we're going to get a score update as fast as we can for you guys to see exactly how many kills are left and whether or not Ninja can even stay alive. That's the question to be asking currently. So many players in front of him. Could Thief and Typical Gamer get blessed? And as Ninja falls, that should be Thief and Typical Gamer who are literally out. They're down for the count. And it looks like they will be moving forward. Ninja and Hysteria, welcome to the losers bracket as all 4 players drop, and there were still 20 players alive. How often does that happen? Oh, my gosh.
That was like, what, 5 or 6 teams, 5 or 6 squads pitching that one position?
Yeah.
I mean, you're in that situation. And, of course, the one guy that you're dealing with isn't
they
somebody
were
that
so
doesn't know the
close.
buttons. You know, that guy in the bottom had that window build anyways. Ninja gets a nasty shot off. I think it was 86 damage with that heavy. Manages to just get waylaid from the side by another squad that was putting shots on him. And, man, that was such a good effort from them, though. Them and Hysteria, both of them just playing off of each other so well. But, unfortunately, they got waylaid. You got 1, 2, 3, fine. 4 squads come in. You're running into an impossible scenario.
Like, the entirety of what Ninja and Hysteria accomplished in Game 1, they had already basically found that many kills and then 2 more. But there were still, like, plenty of players still alive. Like, the amount that they accomplished heading into Game 2, landing greasy, going shifty, transitioning forward, like, the amount of kills that they were racking up, that was absolutely doable. Like, if Hysteria stays alive, even if Ninja stays alive, he finds those two frags, kind of moves his way throughout the map, that's absolutely doable for them to close out this game and kind of move forward. That is just so unfortunate that we see first Typical Gamer and Thief fall. Then we saw some fantastic plays coming through, kind of switching up the scoped rifle to the kind of fast-paced player, the support, and the aggressor kind of switching back and forth, which only gives even more credit to how overall the versatility of this duo, really the capability that they have is absolutely unreal. We saw some amazing plays coming out. Man, there are some talented players in Fortnite right now, man. Especially, well, what time is it? It's almost like maybe school's getting out. Some kids are playing hooky day on Friday.
Weddings are getting on right now.
That's right. Well, it's certain
not
areas,
even,
right?
It's all year round, you know? Some of those
true.
private schools, sorry, don't get a summer. But you'll hop on when you get off. I'm telling you, the lobbies get a little sweatier as the night goes. I'm just going to throw it out there.
They absolutely do.
Actually, somebody built up on me when I was playing on the Switch the other night. It was about 1 a.m.
Wow.
I was scared. There's a ramp, and then it was a wall, and I thought to myself, we found somebody that might have headphones in, and I got real nervous.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the bracket and see if Myth and them moved on. I'm gonna kind of curious, and of course we're trying to get into the next matches of right now, and who knows where that which match that's going to be. But of course, a lot of great ones still to come. As got a little update here. Vikkstar and Tinny did in fact beat TBNRfrags and TBNRkenny.
Okay.
They went on to play Daequan and CaMiLLs, where Daequan and CaMiLLs actually won that, and they have moved on themselves, and they will be facing off against the winner of the match between FaZe and LOLiTO, as well as Svennoss. Whoever wins that will move on to play Daequan and CaMiLLs. But Daequan and CaMiLLs making a much better run than we've seen them do in previous past, and of course I put them on my power rankings, and I've wanted to see them succeed. I know they have the potential to do so, but they still have a lot of ground to cover, at least in terms of Friday Fortnite, and it looks like they are doing so right now. Of course, though, Typical Gamer and Thief move on, but still yet to be decided is who is going to move on from that TSM matchup between Pack-a-Punch and Almighty. We don't know who the winner of that one is just yet, and that's the match that we're currently trying to get into to decide who will move on to play Typical Gamer and Thief in our semi-final round and winners. But of course, moving down to the losers, let's see who has in fact been eliminated. It looks like Dr. Lupo and TimTheTatMan are out of the tournament. They were defeated by the men of
another build.
They were defeated by the men of Sypher and 100T Sir D, which of course we were excited to see them.
Dimitri, hey,
Yes.
that's my guy.
Of course, they will now be playing against Dr. Disrespect and Krafty moving forward. King Richard, Aimbotcalvin still in it, as well as Nadeshot. Looks like he was able to calm those shaky shots down with attack and come in and continue progressing his way through the losers bracket. And still a lot of great matches to come. Of course, whoever wins these will be moving on to play Vikkstar and Tinny and Ninja and Hysteria. A lot of good stuff happening. I know, talked for a little bit, having your moment there, but of course now it's time to get right back into the action. I believe we're coming into game number 2. We'll get a score update for you. But Myth and Hamlinz will be playing against Pack-a-Puncher and Almighty. Now, of course, I set this up. Whoever wins this will move on to play Typical Gamer and Thief.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting game. I'm not sure if we're heading into game 1 or game 2. Of course, we'll be figuring all that stuff out, but I'm not exactly sure. What is the clothing that Myth is rocking right now? I can't tell if that's a fashion statement or if he just actually just woke up. I can't really tell exactly.
It looks like little Twitch logos on there.
It might
could
be
wrong.
but it also could be a onesie.
I can't tell. First of all, onesies are completely underrated. You get the warmth and comfort all in one go. It's like a Snuggie, but not called a Snuggie. So game 2, though, Myth and Hamlinz versus Pack-a-Puncher, AlmightySneaky. And it looks like they're going to be dropping hot here, taking out a player already. When you got the cat backwards, you know it's about to go down. Unfortunately, no action yet here from the side of Myth and Hamlinz, a.k.a. Sleeves. I'm excited to see how far up that right sleeve goes before the end of the match today. It actually might. The shirt might just come off by itself. It's actually one of those wizard shirts. Available for sale here.
I'm sure a lot of people would definitely enjoy that, especially if you guys are fans of TSM. Him taking off the shirt would kind of fall into the play of how they stream and just how they talk overall.
What do you mean?
They get kind of crazy in their streams. I like, what do you mean, brother? But, of course, they are, in fact, going to find their first victims. It looks like they do get a knock and a total kill as Hamlinz is going to pick them off. Retail is the place they decided to go. But over here on Crate seems to be very fruitful, as we're going to see Pack-a-Punch and Almighty picking up 3 total frags themselves.
Now, I've seen some of the players looking down. Do some people actually have their monitors like underneath them while they game, or like lower than normal like eyesight, or is that?
I don't know.
Is that abnormal? I just feel like it's abnormal. We were watching one of the players earlier. I think it was. Oh man, I can't remember, but he looked like he was literally looking at the ground the whole time while he was playing. So.
maybe he's playing with his phone.
Hey, listen, maybe he's on a mobile.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, I dropped 60 the other day on mobile. It's pretty legit. Won like 10 grand, no big deal. But
that'd actually be pretty awesome.
You gotta love the fact that Myth just comes into this as a detective.
Yep.
I mean, let's just shout that out for example. I mean, we've been talking.
One of Landon's favorite skins, actually.
Is that your favorite skin?
Not my favorite, but it's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
I feel like
Big
he's going
fan.
to tell me I did something wrong, like in that suit. Like he's going to come up to me in the middle of the game. We're going to have like a
Give you a
conversation
citation
of some
or
sort.
something,
Yeah,
maybe?
like a citation.
It's
parked
because
illegally.
of that I think we're moving into like kind of like a 50s style. That's
I
what
like
think
it.
we're moving. I do too.
Like an
I
LA
think we
Noir style game. I would love that.
I love that game so much. That's probably why I like that skin so much, to be frank with you. Like the LA Noir, for those who played it, graphics back in the day were so legendary.
I want you to be yourself, not frank with me.
Oh, okay.
Landon.
I appreciate that.
16-17 is going to be the score, as Pack-a-Punch and AlmightySneaky actually will be leading the way by 1 frag. But, of course, given that, we do see Myth picking up a kill himself, and that will put them all tied up at this point, but very close, which showing obviously Pack-a-Punch and Almighty landing the crates. Maybe they did that before. Now, crates, that was an area we saw FaZe liking to go, at least in the beginning of our Friday Fortnite tournaments. Their rotations from that seemed to be very pristine at that point, but overall, maybe that's what we're seeing, a comeback of sorts when it comes to crates overall. Of course, they can push into Dusty and maybe make that cutoff, as we'll see. Myth and Hamlinz, they're probably going to be rotating over to Dusty themselves. With Pack-a-Punch and Almighty already being there, they'll be able to clean the area up. And Almighty has found himself a loot llama, boys.
Oh, llamas in chat, please. Really appreciate
All the llamas.
the support. If we can get some llamas.
Check out the subscription button there as well if you'd like a little piece of that pinata.
Absolutely.
Speaking of subscription, have you heard of something called Prime?
I'm actually uncertain.
I'm probably ready to hear about it.
What Twitch Prime? I think Twitch Prime is something along the lines of if you have Amazon Prime, you can actually subscribe.
Yeah.
To like your favorite streamer or broadcast for free monthly. So,
Wow.
That was the very most monotone way to
I mean, I'm thinking, if
Thinking
you wanted
maybe,
a pinata,
you could just kind of
it's all in it. All that candy.
In it to win it.
And
First of all, who doesn't like candy in general? I
That
wish
is
this
true.
game would shoot out candy as well. That should be something in the pinata.
Well, they did that at Easter.
They did, the pinata gave candy out?
Well, no, not the pinata, but the Easter bomb?
What if it was like healing that came out of the pinata? It was just steamed out of the llama.
I wouldn't say that the eggs were candy. Those are actually explosives, so wouldn't recommend eating those.
Yeah, last time I had a hand
Pop
grenade,
rocks.
it was
You ever had those? You put Pop Rocks and Coke in
Oh
your
my
mouth,
goodness.
And trust me, it gets crazy,
One
but
kill
one
difference.
kill difference.
Look at that
How did we
transition.
get here? I just want to point that
Like I said, when Legion's
Talking about
here,
Pop Rocks
when Legion's here, I never know where we're going with it. We just go with it, man,
Never
and it just
knowing
takes
where we're going.
GG. That's it.
Shout out to Willy Wonka.
I was going to say, I don't know if
More
that was
which way the river's flowing. Anyways, 3 kills out of your boys
Oh,
over there. Down by 1 here. Pack-a-Puncher and AlmightySneaky really trying to show off. I believe this is their first Friday Fortnite tournament together? Or were they here last week?
I've seen at least one. I think Pack-a-Puncher's been in a few of our tournaments. I remember hearing about AlmightySneaky a tad bit, but I'm not super familiar with their play. One thing to note, though, is that they're actually both on console, so that's pretty impressive, the fact that they're already hanging with Myth and Hamlinz, but also the fact that they are literally leading this game right now. However, for Myth, very, very close quarter situation, drops down to a very low HP margin, but has to reassess the situation as the pump shot in his back pocket, and it looks like he could be aggressing now with the high ground in his favor, but goes back, gets the shot down, and thankfully will grab this knockdown that actually was stolen away from Pack-a-Puncher. Who's at the top of this mountain.
Exactly. You notice both teams did, in fact, meet up, which means the kills are going to be thirsted from either which side as they're going to be fighting it out, trying to steal kills, trying to steal loot from each other, as that's the name of the game, as the frags are so incredibly close. It's getting down to the nitty-gritty between the two of them. And they will, in fact, be mirroring each other. Of course, we'll probably see a split later on down the road between the two. Probably 1 and 1 will be staying together. But at this point, the lobby is going to get wiped, and God bless everyone who runs into their path.
That was just a funny transition in general, Taylor. But let's show some love to the controller guys. If we're Pack-a-Puncher, AlmightySneaky, both rocking the PlayStation controllers. And one of the things that I've seen, it seems like for them to be able to keep up with PC building is playing on almost as fast of a sensitivity as possible, which is pretty much what you're seeing from Pack-a-Puncher. It doesn't really look like he's building on anything but a mouse and a keyboard, but in fact, he is using a controller, which is pretty exciting for me as a fellow console player. I'm either rocking out on pretty much all 3 of them. Unfortunately, it's not available on the Wii U yet, even though I wouldn't want to play it there anyways, but I got it on the Switch, so you already know. Pro Controller Gang, hashtag Pro Controller Gang down there in the chat. And one of the funnest things actually is to do cross-platform between PC and Switch, because I just get absolutely obliterated. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, 20-18, very, very close overall, as they're going to be pushing away from Dusty on their way towards just on the outside of Tilted Towers, at least for one of them, as they're going to be crossing that river, and the others are just going to be stuck between that split mountain between them. Very slow so far. Still plenty of frags remaining. We're seeing a total of 30 engagements still to be had between all of them, as it's really going to come down to the wire, but a very slow game overall between both of them.
Are we should all talk. I think I might have set off the golf voices.
Well, I do say, Landon, it's going to be some great plays here out of Pack-a-Puncher.
Looks like
Sneaky
he does
is
have
there.
the assault rifle in his back pocket.
Taking their sweet
Makes
time.
his way down the mountain. Oh, beautiful, beautiful transition down
beautiful
the
transition. The clouds are full and bound here. They're going to make their way into the eastern side of Flute and bottom half of Tilted, trying to find that underground area. And, yep.
Rightly so.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first ASMR cast of Fortnite history.
Geez.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We really appreciate the support.
ASMR. Jeez.
That's what we're here for, Taylor.
Talk about
We're here to take it off. Not a lot of action going on this game here. 6 kills total up from Myth and Hamlinz. Of course, they're just searching for players all dressed up like Landon's favorite here, 1950s detective from L.A. Just trying to
It's actually my skin.
having a good time. It's his skin legally. He owns the rights to it.
I do.
It's like I now
top hat's pretty
own the
sick as
rights to my own skin.
I wish that it'd be kind
Just
of
a
cool
beer-bellied man.
to really make the customization in Fortnite even better if like they included like hats or like I don't know, like helmets or something like that to like where like in each skin, like for example you could have the the Skull Trooper, you could literally have like his little like outfit for your head, then you could have maybe even the detective's body. That'd be kind of awkward, but it would be cool at the same time. Customization is in full force. I think it'd be cool to maybe even add on toward it.
Take my money now, please. I would definitely be buying every single thing in the shop.
Taylor
As I
had to
already
mortgage
did.
his home. Just to pay for
I
skins
did
this year.
actually, and I think it was worth it. To be honest with you, I have the most phenomenal skins out
Taylor
there.
actually
Even though
lives on this couch.
I do,
funny
Yeah.
enough,
I do actually. So
I
just
apologize in advance.
My
for my
blankets and pillows are just right behind
part of
that.
the
I had to move
couch
those
having
away.
a sweat stain when I stand up.
Yeah,
It's from my back. Not my
Glad
crack.
we clarified that.
Just want you to know that. Leather seats in general are risky as a larger man. I don't know if anybody else at home has experienced it. Or sitting on concrete in gym shorts. It's just like a whole,
It
like,
hurts.
it's like you painted
You
with
painted.
sweat.
It's like whenever you leave, Picasso was just here, I swear.
Yeah. I'm actually the Pablo Picasso of sweat paint. A lot of people don't know that. I was on Ripley's.
Oh my gosh.
So
If we actually could see, I apologize for just not at all acknowledging what just happened. But if we could actually see a scoreboard soon, I'm very curious to see like where exactly this game is at right now, because it's got to be neck and neck with what 23 players alive
changed
for the time being. It looks like elimination actually coming through from Myth as he's trying to get his way in towards Salty Springs. One thing that was noticeable from TSM is that they actually didn't decide to head into Tilted Towers. They actually allowed Pack-a-Puncher and Co. to make their way in through there. Didn't want to try to contest for any of those fights. They made their way all the way back towards Salty Springs. We'll see if it works out for them here, Taylor, as right now the build's coming forward. It looks like on the backside is one, and this should be an elimination coming forward. And just like that, there goes player 483 as he's back in the loading screen and ready to probably buy some more skins in the item shop.
Yeah, I think pushing to Salty was honestly a smart play at this point. Yeah, they're not playing that gatekeeper role, but they're also going to be inside that circle once it collapses down when the Storm is able to get in. And, of course, this has been a very slow game overall. We see the last remaining frag still remaining here. But overall, still, though, it's been pretty slow. So pushing into the circle, I don't disagree. And obviously it's working for TSM at this point as they are now mowing the players down as they're finding all of these guys trying to get in from the Storm.
Common
with a silenced
sub.
Yes, and that's the thing I wanted to talk about a little bit earlier was their inventories overall. You notice he's rocking the double silent subs along with a regular purple tactical sub plus as well as a shotgun, and that's going to be Hamlinz, which that is a very untypical style of play, but you know we talk about it where the meta's at right now. It's a little bit everywhere. But I like that.
Goodness, Myth is just literally destroying everyone with his building skills. What he does in that last play is hilarious, right? Regarding like what the other player's probably thinking at that moment. Essentially what he's doing is the guy is right above him. He realizes that man has height advantage. So what he does in that situation is actually AlmightySneaky is in very, very close quarter situation. Thankfully stays alive. And only for the time being, though, only down to what, 12, 13 HP. Not much. The screen's far away. Apologies, can't see. I'm not just blind. But it looks like Sneaky does have to try to back up and reevaluate the situation, try to get some meds back on board. But we talk about the playground, what it adds to even some competitive players, their overall ability to dominate games now. Because the practice that they have the ability to get in that play. Myth ends up putting a pyramid to block that player's overall build. From there, he has nothing. He has no idea what to do. Myth was literally challenging players, using the pyramid, editing it to get a little bit of a height advantage in certain situations, while there was literally a guy behind him. What Myth is doing is that he was literally just kind of distracting that guy, putting walls down. That guy was trying to get through it while he was transitioning his fire toward a different person. Fantastic play from Myth, of course, in conjunction with the factor of him using the bounce trap to get into another fight. Myth is just absolutely unreal. He's finishing off with 10 kills right now. Still a lot of engagements to come, and he is without question the reason why TSM has the lead of 8 kills.
Definitely so, and obviously, like I talked about, that circle collapsing down, it collapsed just around Salty, so pushing in seems to be the smartest play, and that allows Myth to be able to kind of push outside of the circle just a little bit to kind of play that gatekeeper role themselves, as they'll be switching roles. As we're going to see Pack-a-Puncher and Almighty, though, they'll be on just the outside as well by Dusty just on the outside of that. So they're going to be on complete opposite ends. But who's going to be with them? I believe that was that Hamlinz, who's just sticking around him as well, trying to monitor those kills, while Hamlinz will, in fact, find a fight himself, choosing to build up, going to edit out to go for the attack as well. But he is, in fact, going to be dropped, as now he's got to play this very smart. He is going to build up. Great building overall, but not able to spot anybody just yet. But Pack-a-Punch and Almighty, though, looks like they're going to try and find the kills themselves. Wow. But Hamlinz is going to react. He's going to find one player. The other player's in front. He gets one elimination, but I do believe that was Sneaky who came down and picked up 2 of them.
I actually think it was Myth from afar who actually helps out his teammate Hamlinz secure that victory. I think they actually used some solid teamwork potentially in that situation. Obviously, all players are kind of near each other. Coming down to the wire is this matchup. But regarding the game, at the moment, we'll see exactly what does take place. Looks like nice shot coming from Sneaky in that very close range. His kills are starting to look very, very scarce. They are finding a few ones here and there. But can Sneaky and Pack-a-Puncher literally find every single kill remaining just to keep this game even?
Yeah, rightly so. Myth is, in fact, going to be firing out at the end there, as he is, in fact, going to pick up a frag himself as we look at 3 players remaining. And Hamlinz finds yet another one. And with that, I do believe that is going to seal the victory for the TSM boys, as we see GG TSM will be moving on to play Typical Gamer and Thief in the next round for our semifinal match. Of course, that's going to be a very interesting one, in fact, given two different play styles, as TSM tend to like those hot drops over at Salty, and the Typical Gamer and Thief are going to be the guys who are going to be playing that outskirts. But then again, we saw them drop Salty themselves, so maybe we'll see a mirror strategy between the two. But who will move on? I have no clue.
That was one of the fastest last 16 player demolishings I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, they all collapsed. You had multiple squads that were just sitting in that house area. You just see Myth with these build plays. Hamlinz drops 2 of the submachine guns, finds a purple scar, and they're just spiraling, taking out both the squads up there. And at that point, when you're Pack-a-Puncher and Sneaky, I mean, you were just probably 100, 200 meters out before you could get into that action. They've already cleaned up all those squads that were remaining right at the end. I'm jealous of your skills. I'll just say it.
And it looks like we will, in fact, be moving into the next game soon. As not too sure who we'll be having on our screen, but of course it's going to be a good one nonetheless. Might even be another semi-final match, but I'm going to go ahead and bring up the bracket for you guys. And is there any teams that you're kind of curious about to see if they moved in or moved out?
How's HD Nickmercs doing, man? Of course, we hopped on board with them early. They lost and got knocked down in the losers bracket. I know that was a really hype team for a lot of people.
Losers?
Yeah, we got Courage as well down in the losers bracket. We got a lot of teams down there. And they're barely hanging on. They could be facing off against each other for all we know.
Courage right now is going against TBNRfrags and Kenny, so whoever wins that will be moving on to play OPSCT and Tennpo. And then looking at High Distortion Nickmercs, they're now playing NoahJ and Avxry.
Ooh, that's going to be a good matchup. That's a classic Friday Fortnite
100%.
matchup.
And by the way, whoever wins that will, in fact, might be potentially facing off against Karma and Gotaga, which is a match that we wanted. Gotaga, which is a match that we wanted to see overall. But could be definitely one that we need to hop on board with depending on how we do. But, of course, moving up to the top, we will, in fact, see FaZe go against Daequan CaMiLLs. That will be coming to fruition, which I believe that is the game that we are looking to move in on now.
Oh, surprise,
this
surprise.
Is the match, boys.
And I do believe, boys, this is game number 1.
Oh, I am excited. I am ready. And it looks like both teams, actually, going to be making their way to Salty Springs. One noticeable strategy, though, is the factor of Daequan CaMiLLs literally heading right inside of Salty while Tfue and Cloak are on the outskirts. So when it comes down to this, Daequan CaMiLLs, they're kind of countering the strategy coming in from FaZe. The reason why Tfue and Cloak are hanging on the outskirts is to try to gain a little bit of that utility and then heading for the fight. They don't want to risk, essentially, their lives at the beginning of this match. But for Daequan CaMiLLs, right, they're putting it all on the line. They want to try to get this lead going early and counter the strat coming in from FaZe. I love to see it off the break, as this team desperately needs to get a decent lead going, because if we know anything about FaZe, right, they're a very good transition game. They know a lot about getting those transition, those rotating kills. A very solid squad through and throughout.
Definitely so, but Daequan and CaMiLLs cutting them off could be very interesting. They're also getting a lot of that loot that typically FaZe would get whenever they get the kills coming down from that hill. So I think overall it's going to come down to the rotation, and we'll see how that is going to pan in FaZe's favor. But already, CaMiLLs hopping in on the action, taking a lot of damage. He chooses to build a 1x1 to get up, but as you see that, it is in fact going to be Tfue taking a kill from the top of that hilltop. CaMiLLs will split with him and pick up one himself. But obviously, Tfue gets better in the stick, sitting at 2, but so is Daequan and CaMiLLs, as they're just going to be fighting it out. And I absolutely expect both of these teams to stick together throughout the match.
Daequan's actually one of my favorite players to watch in general. And every one of these Friday Fortnite events that we have, I feel like he does extremely well with whatever teammate he's playing with. But, of course, it's good to see him actually back with CaMiLLs. And, of course, I mean, he's dressed for wintertime over there right now. I'm also dressed for wintertime. I see there's a bonding thing there between Daequan and I that I just feel like, you know, it just can't be broken, Landon. I don't want to take away from what either of we have together here on the
I figured it might happen eventually.
But, you know, it's not a big deal, though. Now, this is game 1, correct, going into this matchup, which this is the semifinals? Is that what you said?
This is the semifinals, yep. Whoever wins this will move on to the winners finals, and we'll get to see who will be moving into the grand final. So this is a big round between both of these teams. Of course, though, going against a powerhouse team such as FaZe, your backs are already against the wall, and we see FaZe racking up kills left and right, sitting a total of 4-2 now, as Tfue and Cloakzy, they came in. They obviously had a hard counter to their salty push. That was Daequan and CaMiLLs, as they went full-blown into Bunker House. But with that being said, FaZe now will counter the attack from Daequan and CaMiLLs, as they are now in Dusty before Daequan and CaMiLLs can get there themselves. So it's going to be a battle between the two of who can rotate faster.
And I believe when it comes down to both of these teams, kind of like their history with facing off against each other, they actually found themselves both in the grand finals back on, I think it was like week 6 or maybe like week 4, week 5, something on those lines. Basically, we saw a fantastic tournament come through from Daequan and CaMiLLs. It was actually their very first tournament as a duo together, and they actually saw FaZe in the grand finals. Unfortunately, though, they ended up losing and closing up that tournament, but actually getting really quick into the gameplay. Cloakzy is down for the count, and here comes the play coming in from Tfue, rocks up the pyramid, goes for the edit. That's a fantastic little cancel that totally distracts that player from having any opportunity to build, but there's still opportunities, there's still players alive, gets the official knockdown along with the eliminations, and beautiful play coming in from Tfue. I want to point out, puts down that pyramid, basically allows the enemy to no longer build. Once that player realizes he can no longer build, Tfue goes for the edit and then goes for the challenge. That's how you learn. That's what he's learning in Playground each and every week. Every pro player, everyone who's practicing in this game is only getting better day by day with Playground added.
And it's so interesting to see how building in general has evolved with these edit plays. We've seen something new in addition every week. And, of course, with these meta changes where you've got so many different guns being so viable, I think that's what makes Fortnite so interesting, is that it's an ever-evolving game. Things change so frequently. Things go back to being popular. Double pump might come back. We're seeing these submachine guns obviously being so extremely effective. It's just one of those games where every time you tune in, there might be something different. So don't sleep on it. Don't sleep on Friday Fortnite.
No, absolutely not. And, of course, you got to even talk about the landing spots that we see developing throughout Friday Fortnites, too, when it comes to hot drops, to passive drops. Now, as we're seeing, it just keeps developing left and right between the two, as we're going to see now a tilted push from Daequan and CaMiLLs to try and close a little bit of that deficit. They have now split off from the FaZe boys, who have been tearing up the competition on the right over there at Dusty Depot. But will tilted prove to be fruitful or not? That is the question.
Yeah, and I actually like this play coming from Daequan and CaMiLLs. We talked about their kind of aggressiveness off the start. Really hasn't worked out too well. They go inside to Salty Springs. They have 2 kills. While on the opposite for Tfue and Cloak, they've made some good rotation plays and are now up to 6. So, listen, Daequan and CaMiLLs, the aggressive play, it's been nice, but in the end, it really hasn't worked out in their favor. Tilted Towers, this is a very risky play. You could argue for the entirety of map number 1. This could be the case. This could be the situation where Daequan and CaMiLLs either even the game up, get a little bit of a lead, or where one of them could fall, and it could spell out disaster heading into map number 2. So a lot on the line for this other TSM duo. As like I said, this is their opportunity to get themselves back to the game, but high risk, high reward, a lot of fragging opportunities, but there's also a lot of situations where you could drop as well. Daequan, though, not necessarily super high when it comes down to the eliminations, but once they get the full squad knockdown, I believe he was a major factor in a lot of these eliminations. Yes, finishes off with all 4 kills, 6 now in total for TSM as they make the rotation into Tilted Towers.
That's extremely clutch, too. I mean, in that situation, you'd have a full squad, 2 coming from L's, 1 already from Underground, and then that guy that was over there on Brick that he just caught off guard, blue AR straight in the back, knocks that guy, fully armored, by the way, just takes all of his health away. And when you do have aggressive players that are as good as these guys are, Daequan and CaMiLLs, I mean, they can run things up close, and that's a gameplay you don't get to see all too often, and we see a lot of passive gameplay, but these guys make their way into Tilted, obviously dominate, but this area that they're in right here is so dangerous. You have that mountain range behind you to have to worry about. You still got players that can be coming over there from the, I believe it's the west side of Shifty up on top. There's a lot of angles you can be taken from, but they're not afraid of anything. They'll just turn on build and build their way out of it. But me, I'm going to die. I'm going to die in the street there.
Yeah, and another thing, too, we see is FaZe. Cloakzy once again goes down. Tfue relatively
He's
weak
done.
himself, and Cloakzy is going to be thirsted. Now, Tfue last alive for his team, as we see that the score was relatively close, but it could get away from them as Daequan and CaMiLLs are both still up and pushing now outside of Tilted, looking to make their way maybe potentially over to Greasy or at least Soccerfield at this point. From there, maybe Shifty or Greasy. But Tfue now has to make his way out of this team fight. He's currently built up. He used a medkit, but now they know where he's at. He's been spotted, and he's trying to do these defensive builds. And now he's got to edit his way out. Can Tfue come out of this fight alive, taking some major damage? Tfue building up, and he is, in fact, going to be dropped. And this is going to be a big turning point in this game. Now, Daequan and CaMiLLs have a total of 32 or 31 engagements still remaining, and they're making good work of it as we see a nice snipe coming in from the man of CaMiLLs.
CaMiLLs with the 2-piece. Let's see if we can get a third one here. He's going to be able to build up. Doesn't take any fall damage. Nice build from him. Trying to recover here. Build his way up again. It just has that. Was it a FAMAS? What's he got in the back pocket? Green AR, actually. But, of course, we're going to see that Tommy gun in use. A build shredder. CaMiLLs is probably one of the better builders that I've actually seen here in these Friday Fortnite events. We've seen him back again. Manages to get shots. Stewart, of course, getting that help as well from Daequan. Wow. That's all I can say, Taylor. It's wow. Those snipes had me feeling like
Oh, yeah.
just I don't even know.
Had you feeling good, right?
Just
Those,
like
hey, those snipes
warm
coming
grits
in.
and- oh my goodness, that is so warm inside.
It's always the most exciting thing to see someone, and I think in any game, whether it be Call of Duty or even Fortnite, pulling out the snipe and picking off those heads is just always fun to watch because it takes so much skill. But already we're seeing now, as the TSM boys are in fact going to be having a 3-frag lead so far over FaZe, and to continue forward as plenty of engagement, still 24 remaining. And this is exactly how you need to do it, especially if you're going against FaZe. This is the perfect scenario. So at this point, they've got to make it count. They need to wipe this lobby clean if they want a chance to knock FaZe to the loser bracket.
And we talk about like how often do our passive teams, our squads like Ninja and Hysteria, our squads like Tfue and Cloak die? Not very often.
Not
They
very
happen to drop in back-to-back games. Ninja and Hysteria, just the game prior to this, happened to get taken down, and that's what we were talking about, was such a crazy situation. Next game comes through, exact same thing for FaZe here. So very, very odd to see. But talk about a dream scenario. If you are CaMiLLs and Daequan at this current time, you're obviously facing off against a very talented team like FaZe Clan. You don't necessarily have the best record in previous Fortnite tournaments. You're trying to get back into the scheme of things. By far, their most difficult matchup to date as far as this tournament is considered. And they have the ability to have FaZe drop early with a guaranteed, 20 eliminations still left up on the board. It's not going to be an insane lead that they're going to have heading into map number 2, but it's going to be a lead nonetheless, and a decent one as well. So this is a great situation for TSM in this particular spot. I mean, if they can kind of hang out, be consistent throughout this match, you're looking at TSM potentially being in the finals. This squad, which for them isn't super typical.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And if you think about it too, moving on to the next match, we could see a huge matchup there as well. So this is a big move from either which team. Of course, though, we know FaZe, they made it in the last tournament all the way through winners, but their typical game plan really is to go down to loser bracket and kind of move forward from there. So we could be seeing that happening here. But of course, still, Daequan into the action already. He gets a knock himself. As we see, Daequan is going to be dropping along with CaMiLLs to try and find these last remaining players. But I'm kind of interested to see if they'll run into the same squad that FaZe was dropped by, because obviously they're no slouches.
If you guys are TSM going into this next game, we know that they love to play aggressively, right?
Right.
Do you think they're going to hot drop again? Do you think they're going to go somewhere that's going to be overpopular? Or do you think guys are going to play intelligently, Landon? Because I know you're wishing with all your heart that they don't push retail, salty, tilted. You're hoping for like a corner moisty Meyer over there.
I don't know if I'd go that far, right?
But I mean, listen, build off the edge and hide. You know,
that's
it's
true.
Underrated strategy.
You get top 5 every
victories.
time as long as you get the zone blast. But yeah, I think when it comes down to Daequan and CaMiLLs, I think depending on the lead that they're going to establish, whatever it may be, is based off how aggressive they're going to play leading in this next match. You talk about like a 5 to 6 kill advantage. You're pretty much sticking with the same game plan when you're facing off against a squad like FaZe. If it starts to enter into the double-digit range, I would see Outskirt Salty, maybe a Shifty Shaft, some of those lines. I don't think we're seeing anything more than like a double-digit, like 10, 11 probably at the most. But I say for Daequan and CaMiLLs, based off their play, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Instead of going inside of Salty, we see Outskirts Salty. Like I said, we see Shifty, something like that to where it's not super aggressive, but the kills, the population, the amount of players that are going to be up is still, going to be there. I think for FaZe, though, it's going to be, a pretty interesting situation for them. Based off what I've heard from them, going back in prior Friday Fortnite tournaments, listening to the comms, they're definitely discussing what the play call is for the time being. What are we going to be looking at? Like, if the bus goes here, are we going to go to, Pleasant Park? Are we going to the Towers? Are we going to go toward, Salty Springs retail? They're definitely, as we are right now analyzing, they are themselves as they're on the death screen right now.
But obviously, I like the strategy overall, kind of coming into Salty and countering that push from FaZe. Obviously, it didn't work out in the beginning, but maybe it could work out in the second round too. So a lot of potential, a lot of options between the two of them to kind of decide where they're going to be landing. But of course, being at this Loot Lake area, not a lot of engagements happening just yet, but that circle is going to be encompassing them very shortly, as we're going to see a total of 11 engagements still remaining, as we do see CaMiLLs will spot 2 players just ahead. He's going to go ahead and call that out to Daequan, who's got a little bit of a lead ahead. Will that snipe connect? Yes, it does, and tries to go in for the kill himself. We're going to see now Daequan answering back up with that LMG in his hands going forward.
There's a Tommy gun.
Oh, it's a Tommy gun.
Taylor, that's a Tommy gun.
But did you see how it was firing?
You were sleeping on it earlier.
Did you see how it was firing?
I'm telling you, it's nasty for build destruction, and this is what we're talking about with hide advantage. That playground's so pivotal. All these players growing, and you know what? They build a little Mount Everest here for everybody to just climb up. full squad, no big deal. Got the Tommy gun in the back pocket. Nice drum gun, okay. And he's also got the shotty in his hand. We all know Daequan, absolute monster up close with the shotgun. Now he's got the Tommy gun in his arsenal. 50-round clip. You're going to see him fall. Spots his player. Let's see if he tries to get some sort of edit here. Rebuilds over him potentially. Let's watch it.
This is a solid duo they're facing off
almost
against.
I believe this is who took out FaZe, if I had to say so myself.
If not, this is the duo or this is the squad who took out the team who took out FaZe. Like this is a very decent team to say the
squad
least.
in the tournament that they're playing.
Yeah,
Probably, to be frank with you.
Oh, no, and he gets right into the edit with them. And now he is going to be trapped in the 1-by-1. He's going to edit himself out to get out. Now, of course, opting out for the lower ground player just below. We saw CaMiLLs on that bottom right. He did pick up one knock at least, of course, then had the thirst. Now trying to build up. This player is very slippery. He did, in fact, get away.
They're trying to find him.
They are, in fact, trying to find him, and it looks like he might have an idea, trying to just knock down as many walls as they possibly can. But nobody is going to be home just yet.
And he's also keeping in mind as well for Daequan. He doesn't want to climb up too much. Reason being, this player could easily shoot down some walls and ruin the structure. So nice play coming in from Daequan. Really just trying to listen for any audio cues, anything along those lines to make sure that kill can be solidified. So nice kind of team wipe, nice squad wipe coming through from TSM as collectively they have 19 eliminations. Still 4 more to go. Can they find these? As it looks like it's going to be Daequan in a very close quarter situation. Needs to try to back up, grab some high ground as it looks like that deficit starting to get even worse for FaZe Clan as they're watching this alongside of ourselves, debating on what the strategy could be for this next game. TSM is on a rampage for the time being. From the skies, though, is going to be CaMiLLs firing through with that assault rifle, that combo as well with a double pump in his back pocket, looking like Daequan. Looks like his teammate, essentially, is what CaMiLLs is rocking for the time being. But having that high ground advantage, it's definitely coming through, and it's working out very well for the TSM boys.
You see the Tommy gun there for about 75 meters, man. Just absolutely melting. Look at this in the bottom right, though, but you do see CaMiLLs getting knocked. No issue, though. Still 4 players remaining. Or might be a whole squad that he's actually engaged with. Smart play, though, to make sure he gets that thirst just to increase that lead just a litlittle bit by a little bit here. Of course, Blue's in the back pocket. You didn't see him actually get the finish, but he drops all of them for 13.
Ooh, that is a teammate you want. Daequan getting 13 total frags overall. CaMiLLs having one of the best performances we've seen as of yet in terms of Friday Fortnite. And, of course, that is exactly the performance you need if you're going against a team of FaZe. Now, going into the next game, they're going to have, about almost a 15 frag lead. I know it was 12 whenever we got that last update. But, man, you talk about that kind of lead going in against the FaZe boys, you got to be feeling good. Passive is the way to go, 100%. If I'm saying so myself, 22-7, that's a good, solid lead. FaZe might be moving down to the loser bracket.
Yeah, and that's pretty scary when we look at the kind of heading into this game. Of course, I think from our brackets, at least mine, I was expecting this match to happen. However, I was thinking to be the reverse. I would think that TSM would kind of be the team struggling when it comes down to a very, very difficult opponent like FaZe. Of course, all the credit to the TSM boys, but we're talking about the 3-time champions, some of the best players in the entire world when it comes to Fortnite, the best duo right now. I think it's fair to say when it comes down to power rankings, everyone's thoughts, etc. But yeah, man, it's a question of, because we don't see FaZe in this situation often, if ever. And now it's an idea of, like, where are they going to go from here? Are they going to land Tilted Towers, a place where they're not very common with going? Are they going to go make a split push? For me, I want to say that they're probably going to go somewhere like a retail. Maybe a split could be needed for someone to go to Tilted. I don't know why. I just feel like they're going to try to ignore Tilted a little bit more than a normal team would in this situation, just because of their success that they've had with the opposite strategy of playing that passive role. So it's going to be an awkward spot for FaZe. Like I said, in this spot, not being familiar with this position, at least in the past few tournaments, being on an 11-series winning streak, the 2 weekends combined, of course, or the last 2 tournaments combined. But, yeah, man, it's going to be an awkward spot for them, and we'll see what they try to come out with.
Daequan's on a heater right now. That guy, every build, every edit, everything we've seen from the entire game 1 here of the series in our semifinals, I feel like that guy's just – he needs to ride the momentum out. Unfortunately, when you are in winners' finals, whoever does end up making it to the grand finals, or they're waiting for all those loser brackets, you might get iced. He's keeping the heat going. You even saw the game was over with. He was still building at the end of it, probably trying to keep his mind on track here. Daequan is definitely hungry for a W today. CaMiLLs also, as you guys have been mentioning, playing out of his mind.
I think, too, based off of the current bus, I think that one player, Tfue with Cloak, should definitely go Salty Springs. It's looking as if the bus is going to be right over that position, so it would be a really good idea for that. They could also go to Tilted Towers, but it looks like for the time being, an early drop from Daequan and CaMiLLs, maybe a Fatal Fields, potentially for those two, or something along those lines, but definitely a solid spot for them. And yeah, it looks like they're making their way either towards Shifty or Tilted Towers. Tilted would be the more expected of the two based off the deficit they are currently facing for the time. But it looks like, yeah, a double Tilted play coming in from FaZe. And for TSM, playing a little bit slower, but not too much slower, right? Fatal Field, the current challenges for this week. Obviously, we're on eliminating opponents here for week number 10. We'll see what happens.
This is what I wanted, the Fatal drop from the TSM boys. Of course, Fatal being in that battle pass. I want to see how many kills can they rack up from this position, and already spotting a player up ahead who's got that chest, got the weapon, and they're thirsty. They're trying to take him out, and in fact, they do get the knock, but of course, they have to be watching for the opponents pushing in, and with the tilted drop, this is what ended FaZe in the last tournament. We saw them playing against Ninja and Hysteria in the finals, but unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. Can it work out this time? But also a little score up that we don't know if it was game 1 or game 2, but the current score between Myth and Hamlinz, who is facing off against Typical Gamer and Thief, to see who's going to move on to the next next round between the winner of these two opponents, is in fact 11-1 with TSM leading the way. So we could see a TSM versus TSM to see who will be moving on to the grand finals.
TSM Civil War. I don't know about you, Legion, but I'd be very excited for that.
I just, I saw in Infinity War and also the Avengers. It was Infinity War.
Yeah, it was.
And then was it Captain America Civil War?
Civil War was before Infinity War.
Right. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So I mean, how many more can there be? Is this? I'm scared, Landon. I don't know where I'm at emotionally with all of these wars going on right now. But what I do know is that Daequan CaMiLLs with that nice little drop. Unfortunately, that guy had roughly 2 mats that was building up top in that long barn. He was just trying to hang out with the horses, and he got obliterated.
I mean, hey,
so it looks like
he
no
tried
one's
his
gonna
best.
Go pet
hey,
the animals today. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
Well, we are going to be pretty quiet on the end of FaZe themselves, as they haven't found anybody just yet. We do see a Porta Fort coming out. I don't know. I don't think Cloakzy was the one who threw that, but Tfue himself is going to take some Tim damage. Hopefully be able to recover, though. But hello, there are going to be players hopping into the Lion's Den with Cloakzy, as he's going to make quick work of them to pick up a frag himself. So now they're going to be sitting at 2 and maybe be able to continue on themselves. But it's been very quiet. As Tilted, it's a spot, honestly, where it's slowed down so much from the beginning of
nice edit.
Wow.
of overall Fortnite. And it's slowed down so much that, not a lot of players go there typically anymore.
And fantastic edit coming through from Tfue. I think he was just super aware of where these enemies were at the time. Great communication coming through from Tfue and Cloak, of course, to kind of give an idea as to where the position were. They laid down the mat. They obviously realized where the player is. And Tfue was like, yeah, this guy's right behind my edit. Let me go ahead and swipe really quick and make sure this guy is done for. So, like we talked about, from FaZe at the moment, 3 eliminations in Tilted Towers. There's already half the lobby has dropped as far as eliminations are considered. Definitely a little bit slow from what I'm sure they would like at the current time. But hey, they're probably just happy to be alive for the time being. If one of them was to drop, you could argue this game is pretty much over. So, while the passive play is a little bit unfortunate, it's at least not the worst thing that could obviously happen for the time being. But nice plays coming in from Cloakzy. He does find a nice little blue pump off the ground and trying to make his way through the bottom of this large-scaled building, as it looks like both players still up, ready to go, and grabbing some mats. And obviously you can get a lot there through those wood pallets.
Those pallets are like just like an ice cream treat. You find them, you're all good to go. You come out of there all of a sudden from Tilted with, 700 mats, feeling really great about yourself. I do agree with you guys. I feel like I'm seeing Tilted less and less populated, and that's because they're doing such a good job of evening the map out in general in terms of loot, which I feel like is kind of been Epic's goal anyways for a long time. It obviously slows the pace of the game down a little bit when you don't have 75 people all landing in the same spot. It does create less action for viewership in that department, but of course you're still seeing on occasion 20, 25 players still drop Tilted in the surrounding areas, but unfortunately for Tfue and Cloakzy, this is not the game where they're seeing that many people actually here in this area. And Daequan CaMiLLs doing a great job of just keeping up. All they're trying to do is extend that lead slowly.
Yeah, absolutely so. But it's currently 14-1 in favor of TSM, Hamlinz, and Myth against Typical Gamer and Thief currently. So we could, in fact, be seeing that Civil War. We'll keep updating you with the score overall as we'll continue on throughout this match. But, of course, now still, FaZe, they will be at a deficit, but they're trying to close it out ever more so. But something I kind of want to piggyback again what you said about them kind of making the map a little bit more interesting when it comes to those battle pass objectives as well, and kind of like redistributing the players around. That's why we kind of seen Tilted kind of fall off in terms of the amount of players there. But with the portals coming in, I'm almost expecting, you see where they're at. They're going to be at Tomato Town. They're going to be over at Lonely Lodge. These are areas players don't typically go to. Could we see them redesigning that area to kind of make those drops more favorable?
I love the Tomato Town drop. I've loved it since the beginning of the game. That's actually been my prioritized drop landing because for some reason, I don't die immediately when I land there with the other squad every single time I play the game. And I feel like it's also so close to retail that you can usually get at least 1 or 2 squads, maybe 3 if you're going straight from Tomato to retail to Divot, which is why I feel like the FaZe guys so often landed risky for a while, make their way down and just have that triangle that Landon has been talking about for forever that we've stolen and pretend like it was our idea when it's been Landon's the whole time.
You can have it, so it's cool.
It's a shared experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's like a fondue.
We're family.
You know, we all share.
It's fine. Yeah, the fondue you said.
Yeah.
That's a great example.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal that if that's okay.
It's okay. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can steal that.
appreciate that.
Yeah, not my shirt again because I had to drive home without one last
Right.
time and it was really uncomfortable.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
it was cold outside.
I had to put on my girlfriend's and it's a small and I'm a double XL, so it was like I was wearing a tube top and
Looking like a busted
fortunately it
can
didn't
of
work on the
biscuits.
police officer when I got pulled over there. It looks like I was gonna bust out of that biscuit can, but down 11 here, TSM with the lead.
Absolutely. TSM still with that lead and looking pretty strong as all 4 players are going to be up. But really the story now is about the amount of engagement still remaining. We're seeing it dwindle away very fast. 34 still remaining as Daequan and CaMiLLs at this point can just slowly get those kills, slowly trickle in a lot of those engagements. And they really don't need many in order to sustain the lead over the team of FaZe. So very real possibility of Daequan and CaMiLLs taking them out. And this would be the first time at least they've been in the winners final match in quite some time. Probably since 4 weeks ago almost, I would have to say, or at least 3-4 weeks ago. So this is one of the best, at least runs so far that they've had. And I got to say, very impressed because I've always been a fan of TSM. I've always been a fan of CaMiLLs and Daequan. And for them to be performing this well, at least in this tournament, is pretty good overall. But CaMiLLs, he is in fact going to be in engagement himself and dodging those shotgun rounds, but not connecting just enough. But finally, he's able to connect enough in order to take out his opponent, as we're going to see potentially more. I believe that was an instant knock, or an instant kill. So nobody's going to be home just yet. We'll see if they can find anybody else.
Yeah, we'll see what obviously does occur as right now kind of playing that gatekeeper role that we discussed quite a bit. Fantastic map positioning right now for TSM. And, of course, FaZe realizing such as saying, hey, while they're playing the gatekeeper role, we've got to basically transition into every single portion of the map that they are not. We have to find these kills that they are not and doing our very best to make sure a lot of that stuff can happen, as it looks like right now for Tfue pulling out a little bit of that C4 as it looks like he does find the official elimination. Still, though, kills are looking scarce. They're not finding a whole lot of excess kills. And if you're TSM, hey, you're not too far off the path from FaZe. Maybe we start to mirror their strategy. Granite versus Tfue, that's not only the greatest play ever because he's a very good kill stealer in a lot of these situations. But, hey, you are in the driver's seat. Not many, obviously, eliminations do remain. I think for TSM, they are in a very, very good position, but you can never count out this FaZe group, right? They are 3-time champions for a reason, and this is like their opportunity. I think the last few weeks, they've either like got first place, then get fourth, get first place, then get top 8, get first, then place second, and now this is their opportunity, the next swing kind of momentum in the graphic to where they should be getting first this week. So based off of, whatever it may be, graphic stats, what it kind of comes to, this is FaZe's tournament to lose, and for the factor of them to lose to Daequan and CaMiLLs, Daequan and CaMiLLs have never beaten FaZe Clan. They've never beaten Tfue and Cloakzy. This would be a massive victory for these two, and I don't think they're going to let it slip here.
Talking about new weapons, what do you guys think in general about the dualies? I love the pistols, the Akimbos. They're so much fun to use. I feel like they're not a high priority weapon as we've seen. I saw Ninja earlier actually carrying it, but you're going to look down there, CaMiLLs also with those in the back pocket. I don't necessarily like that they take your medium ammo, especially if you're like more of like a zoning player. You're going to be playing that back end role where you're just trying to get the shots from a distance. But they're super fun to see up close. I almost feel like they're a hard counter, especially if you've got mid range, because if you're accurate with those things, and I feel like mouse and keyboard versus controller, actually, I feel like I've seen more effectiveness with M&K, right? But it's just so fun to see those popped out of nowhere and then just see somebody get bodied. The gold ones are insane.
Oh, yeah, damage-wise. I mean, we talked about that whenever they were first introduced, and damage-wise, they're absolutely insane. But look at Cloakzy. Look at this battle. This is one of the most unique battles, at least over at Loot Lake, that we see. We saw a platform as Cloakzy was making a push with the stairs, the ramps, and he was making it work as we saw them just being mowed away. And he did, in fact, win that overall engagement. He finds a Chug Jug he's going to be able to have in his inventory, his arsenal, as Daequan and CaMiLLs. Look at where they're positioned. They're going to be right beside him.
Yeah, and also notice as well, Tfue and Cloak, they separate. That's what they have to do. They realize when it comes down to the minimap, Cloakzy probably going to get trapped, at least one of them. Send Tfue off and let him make as much progression around the map as he possibly can. This game is looking scary if you're a FaZe fan, and based off the maps, it looks like they are going to be rocking the bounce traps. Is TSM looking to to try to get to as many opportunities, try to block off as many spots as possible that FaZe is trying to get. But after that last play from FaZe, after that nice little transition play coming in from Cloakzy, they are now down by only 5 eliminations. An incredibly close game coming down to the wire. FaZe, it was looking scary for a very, very long time. It's definitely looking to look less and less grim as the match continues, really.
Yeah, and Cloakzy did a great job using those bouncer pads to get distance between him and Daequan, now to put him up with Tfue to find these final frags as CaMiLLs. He's going to be off on his own as well, but FaZe at this point only down 5 frags. That's not a lot. Of course, they were down tremendously coming into this game, and now they have managed to kind of close it in. Plenty of frags still remain for them to come back, 12 total as we see now, but using those bouncer traps to get that advantage, to get that vantage point ahead of Daequan and CaMiLLs was huge. FaZe now have position, and they could potentially take this over.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, though. Nobody's actually able to spot any players here on the map, but you're going to see Tfue finally spotting another one with that zoom. The scoped AR, an absolute monster, spots him over here at this motel. All they were trying to do was check in for the night, and now they're getting murdered, Landon.
They absolutely are, and it looks like the exact same time CaMiLLs right behind him. Daequan is as well. This is a very needed rush coming through from Tfue, needing to find as many of these as he possibly can. And also, there's a timer. Right now, he has to stay up only 19 total HP. Does get the official elimination onto 1, and this could be where the game comes down to a close. A very huge kill along with another. Tfue, 2 frags in a row. A third one in his midst. Can he literally even the game right here? It's looking incredibly close. And there is the third. A chug jug off the ground as well. And it looks like it's actually gets stolen from Daequan. Daequan grabs the chug jug right from underneath Tfue. That's absolutely going to slow down their pace.
Oh, yeah. A
fantastic play from Daequan. Granted, while he does not find the overall kills in total, he at least grabs a very big item in this game. Granted, in this situation, he doesn't stay for the excess loot. Tfue does find I think that's a bounce, or was that a bouncer trap, or was that a
I think it was
a bounce pad. I think it was a bounce pad along with the med kit. So they're looking pretty decent, but that chug jug would have been huge for him to have.
I think at this point you probably shouldn't even have med kitted. Now you're back 9 seconds here. Daequan and CaMiLLs just trying to find that traffic early on. This is one of those situations though. If Daequan and CaMiLLs just continue to play it safe, they're going to be just fine. But you're going to see CaMiLLs dropping down here to get this kill. But what's going to happen?
Tfue
Cloakzy with 2 knocks, now officially tying it if they do get these drops, and a third goes down as well. If they get this kill, they might in fact take the lead by 1.
And it looks like CaMiLLs is going to be in hot pursuit of this
Cloakzy's
final
HP.
1. And who got it? That's going to be Cloakzy.
Oh my
God! Cloakzy got it. They overtook the lead, and Daequan and CaMiLLs.
He's not. He is no longer in the building.
He just ascended to heaven.
They will not be. They will not be moving on in the winners bracket. FaZe takes it in just a final few frags. Landon is mind blown. So are you with the mouth wide open. And I know a lot of the chat is thinking, wow, are you kidding me? They came in, 12 frags down. They managed to recover.
15.
And it's 15 frags down.
15 frags
FaZe
down.
made it work. Those bouncer traps came in clutch. Cloakzy was the guy who got the final remaining frags. Of course, you saw that with the bouncer traps. He got the distance, and he made it work, just showing distance, priority, prioritizing your push was absolutely monumental there.
We got to talk about that low HP, by the way.
Yeah.
19. Was that Tfue that was over there on the side of the map? It was Cloakzy in Hotel.
Oh my
Motel.
God.
Manages to get 3 or 4 kills over there. 19 HP in the back pocket. Pushes forward, gets those heals, right? We're thinking it's a little bit kind of risky in that situation because you're losing 10, 15 seconds of time. Goes in and then drops again low health, and he's got that assistance from Tfue while he's doing it as well. And you've still got CaMiLLs and Daequan in that fight with you, and you managed to come out with all 4 to secure the lead. I just peed myself.
It is massive, and man,
FaZe
that
was
is
down
that
by
is ridiculous.
9 kills. They were down by 9 kills with 30 people left. They were down 9 kills with for every other team. We were thinking, okay, this one's over. We're talking about TSM Civil War. It's definitely going to be happening. I was thinking that without question.
Yeah.
And then they come out, and that's the thing where you got to give credit to FaZe in situations like this. The knowledge of having that zone. Where it was. Obviously, there's a lot of different, spots that you can try to go. Tfue and Cloakzy and their respective plays, they both found players, while Daequan and CaMiLLs, they didn't. The rotation, the knowledge that FaZe has when it comes onto a public game in the Friday Fortnite, fashion that we have, is unfathomable. They know exactly where players are going to be. They have the exact same mindset as a regular pub player coming into these games. like we talked about when it came down to hotels, Tfue's knowledge, has the scoped AR, thankfully in his back pocket, rushes transition, finds 3 huge kills in a row, and then to seal the deal, Cloakzy is low on HP. Both TSM players are around him behind the tree, finishes off a kill with what, like 7, 8, 9 HP? He's clutching out stuff like that. That was one of the most insane comebacks that we have seen in Friday Fortnite history, especially being down the way that they were. It wasn't like it was coming down to the wire regarding the entire game. This was a dominated, controlled game from TSM. FaZe collectively were chipping away at that, and just all the props to FaZe, especially Cloakzy at the end. He leaves the room, he leaves the building because stuff like that should not happen, and he just pulled off one of the biggest clutches I have ever seen. That was unbelievable, man.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And of course, the winners finals is almost amongst us. We're going to see Typical, Gamer, as well as Thieves. They're going to be playing off against Myth and Hamlinz. They've already been underway. We knew TSM had a massive lead. Will Typical, Gamer, and Thieves be able to overcome that? Or will we see FaZe going against the TSM boys of Myth and Hamlinz to see who will move on to the grand finals? It's going to get even crazier. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite, of course, week number 9 coverage, of course, all day long here from twitch.tv/UMG events. Of course, join alongside myself, Landon and Lano Sanders here on the couch. Have a fantastic duo. We talk about duos in Friday Fortnite. I got the best one on the couch. Got Taylor Reflections Noble, and oh boy, Jordan, a.k.a. Legion. Oh, you're already rocking the FaZe up. You got the G Fuel hat on? Oh boy. I think Legion may or may not be powering up as it currently stands.
I think he's not reached his final form yet, but he's just about at his final
Bringing
form.
it together, okay? We're going to Kamehameha
By the end
everybody.
of this game, if you haven't reached final form,
full of
I think
energy
we
right
might
now.
have to make it happen.
What is
Full
our
spirit
next game,
bombs.
by the way?
Our next game is about to be FaZe facing off against TSM. We've got Myth and Hamlinz versus Cloakzy and Tfue. After one of the most insane clutches in Friday Fortnite history, Tfue and Cloakzy, down 15 kills heading into map number 2. Just pulled off. I mean, if you haven't done so already, visit twitch.tv/UMG events, of course, for the past broadcast, but also go to our Twitter @UMG events as well to see that clip happen. They were down 15, down 9, for the final 30 players up, and Tfue and Cloakzy make the clutch happen, and actually sending the other TSM squad and Daequan CaMiLLs down to losers bracket. I mean, man, what even was that? Like, to put it into words, how do we describe
you guys were
what
talking
just
about
took place?
TSM Civil Wars, fighting each other, and I'm pretty
FaZe
sure
had other
that
plans.
FaZe had other plans,
Yeah.
and if they take out the other TSM, I mean, what even happens at this point in the tournament?
Well,
is the world over with? If they have another
that is
20 kill
the thing.
comeback, I'm literally going to melt like the Wicked Witch from the Wizard of Oz.
I just coming down 15 frags down into the second game. Like, I mean, I don't think we've ever seen such a comeback happen, at least in terms of Friday Fortnite. So, like, that is absolutely massive. But Daequan and CaMiLLs, unfortunately, not able to. They lost by what? At least 2?
I think it was 2 kills.
It was about
yeah.
2. Like, that is. Honestly, I'm disappointed, to be honest with you. But I mean, still though, FaZe. If any team could, I don't think any team could have pulled that off other than FaZe, to be honest with you. But
I don't know. I think Speedy and SideArms might have had a good shot of that.
of course, you think that.
Just a casual smile to the camera. SideArms, I'm sure, knows exactly what that means. Maybe it's like, I think they actually have their own communication. Like,
We
let's say
actually
March
only
up for that
speak in
long.
dolphin noises.
Right.
So,
Oh my
Wow,
gosh!
you just roasted him
Yeah.
so bad there. Wow. I actually learned that in high school, to be honest. That was a elective.
Was it elective? Yeah.
Dolphin. Yep.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a lot
Some
of people
people
did
take
German or
Spanish.
Spanish. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
but
And
you
it-
take dolphin.
So it was like, we'd
It's a
practice.
legit thing.
actually
We'd go into the
crazy.
swimming
Yep.
pool, and
Right.
I almost drowned once because I can't swim. But
No.
I was there. I was a part of it.
I saw it
So-
once on National Geographic. It's
Yeah, I
actually
was
a
there.
phenomenal show.
Sonar actually
yeah.
started it. It's a
Yep.
thing I
Right,
started.
like the Finding Nemo, like the sonar.
yeah, remember the
right.
turtles?
Yep.
Yeah, it
The
was.
turtles.
Those
Oh,
were
yeah.
my friends too.
Pretty crazy.
5th grade was a crazy year, but
It was indeed. But it looks like, of course, transitioning quickly into the actual gameplay. Of course, Tfue, Cloak face off against Myth and Hamlinz. You can see the strategy right now for both these teams, probably communicating maybe even to each other, it looks like, as looks like Cloak and Myth in the game lobby, probably maybe arguing for who should be having host for first game. Who knows exactly what the case is. But this transitions me perfectly into our predictions. Yes, whenever I'm host, I got to ask for the predictions. I know, Taylor, you're not a big fan because you never want to be wrong, which, it happens from time to time.
It happens.
Friday Fortnite, it's difficult to predict, man. But regarding TSM versus FaZe, of course, right now, probably Daequan and CaMiLLs, they're probably in the same house at the moment, probably heading up to the room saying, hey, you guys got to beat these guys because they are literally almost unbeatable. So, but your guys' thoughts coming into this game? I'm going to ask you, I'm going to start with you, Taylor. Your thoughts, TSM versus FaZe. Who you think closes it out? And give me a reason
I'm
why.
going with TSM. I have to go with my boys TSM. I haven't done it in a while because I know FaZe. Now, stop now.
Okay.
No, honestly, see, this is why I don't do the predictions with you guys because you know what? Now, the reason I'm going TSM is because I'm a TSM fan. FaZe, though, however, very strong, but TSM has not been in the finals in a long long time.
If I were to say you have to bet $100 on who you think is going to win this game, who are you saying?
I'm going with FaZe. If we're betting $100, I'm going with FaZe.
So-
I think FaZe
Wow.
is gonna take it.
Loyal to his own, loyal to his fan base there. He's
oh my
a
God.
TSM fan, but no faith.
No,
Okay.
you want to bet?
Cleveland Browns.
If you want to bet $1, I will go with TSM 100%.
Wow. Such loyalty.
$1.
$1.
I'm throwing down 100 on FaZe against myself.
You know what? I'll
Betting's
be honest with you.
illegal.
Betting is illegal. We can't do it. I'm going with TSM $100.
Do you guys actually want to do a bet? Right? I'm not saying you guys have. I'm not putting any pressure on you right now. Twitch chat by no means is by
I'm
any
throwing
means saying
a
that, hey,
peach.
A box of
knee-high
Eggo
soda.
waffles. If TSM wins it over
A box
FaZe.
of Eggo waffles for FaZe. And
can we
here's
actually make
why.
this happen, please?
Coming off a heater. I mean, you come back 15 kills like that, literally the last 11 kills are pretty much all yours to secure that win.
Yeah.
I mean, if you lose the next series, what was the win even for at that point? To go down to the losers and have to continue playing to get back there? Nah, fam.
Yeah.
Secure that grand final spot. Honestly, though, I'd like to see either team, and I'm kind of with you in this situation. I'd like to see TSM advance because they haven't been there in so long.
A box of Eggo waffles. Is it
And
happening?
I just want to be everybody's friend, Landon. I want to be your friend. I want to be your friend.
Oh, you already are, pal.
I want to be on TSM. Sign me up. I'll be the best water boy you guys have ever had in your entire life. Nobody scores from a distance like I got it. Whole team.
Oh,
Nobody
geez.
knows.
Very nice. Also,
Gatorade bottles, number one.
Water
I'm
boy,
on it.
also like Banana Boy happens to be a thing when it comes into esports.
Give me a
Like,
squeeze
always-
bottle G Fuel. I got you from three miles away. I don't even need to be in
that
your
right?
room. Yeah, we'll have a tube collection, a silly
Wow.
string, silly straws. Gotcha. Done. Game over with.
Jeez. I think honestly, the
Sign
success,
me.
the possibility of taking down a squad like FaZe, a squad like TSM, is honestly legion, right? The water boy capabilities that you can provide. I mean, every team
They're not ready for it.
fully well nourished. The future is bright for Legion when it comes down to or any team that actually picks you
It'll
up.
be like Flashdance. I'll have a bucket in the ceiling, just G Fuel just falls right down, a little tube, little funnel action straight in your mouth. Don't even need to move. What's the
Wow.
point?
It's like a hamster.
Wear diapers. You don't have to go to the bathroom while you
Right.
stream.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next level.
Changing the game. I am-
S-
where do we go from here?
where do we
exactly
go
is
from
the-
here?
Shout
You
out.
just keep talking like nothing even happened.
Not at all. Nothing at all.
No,
by
so
the way,
I-
Legion. So your prediction, by the way, we heard from Taylor, right? He's going TSM on the way. Was fully willing rather, to put up $1 that TSM wins.
No,
Wow.
I want Eggo
No
waffles.
faith.
I want a box of Eggo waffles.
So $5.
I will shake your hand
That's
right
not even
now.
$5.
I will
It's
shake your hand
$99.
right now for a box of Eggo waffles. TSM over FaZe.
I'm going FaZe.
Okay,
You have a
TSM.
strong
There we
grip.
go.
Stronger than mine.
Wow.
I feel like
Eggo
everyone's in
waffle
college.
bet
I feel like a baby bird holding your hand.
live on. I think it's the first actual bet that we've done here on Friday Fortnite.
Box of Eggo waffles.
And
It's
maybe
real. It's
after this,
happening.
probably our last one as well. But I'm
Don't
gonna-
turn us into the gambling association. I'll tell you that.
Exactly. But I'm gonna have to go with Legion here. Of course, we're obviously best friends, so got to go with my
Yeah, we-
his pick. But
Yeah.
yeah.
You
So
still haven't
I,
given me your
I
hair
just
yet,
want to
don't
say,
worry. Yeah.
I went with Ninja and Hysteria with you guys before because I was like, all right, I'm
Right,
going to go with the
right.
consensus. But honestly, I wanted to go with Typical Gamer and Thieves. But you know what? I should have went with Typical Gamer and Thief because they moved on. Ninja and Hysteria unfortunately lost. So I'm going with TSM. I'm sticking with my guns. I'm winning those waffles. Landon, it's happening.
All right. Well, I fully appreciate that. But one thing we have to take a quick look at before we head into FaZe versus TSM, of course, is the losers bracket. How is everything sitting out for right now? What teams are still alive and what teams are unfortunately eliminated early? At least looking at losers round 3, we actually saw a very close game between King Richard and Aimbotcalvin as they took down Optic, WizKay, and Mongraal. Very unfortunate loss for those two. Of course, both competitive players in their own regard, but King Richard and Aimbotcalvin do move forward. Looking down just below that one, Cypher and 100T Sir D taking on Nick28T and Pro Hennes. An unfortunate loss for that duo as they will fall down and be eliminated from this week as well. Next match that we had was OPSCT and Tennpo from FaZe facing off against Courage and Cizzorz. We actually see Courage and Cizzorz make their way through, which now sets up a very interesting match in losers round 4. And of course, still to come, Karma and Gotaga about to face off against HD and Nickmercs. Definitely want to keep my eye on that particular game. Winner of that one faces off against Pack Puncher and Almighty. Based off losers round 3, any surprises in losers bracket from either of you guys, squads who haven't made it this far, or any maybe surprising losses we see losers round 3?
I think Optic, WizKay, and Mongraal, I know you were excited to see them play
Very
out,
excited,
right?
yeah.
But of course, they went against King Rich and Aimbotcalvin. It would have been interesting to see if WizKay and Mongraal would have been able to take it over King Richard and Aimbotcalvin and move forward in the tournament. But obviously, we've seen King Richard and Aimbotcalvin. They typically place around 6, so that's the spot that they like to sit at. I'm kind of looking through a little bit too. Cypher moving on against Nick28T and Pro Hennes, honestly, I kind of saw that coming.
Right.
Who else?
I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised that we actually see CourageJD Cizzorz take down Tennpo and
I was
OP.
just about to say that, yeah.
OP, I think maybe a few weeks ago with Avxry, placed top 3 in Friday Fortnite. Tennpo, of course, pro player for FaZe Clan, obviously in Fortnite. Loses to CourageJD Cizzorz, who by no means aren't good players. That's not what I'm saying by any means. They placed top 4, I believe, last tournament for a reason. I've been getting a lot of hate when it comes into my power rankings for not having CourageJD Cizzorz. I think heading into next week, as long as they continue to play this consistent, I might have to settle and put them in my top 10. I know about you guys, but, I mean, hey, CourageJD Cizzorz, they're here to stay in Friday Fortnite. They are a very solid duo.
It's my baby boy out there, Landon.
It is. I'm sure you're rooting on for him.
I need
but he's getting
Jack.
ready to face off against Ninja and Hysteria, so I don't know.
There's going to be a matchup, because Ninja Courage have teamed before. So it's going to be a great matchup to see.
Yeah.
Will it be the Bandana Man?
Didn't Ninja
Or will it be Jack?
Didn't Ninja and Hysteria beat Courage and Cizzorz
potato.
in the losers bracket of the last tournament that we did? I'm trying to think
wanna
back to it. I
say
want to
so,
say they
but-
did. I
Yeah.
want to say they did because I remember Courage and Cizzorz made it obviously very far. They had a very respectable finish.
Yeah.
But I do believe Ninja did beat them before, so we could see a rematch there.
Right.
Overall, yeah.
Yeah, but regarding like our next matchup, I think we're having some issues regarding TSM players. I'm not really sure the exact details around it, but they're essentially just trying to work everything out regarding the internet. Obviously everything that kind of comes along with that. So of course, still waiting to see exactly what happens regarding that particular series. But of course, we're still gonna be diving into it. If you guys are interested or if you're very curious as to what's going on with that game, don't worry. As soon as that game is available, we're gonna be hopping into it. But to kind of dive back into what is Fortnite esports, you could argue two organizations that are by far holding up those pillars to what Fortnite esports is right now. Is FaZe and TSM. I think it was, 2 weeks ago where we actually saw, it was like Avxry, HD, I think TSM was involved in the bottom 3 of those players as well. FaZe closed out that tournament. 3 players from TSM, 3 players from FaZe, all made up our top 3 teams in total regarding that tournament. It's just unbelievable to see like what organizations are like stomping when it comes down to content creators, to professional players. Cloud9 I think has at least like 98 players right now. So they would actually have an entire lobby filled with their members.
They're not going to compete with each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I would actually really like to see.
That'd be very interesting. That'd be awesome to see. But yeah, man, like there's a lot of organizations who are literally just storming right now and taking over. And you could argue, at least in Friday Fortnite, FaZe and TSM are without question at the top.
And 100 Thieves has also been on the come up here with
They have been,
rosters.
yeah.
I've been seeing them making some great decisions on pickups. You obviously saw NoahJ, which is pretty exciting.
Tell me about Sir
You
D
saw
a little
Sir
bit.
D.
Yeah.
So this guy, okay, he's been a monster at mini games across the board, but I've been following him on Twitter, and pretty much I saw him actually like on a random Facebook broadcast for like IGN or something, where they basically brought him in, put him on one of those. Usually when you go do like studio visits, they'll have you in a setup that's completely like unfamiliar to you, right? Because you can't obviously pack your own stuff. They were like, yeah, we'll just wait till he gets his first couple wins. The dude gets like 2 or 3 in a row while he's up there, which is pretty hard to do when also you're having to talk. Your headphones, you're not really getting much game sound. You're playing on a foreign mouse and keyboard. So that guy's, I'm just going to throw it out there. If you could do that in that environment, I think Sir D is going to be a monster when it actually comes to the pro scene.
Yeah.
Guy's got some amazing clips over on his channel. If you don't follow him on Twitter, definitely check him out. Super fun to watch. I'm interested to see how far they can continue to go here in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and honestly, the reason why they're picking up so many players is because you have to be thinking about the format. You got solos, you have duos, and you also have squads as well, too. So they're obviously trying to just get the best talent. $100 million on the line, you have to try and get as many of the grid players as you possibly can, because obviously these organizations are wanting to eat up the talent, but also there's a lot of players, too, who have still yet to be found. You look at the competitive Discord, you look at these mini tournaments, even the tournaments that we host on UMG, you see a lot of these players Saturday Fortnite, wherever, that haven't been discovered yet, and that's pretty exciting for me, at least moving into it, being 6 to 9 months away until at least the World Cup is going to start. There's still a lot of young talent to be found. You see the European scene as well being out there. You see what who's the 13-year-old? Is Mongraal? I believe Mongraal is the 13-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Comes
13.
in 13, and he's already competing
Barely
in
in pre-algebra.
that is a fact, and he's been in
Coming out
almost
here
all of our Friday
straight
Fortnite
monster.
tournaments.
Yeah.
You know?
That's true.
You know
So-
what? At 13, I was just getting into like competitive Halo, and I thought it was so cool you could just play online. And now kids are being born into the industry where it's like,
Oh, yeah.
this is just a standard
They
for
just
me to be a
casually
young
won
god.
Can
Can you imagine losing? Oh, here's the thing,
Yeah.
though. Like, I don't know. I remember the first time that I lost to a young teenager in a tournament. Like, I used to go to them. I used to beat, like, some of the older kids, like 16, 17, 18, stuff like that. And then by the time I hit, like, 19, 20, I show up to a LAN and get completely obliterated by somebody that looked like a child. And I thought to myself, I'm done. It's time to switch over to full
over for
entertainment.
me.
I'm done. YouTube. That's why we're here. That's why we're
That's
here.
the thing about gaming, too, is it's developed so much. And now these kids who are young, I mean, like, are growing up in this competitive environment. But also, too, another good thing, too, at least a beautiful thing, in my opinion, is the families now are becoming more supportive as they start seeing in the news.
Absolutely.
And the families becoming more supportive of these competitive gamers is making all the difference. But honestly, everybody's in the lobby. We're seeing now FaZe on the left. We got Myth and Hamlinz on the right. Connection issues have, in fact, been fixed. But yeah, you know, I got to say, family support when it comes to gaming is one of the most important, underrated things overall. And if you can have your family support you, whether you want to be a commentator, whether you want to be a professional player, it is one of the most underrated things that you can have. And obviously, kids are growing up in a much different environment other than we were. We grew up with Pong.
It was all about pitching for me, kids. And what I mean by
you're
that
not 46, all right?
you had
You're
to
not that
convince
old,
your
but-
parents it's not weird that you're 13 going to play video games with 25-year-olds at that point. These are my teammates. Does that guy have kids? Yeah.
Basically,
this is
who
my
older than I
teammate
am,
for this
yeah.
event.
Yeah.
Thanks. This is apparently what I sounded like at 13. So.
I can imagine
I
that you were probably
didn't.
very annoying to play against whenever you were
Oh, I
taking
had
down
the voice
16,
master back
17-year-olds.
then.
What's going on, guys?
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
what's up?
So you couldn't
I
tell
forgot
that you
about
knew I
that.
was a
Oh
child.
my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, never forget the old days.
Yeah,
Yeah.
shout
That was
out.
like the
Shout out to
coolest thing. I remember
those.
when that came out, and I was like, oh, this is so cool for trolling.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I love too that with Fortnite, you're seeing people coming from so many different scenes. Like King Richard Wright was like a Skyrim player or something like that.
Yeah, Elder Scrolls Online.
Elder Scrolls Online,
And
it's
Cypher,
like, which
funny
is
enough.
hilarious. And then Sir D was from the Destiny community, massive over there.
Yeah, I think I
made
saw
that
that,
transition.
yeah.
Obviously, doing extremely well from that. So I mean, you're seeing a lot of people come together, and that's what's been so interesting about this. It's kind of been a phenomenon, right? Like when I was a kid, you had Halo, Call of Duty. Those were the two games everybody was playing. Really, for the last 3 years, you had the next gen consoles kind of come out. Kind of killed this. You got so many people in so many micro scenes.
Right.
Fortnite, everybody I know is playing this game. Everybody I know is invested in it. I got my buddy actually texting me. He goes, "Are you playing in this?" I said, "No, I'm casting." And he's like, "Well, how's Nickmercs doing?" Everybody across the whole board from every scene is getting involved in Fortnite. It's
yeah,
wonderful. Now's the time to get involved in it if you ever wanted to be a competitive player. And if you want to be a caster, don't let your dreams die.
Absolutely not, of course. Fortnite considered to be the melting pot of esports, at least for the time being. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Winners, finals, FaZe. Tfue and Cloakzy facing off against the other TSM brethren and Myth and Hamlinz. I imagine the reason why we're having internet issues is probably due to the rage that Daequan CaMiLLs probably had. Probably ripped out the Ethernet a little bit probably
he
after
actually
that
blew his
loss.
setup up
but-
with his mind.
He
Yeah, it was
most likely-
crazy. I was like, whoa.
Oh, man. But regarding the landing spots, Taylor, any surprises that we're taking note of off the break here?
I'm glad to see FaZe going back to their original home of Risky. Of course, they're going to be landing on those houses just on the outside and push in to pick up some remaining frags. But, of course, Myth and Hamlinz going against the grain. They're going to be heading over towards Pleasant Park, which is an area we have seen them go to in the past. But at least for this tournament, we haven't seen it as of yet. We'll see how these two contrasting styles are going to work out. You do see, though, on the bottom left screen, Cloakzy did spot a couple of players at least coming for that landing, so they might have some company soon.
And I'm going to give a quick shout-out to Fortnite Competitive, and along with that, Getabooze user on there has been helping us out a lot with the stats throughout this week. Actually, a stat to be keeping note of. TSM versus FaZe competitive-wise, right? We talked about Myth and Hamlinz, also with Daequan and CaMiLLs. In total, 6-5 is what right now FaZe has the advantage over TSM competitive. So right now FaZe has the advantage. This is an opportunity for Myth and Hamlinz to even up that overall kind of rivalry that we see in Friday Fortnite at 6-6. But of course, getting back on talk with the landing zones, it is a little bit interesting, right, that we see the risky reels drop come through from Tfue and Cloakzy. One thing to keep note of though is both teams on the total opposite side of the map from one another. So we talked about RNG, we talked about the landing zones. One team is about to get blessed, and one team probably is about to get a little bit ruined here when it comes down to the setups. Question being, who is it going to come to? What's going to happen regarding it? And who can find the initial frags off the break?
And right off the bat, we saw Hamlinz taking some damage. Tfue in a close engagement himself. We'll spot the player, gets the quick elimination as Myth is lighting up the scoreboard too, as he's going to find a frag himself, both finding and being blessed with the inventory as we see a gold scar in the hands of Tfue off the rip. Of course, you talk about streamer loot, that's what you want, but Cloakzy is in fact getting lit up. He's going to have to retreat, and his inventory is not looking as good as Tfue. He only has
Solid common revolver there. It's
common
1776
revolver.
where he's from, Taylor. Haven't seen guns like that since the Patriot was a relevant movie, so just throw that out there here. We've got the Blues though in the pocket. Tommy gun followed by that tack shotty. 8 C4s for Myth. He might just go destroy all of Pleasant Park for the fun of it.
Yeah, and
I mean,
probably
why
do that
not?
with half of his inventory. The C4 are absolutely insane, but it looks like for the time being, Hamlinz making the rush in the bottom right of our screen right now. Of course, has the few weapons in his inventory. Of course, most notably that scoped AR. Of course, the rare version of that, as it looks like few kills possible. They have an idea as to where this next squad is going to be at. But no Matt's actually, unfortunately, for Myth. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to rock the remote explosives. The C4 is what I find interesting in this particular situation. Blows the entire place to bits, and that's when the players start to get revealed. These guys should be done for in a matter of moments here, Taylor.
And I was a bit worried for this push from Myth. He had no mats and actually runs out of him again. He's going to bring down this second house. We talked about him clearing out Pleasant Park, and he's doing just that, but wisely so, as he does have a player who's going to be sneaking his way, and I believe he was just behind the last remaining walls, and yes, he is peekaboo, as Myth is going to find him and takes him out.
Oh, 517, you can't hide. At that point, you got a challenge, but he did have a purple scar on his body, just giving those extra goodies here to the TSM boys. Of course, 4 kills now combined for them, but it looks like FaZe is keeping up as well. We see their standard risky drop, which I'm not going to lie to you guys, every time I go risky, somebody comes out of that house with a shotgun while I'm sitting there with a common pistol from 3 feet away and just absolutely decimates me. So the fact they play so well out of here, of course, we see that rotation over to Tomato Town as well through Wailing Woods, collecting all of that beautiful wood and mats. Just smart players in general. They usually do not stray away from their game. I think that's what makes FaZe such an impactful team, is that they just say, hey, man, listen, you guys are going to play your game. That's great. We're going to continue to play our game every single time. Why do you think we win so much?
It's true.
We don't succumb to pressure.
That's absolutely true. And one thing, too, that we can obviously talk about when it comes into risky reels, you know, it's not super far away from Tomato Town. We also talk about Wailing Woods. The amount of resources that you can get if you're a FaZe clan, who obviously prefer that quite a bit of the time. Both of our teams, of course, collectively, are all about those resources, the building, the advantage that you get when it comes into having high ground advantage. The ability to have those resources in your back pocket is super, super influential. So I think that's one nice little thing that the FaZe boys can kind of rely on, is the amount of trees that they have, the amount of utility that they have in their process, of course, of trying to get closer and closer toward that zone. But, of course, as soon as I start to talk about the resources for FaZe clan, we also got to keep in mind for Tfue and Cloakzy, right? Or excuse me, for Myth and Hamlinz, right? They also have quite a bit of trees as well on their rotation toward either Loot Lake or Tilted Towers, based off the bus's location, guys. I mean, it was right over Tilted for the most part. So this is going to be a great opportunity for Myth and Hamlinz. If they don't die early, which has been an issue for them a majority of the time, but if they can find some good kills here inside Tilted Towers, much like their other TSM squad, they could be finding themselves with a pretty decent lead heading into map number 2.
Yeah, we'll see Myth and Hamlinz. They're going to be heading over towards Tilted, whereas we're going to see the FaZe boys. They're going to have to go through Tomato. Then it's going to get a little bit quiet where they can rotate through Dusty or Retail, depending on which direction that they would like to go. So obviously a lot of potential there in terms of rotations, but I think at least right now we're talking about mid-game. Actually, it's getting pretty late game as the kills have been dropping relatively fast, only 30 engagements remaining. We might see Myth and Hamlinz heat up a little bit, but once Tilted drops out, FaZe boys might have that comeback, especially because we'll see them now in a fight themselves as they are nearing their way over towards Dusty. And you just saw that submachine gun in the hands of Tfue mowing the player, lasering down. Of course, Cloakzy will finish him off. And again, as we see Cloakzy again picking up yet another elimination. Cloakzy, that player that you always harp on, Landon, such a great player to have, at least in your arsenal. And he is, in fact, doing so great. 3 and 3 for FaZe, as we're seeing now, a total of 6 and 4 on the right for Myth and Hamlinz. But like I said, though, it's going to slow down a little bit for FaZe. Myth and Hamlinz going to heat up a little bit over in this Tilted area.
Absolutely. And you saw that gold scar in the back pocket of Tfue. Still decides to use that purple tack submachine gun. Pops that guy. You got Cloakzy, of course, coming around to also get the assist. And, of course, they're looking to get these stragglers coming out here on top underground from the Tomato area. That's one of those areas where if you get trapped, usually you're in between 2 or 3 teams here. You got Tomato, the stragglers coming from Risky, which in this case are Tfue and Cloakzy, made their way towards Dusty Divot. And now you've got Myth and Hamlinz in Tilted Towers just looking to get some kills. They realize not too many players alive left in this lobby. It's been a relatively quick game, not necessarily from these squads. You're only going to see a combined, roughly 11 kills out of them all total. Every kill is going to count. Game 2 is actually going to seem to matter the most here unless one of these groups is going to be able to get a lot of kills. And hopefully it's just going to be able to try to consolidate your opponents.
Absolutely. And it looks like at the time being Myth, very, very low on HP, happens to be on the flank right now, and with no mats to his name, and unfortunately he can't put up the walls, and he could be as good as done, and yes, he will get thirsted, and now it is left up to Hamlinz in a very sketchy situation. A structure just above him realizes, hey, I'm not going to find high ground anytime soon, and right now if you're Hamlinz, right, the game essentially is in your hands. A very big deficit when it comes down to the overall scheme of this series regarding what could happen in map number 2. And the advantage that FaZe has with still 24 engagements still left up. If you're Hamlinz, I mean, you really can't do anything but this play, especially with the fact that you don't have any resources regarding the factor of shields, regarding the factor of bandages as well. Nothing to really hold on to. And we talk about how this is such a big moment for TSM. But yet again, Taylor, their issues with dying early have been so evident tournament to tournament. A lot of their losses have come from this exact reason, and they go Tilted Towers, doesn't work out in their favor, and with FaZe, right, they don't make their way into Tilted. They kind of have the slow transitional play, and it works out for them very, very well. Granted, not in the best situation when it comes down to the zone, which can play a little bit nicer, but they can afford it because why? They're in the 2v1.
Yeah, you know, it was looking so good for TSM, but just getting dropped like that hurts so much. And we've seen this so many times in Friday Fortnite where they start getting heated up and they're going back and forth, but then you see that tilted just ruin the tournament lives. Of course, Hamlin's still alive, so damage controls could still occur, but one thing is going to be inevitable. FaZe will go into the second game with a considerable lead, especially if Hamlinz gets dropped overall, because it looks like, you know what, Risky, you know, that's an area they've preferred throughout our tournaments. So, you know, Hamlinz is in fact going to go down, and now it's just going to be all extra credit points for the FaZe boys. This is where they thrive. Now the pressure is off. They can just comfortably rotate through, pick up the easy kills. At this point now they're just playing just a regular game overall, and they've got to be feeling good. But if you're TSM fans, including myself, you have to be worried for them. Game 2 is going to be rough, but then again, you know, that last game we saw a 15-kill deficit for FaZe going into it against Daequan CaMiLLs, and of course, FaZe made that comeback possible. We could see the same thing happen here for the TSM boys of Myth and Hamlinz, but FaZe is not the team you want to be against, especially going in with a deficit.
It's also a team that you want to die early to. I think it's fair to say.
Well, Hamlin's in that situation. I mean, he's listening for game sound there to try to spot, so he hears those guys, his opponent's getting shot at. Peeks out. Unfortunately, there's just 2 of them there. He made it just
Llama's
the
in
first
chat,
shot.
please?
It's the second. Llama's in chat all day. I want some more Port-a-Fort action. Let's get some sky bridges in here, FaZe. Why not? Let's make it rain.
And the scary thing is that they could just do that like easily. Tfue's like, yeah, I'm gonna show you guys up my building skills really quickly. As it's not necessarily the most difficult build in the world. I think for me that would be kind of a problematic situation. But these guys, man, they make it look easy. I've been watching the playground, and they have just absolutely been murking every single team. So of course they're gonna make that structure 3 wide, so it's a lot more difficult to take down these things. I believe what they're gonna do is I think they're either gonna rock, the bounce trap into the bounce pad, which propels you even farther, a little bit of an advantage, and so of course, with a massive place to travel toward, they've got to obviously use as much utility as they can. And looks like they're loading in from the battle bus by how high they actually got up in the air.
That's the coolest thing I've seen in a long time.
I thought they were just trying to go for their battle pass and get some more rings with that distance, that height that they had. I mean, that is absolutely insane. I love the creativity we see from these pros, and I love watching these Friday Fortnites because I get to develop these skills myself as I get to play more. And hello, there's a player there trying to destroy the rep, doesn't know how to edit through it, so he's trying to pickaxe it.
That's the one that actually killed Hamlinz as well.
Was it really?
Yeah, that
so
was the 2 that killed Hamlinz.
That is disappointing, especially after you just saw that phenomenal play from that player. But
yeah, an absolute beast. Teammates coming back, says, Ralph, where did you go? Why weren't you pushing with us? We already had the bridge and everything built. Meanwhile, you're going to get killed by that guy? Come on.
Oh, man.
Come on, Wonder Woman.
Oh,
Boogie
Tfue's dancing, baby. Oh, man.
How dangerous is this going to be? Can't build, but luckily not able to capitalize whoever threw that. And, of course, he's going to get that high ground, but does take a massive hit from the right.
That's probably the Wonder Woman I thought it was.
Okay.
Oh, trying to bounce and jump away. Can he stay alive?
Yes,
and oh, my goodness. Somehow Tfue manages to escape out of that fight, thankfully, as the campfire to sit around, but not for much longer, right? Trying to put up as many walls as he possibly can, rocks the pyramid above his structure, and really is relying on, hopefully, Cloakzy to go big. Of course, in our bottom right of our screen right now, trying to find as many kills as he possibly can, and it looks like still trying to seek out, trying to find as many kills as he possibly can, going from the flank side, and looks like he will take down yet again another player, but Tfue giving out the call out to Cloakzy, saying, hey, the storm is right on our backside. We have to be very, very careful with what players are still up and around. It looks like for the time being, a nice little play, rocking the impulse to get a little bit of a height advantage as Tfue.
Well, that was
and he might live to see another day here.
That was a tier 1 daddy play right there. I don't even know how to feel about that. I mean, at that point, you just impulsed and built yourself up to keep yourself alive. I've seen a lot of impulse plays, but that just seems like a very common one that I feel like more people should probably utilize, right? To try to stay alive. 7 kills out of him, 10 now out of Cloakzy. They do it again.
Jeez. They definitely do, and obviously they just overcame that spot where we saw Hamlinz and Myth drop, and they did it considerably well. Still, more engagements remaining as we see 9, as they've got to push in just a little bit, but they made their way out of the storm and made their way out of a huge team fight. And Tilted looking incredibly strong going into game number 2, already with a 13-frag lead overall, and they see more players building straight ahead of them at 180. So you see Cloakzy, he's going to go ahead and backtrack along with Tfue to try and get this high ground over this team they knew that was building up. And Tfue looks like he'll probably be the first one to engage on this team, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see how he's going to be able to meet up with them. I'm kind of curious to see if he's going to have the drop on him overall, as he does look like he will be on the back of them. It's actually, they did in fact dip out, so he's not going to be able to spot him just yet. But still, though, the fact that they were able to find at least this many engagements is showing that their lead is going to continue.
You gotta love this. I mean, Tfue looks back behind where this build is just to make sure he's not going to get pinched off this push. Waits for his teammate Cloakzy to be able to push up with him. And now, smart play here. He did double check, so now he knows they're actually going to be caught between two teams. So there's going to be multiple engagements here. Literally going to be the last remaining, probably all the squads remaining, actually, unless there's that one straggler hiding, which will inevitably die in a not-so-peaceful way if the FaZe guys actually do catch up with them. These bounce pad plays, I'm seeing it with the C4s. Is he going to knock his teammate down? Why not? Look at the clutch.
Wow.
Actually navigates to where he doesn't knock his teammate. Knocks one, 498. Not having a good day. Spots another player. He's only got 44 HP in the back pocket. Let's see if he falcons on him. We don't know the Eagle's a new emote. So let's see if he drops that on him.
Oh my gosh, what just happened?
I've never heard something more intimidating in my life as the opposition literally drops to their feet in just overall worriedness, as it looks like FaZe will yet again see another day. Not many people left alive, as
Legion
and
just
Taylor
went
are
absolute
You're
full.
welcome, Taylor.
We are struggling just to even say words right now.
You're welcome for that. It's that new,
Oh
it's that
my.
Eagle emote. You know what I want to see actually implemented in this game are stationary gliders set up on high positions that you can actually use to get away.
Oh, like a
That'd be
zip line.
amazing.
Yeah, like a zip line would be
Okay.
sick.
That'd be interesting.
That'd be cool, actually, especially to snipe someone off of that. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, because they're running in a straight line down a zip line and you're just waiting at the base.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
Oh, jeez.
Ready to
Just
put
straight
one pump him in
into
the
you.
face.
Anything could happen. Here
Anything
in
definitely
Fortnite.
could happen in
Ooh,
Fortnite.
2 players remaining, and watch as we
Jeez,
get
these
this little
pop
pop
shots.
head glitch shot here
Yeah.
from Tfue. Known pretty much as
This is
this
disgusting.
coining. This is his, right? I mean, look at this. He's just going to drop down. He's going to build. I don't even know what he just did, honestly. I was just saying.
It's
It was
a great way
multiple
to say it.
walls and then a floor. I mean,
And, that's
sign
what I
my
love right
chest,
there.
Tfue. What's happening out here?
Cloakzy 2 times in a row has had ultimate, like, just whatever that Tfue needs, he's got it for him in the back pocket. I think he gave him a med kit,
Yep.
two minis heading into the last fight after Tfue managed to stay alive in this situation. Hey, man, I got you a chug. Don't worry, pal. Go ahead and stay alive. Stay back in the fight. Fantastic plays coming in from Cloakzy to have that utility at his hands. That's all came through the amount of frags that he's obviously gotten is how you get that utility. Up to
solos.
12. Up to 12 kills in total right now is Cloakzy, finding a bunch of solo players, make it 13, as it's going to be a very, very scary deficit. If you're a TSM fan, FaZe might be taking out the entire squadron, the
Family.
entire competitive team in a matter of 2 series.
Yeah, and you saw the danger, the detriment, the damage
Oh.
they were able
Did
to
you
cause.
just alliterate my mind?
I did, in fact. You saw the detriment, the damage they were able. Just about to get into it.
I can't even.
I'm telling you, it's a lot. The headphones, the hat, keeping the brain intact. But you saw
If I take it off, I die.
Myth and Hamlinz in Tilted, they go down with just 23 engagements remaining. You saw how much damage FaZe was able to come through with in the end, as now they're going to have a 19 frag lead going into game number 2.
Shout
and
out
at
to my
this
Twitter.
point,
I'm Reflections.
Reflections over there, Landon here. Hello and welcome. As you're seeing us coming into the action. Of course, though, TSM has a lot of ground to cover, and going against FaZe, it's going to be tough. We'll probably see another risky drop potentially, but it all depends on the bush route. TSM, Myth, and Hamlinz, typically they don't split up from each other. Obviously, they're very capable individuals to be able to do so. Do they do that now in the second game?
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of questions, and I'm sure all those questions were definitely going through Myth and Hamlin's mind as they, kind of stood at the death screen for as long as they did, just waiting to see what really was going to come of it. What deficit are we really going to have heading into this game number 2? But I would say for TSM, one issue that we've seen from them is, like I said, dying early, not being alive to the victory royale, not being alive toward the end. And I think it's fair to say when it comes into Friday Fortnite, especially, the amount of players that are alive, the least amount of players that are alive, the higher opportunity that you have to take them out. Because once the zone starts to get smaller, that 20 turns into probably a guaranteed 80% of them you're going to see. The original 100, right? It really doesn't matter too much. But the massive thing is staying alive toward the end to find a massive chunk of those kills, which happens to find usually in what I like to call the final 30.
And that's what FaZe is so good at. Like, we see them pretty even stale. You'll see them right around the 30-40 mark. You get down to the bottom 25 players, and they are literally probably dropping at least 60 to 70% of those every single time. And I don't know if it's just that they rotate differently or what it is, but it seems like every route they take seems to be the correct one to finding the most populated areas. Like you say, as that circle gets smaller, there's a better chance that you're going to be able to find all of these players remaining. Doesn't really matter in the beginning. Tfue and Cloakzy, though, pretty much the kings so far of being able to finish out those last 20 when that circle gets smaller, Landon. I'm excited to see where everyone's going to drop here today.
Absolutely, man. Of course, speaking of circles, going through the rings potentially try to earn a few of those challenges as we do digress, see exactly what the plays are. It looks like a split coming through from TSM, which unfortunately is a play they have to make here, Taylor. It looks like Hamlinz going toward retail row, Myth bending to go toward tilt the towers. Oh, man, back-to-back, 1v4 squads, a situation like this down the way that they are. Any engagement could literally be their last, and we'll see how long they can survive.
No.
Oh, my gosh. Myth jumped off the top of, an 8-story building, has, 2337 HP, not a whole lot to his name, and he could die right here.
No guns.
Right now. Has a, pistol
no guns,
in his
no
back
mats.
pocket. No mats, as Legion
No
says.
bullets either.
Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness. Nothing to work off of but a few bandages.
Oh, what you talk about, the boldest aggressive push you could potentially make, and this could spell disaster for Myth. He did have bandages, but he doesn't have any bullets. Now he's got to find another weapon, and of course we know every building in Tilted is going to be occupied, especially from all those players landing there. So now Hamlinz himself, he's managed to find some frags, but he's going to be in a couple of battles as well, where we're seeing FaZe. They're going to be at Shifty. They're just chilling at this point, pulling the Ninja Hysteria kind of momentum there. They're going to be pushing into Tilted after that, but Myth, he's choosing to dip out. He has to go to loot, potentially hit up Modern or even around there for the couple of other those warehouse buildings, but this is a huge momentum shift. Myth, that's a big break.
Yeah, that's a huge break if you're a FaZe fan. Absolutely. And that's such an unfortunate situation that kind of goes down. I'm not sure if he was immediately trying to go for the aggressiveness, or maybe, I know on those edges of the walls you can actually catch the window seal and not take as much fall damage, so I'm not sure if that was the play he was trying to accomplish or whatever it may be, but that has totally slowed the progression that TSM desperately needs to have in their favor. If you're a TSM fan, it's definitely looking a lot more scary, as this is the situation where, like I said, FaZe isn't supposed to be finding kills. This is where the slow portion of the game starts off, and this is where you can start to pad your lead, but not at all the case here. As like I said, a slow start from Myth. Thankfully, Hamlinz is finding some kills here and there inside a retail row, up to 4, but not having any support from his teammate.
You got to see, though, Hamlinz with that silent submachine gun, just the common, literally probably 120 meters away, manages to pop that guy off. It literally is a laser beam. We're seeing Hamlinz doing a great job here in retail, just trying to keep the dream alive, narrowing that deficit now to, I believe, 18, considering Tfue now has 3 total kills. So a lot of kills for them to try to come back with. They're basically going to have to eliminate half the lobby. But you see Myth knock another player, and of course it's going to be 2 in a row. And you know what he says? He's just going to give him a little dance right over the dead bodies. Just a full-on dance there.
And I guess a lot of damage control can still happen here as Myth. He can
Right.
rotate back to Tilted if he wanted to. He manages to get lucky and find at least half a squad, or at least hopefully there's going to be more players pushing him and he'll be able to pick up the full squad eventually. But moving over to Tilted could be the advantage that he absolutely needs. But there's a lot of dangerous situations here. Of course, they have 6 total frags, but still being met with phases is 3, but that's still a 16 frag lead for the boys of phases. They're now going to be rotating through. They're going to have advantage of Tilted once they push over there, and we've seen how they can beam down, especially if they have the zoom in their inventory, but they don't. We do see a sniper, a bolt action in the hands of Cloakzy, so him being up on that hilltop, he might be able to get some snipes as Tfue might push in on the bottom portion.
Oh, wow.
May go get some extra kills himself, but still though, Hamlinz not slowing down whatsoever. He has ran retail by himself. He's sitting at 7 frags, where Myth is finding it another engagement. So nothing short of engagements. You can only imagine if they didn't fall so early in the other game.
And another knock here from Myth as well. One thing we're seeing is pretty much good management in terms of not overextending on teams when you're pushing. Of course, this guy in the water obviously doesn't know that you can build a wall and potentially a ramp to stay alive. So luckily, Myth and them are finding some kills. And if we manage to see a comeback, this is going to be the second one of the day that's been insane on the team that had an insane comeback against the other half of TSM earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. But, of course, heading in toward Tilted Towers, this could literally seal the deal right now, of course, here for FaZe Clan, as they are diving in deep. Tfue making his way toward L's. It looks like it could be an opportunity for them to extend this lead to an ungodly manner. That's for certain, but take a look at this. Tfue taking a snipe in the backside, 24 HP. He was full on just about everything, and now it is absolutely the opposite. This could actually be a huge moment for TSM if Tfue was to fall here. Not going to be the situation as of right now, but a very scary spot. Tfue stays up, and they're looking pretty good now.
Yeah, they definitely are. He managed to get a fireplace along with bandages to quickly put himself back up to the health that he needs to be at to make this push possible. I do believe Tfue maybe have spotted him, might have been able to get some damage on that player as they're now going to go with the absolute send, pushing forward on top of this house on the left here as he'll build up and nobody's going to be home, but I do believe there might be some players down below as Cloakzy's or Tfue's going to go ahead and push in on the opposite building. Myth and Hamlinz, though, look at where Myth is at. He's managed to push back from loot, and now he's going to take the bottom section of this house. Maybe he hears that player that, Cloakzy was pushing after. So we'll see if Myth is able to steal this frag. But if Myth is able to pester FaZe,
oh no, the trap!
Big. But the trap, as Myth goes down, he is fully eliminated. Now Hamlinz
so is his internet.
Is last alive.
Yeah, the new trap actually in the last update also shuts your internet off.
It pulls the Ethernet cord from the router.
Friday Fortnite Tournament. Only.
Oh my gosh,
it's an agreement.
That is so unfortunate. We like talk about truly like a frustrating moment for Myth in that spot. Nearly dying from fall damage off the break of this game, and then dying to a trap.
I just love that it goes straight to the internet dies and it goes straight to the sponsor logos like as soon as it happens. It's like when you remember the scene in Willy Wonka where the girl disappears down the goose egg chute?
We've had so many Willy Wonka.
I know, but just remember, it's
today.
like that's the end of her. Like that's just what happens on occasion here in Friday Fortnite. You get obliterated by a trap and somebody hiding in the bottom of Taco. Is this the beginning of the game? What is that guy doing?
I have no
Obviously
clue.
killing Myth.
And honestly, you could maybe argue, like with Myth kind of going into that bottom side as we see some nice shots coming in from Tfue. You could argue, right? Myth starts to enter in toward Tilted Towers. Those guys who probably are randoms are super scared because FaZe is firing down with a lot of force. They start to scatter. That maybe could be the reason why we see Myth fall is because of the trap play, the defensive plays, because they realize that FaZe, or at least a very talented squad, happens to be on their shoulders. But still, an unfortunate loss for Myth. An unfortunate loss, especially for Hamlinz now, because the deficit that he's at, he has played very, very well, gentlemen. Starting off at retail row, I think escaped with at least 5 or 6 kills, finding some transition ones in a Dusty Divot as well, up to 8 in total. Doing as much as he can, but I mean, it's almost like he can't play better than he is right now, and he has to if they want to stand a chance at getting in the grand finals. And at least to the winner's side, right?
That is true. I mean, how different this game would have been if Myth would have been able to stand up and stay up at least in tilted and not drop down as aggressively as did. And, of course, he's probably has to be questioning himself, like, why did I make that aggressive push? He could have just went through the roof, kitted up a little bit more, and maybe been more conservative and came through a window on top of those players. And he was shooting down already at him. There was no reason to jump down, but you got to be like guessing to yourself, like, why would you make that push? And honestly, I think it was just pure instincts. I think he saw those players, knew he was down, at least 12 frags going into the second game, or 19 frags going into the second game, and he knew at that point he just had to go for it, and he absolutely did. Hamlinz, a great game, 8 frags, but at this point the game is getting away from them. FaZe still up, rotating through. Hamlinz is playing catch-up. I don't see them coming back.
You were talking about this earlier. Would we choose a grenade launcher or would we choose the C4? And so far I've seen every duo rocking the C4 over the grenade launcher. We saw him leave that right outside tilted on the waterfall. Of course, he's got the 3 C4s in pocket. It's just such a good zoning weapon. It's such a good build destroyer. Why not hold it? Grenade launchers, you don't know really where your shot's going to land probably about 20% of the time, especially for shooting distance. Save those C4s, get into this, and we're going to see what he's got here. Oh, Tommy gun in the back pocket with the heavy shotgun. Probably one of the deadliest combos from mid-range.
It absolutely is, of course, recent addition to the game, and it looks like for right now, Hamlinz rocking it in full force. At least they are in that situation, but talk about HP loss, now down to 57 when it comes down to health. Thankfully, has those shields in his arsenal, as it looks like, 3 big ones come through from Hamlinz, but not that it's all for nothing. Not a whole lot of eliminations left. He's doing the best he possibly can, but still, with a massive mountain to climb. I mean, if you're a TSM fan, if you're Hamlinz right now, thinking in his mind, he is praying that either Tfue or Cloakzy, if not one of them, both of them have to drop in order for this clutch to fully come in.
I just want to put this in perspective. Of course, FaZe now 31-19. That is a massive lead of what, 12? No, it's got to be, it's 12 frags, right?
Yes.
So 12 frags with a total of, 18 engagements, 19 engagements still remaining.
Yeah, it's looking grim.
It's looking very grim, but just to put it in perspective, if FaZe move on to the grand finals, they're guaranteed $7,000, which means in their Friday Fortnite history, they have won, or at least, or have the potential of earning $44,000 in their Friday Fortnite history. If they win first place, of course, that's
Do you know
extra
how many
$47,000
I could get for $44,000?
A lot. And God,
I would literally be the coolest kid.
You know how many Kia Souls you could get for that?
Do you know how many iPod Nanos I could buy online, use, and string them all as a necklace or a belt buckle?
You know how many Eggo waffles you
coming
could buy
next
with
week?
that?
I think honestly they should just donate the prize pools to Legion and honestly make this project happen.
Hamlinz has got another 2 here. 13. They're on that deficit now to 10. If he gets 10 out of the next 14, which apparently that's, I mean, look at this guy Tfue sneaking up on here. Not looking too promising in this 1-by-1.
He's got C4
just drop that C4 heat. Why do you keep that in the pocket? Because it's amazing.
Oh my!
And when you run into teams like this, he's just gonna He's gonna dome him with this. He's gonna dome him with it. Brings out the silent sub again. The blue one. Oh my gosh, so good. Just continues to build up that height advantage. So key here, of course, as we keep talking about that playground, making sure that all of our pro players continue to get better and better. And you said they're actually going to be bringing it back forever at some point, right?
Yeah,
That's
it's
their
like
goal.
it's a heavily. I think it's not like a rumor. I think it's actually official that at least the argument is being made that I think Playground is going to be back in full force and for good, which is exactly what everyone would like. Of course, a great opportunity to really enhance your skills. And that's what we've been talking about with the competitive players. A rocket to the face, and somehow we see 2 HP left on Tfue, thanking his good graces, nearly gets taken down. Oh my goodness, having to rock this medkit. And you could argue if Tfue drops, this is a fantastic spot for TSM. It's a fantastic position for Hamlinz to stay alive. However, the official medkit comes through from Tfue. And despite that happening, just like this, Hamlinz is taken down and say goodbye. Back-to-back series. Tfue, funny enough, ends up getting dropped as well. But in back-to-back games, FaZe have officially taken down the entirety of the Pro Fortnite TSM squad in back-to-back series, and that is now 3 tournaments in a row that FaZe has booked their ticket into the grand finals.
Yes, it is, and honestly, Tilted Towers ended up being the ultimate demise for both Myth and Hamlinz in both games. We saw the first game they dropped with, about 24 engagements still remaining, and of course, in the second game, we saw Myth get relatively aggressive drop down. Unfortunately, ran out of bullets for his Tommy gun. And that was kind of sealed the deal as he had to rotate through Loot Lake. But honestly, Tilted is such a detrimental place to go to. If you can run it, it's good, but some place to kind of avoid. So you kind of got to be thinking, would it have been a little bit different if they would have went somewhere else? Maybe Retail Salted, maybe Retail Fatal. Who knows? But all I know is that FaZe, once again, is in our grand finals.
FaZe up, Legion. You predict. I mean, hey, we kind of predicted it. We had a TSM fan, and honestly,
we predicted it.
Whatever.
You may or may not be owed some Eggo waffles after this tournament.
I will buy you those Eggo waffles. I will.
Blueberry,
100%.
please.
I'm a chocolate. I'm a man of my. You like blueberry with chocolate?
Blueberry ones.
Come on, chocolate. Honestly, even producers agreeing with you, but I gotta go with chocolate. Dude, I just don't agree with any of you guys. I guess that's just what it seems like.
Not
it's
your
just
fault.
I'm always wrong.
It's not your fault. You're wrong, Taylor. We can't always be right 100% of the time.
That is
true.
These are facts. These are facts.
Yeah,
Turns out butter's not good for diets. I was wrong this whole time.
Fallout actually has had some great predictions. Of course, another guest that we have, from time to time. But yeah, man, predictions are hard, especially when it comes to the Friday Fortnite. But guys, what an insane winners final game that we just got to witness. Of course, FaZe will progress, like I said, for their 3rd time in a row into the grand finals. Of course, still a lot of awesome action to come here from Friday Fortnite. Losers bracket action. Some coverage of that will come right after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite, of course, week number 9. Of course, coverage continuing here on twitch.tv/UMG events. Of course, alongside myself, Landon. Lando Sanders. I have my fantastic duo on the couch alongside myself. We got Reflections and Legion. Boys, it has been a fantastic tournament up to this point. Spirits are high. Communication is high as it was high.
That was a block. Wow.
Wow.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I mean, hey, I think he's a little bit mad that we just saw FaZe into the grand finals when he's predicted TSM in back-to-back games.
It's true. He was wrong again.
But hey,
it's insane.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Taylor.
What's going on?
crazy.
It's just
cool,
everything
man.
is
Never
this is
gonna be right.
typical
Never
Friday
gonna be
Fortnite.
Double pump has gone as well. I mean, hey, it's all right, man.
And now, hold on. Now, stop now. EGL made this shirt, and I want to say double
did.
pump, it may be gone, but it lives here. It lives here.
It
and
lives here.
every
In
single,
our hearts.
every single day.
That's true.
Just like Tomato Man.
Just like Tomato Man.
It's all right, Legion. It's okay.
Come on back.
It's a sensitive subject, guys, for Legion right now in the current time because, of course, Tomato Man is unknown. Really, we don't know where he is.
It's a Tomato Man.
Oh my gosh, it's
you
honestly
still
like
hear his
hearing
voice?
hearing you say that really is gonna be difficult to continue on the broadcast. But we're gonna do our best, right? We're gonna do our best to continue on and try to remain in high spirits because right now, we have a fantastic game getting ready to come up. We've got High Distortion and Nickmercs getting ready to face off against Pack-a-Puncher and AlmightySneaky. Got a little bit of an update coming into this particular match. High Distortion, Nickmercs, hot off a victory, taking down Gotaga and Karma. I'm a little bit sad, not going to lie. Happy that HD Nickmercs make it through, but I'm always rooting for my COD guys, rooting for Courage. I'm rooting for Karma, of course, 3-time world champion in Call of Duty. kind of unfortunate, but hey, they have a pretty decent run. What, they lose to, what, who did Gotaga and Karma lose to first? I think they lost to TSM.
They lost to,
And then lose to High Distortion Nickmercs. Very respectable finish for their first tournament.
they lost to Ninja and Hysteria.
Oh, it was Ninja and Hysteria.
Ninja and
Well, still,
Hysteria,
regardless,
which-
very respectable opponents.
Very respectable. And not to mention, too, whoever wins this match will be moving on to play against Ninja and Hysteria in the losers quarterfinal. So obviously a lot riding on the line as we're going to see it come down and underway, as we didn't get to see High Distortion and Nickmercs drop in that first game when they were playing against Ninja and Hysteria. We caught them in game 2, and I believe at that point they were already landing tilted. But game 1, where are they going? Look like they are in fact poised to go over towards tilted. Not really a big surprise there, but Pack-a-Puncher and AlmightySneaky, they like that crate section, and looks like they're threatening to go there once again.
I've seen his whole face, and my whole day has been made. Nickmercs officially backing up for at least a few seconds for me to finally get a good view. What a beautiful, beautiful man, though. Of course, they're going to be dropping tilted off the rib. What else would they do, Landon? This is where they live. This is where they belong. They've got a high-rise here they pay $4,800 a month for a studio. And they're sharing it.
It's only one bedroom, unfortunately, for them as well. But getting very close as teammates, as they're going to have to continue to grind out through this losers bracket. Of course, continuing on, every team now in single elimination is every squad rather in losers bracket, desperately trying to face off against FaZe in the grand finals. Will it be High Distortion and Nickmercs, or will it rather be a sleeper team in Pack-a-Puncher and AlmightySneaky? It all breaks down now. And of course, in our game number 1, off the break, landing zones pretty opposite from one another. Regarding this particular spot here, Taylor.
Yeah, and crates, is a very good spot to land, given the fact that it's central to both Tomato and Retail. So you can go Tomato if you wanted to kind of, throw it out there, maybe cut off the rotation from Risky, but you can also go over to Salty Springs, Dusty Divot, depending on where you want to head after that point. But of course, Tilted, nothing really needs to be said about that. It's kind of the area you just go to if you're wanting some high-intensity kills.
Just something you do.
The rip. It's just something you do. I don't know. But, Pallets obviously giving them a lot of wood, too, and looking pretty good so far, but not a lot of engagements. And honestly, that's probably a good thing, because we need to see High Distortion and Nickmercs kind of rotate out of here and provide more longevity other than getting taken out early in the game, at least losing one person. So we'll see how they survive.
Now, one thing that I want to point out is that actually in this game, right, we usually see quite a few PC players. In this game, Legion's pointing it up. We got 3 out of our 4 players all playing on console. So this is a very interesting battle to see. For those who aren't familiar with Nickmercs, if they've seen High Distortions play on Twitch and whatnot, you're just not familiar with other streamers. Essentially, Nickmercs is the High Distortion, but of the console community when it comes into Fortnite. Both of these guys are insane on their respective platforms, and it's going to be very interesting to see them team up with one another. I know we're very excited to see their play together and how well they can be as a duo. And in that particular play, that one moment from High Distortion, that quick little pump shot to the face, that just goes to signify how much talent is on this particular duo's team.
And they say not to chase, but when you're way better than pretty much 99% of the people that you run into, you can make that decision to fall down those staircases, right? Land down there, ends up getting that nice little pop shot with the Twitch flip. And, of course, it's going to be now 4 combined kills for Nickmercs. And, of course, High Distortion starting off very well. This is the kind of tilted drop that they like. Pack-a-Puncher and AlmightySneaky, though, you have to think, though, running the risk here, playing controller, you're landing in a safe zone. Obviously, they're trying to play more of that phase role where they're just trying to make their way into more of a populated area. I don't know if that's going to work against High Distortion and Nickmercs. I mean, you kind of have a similar play style if you're going console to console, right? So I don't know. We'll see if it's going to work out for them if they start to run into some opponents and how this can actually play out.
One thing I want to point out, too, is Nickmercs did, in fact, find that purple scar. But one thing that I wanted to kind of point out even more so was High Distortion with that gold minigun in his inventory. That gold minigun can shred through obstacles, shred through buildings, and you can be a true support role in its finest ability. Plus, you can also shred through the opponents depending on how you aim it. So, given that, I would love to see what he can do with it. And as I say that is great. Good timing. He's going to switch out for the bolts, and, of course, we'll see what he can do with that.
And of course, getting along with the other squad as well, Pack-a-Puncher, AlmightySneaky, transitioning their way into toward Retail row. We thought with the slow start, things could quickly change. There's going to be at least one squad sitting instead of Retail. And if not, there's going to be some type of loot that they can find as well. As, like I said, off the start of that slow pass of play, could quickly start to turn around, and it looks like a nice little drum gun, a blue drum gun from AlmightySneaky. Didn't really have a whole lot of solid ARs in his arsenal. Now that quickly changes up with a newly added weapon, and boys, that gun literally destroys everything in its path.
So, drum gun over silence. What are you guys thinking?
I'm going silence probably.
I'm probably going silence as well.
I don't know. It depends on the rarity, I think.
It depends. Obviously, let's say both are equal in rarity. I would have to go with the silence in my opinion, because I think it has a better aim. I think the hitbox on it is much more consistent than the.
I think the clip size of the drum gun is what's so appealing for a lot of players, especially if you're thinking to yourself, "Hey, man, I need to take this build down." A lot of opponents, they might be used to the sound, they might not. If you're starting to play some of these guys, they're going to think maybe you're at about 25, 30 rounds. Then by the time they try to push you still got a half a clip left to be able to drop.
And the silence, it shoots very fast as well. It's almost like it's got a rapid fire attachment on it. So a lot of players, I've been seeing a lot of pro players discussing and saying, hey, I need to tap with it a lot more because of how much ammo that I'm using and how much resources that I'm not going to have. Medium bullets, obviously, come few and far between. It's not the easiest particular clip to find. But regardless of that, though, kind of moving forward into this game, we see players move into retail row, and it's looking pretty good, at least for Sneaky right now. Of course, sitting at 3 frags in total, the only frags for his team as it currently stands. But, 3 to 5, realistically, out of Tilted Towers? For the risk it takes to go into Tilted, you could argue it's not necessarily the greatest return that they could have gotten.
Yeah, it's really not, and you would expect them to come out with quite a few more frags. Of course, they're not sitting very bad at all, of course, being a 2-frag lead, but the thing is they also don't have position. Pack-a-Punch, AlmightySneaky, they've already hit up crates, went through retail, clear that out. Now they're going to be at Dusty, pursuing their way potentially towards Salty, maybe even further than that, Fatal. We'll have to see where their rotation overall is going to bring them, but they do have position. As I say that, though, Nickmercs will, in fact, be in a fight along with High Distortion, and we'll see if they'll be able to maybe kind of pick this up. This tree is kind of in the way. Of course, he'll finally get the thirst as a player will drop down in front of him again. It is Christmas time. Nickmercs is picking up all the gifts, and of course, that being frags. I'm just hiding in my evergreen. You notice, too, there was also a golden or a legendary grenade launcher right behind Nickmercs. We'll see if he'll pick that up and put it to work.
Absolutely. And you see just how pivotal these submachine guns are. I mean, he's using it to destroy this build. This guy's jumping over, of course. He's waiting for that help from Nickmercs, but they managed to take him out again. 9 total kills now for him. Great engagement. I find it hilarious he was literally hiding underneath that tree. Those guys had no idea where he was putting shots from, and it was literally right next to him, just shooting his ankles out.
Oh, those ankle shots
blowing those Achilles out with some. Let's see. Is somebody gonna hold the dualies? Don't tease me. Pick them up.
They're solid, man, and they're great for I think it's like a really good situational weapon. I think with 2 bursts from the dual pistols, you could take down almost at least a wood structure, a wood wall and whatnot. Those things are pretty good, especially when it comes into build fights. Which we talk about competitive. Maybe in Friday Fortnite, it's not as common, but once competitive starts, we start to see the World Cup roll around. Those dual pistols, if they're still firing as solid as they are right now, those could be without question a very solid weapon when it comes down to certain roles of competitive. Whether it's a guy who's playing support for the back lines, trying to hammer in those structures, or even if you lose high ground right now in the playground, having those dual pistols at your backside can be great to utilize, especially with taking down structures and whatnot from the ground floor level.
I think when you think about versatility, though, the pistols, what kind of trumps that is, maybe even just a shotgun in itself. The shotgun has more damage, also more damage per second, and it kind of just outweighs the ability of those dual pistols. I think they do have their place, but I think they need some reworking in order for them to kind of be more usable overall from these players, as we'll see how the meta is going to progress. Obviously, Fortnite has done, or Epic has done a phenomenal job in terms of balancing out the overall weapons, as we're seeing so much more versatility now than we have seen before. But we see Sneaky getting tapped up just a little bit, having to build up with the pop rock, and of course he'll be able to build up at least above his opponents here, as he does take even more damage. So he's got to be careful. Now, Pack-a-Puncher in the back, he's going to be trying to take off the head of this Zoe, and he does hit one of his shots.
All right.
But of course, he has to do a little bit more, as Sneaky is in a very bad position.
Yeah, definitely not the most favorable one by any means. Here comes Pack-a-Puncher, though, receiving quite a bit of that crit damage. Unfortunately for him, though, does not have any med kits or any bandages, but does have that big pot of events to use. Actually has 2 of them, so that's going to get him back to 100 shield. Unfortunately, though, for his comrade, not living up to the same category. What on literally just a few HP in total, and it looks like the Dark Voyager is going to go for the challenge. Thankfully, though, the Thirst is not going to be underway, but just like that, Sneaky, unfortunately, will fall. Pack-a-Puncher tries to go for the rush. I think his screen's a little bit delayed because both of these gentlemen are down for the count. And with 22 eliminations still, or 22 frags still available on the map,
Oh,
that is
yeah.
going to spell disaster for this team's chance to have a decent advantage heading into map number 2.
And that's where you see, once again, I mean, the submachine gun, he drops down in there, manages to get the first guy with a nice shotgun. Of course, the second guy just waiting there. Unfortunately, you missed one time with that shotgun versus that tack.
Yeah.
All that time you have to make up just drops them instantaneously. You had 150 health going into that battle as well.
Right, yeah.
So just unfortunate. I did find it a little odd that Sneaky didn't try to reverse and rebuild another wall. Also, we saw him earlier in Tilted when he was trapped actually drop a ramp behind the wall as well. So we had that dual layer of protection. So at that point, I feel like you just kind of need to build. But he might have also been low on mats as well. So I really couldn't tell how many he had. But, of course, we're going to see this this beautiful, beautiful hunting rifle in High Distortion's hand. I'm excited to see him go to work with it.
I think what's hilarious is that, like, we're talking about, like, oh my gosh, Sneaky and Pack-a-Puncher trying to stay alive in Dusty Divot. I literally look at, like, once, you know, their death cams have kind of gone away, we start transitioning to High Distortion, Nickmercs. So, like, yeah, we'll be taking that loot. Thank you very much. Like, they're just totally fine with the factor of, like, what the fight that just went down, and they're going to take, like, what, a few shots in the enemy and say thank you so much for that loot. So, very smart play coming in from those two. And you know what? That's a great situation to where they probably weren't going to take that fight normally and try to take those kills away, but thankfully since they, you know, whether it was luck or maybe it was just their overall callouts, they don't go for the rush. They allowed the opposition to die, and from there, that's when they could start to aggress things. But hey, right now, on Nickmercs' screen, he has an 8-kill advantage, but he wants to make that one even more and more. Thankfully, he has the Hot Rocks to make sure he doesn't take any fall damage, but right now, with the controller in his hands, desperately trying to stay up, and thankfully has the help of High Distortion just at his backside. Of course, this dastardly duo will continue on their deathly run as Nickmercs, nearly on the brink of death himself,
Distortion
manages
with a nice
to
assist.
stay up in big plays. Like you said, Legion coming through from HD keeps Nickmercs afloat, and so does this advantage.
Yeah, that's the teammate you want, right? Coming in, obviously helping him out at 12 HP. As he missed that first shot, that's almost what did him in. He goes for the shot, misses just to the left. Of course, he's able to recover and finish off his opponents. Like you said, an 8-kill lead now, extending their way, I believe, to now a 10-frag lead going into game number 2. And more still to come is, you know, when you get dropped with 15 engagements still remaining, you got to be a little bit worried. It's just like when Myth and Hamlinz dropped and tilted before it gets phased. There were still 23 engagements still remaining, and you can take off with your lead tremendously moving into game number 2. So Pack-a-Punch, you know, Sneaky got to be a little bit worried if I was in their hands, but, you know, at this point, you got to let it go and kind of push forward. Where are we going to be landed next drop? What are we going to be doing? What's our overall strategy? Because crates might be a little bit too slow for that team. They might have to heat it up just a little bit, go for a split, but still, though, with that being said, 12 engagements still remaining, and they're pushing out to try and find the last remaining frags.
And getting back on the discussion of what probably the mindset is right now for Sneaky and Pack-a-Puncher, it's like, yeah, we're not going to go crates. Well, we could go Tilted Towers. The one worry thing is that probably HD and Nickmercs, despite having a lead, are probably going to go there as well. So that could definitely take away from a lot of frags, a lot of eliminations that they want to get in their own regard. As the Omega is like, you know what? I realize who's in front of me right now. I'm not even going to try. I even hear... Right, I just hear the scythe come out, and I immediately get just shook with fear as the
shivers.
Yeah, the shivers definitely came through.
Legs quivering. There's vomit on my sweater already.
Right.
Come on, Spaghetti.
Yeah, he's nervous, but on the surface, he looked calm and ready, Landon.
Right,
The
to drop bombs.
But honestly, I think they keep on forgetting who they're going against.
Yeah. And it's Nickmercs.
Yeah.
And High Distortion, maybe HD. And this is the aggression that we're seeing actually paying off for both of these guys.
From
Hits him with that
long range.
long-distance rocket. He said goodnight.
Oh, man,
Do you know who I am? I'm
Nickmercs.
Nickmercs.
Literally, that was a 4-pointer. That
I
was an
eat dumbbells
insane
for
grenade
breakfast, baby.
launcher shot, man. Oh, my gosh. Definitely with the muscles that Nickmercs possesses, that was a little toss that he just made.
Muscles,
He could snap a
Nickmercs.
controller with just his pinky fingers.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we talk about, right, like how, like, I think there's been stories of High Distortion at, like, Years of War tournaments in the past that we've heard from Ryan and Fallout as well, saying that at one
Snapping
tournament,
controls,
High Distortion at one point lost a match and literally snapped his controller in half with his bare hands. I think based off like an actual Fortnite game, like if we were like realistically having all these YouTubers, all these, competitive Fortnite players go up against each other in an actual Fortnite battle, I'm taking Nickmercs and High Distortion every single day in a real life Fortnite game.
I think these two guys alone, like, I don't know if they'll be able to fit in the venue if they were both competing together. I mean, with as massive as they are, I mean, but you got to be saying like, but honestly, their muscles, their skills, it all equals up. Of course, both players extremely talented overall. I don't know where we went for it. Going full out. We're going full, boys. So we're going to see now a total of 6 engagements still remaining, trying to get out of that dusty divot to find the last remaining frags overall. And, man, the score is getting away 15 frags. That's going to be the lead, at least as of right now, going into game number 2, and I'm a little bit worried for their opponents.
I have to ask you, Legion, if you were in a real life Fortnite game versus, obviously a lot of our, opponents, a lot of our, fantastic players in our Friday Fortnite tournament here for week number 9. If you're in a real-life Fortnite game versus them, what landing zone are you going to? Like, what city is probably your city of choice?
I don't know if you've heard of Racetrack.
Right.
But nobody's going Racetrack. I'm going straight from there to Lonely. I'm going to watch some TV, chill out in the basement, maybe relax a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe build myself in, a little build action, then go hide in the trees over in Wailing Woods. You know why?
There you go.
Because if the circle ends there, I'm fine. Everything's going to be chill. You're going to have to find me eventually. I at least know I'm going to get top 2. At that point, I'm going to set C4 around the edges. And I'm just going to wait in the middle. I'm going to pull the trigger. And
Pull
I'm
a Home
hopefully
Alone
murder.
type
Yeah,
thing.
a little
Yeah.
Home Alone type thing.
I like
Exactly. Macaulay Culkin. I'll tell you what.
I respect it.
Yeah, I'm Fortnite's Macaulay Culkin. So don't forget. What is this guy doing?
Oh, no, the 360. Oh, thank goodness.
If he would have turned on him and killed him,
Nickmercs' career stays alive. Oh, man.
That's a career ender right there. Luckily, that's not going to happen against veterans. High Distortion with 13 kills.
Oh.
Did you like that?
I did. That actually made it sound more impressive.
I know.
Very impressive.
I tried to. Oh my god!
That was actually really good.
I try.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
what?
see it.
If people haven't heard your country music, they absolutely should give it a listen.
Once again, we bring it out every night now. Country Greg with the Toby Keith cover coming out soon.
Oh, shout out to Toby Keith.
Dude, shout out to Toby, bro.
Yeah. Tobes,
Tobes.
His friends call him Tobes, what I'm
I
saying?
mean, I call him Tobias, but it's not a big deal.
Tobias.
Tobias Keitherson.
Little Roman.
Oh, shoot. High Distortion. I don't think he meant to build the door there, but talk about an opportunity.
That's not fair to that
guy. A walkway for success as he's going to making his way up higher and higher, trying to grab that height advantage. But this is a pretty decent player, to say the least. And then just like that, the Twitch Prime skin is down for the count.
Wow,
of course,
and he
the scythe coming
melees
through.
him?
Yeah, he's trying to get his challenges, man. What, this week? Or I think, it's like week 8, week 9, something like that. It's trying to get as many.
Trying to get damage onto your opponents using your pickaxe. So if you haven't got that challenge, you're going for the blockbuster skin. That is the way to do it. You get a down player and just go for it. You know?
Oh, Nickmercs.
Wow, the 2-piece.
He is continually hitting these 3-pointers, man.
That's a new dance that I haven't seen, and I got to pick that up in the store.
You absolutely do. Which I'm actually surprised because I think you own every other emote but that one.
That is a fact, yes. I own
every emote.
I own literally just about everything
if you want,
that there
like,
is.
during
Yeah.
commercial
He takes
break.
those online surveys just to accumulate enough money to be able to buy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
$5 for 7 hours.
He goes out actually to the back and gets like cans and like tries to get as much like metal as possible and sell it away.
You got to hustle, however it takes to get the skins.
No, you really
right?
do. These skins are everything. Skins are everything.
This is life.
Now, I don't have the Reaper skin. That's still what I want though. And I want the scythe as well.
You don't have the Reaper skin?
I don't.
Where were you at during the time frame of the Reaper skin?
I know.
Because
I know.
I have the Reaper skin.
No, do you really?
Yeah, I do. I've got it.
Oh my gosh, I'm sure chat's
I got
lining up
lucky.
with buy this account, buy that account. I got a Reaper skin, man. But my friend has the Reaper skin, and I'm so jealous whenever he brings out the scythe, just like swipes in the air. He just hits the air just to do it.
Play on his account sometimes. You'll feel better about yourself.
You know, that is a fact.
Yeah.
That is a fact. I own every skin except the Reaper skin, and I feel like all the other skins, I'm just kind of compensating for what I don't have. Taylor owns too many skins.
It's true.
It's a fun fact.
I mean, they're fun, and they are facts, right? They're actual facts. So thank you very much, production, for that.
That's a fun fact, yeah. Spent a lot of money. Like you said, I had a mortgage in my house, and that's a real thing.
And actually, like I said, Taylor, funny enough, actually lives underneath this table. And
I don't even live on the couch. I live underneath the table now. That I've been
He runs a karaoke bar on the weekends.
Couldn't afford the rent to live on the couch.
That's why he owns the car wash.
I have to.
This is such a massive lore.
There's so many. There's a lot of lore behind
Week 9 Reflections lore is absolutely absurd right now.
It's getting kind of crazy.
And this is what happens when we see massive leads in Fortnite games. 25 to what? Like 4-9, something like that?
24 frags going into it, I believe. 24 frag lead.
Like, oh, really? That big of a lead?
No, actually, it's not. It's probably not.
Oh, okay.
It's 20-something, though.
It's definitely over 20 kills of a lead. I mean, I don't think HD and Nick could have played any better of a first game at that point in terms of how many people they were running into consistently. What are you smiling at?
I'm just proud that we actually transitioned from where we were.
Did you like that?
You guys just totally helped me out. I was like, I'm not sure what the kill lead is, and then we just we made it through.
Yeah, we made it because that's what we do.
We do.
We come together.
How many hours have we all casted together?
Oh my gosh, 45.
It's not, but yeah, that's actually a good, about
45 hours.
That's
a lot of time
because these streams run for about 8.5 hours.
Remember,
10
we're the
hours.
best team in Fortnite because when we cast somebody, they die.
That is true, and I was wanting to point that out. I think you've already your kill count is like 2.
Yeah,
already,
and I'm talking. We beat TSM, we beat FaZe. We don't have to play. All we have to do is just we do some.
Taylor destroyed TSM.
I destroyed TSM.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
Because I was the only one who went for TSM. Put some Eggo waffles on it. And
I wonder if Smith and Hamlinz know that
literally
Eggo waffles were bet on their game.
I don't think they do. That's a lot of pressure.
That is.
That's a lot of pressure.
Have you?
We had 2 boxes.
Oh gosh,
2 boxes for.
If there's a rematch, you guys got to do like another bet of some type of household item.
A cornucopia for Thanksgiving.
Maybe a blender.
I can't.
How about
bet
a blender for
stuffing.
finals? FaZe TSM finals.
Vitamix,
Chat,
$450 blender.
right now, chat. If you guys have the opportunity, I want to know a random object that they should maybe try to
Let us know in the chat.
to battle it out for. It's what they should bet.
I just want you guys to know you just opened a can of worms for the chat just to post anything and everything.
It doesn't matter what kind of household items. A blender, a Roomba. That's pretty expensive. But
cactus.
a cactus.
I don't think. Did we not just go through how much money I spent on skins? I don't have money to be betting all this. A box of egg, a waffles.
He's got
maybe.
plenty. It's good. He's fine. A cactus. I mean, we could trade. We could trade
a cactus.
Why do you? I don't know why I want one so bad.
They
I
actually
just
sell
want
some
one.
at Target, like the little, the fake ones. you put on your
Target.
desk. Target. Sorry about that. My bad.
A cactus? Really? That's what we're going for?
I'm from the South.
Yes.
Whatever. We just call it Target.
Yeah.
Just go with the basic name.
St. Louis is weird, man. It's called the St. Louis Bread Company over here. It's Panera everywhere else.
It
That
is
is true.
Panera.
That
It
is
is
actually
What's
Panera.
wrong
That is a fact, yeah.
here?
Yeah, I'm not a fan
I'm
of that.
confused.
Yeah, I moved here, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's Breadco. It's St. Louis Breadco." No, it's Panera. It's always Panera.
Definitely.
Or if there's a different pronunciation that I don't fully know of yet, there could be.
Panaria?
Yeah, that's probably actually it.
Panaria. Panaria
Gotta
sounds.
be careful.
Panaria sounds like it.
We're very.
Might be something painful after food poisoning.
We're
I'll
on
tell you
very
that.
shaky ground with
Panaria. Ah! I'm laughing.
I'm just sitting here in it for the ride, boys. We're
It's
Boys.
good to have you here.
Boys, I almost
holding
said
hands.
production. Predictions. we're into the game. All right, let's see. Thoughts coming into this match. Really, not even predictions anymore. Predictions, though, on the landing zones.
Only down by 21. No big deal.
Pack-a-Puncher and Sneaky, where are they going? Taylor, where are they going right now? Where do they need to go?
Well, I tell you what.
Probably, probably home.
Probably home. It looks like they already are.
Fatal and Retail, honestly, would be their best bets. Fatal and Retail.
Okay.
Split up because Fatal, obviously.
Not
it's
Tilted
just,
Towers.
Nope. It's too far to the right in terms of the overall trajectory of the bus. But if you're speaking of which, you kind of got a little scientific there. But yeah, it almost looks like they want to go crates. But of course, we will see Sneaky making his way over towards Tilted, and we're going to see a Retail. So not a bad, Retail Tilted, not a bad split according to the trajectory of the bus. So I think overall that's going to work for them. Transitioning over to Landon, carrying the llama.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
We're getting crazy in here, apparently. You guys have no idea what I'm dealing with. On my right and to my left, Legion is doing his thing. And this is real life.
That's what Taylor sees, actually. It's just straight up V-Bucks, nothing else. Just only V-Bucks in his future. Oh, boy. But look at this, though. We actually got Pack-a-Puncher finding a few kills instead of Retail Row. Of course, the split being made, and unfortunately for Pack-a-Puncher, I could see it on at a different screen. He's about to walk through this door, and it's not going to treat him very kindly, as it looks like trying to make his way through any potential engagements. One in front of him goes for the shots, and just like that, he gets taken down from the back. Pack-a-Puncher, looking like a zombie himself, is crawling his way inside of shop, and he is done for. It is now all on Sneaky. 24 kills down coming into this match. 1v4 squads inside of Tilted Towers. It is not looking good, boys. And it's not looking good for Legion. He actually literally has V-Bucks stuck in his eyes.
I can't help it. Taylor has now got me in on the kick here, buying all the skins. It looks like I'm a pirate now with both my eyes falling out here. V-Bucks now gone. But, of course, AlmightySneaky going to be all by himself down here. Bottom left, his hat actually matching his chair, totally planned. Actually called beforehand to make sure he had that orange one on. Of course, 0 kills for each of High Distortion and Nickmercs, but it doesn't really matter because AlmightySneaky is going to have to get a 20-kill game here, basically, and hopefully HD and Nickmercs die immediately, and then there's some potential there. But look at that. Knocks down player number 1, HD, getting ready to get number 2 with the gold scar. Said night-night. Knocks 3 players now, and of course, Mercs coming in with that bangerang. That's 4 total for him, extending that lead now to 23 kills. Shout out to Skrillex for existing. Seen you live twice. One in Aspen, Colorado for the X Games. That was wild.
Love you, Legion. I really, truly do. We're seeing now AlmightySneaky. He's got 2 frags himself, but is it going to be enough? Of course, we saw High Distortion and Nickmercs start off strong at the shifty drop with a total of 4 frags, extending that lead even further in. Of course, with Pack-a-Puncher being down, that is going to be extremely difficult. We do see another engagement happening here. It looks like that person just trying to run away, but he finally does turn, manages to get a shot on AlmightySneaky, but it is, in fact, not going to be enough. As man, this lead is just so detrimental, and you got to be worried overall if you are at least these players here, and that looks like almost he was about to get dropped, of course, down to 49 health. It's going to be an instant elimination, and Legion, what do you see there, bud?
I'll tell you what I'm seeing right now. A little bit better now that I finally got one of these V-Bucks out of my eyes, but AlmightySneaky. A lot of pressure underway on him. Of course, he's got, I'm going to assume 2 kills at this point, but building his way out, spots another player, then does that razzle-dazzle. Shweddy getting taken out. Not going to read the second half of that name down there. Spots another player on the staircase, does get the pop shot. Gold scar in the back pocket. The re-challenge gets taken out. AlmightySneaky not giving up just yet. 6 kills. After he takes down both of those guys, now he's got double purple scars. Will he hold them? Probably not, because that would be a dumb decision, Landon. But you never know. The meta could be 5 revolvers next week, for all I know.
True.
At this point, it changes so frequently. But
it does.
HD and Nickmercs doing the smart decision, making their way in so they can get any kills stolen from this man. Down 18. If he makes the comeback, the Cleveland Browns are winning the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, actually, as being a fan of the Cleveland Browns, I would love to see that happen. So I'm personally in full force of rooting on AlmightySneaky in the situation. Taylor, in your opinion, what's going through the mindset of Sneaky in this current situation? Being down the way that he is, trying to get as many kills as possible, of course, waving to the 2 opponents who are literally trying to steal anything possible away from him. But in your mindset, what is his thought process right now?
Thinking I'm pretty much done for at this point. I just kind of want to throw up the GG.
I was hoping for motivated.
And just
like,
think, yeah,
I'm
usually the positive guy. I think Sneaky knows where he's at this point. Honestly, I'm just looking to pad my overall career stats and go for that W with the 2 best players in the game, High Distortion and Nickmercs. I just want that W at this point. Try and get it. Of course, being met up with High Distortion, Nickmercs, being this far down, you're obviously. Your back's against the wall. You're down 18 total frags. You have to fight against frags against High Distortion and Nickmercs, and obviously a lot on the line at this point. And honestly, I got to say, Sneaky and Pack-a-Puncher, they played extremely well. That crates drop seemed to be working for them overall, but now at this point, Sneaky, last alive, doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
Definitely does not look likely. And of course, as HD and Nickmercs continue to join alongside Sneaky, it's going to be looking, like I said, a lot more grim, right? Because now the opportunities start to get even more slim. They can really just kind of hang on his coattails, and it's not going to be easy by any means. And I'd imagine if he did have coattails, they would also be red, like you said, Legion, to match every other thing in his outfit. But it looks like just like that, Sneaky somehow gets taken down. I'm not exactly sure how that happened. It looked like it was done with a sniper.
Yep.
I don't know exactly what just occurred, but that should be game. In fact, yeah.
Yeah, and
Sneaky somehow gets shot at while literally HD and Nickmercs were right on his heels.
Yep.
I don't know how that occurred, but unfortunately for Sneaky and Pack-a-Puncher, they do get eliminated. Wow.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it. So ultimately, they had played a great job throughout our tournament, but it's not going to be enough. And honestly, it is what it is. But now, whoever won this is going to be moving on to High Distortion, and Nickmercs is going to be moving on to loser round 5 to play off against Ninja and Hysteria. That's going to be a great, phenomenal matchup. Obviously, you're talking about 2 Titans going against each other. You're talking about 2 different overall strategies, a tilted push with the shifty. But I'm kind of interested to see that. Obviously, Ninja Hysteria, they're going to be going over to the shifty push. I know you can't take me seriously right now, but you're doing a phenomenal job doing just that. But
You
Ninja
look like you're the best tractor driver I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'm big rig.
This is a real big rig. Look at this guy. Look at that guy. My V-Bucks and
We're
my
going
eyeball.
Niner.
Niner. We got a D75 headed down I-74. Looks like he's going to be trailed by a horse trailer, 2 tractor trailers, and a popo right behind him there.
Tell you what, whatever you need hauled, I'm your hauler. That's what I'm going to be doing, man. I got enough room in the back caboose.
I don't know if do they call it? I thought a caboose was a train reference. Landon, don't fall apart right now.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'll tell you what, I do a little bit of both.
I'll do.
Just hearing Taylor's southern accent is fantastic. I'm all
These are A-Bucks now, not V-Bucks.
A-Bucks.
Fortunately, I couldn't get it angled on my face the right way at this point, but no big deal.
Looks like
this is what happened. This is all kids see these days on the YouTube videos.
I'm not gonna lie, that would make for a fantastic eye patch.
Yeah, I would love this.
Right.
Yeah, if I ever needed an eye patch, legitimately, I would get a V-Bucks eye patch.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'm making it.
Is that your new business venture?
That is my new business. Car wash, I already have that. I'm also a truck driver as well, and being a truck driver works perfectly with hauling my V-Bucks eye patches.
He also only exclusively goes to Kenny Chesney concerts, so get excited for that.
We were just throwing out all the country artists today.
Who loves Kenny Chesney, though? My aunt does.
All right, I think I'm going to remove this hat now.
All right. Well, Production, if you could save me here in just a second and pull up the bracket, actually. I'm very interested to see what exactly is going down and to see, along with Ninja and Hysteria's upcoming game, what else is about to be coming underway as well. Because, of course, we're talking about the amount of solid teams that are in the losers bracket. We're still receiving updates every single few minutes to see which teams are getting taken down and which teams are obviously kind of progressing forward. I know there were some solid matches regarding, of course, like I said, Nickmercs and Distortion. They move forward to the next round, of course, to face off against Ninja and Hysteria. As far as other matches, too, what other games did we have done there exactly? I know we had, I think it was Mitch Jones who was still alive or something along those lines, or maybe he got taken out earlier.
Yeah, Mitch Jones was taken out a little bit earlier.
Okay, but yeah, regarding this, it looks like Losers Round 5 is currently set up. King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, winner of that game, of course, along with LOLiTO and Svennoss will go on to face off against Typical Gamer and Thief. And now what's set up as well was Ninja and Hysteria and HD, along with Nickmercs. Now we're facing off against Daequan CaMiLLs, but quick little update. Apologies for the amount of names I'm throwing out right now. I believe we heard King Richard and Aimbotcalvin have, in fact, lost this game to LOLiTO and Svennoss. Gotta say, pretty surprising regarding the past, presence of King Richard and Aimbotcalvin being that solidified top 6 team in many tournaments in the past. Svennoss, of course, most notably, very known player, previously playing for NRG. I think at one point, he has like a 19 or 20 KD in solos. Yep. I think he's also at the top 1% in solos for every single category. Incredibly solid player, but gotta say, a little bit surprising we see Richard and Calvin go down in Losers Round 5.
I gotta say, it's probably honestly because they were hitting up Fatal, which I'm a huge fan of, but obviously you got everybody going there, so a lot of potential to be dropped relatively early. Obviously, Tilted is in the repertoire as well, so who knows where they may have been going, but obviously they had to drop early, but it could have been a close game too. We'll have to look at the VODs later on, but I'm curious to see who's going to win this next matchup between Ninja and High Distortion to move on to play Daequan and CaMiLLs.
Absolutely. Legion, any thoughts from the losers bracket? I mean, of course, the analysis and whatnot. Any thoughts?
I'm just excited to see Svennoss and this entire match. I'm just scared actually to see what's going to happen here for this matchup.
I think we're all terrified
because we're going to see. I mean, this loser stack. It's just we've seen so many good teams fall. Now we're coming down to the wire. There's only like a few matches left before we get to the grand finals. I mean, what happens if? Can you imagine getting outside of the money, just getting 4th place and not getting anything? It's just like
be frustrating.
Story of my life.
Hey, I feel you.
On the bubble.
Losers round 3 champion.
Guys, while we sob and basically try to recap what exactly has gone wrong in our lives, we're going to take a quick commercial break and save you guys the issue of having to deal with any of our personal problems. So, guys, we're heading to a commercial break. Of course, when we return to some more awesome Losers Bracket action here from week number 9 of Friday Fortnite. We'll be back on your browsers here in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. Of course, week number 9 action continues on as we continue to dive more and more into the losers bracket. Of course, myself, Landon, Lano Sanders, joined alongside by my fantastic duo, Continuous, here on the couch. Of course, to my right, streams left, Reflections, a.k.a. Taylor Noble, along with Legion, of course, dead set on this next game that's getting ready to come up. Guys, we have a fantastic game underway, and Legion knows it. Taylor, do you know it?
Yeah, I do. What, Legion? Are you all right?
Legion is stoked.
All right, well, we lost him. While he's rebooting, of course, internet was a bit slow on him.
Wi-Fi went out in my head.
Wi-Fi went out.
It's been disconnected for weeks. Please help me.
Stream dropped. Yeah, hey, this next matchup, you excited about it? Of course, we have Ninja and Hysteria going against HD and his teammate Nickmercs. Of course, that is going to be the most explosive matchup. Predictions.
Oh, immediately.
I'm not going to lie. Anytime that someone has a V-Buck, I think they should be able to derail the conversation however they want.
What is this? Like,
take it away.
This is an appropriate derail. And I'm forcing Taylor to go first with this prediction because he's forced us to go first. Every matchup that we've had today, Taylor, Ninja and Hysteria, High Distortion, and Nickmercs. And why?
There you go.
Now I could speak. All right, so when it comes to Ninja and High Distortion, obviously
terrible to you doing this.
The shifty drop has been so good for them overall, but of course they're going to be countered by Tilted. Of course, if Nickmercs and High Distortion can make it out alive, they will in fact win the match overall, but it is all dependent on how are they going to survive. With that being said, Ninja and Hysteria have been more consistent overall in their play. They've been waiting for this competition. I think overall, Ninja and Hysteria is going to take this over High Distortion and Nickmercs, but with that being said, it wouldn't surprise me if High Distortion Nickmercs takes it over Ninja and Hysteria.
All right, very, very, very good.
Wow, that was
This is such a
elaborate. Now I've
calm
got
environment that
two.
we have here.
I've got 2. I'm going to go ahead and throw it down for all the console homies out there and say Nickmercs and High Distortion are going to come in hot, show off. They're coming off a hot dub right now in the losers bracket. Ninja's been waiting for a little while. Hysteria's been waiting. We know they have the team chemistry. They're an amazing duo. They obviously won last week. But I'm just going to throw it down for somebody that's rocking a controller, okay?
Oh, almost. Sorry. I
Wow,
missed it.
he
My
dropped
bad.
the baton, and now it's
I did indeed. The
cursed.
spirit stick, indeed.
Bring it on, 7.
Unfortunately, has ruined the entire
Fortnite.
stream. My apologies, guys. Gosh, I can't believe I actually did that. Moving on, though, I think when it comes down to these particular 2 teams, it's actually a totally different play styles. We talked about, of course, for Ninja and Hysteria, outskirts teams. They like to be on the outskirts of the map, really kind of transitioning things very, very slow. For our other opponent team, right? We talk about Nickmercs, High Distortion, very, very fast-paced play, and both teams are set in doing the exact same strategy over and over again. So to me, it's going to be really interesting to see like which one's going to win out over the other. To me, I'm a guy who likes the passive play. I'm a guy who is a big fan of Ninja and Hysteria, of course, being prior champions. As much as I want to root on the console brethren and Nickmercs, and of course HD is a phenomenal player, I'm personally going to be going with Ninja and Hysteria to close out this match. And I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be very surprised if we see Nickmercs and HD actually close this one out, just based off of how risky I think it is to go to Tilted. I know I'm the biggest person when it comes down to Tilted Towers, that I'm not a fan of it, and I get made fun of it all the time.
Landon also
so much
knits quilts.
that I do indeed.
So he's very safe all the time.
It's true.
Rocking chair action. Yeah. You use the thumb blocker so you can't actually cut yourself with the needles while you're crocheting.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's whatever, right? I'm a slower paced guy. I always, at least in school, I was always finishing my tests last. But hey, I got some pretty good grades, so it's cool.
How about your mile time?
Mile time, like
Yeah.
just sprint
Just
or like in
running.
a car.
No, not in a car.
I didn't know.
Like
I have a
your
pretty
mile
fast car.
time in gym.
In gym, actually, I think at one point I got to like a 7 minutes, 7 minute 30-second mile.
That's
So-
where I was at.
Really?
Before I lost control. Yeah, that was where I was at my senior year.
Before you realized butter was not a sufficient
I
supplement.
tell you what, one moment you're having some vegetables, and the next moment you're drinking just pure
butter.
lard with a straw in your bed. And then you find a melted pudding pop underneath your pillow, and it's not
Dang,
your fault
so
that things
relatable.
went this direction, you know? A lot of people love it,
Nothing's your fault.
except people that don't.
Oh, here we go. We're getting to see the boys come out. We got to see. Good luck, boys. Nickmercs is ready for it. High Distortion, Nickmercs playing it out, of course. Landon finally in agreement with me, thinking Ninja and Hysteria is, in fact, going to take it over the High Distortion and Nickmerc guys. But, of course, in chat, we got to let you know. Please let us know what you like and what you're thinking, of course, using Twitter, hashtag Friday Fortnite. But, honestly, man, I don't know. You know, I think Ninja and Hysteria, I think they got this overall, but it's all about that drop. I'm pretty certain we're seeing a shifty tilted drop.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie. That was what I was gonna bring up next. Really, where do we go from here, to be honest with you guys? But yeah, I just kind of go back toward the landing zone talk of where exactly we expect both of our teams to go. I think it's fair to say, coming into this match, we have a fair assumption as to where HD and Nickmercs are going to try to locate toward. And maybe coming into this game for Ninja and Hysteria, they maybe realize that, hey, Tilted Towers, it's not going to be an option for us. We already know that heading into this game. And so normally Shifty Shafts, the major, plus of going to that particular area is the access zone, the ability to make your quick transition to Tilted Towers. Do you guys think at least coming into this game, that's going to maybe lead away from Ninja and Hysteria to wanting to go toward that zone because they know, like I said, the most high priority area is not going to be in full usage of you?
Yeah. Personally, I would think that Shifty still is going to be in their arsenal. I don't see a reason to. I don't see any reason for them to kind of distract from the Shifty drop overall because, yeah, High Distortion Nickmercs will drop tilted, but the opportunity for Ninja and Hysteria to come in there and pick up some kills behind them as well as getting the kills from Shifty won't deter them at all. And I think overall we're going to see Shifty drop and a tilted drop, but who knows? We already are seeing that Shifty coming in from Ninja and Hysteria. Nickmercs.
That's retail.
That's retail, and High Distortion and Nickmercs are, in fact, going to be going over to Tilted. So retail drop, that's something that we typically don't see. Maybe they were going with what you were saying, Landon.
I'm telling you, they're going to go to those houses that I was mentioning earlier that are an
just on the
amazing drop
outskirts, yeah.
spot. We've got all that beautiful loot. I'm talking 3 chests. You got 2 in the house, 1 on the side with a broken building, and then, of course, 1 in the garage is going to be up there on top of that refrigerator. One of my favorite places to be in the house, next to the refrigerator in general. So High Distortion and Nickmercs looking like they're going for that hot drop on Tilted. And, of course, we're going to see Hysteria drop, and, of course, we're going to get that medkit instantaneously. Common pistol. And now it's just time to collect some loot, do a little RNG while they make their way into retail to hopefully pick up those scraps. Maybe if they get there early enough, they'll find even more. And there's that chest I'm talking about. Big Poppy now with the purple scope. You know what I'm saying? That's all about it, baby. The bolt. So nasty.
And speaking of streamer loot, right, at the exact same time, Nickmercs' first building he goes into, he's already found himself a purple scar. Definitely sitting pretty, jumps over the shot, and just happens to whisk around and takes down the kneecaps of player, what was that, like 246, something along those lines. Easy first frag coming through from Nickmercs. And the first blood when it comes down to this particular series is they can go ahead and settle on the fact that they've got some wood, some resources alongside themselves here in Tilted Towers. Well, Nickmercs is going for the resources. High Distortion still looking out for those eliminations.
And obviously starting off a little bit slower was Ninja and Hysteria. I think for good reason. They kind of wanted to gauge where High Distortion and Nickmercs. Obviously they knew to go and Tilted. Maybe hopefully they would drop early on, giving free reign to the map for Ninja and Hysteria. But overall, they're going to be pushing into retail hopefully relatively soon to kind of rack up those frags. We're already seeing 2 in the hands of Nickmercs. 0 for High Distortion, but that's okay. It's going to heat up over time as he's sitting pretty well. He's already has that purple scar plus the double pump in his inventory. Finds a jump pad too, and High Distortion himself not looking too bad. He's got the Tommy gun. Blue, mind you. He also has the purple scar himself along with some meds plus some shields. So overall, they are kitted up very well to run it, but as I say that, he does take some major damage. He has some shots coming in from window, and he's forced to build up to try and avoid a lot of that damage.
Indeed he is. And, of course, nice shot there coming through from HD. Going to go for the full elimination as he is just absolutely dominating the competition as it currently stands. Of course, Blue Pump in his arsenal as well. And getting back to Ninja and Hysteria, we talked about such fast-paced play on the opposite end. 5 eliminations coming through from HD and Nickmercs. Ninja and Hysteria, much slower pace, but just as I say that, actually a very nice snipe coming through from Hysteria. That's going to be at least 75 to 100 meters away. Make it look easy with that bolt.
Absolutely. So obviously we know how talented he can be with really any arsenal that he has in his inventory. Overall, Hysteria, that great support role, but we've seen him transfer back and forth as what a shot coming in for the man of Hysteria to pick up some even more frags. So he's currently sitting at 1, but more to be had as they'll slowly be making their way over towards racetrack. They're off in a distance, and obviously, following what I said before, they're hoping High Distortion and Nickmercs gets dropped really early in Tilted, but that's not the case at this point. Because of that, Ninja and Hysteria have run the risk, or at least the potential, to beat down quite a few frags as this game is going to continue.
Absolutely so, and of course, taking a look at the kind of utility for both of our teams as nearly a snipe comes through from Ninja, the bullet whistling past the ear of Random Joe 43, and it looks like Hysteria is going to be having the option to maybe take out this guy. Not exactly sure where he went, but I believe he is underneath the current structure that Hysteria is sitting near, or maybe not exactly. I thought that Ninja had the opportunity to maybe take him down. Streams can be delayed, but there he is. Hysteria finally able to spot him out, snipe to the backside as it looks like the rush could be coming forward, but Ninja taking a little bit of damage. This man is sandwiched in snipers to either which corner. Structures being built up and ready to go. However, the C4 is out primed and ready, but to destroy those structures before they can even get built, as it looks like a lot of damage coming in. Elimination number 1 being taken down, and a sniper shot from Ninja transitioning into that tactical SMG. C4 will do. And just like that, there's 2 quick eliminations on board yet again from Ninja and Hysteria.
Yes, there absolutely is. And you know that C4 is such a great object to have in your arsenal. Not only does it destroy the walls, but it also messes up the tempo of the player that is pushing you and forces them to restart. Potentially they had high ground. You'll knock them down. They now have to regain that high ground, but typically that is not going to be the case, especially against these top-level players. I saw Tfue, he was in the scrims and the 1v1s in playgrounds, and he was talking about it. Whenever it comes to these high-level players, when they're playing against each other, the first person to make the mistake is usually the one who's going to go down, because when you get down to these professional players have their basically all this building down to muscle memory. You mess up once and they are going to make you pay for it, and that you see that with C4 changing up the pace of things. But overall, we are seeing Ninja and Hysteria kind of heat up a little bit, and it's slowed down for High Distortion Nickmercs. Once again, we always talk about this bottleneck. When you come out of Tilted, where do you transition from there? Usually you have really slow going at that point, whereas Ninja and Hysteria, they have a couple of different ways they can go. Coming through retail, might find a couple more frags, but also going to Dusty. We'll have to see how the game is going to continue on, but the thermal raining down bullets for High Distortion.
And luckily, Distortion finds some burgers here, as it looks like they're not going to know where that thermal scope they are is actually being shot from, but luckily, High Distortion pushes up. He does have help from Nickmercs with that high ground advantage, also putting some shots from behind, so yet again, that other team is unsure where these shots are coming from. Distortion with that ever so important high ground, and of course, Nick doing a great job of getting those cleanups. 7 kills total for them now, and as you were mentioning with that bottleneck, occasionally get lucky. You get some stragglers coming over from Loot Lake that want to cross underneath, but now we're going to see another team engaged, high distortion with the thermal, just making everybody wish that they could feel again.
Oh, wow.
And he's just bodying. Look at this. This
they're
thing's
feeling
insane.
that. They're definitely
this makes me
feeling
feel
that
absolutely terrible about my own personal gameplay with that because I can't hit anything. Last night I had it for 3.5 minutes and hit one shot. Well, he was standing still. So it was pretty embarrassing over there, right in my own Loot Lake battle going on. But, of course, he's going to be popping shots again. Nickmercs getting another 2 kills. Of course, knocking another player, make that 3 total. So now 11 for their team versus the 4 here from Ninja and Hysteria. 29 engagements left in this game. And I'm engaged to Taylor.
Okay, well, that is a fact. I was waiting to announce that when we let the family know, but you know what? That's okay. We'll just let everybody know at this point. But seeing that being so, high distortion Nickmercs, obviously that fast-paced style coming into Tilted now, coming out seems to be working for them incredibly well. Ninja and Hysteria, once again, they started off pretty slow, and it is, in fact, working against them. However, as I say that, they do find a team just outside of Dusty, in between Dusty and Retail, and they'll be pursuing them relatively hard. But with that being said, I believe they need to split at this point to kind of close that deficit. Both players are very talented. Splitting would engage a lot more opportunities for some potential kills and also give them the chance to catch up and close out this deficit. I believe and I trust in both players to be able to stay up on their own and solo squad this. But overall, it looks like they might be doing just that, as we do see actually Hysteria is going to be breaking away from Ninja. A very smart play.
Interesting play there from opponent. Tries to heal him in the open while Ninja was shooting at him. Just literally sticking it harder than anybody. That was some Saving Private Ryan stickage there with the assist. Unfortunately, gets taken out. But you're going to see another knock here at a high distortion. Doing great job here getting that assist. Teammate manages to shoot down the build. Another player goes down. 265. No shot. Nick still putting more shots here with the with the Scar, but he does get shot. Still manages to stay alive. He's got a couple minis in that back pocket, though, so at least we'll have him at about 67 total health. Just seems to rebuild, make sure high distortion get down to him and get that assist. Of course, 272 goes down as well. And it looks like there might be 1 player left for them total before they get this squad swipe. And they do. Oh, my God.
And based off the southeastern portion of the map, that's where the final portion of the zone is going to be. So kind of an awkward landing zone for both of our teams. They're going to have to make a very quick jaunt. Still have a little bit of time, of course, on the clock before the zone starts to move in. But, yeah, regarding overall, the current lead right now that we see coming through from HD and Nickmercs, of course, 15 respectively for them versus 12 from the opposite side. So not as big as we were kind of expecting, at least as of the last few minutes ago. See Ninja and Hysteria kind of come through with some big ones toward the latter parts of maybe like the top 30 portions players left in the game. But yeah, of course, we do see the split come through from Ninja and Hysteria. I mean, this has kind of been a strategy that we've seen them not by any means kind of stray away from. Of course, they're used to that passive style. From time to time, they're going to go down to teams who are kind of the aggressors in a lot of these matches. Of course, being near the zone, having the advantage of kind of having that at their back, essentially for Hysteria especially, this is also going to be a big moment for them because as long as Hysteria can kind of keep in mind being as far progressed as he is right now, he doesn't have to worry about the storm. The one thing that Ninja, Hysteria, or that Ninja, High Distortion, Nickmercs are all going to be worried about is their life, along with finding others. And so that's the major portion we have to be keeping in mind is Ninja, HD, Nickmercs, they're in for a race. Who can find these kills? But along with that, Hysteria is sitting totally in plain sight, sitting pretty. But, of course, with the deficit they currently possess, we'll see exactly what does occur as it currently stands.
Yeah. They're setting up right now currently for late game, and that's exactly what they need to be worried about. Of course, we see a couple of different scenarios that could potentially happen here as we are the engagements are going to be dwindling away. But yeah, the big story is going to be on Hysteria. How is he going to be able to perform by himself? As we do see him, he is going to find a squad just ahead of him. He misses the snipe on one of them, and he's going to have to pursue forward. Just a little bit. He has plenty of mats to kind of pursue this, and he's looking like he's wanting to get the high ground. He's going to push directly into this 1-by-1 on the opponents. Let's see if his skills will pay off. As actually, you do look on the other end. High Distortion as well as Nickmercs are going to be in engagement there, so he's got to come in quickly if he wants to try and take over these kills. We saw Nickmercs pick up one of them, and now we're seeing Hysteria trying to pick off himself. We'll see if he'll be able to get it, but of course, that player is in fact going to be dipping away, and Ninja now is going to be at the bottom too, where all 4 players are going to be converging on this team. Ninja finds one of them. Nickmercs and High Distortion putting a lot of damage in them, but Ninja able to get the final bullet to take them out. And now we're seeing the score now at a total of 18 on the right for Nickmercs and High Distortion, and a total of 13 on your left. Still a 5-kill deficit for the men of Ninja and Hysteria. Can they make this comeback possible? As we're seeing now, High Distortion using those bouncer traps, trying to get some distance between him and Ninja and Hysteria.
And one thing that I love that we really kind of were talking about heading into this game is the totally different playstyles between both of these squads. Ninja and Hysteria, totally passive when it comes down to their playstyle. HD and Nickmercs, all about the aggression, and we are not far away from this being an even game. HD from long range, hitting some shots with a thermal scoped assault rifle, making it look easy. And these are some big kills that essentially are not going to be found from Ninja and Hysteria for the most part, right?
Yeah,
because
they're safe
these
inside
are
that
very,
zone.
very valuable. It looks like Ninja, though, wants to contest, has a few fading sniper shots he could take, but for the most part, things are starting to look grim. It looks like those kills will, in fact, go in the favor of the opposition in HD and Nickmercs. But keeping in mind with Nickmercs' screen, he's in the storm right now, does take down yet again another enemy in his path. Now up to 11 frags for himself, respectively. Most kills, not just for his team, but in the entire lobby.
Yeah, current score sitting at 16-20 with 1 frag remaining. Of course, we're going to see Ninja and Hysteria go into second game with a little bit of a deficit, but all 4 players in the storm, excuse me, Hysteria made it out. So, of course, obviously pushing ahead seems to be the way to go for him, as he has the potential to kind of close a little bit of it, make it only a 3-kill lead going into game number 2 if we will see Hysteria pick up this last frag. High Distortion. It looks like he's going to be healing up in the back, and there it is. The final frag is, in fact, going to come in, and I'm not sure who picked it up. Actually, that player did not survive the storm, so nobody's going to get it. So a 4-frag lead for the men of High Distortion and Nickmercs with an explosive first round going into Tilted, coming out of it, and they are, in fact, going to be leading over at Ninja and Hysteria. Now, how does the overall strategy change? Of course, Nickmercs, High Distortion, they're going to be going Tilted as they typically do, but we saw at least a retail drop just outside for Ninja and Hysteria, just something we don't typically see from them. Now, are they going to continue that, knowing very well that the tilted drop is going to happen? Do we see a shifty drop? Do we see maybe rotate through salty? I don't know. It's going to be based upon the bus pass trajectory overall, but it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see another shifty here, but it wouldn't surprise me if we do. So that's the thing about it. I think it's just all about how they decide to play it.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be in those relatively outside zones of those major populated areas. We know HD and Nickmercs are going to be pulling some in the middle of wherever they're going to go, right? They're looking for the action 99.9% of the time. They're not worried about the potential of dying because they're the triple X's of this game. You know what I mean? They're on skateboards out of jets and stuff like that, basically for gameplay. High octane,
right,
to say the least. And I think we're going to see Ninja and Hysteria dropping probably exactly outside of retail again, shifty. Maybe we'll see them go Harry Potter or soccer field or something. I just like calling it Harry Potter. Most of it, just saying it out loud in the middle of a broadcast is
the only
just
reason
so
why you threw it out
gratifying.
there.
That's why I'm here, is just to say Harry Potter on a stream.
Is that
over
right?
And over. That's it, over and over.
Well, I'm glad we actually accomplished what you were here for.
Yeah.
After 4 long weeks of Legion being here, we finally have accomplished what exactly he was here for.
I just wanted to say it.
Well, there
That's
you go.
it.
Well, we're accomplishing things, of course, day in and day out. But, of course, looking on here for game number 2, Ninja and Hysteria versus High Distortion and Nickmercs. Of course, this is an elimination game. Loser of this map, boys, is out of the tournament. So, of course, a lot to be said for. Of course, a lot of bragging rights, of course, with the money that's on the line as well, as FaZe desperately waiting to see who they're going to be facing off against. Trying to have as much intel regarding that as they possibly can. But, yeah, guys, I think heading into this match, we could obviously argue based off their play styles. You know what? It's a squad difference between the overall kill count that we end up seeing for this game. For Ninja and Hysteria, though, I mean, in their own regard, right? They can basically play the exact same way. High Distortion Nickmercs, that also worked exactly the same way for them as well. You could argue it wouldn't be surprising if we see the exact same landing zones come through from both of our teams.
And that's exactly what I was pointing out. Obviously, coming in and dropping close to Moisty, it looks like their trajectory will, in fact, be for retail row once again. Probably going to be just on the outside where we see, obviously, High Distortion Nickmercs. They're going to be heading over towards Tilted themselves. So, story is going to be on HD and Nick. Will they be able to make it out of Tilted themselves? If they can, I don't think Ninja and Hysteria at least is going to have an easier time to win this overall game. But you're going to see Ninja and Hysteria once again going with that outskirts kind of strategy. They're waiting to see, will HD and Nickmercs make it out of Tilted? If they don't, obviously Ninja and Hysteria are going to be poised to make some rotations. At that point, they have a lot of options. They can just play their game, play it slowly. But can HD make it out of Tilted? I don't know. Legion, what are we seeing?
I think they're going to make it out of Tilted. I mean, he drops one, same guy that he was chasing right off the drop here for Nickmercs. Spots another player. This guy getting away with the guns, but that's already going to be one. Still knocked, so possibly already 2 kills for Nickmercs and High Distortion. And although they are dropping Tilted, the key to their success here is staying alive together. There's no need to separate at this point. You just need to make sure that you're getting these team sweeps, these squad sweeps together. Of course, you're going to see 3 kills off the rip, but Nick taking some damage actually here, going to make his way back to his teammate, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. High Distortion pushing towards him. He's going to heal up here with this blue pot, making sure that they've got a great start off. And, of course, you're seeing Ninja and Hysteria just doing some RNG. They're just thinking about the weekend, maybe Saturday, maybe they're going to go out to the Cheesecake Factory or something for dinner. Who knows? That's what's on their mind right now. HD and Nickmercs, they're trying to keep that lead because there's ballsy as it gets.
Yeah, shout out to Cheesecake Factory. That's a fantastic meal, to say the least. But, well, I'm starting to get even more and more hungry, getting back into the gameplay quickly as both teams trying to feast on as many kills as they possibly can.
I see what you did
guys
there.
Like that.
I see what you did there, Landon.
All right, transitioning quickly back into the game, of course. It looks like Ninja and Hysteria, though, finally making their way into a very populated city, rather. Not Siri. Shout out to Siri, though. Always answers all my questions. And right now, the question to be asking is, can Ninja stay alive? 13 HP rockets being fired away, and thankfully he has a few mats to set down, but he's low on mats. He actually cannot put down any more for the time being. Players starting to rush up, and this would be devastating if Ninja falls here. You could argue if he falls, this could be it. Ninja the snipe in the backside. Hysteria has to back up. He has to retry and get his teammate alive. And at the same time, High Distortion on 2 HP goes for the bounce trap to try and stay alive for as long as he possibly can. Thankfully, we'll be able to have a little bit of shelter, and you could say the exact same thing for Ninja. Being a fan of both of these teams, you are on the edge of your seat. You could argue if one of them, either player, were to fall, that would be the end of this game. Ninja does get rezzed up. He's ready to go. But here comes the rush again. Ninja is down for the count, and Hysteria has to go big. Low on HP.
No.
This one player could take them all down at the same time. Oh my goodness, Hysteria stays up and will find the kill with 5 HP. And at the same time, High Distortion will drop as well.
He's down.
And Nickmercs falls too.
That's it.
In a matter of moments, 3 players all fall. Ninja drops 2. Oh my God.
What a finish.
All 4 players fall in a matter of moments. And just like that, that's Nickmercs and HD. They're moving on.
I
right?
called it.
You did actually.
Woo!
Before
Predictions
this,
on point today, boys.
You called it. You were
God.
like, I want to see all of them drop in and immediately just die right
I'm
off
not
the
saying
bat.
I'm a wizard, but I'm
Oh
a real
my
Harry Potter.
goodness.
Oh my goodness! You talked
That's
about it.
twice.
Wow.
These
And
plugs.
just like that, our defending champions,
They're gone.
they're down. They're out. And just like that, man, that is unreal stuff. We were talking about if Ninja were to fall, what that means for the rest of the series. Then we see HD drop, and then from there, Nickmercs falls. Ninja gets dropped again. Like, there was so much happening at one time. I mean, you could argue from either of our teams, especially being obviously Ninja and Hysteria. I mean, a few more calculated plays, maybe if Ninja happened to get a few more mats heading into that fight in Retail Row, things would have been different. Of course, it's impossible to predict what exactly would occur later in the game, but man, so
Especially-
many little things that totally made everyone fall.
And you're not expecting Retail to push out those houses, right? Like, you're expecting them to usually gravitate towards Dusty or
Right.
make their way to like a Salty or maybe even North. But nobody goes back towards those houses. You hardly see anybody regress more towards that prison area or Moisty, which, I mean, that's literally the only thing that's going that direction anyways.
Right.
They go to challenge. They must have seen them drop that whatever squad they were going against in that matchup. Probably was like, hey, man, there's a team over there. I kind of see them building up. They're over there getting some chests. Make their way, and they dominate. I think they also had those pop rocks as well, which made it a little more difficult. Unfortunately, no armor, no blues in the pockets of Ninja and Hysteria. They do end up getting taken out. My Halo brethren, unfortunately, now knocked out of this Friday Fortnite. But, of course, Nickmercs and High Distortion getting pretty lucky that Hysteria didn't stay alive because when you're that talented, I mean, if they would have went down, Hysteria would have definitely been able to rally that comeback, only down by 5 kills. It would have that would have been an amazing turn of events for them as well. So, crazy match.
And you know, I pointed out, I was like, the reason why Ninja and Hysteria are landing so far out of Retail is because they want to kind of gauge HD and Nickmercs' performance. If they go down, of course, they'll be able to play it accordingly. But when they started seeing HD and Nickmercs, at least off that initial drop and, picking up a couple of frags, at least they were staying up. They were like, okay, maybe we need to start getting a little bit more aggressive because last game we were a bit too slow off the start. Towards the end, we may have got some more frags, but it just still, we need to kind of push in there. But imagine if they just would have waited a little bit longer at that point, then they could have played the game that they had. But of course, that's the way they did it. They pushed in. They felt that it was necessary to get in, and overall, in the end, it just didn't work out. So with that being said, Ninja Hysteria being removed from this tournament, it does surprise me overall, but still with that also being said, his prediction, or wait, was it your prediction? It was your prediction.
It was mine.
Yeah, Legion predicted it.
I played the devil's advocate for our group and said that Nickmercs would advance. Of course, Racine, it looks like we're going to be jumping into the next matchup here.
Okay.
Thieves and Typical Gamer now not with any competition here on LOLiTO and Svennoss. Not alive anymore. 5 kills, 9 total for them this game here. Thieves and Typical Gamer, of course, a staple duo here in our Friday Fortnite events. Having won one, I believe, if that's correct, and also placing very highly whether or not they've been playing together throughout the entirety of all of these tournaments. Of course, you are watching the best players in the world play on our Friday Fortnite events, ladies and gentlemen. So far, anybody that you've seen on here has been making some coin if you're seeing them play this far into the tournament. Of course, we know first place is splitting that beautiful check, and people like Thieves are trying to get there.
That was absolutely disgusting. Just totally stole that player's life, and there goes the Bush as well.
With the sub in the pocket.
Bush, Wookie, say goodbye. Wow, unbelievable play. Fantastic stuff from Thief. And you see him, he's amped, man. He's feeling confident. He's feeling good. And, they're just giving some fantastic comms to his teammate Thieves. And I believe that's actually going to be it. I believe, according to their reaction, according to a chat as well, this game is actually going to be over. So massive props to Thief and Typical Gamer, especially in that little exclamation point at the end with that hunting rifle. Definitely feeling good as they're going to rock in the new emote, the Infinite Dab.
I like that Infinite Dab. One of my since I couldn't get the Eagle, I was like, I got to get the Infinite Dab.
Oh, the Eagle is legit.
The Eagle is the best one, but the Infinite Dab is a close second, honestly, if I had to compare the two.
I had no internet at the time to get
really?
Infinite Dab.
You could have called me.
I would have let you log into my account.
Right.
Kids, don't let people log into your account unless unless it's
don't
Landon.
Right. Okay. Unless it's me. If you guys want to tweet at me, just, that wouldn't do that. It wouldn't be a good idea.
It's the honesty factor.
Right.
I'd look at his face. It's trustworthy.
Thank you, guys.
He wouldn't steal your ice cream. He wouldn't steal your account. But other people will.
I appreciate that.
You're so welcome.
That's very, very kind of you to say.
You're so precious.
Thank you, Legion.
Thank you.
Well, guys, we're going to head to a commercial break as me and Legion continue to get even more and more close to each other. But, guys, like I said, it has been a phenomenal tournament. And talk about that last play coming through from Ninja Hysteria, getting dropped so quickly, of course, along with Svennoss' team as well. Just in a matter of moments, we see so many teams starting to fall. But, of course, as the matches, of course, the teams start to kind of diminish, it means the matches are only going to get even more close. Of course, guys, if you haven't done so already, feel free to visit our website, umggaming.com. Grab yourself a Prime membership and play in tournaments. Of course, we got Fortnite, Call of Duty. Of course, recently added H1Z1. Feel free to play in our ladders, play in some cash-up matches, and get going on, of course, with umggaming.com. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure to visit our sponsors as well. Of course, officialegl.com, of course, along with gfuel.com as well. Make sure to rock our codes, UMG10, of course, alongside of the regular UMG as well. Got a lot of awesome prizes, a lot of awesome giveaways to come through as well, boys. Of course, you can mark the exclamation point giveaway in chat to see exactly how you can win a number of those prizes. Of course, along with the tournament, it will continue to progress. More awesome action after we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Friday Fortnite, of course, week number 9 coverage, of course, here on twitch.tv/UMG events. The action is continually getting more and more exciting. Of course, myself, Landon Lano Sanders, joined alongside by my fantastic duo on the couch. Of course, we have Taylor, Reflections Noble, joined alongside by Jordan, a.k.a. Legion. Guys, we just had an insane last matchup go down, of course, between HD, Nickmercs, and, of course, the other team who ended up getting taken down. Oh boy, that was an unbelievable match that we just witnessed. Of course, our prior champions in Ninja Hysteria getting taken out. Of course, along with that, we end up seeing Typical Gamer and Thief move forward in the losers bracket. But regarding our upcoming matchup, of course, keeping on track with HD and Nickmercs, their next game here, Losers Corners, is going to be facing off against Daequan CaMiLLs. Of course, that team ended up falling, I believe, in winners semis. I believe it was winners semis actually to FaZe Clan. So obviously hot off of that loss, probably trying to feel as confident as they can coming into this game. They lost a nail-biter game, but coming into this game, I mean, regardless of what prior predictions we were heading into regarding the tournament, what's our thoughts now heading into this particular match between a team who's hardcore aggressive and a team who we really haven't been able to highlight as much as we'd like to?
Daequan CaMiLLs.
Straight up prediction?
Straight up.
Wow, you're just kind of bouncing back and forth.
Listen, we've been right all day. I'm just saying. Maybe we'll continue the streak. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I haven't cursed anybody yet today, so
that's true.
I'll be honest. I'm going
my
with
hands clean.
I'm going with Daequan CaMiLLs as well.
Okay.
And the reason being is because how they performed against FaZe.
He really likes your predictions, I think.
I like it because it's TSM.
I only did that for reflections.
So
actually.
I appreciate that.
I wanted
brother,
you
man.
to feel the connection between all of us here on this round table.
I agree. I like that because you guys have been so against me all night, other than your Ninja Hysteria prediction, which we went with, and we were actually wrong on that one too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So speaking of which, though, but Daequan CaMiLLs, the reason why I feel they're going to do so consistently well is because when they faced off against FaZe, yes, they lost, and I think they had a 15 frag lead, right? At one point, and they lost it. They lost by 2 overall, but it came down to overall rotations. It's not that they played bad. It's just overall they couldn't find the frags in the end, and FaZe made better rotations than them, and that's just the way it was. But they didn't play bad at all. So whenever it comes to CaMiLLs and Daequan, they've still been consistently playing well, and overall I think they can take this over HD as well as his man Nickmercs. But still, with that being said, the tilted drop is where it comes down to, and we saw how volatile it can be. They've dominated it before, but in that second round that we just saw against Ninja and Hysteria, they go down relatively early. They pick up 7 frags, and then they drop. So that's a bit scary if you think about it. So it can go either which way, but with Daequan and CaMiLLs, I know they're going to land somewhere a little bit off the beaten path, come in and pick up more frags. So I trust in them.
And then the question is, I think it's fair to say, for everyone coming into this game, even chat or viewers, whatever it may be, who are giving kind of their predictions, their own thoughts coming into this game, it's really a matter of like how effective is Tilted Towers going to be, and can HD Nickmercs stay alive? I think it's fair to say if HD Nickmercs go toward a typical tilted push, stay alive, you could argue they have a massive advantage. But I feel like there's so many risks, especially with today's tournament. I don't know what it is, but Tilted Towers just isn't as populated as it typically is. That really kind of comes down to the RNG factor. It comes into what public players are playing right now. You could argue the Sweaties are probably getting back online when it comes down to
that time of the night.
This
Dude,
evening.
everybody that's pitting like I am right now is hopping online after the gym run. They're ready to get it going. But looking like we've got a pretty good direct flight path for high distortion and Nickmercs for that tilted drop.
Absolutely.
Of course, Daequan and CaMiLLs, I don't know. What do you think they're going to drop?
Well, like Salty Springs, you think, Taylor?
I think it's Salty Taylor.
It's looking like a retail drop between the two of them. Might, in fact, be seeing that. Of course, they're kind of threatening maybe over towards...
Oh, that's Salty.
Towards Salty, yeah. Look, they dropped at least for retail. They're poised for it, but now they're going to have a nice low drop for those outside houses of typically where FaZe likes to go, and they'll be able to push in relatively safely, where, of course, where's HD and Nickmercs going? None other than Tilted Towers. Does it surprise you? It absolutely doesn't. We'll see how they're going to perform overall, but like I say all the time, whenever any team goes tilted, the story is always on them towards the beginning, and that's who you want to focus on to see how they're going to perform.
Absolutely, and of course, taking a look at our boys inside of Tilted Towers, HD and Nickmercs. We talk about this duo. It's very important to mention as there goes HD, jumps off the building as he missed the pistol grab, and now this puts a very awkward spot, nearly the first elimination of the game, and goodbye, High Distortion. Thank you for stopping by, as he's going to have to wait until map number 2. Almost, 90 eliminations were left as HD drops, and that is the problem. That is the reason we discuss and say why Tilted Towers is such a nice venture to go toward, but it's so high risk and so high reward. Unfortunately here, Nickmercs low in HP, low in just about everything, especially his mood right now. Why? Because he's lost his duo. He lost High Distortion, his teammate, in the very beginning stages of this match, and now it's going to be a permanent 1v2 for the rest of the game.
And did he get murdered by a revolver while he was falling from the roof? Is that what we just witnessed? Or was he shotgun? I'm pretty sure he got chased from the top floor, at least mid-floor, down to the bottom.
Like that, yeah.
And then there's still a guy down there, and it might actually have been who Nickmercs cleaned up. So fortunately for Nick, though, nobody seems to be over at Fatal Fields, which means that kill counter is going to go down. So it's not necessarily that they're out of the fight. It just means that Nick's going to have to stay alive and probably average about 10 kills if they want to actually keep the dream alive here. We are in the losers bracket, so whoever does lose this actually goes home out of this matchup. Daequan and CaMiLLs been on fire all day, especially Daequan. Building has been on point, absolute slayer. Of course, Nickmercs also been outscoring HD for almost the entire day. Once again, showing some love down there for the console players. But, of course, he's going to spot a whole team here. Smart play. Looking for that squad over at WeirdLs to also engage with those that just crossed over from the old crater. And, of course, he's going to continue to get some goodies like that. Smoke bomb. Ooh, that poison gas is my favorite.
Absolutely. It provides so much damage, but it also gets those players out from their cover and forces them to rotate out, and it kind of puts you on the run. That's why they're so volatile. But looking at CaMiLLs, he did get tagged up just a little bit, but they do spot some players just ahead as they're trying to finish them off and trying to pick up some frags. But you notice Daequan's already sitting at 3 himself. As we know, I've been talking about it all tournament long. Fatal Fields is one of those areas for the battle pass. That's where they decide to go, hit up the woods on the outside, and push in to kind of catch those players off guard, whereas Nickmercs trying to battle for his life. He's sitting at 2 total frags, HD at 0, so he's got a lot of ground to cover. But you notice this is not the Nickmercs we're used to seeing when in Tilted. He is playing very passive, and rightly so. He knows there's competition all around him as he tags a player up just below him. The player is, in fact, going to be dipping out, and you never know where he's going to be.
And the one thing that you notice, too, about Nickmercs' gameplay, especially right now, you talk about the passive play, every time he fires a shot, he's being incredibly aware of what the enemies can kind of see around the map, constantly getting around those corners, making sure that those enemies don't know where the shots came in from. So that's very smart play coming through from Nickmercs, of course, to make sure that, like I said, he's remaining kind of stealthy when it comes down to these engagements. Of course, does have the high ground as it currently stands. But, guys, it is looking very, very grim for Nickmercs and co. As he's really, like I said, just fighting for his life right now. I'm not even sure if he can really escape out of Tilted Towers, or even if he wants to. That's the even more scary part. I'm not sure if he even wants to leave Tilted Towers for right now. But we'll see what obviously comes about as CaMiLLs and Daequan are sitting pretty instead of Fatal Fields.
And definitely so. This, like I said, this is so incredibly passive from Nick. I mean, he's roaming in and out, jumping up buildings, and just overall trying to take it to the opponents. But he has to. I think he got a little spooked, to be honest with you, when HD went down so incredibly early. You weren't expecting that. Whereas Daequan and CaMiLLs, yeah, they're only sitting at 3 frags overall, but their rotation is really what it's going to come down to. They'll be able to rotate over to Salty, then through Dusty at that point. Whereas will Nickmercs even make it out of Tilted? That is the question you've been asking, Landon, and we'll have to see it, but
that's a smart play from Nick. I mean, he knows that there's a guy above, right? Usually, if you're gonna have somebody that's gonna be pushing like that, you got to worry about the duo coming in as well. But of course, smart play, knows he's pinched. Multiple teams never got those guys at WeirdLs. Of course, they build up, and that's what I was worried about, him being out there on that balcony, getting caught out in the open. But luckily, he does manage to get away. Still sitting about 90 health if he is able to pop this mini. But of course, he's just trying to run. He's trying to get the cleanups, looking for engagement. But he is getting chased, folks. Spots the bandies, but decides not to go for it. And of course, he's just gonna be looking to see if he can't get an easy pop shot. Of course, with that blue tack shotgun. A monster of a weapon says, hopefully he doesn't get killed here as he's going to be making his way. Goes for the risky shot.
Oh, wow.
4 kills, but there's still so many engagements left. Smart play with the smoke. Forces him out.
Play.
And a nice play here from Nick. Gets those bandages, and we're going to see him in a better position, sitting at about 100 total health if he's able to heal up.
Yeah, great stink bomb placement coming through from Nickmercs. The sniper bullet whistles past his ear as he is constantly receiving shots from every single angle. Every time he walks out of a building, he is enemy number 1. As you can see him right now, very intently being aware of his surroundings. Of course, we can't really hear the audio, but you can definitely see him being very cautious. Got to be someone around his position for the time, as those walls do get solidified. Of course, trying to 3P right now, seeing at least
players.
1 team on the bottom floor as they're going to be tossing out, trying to get as well kitted up as they possibly can. Little do they know, Nickmercs happens to be sitting just above them, sleeping.
And he's going to look for that easy peak 1 pump. At least if he gets another one, that'll put him at 6 if he has to get an engagement here. But he's actually really smart for not healing.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
they'll be able to hear those bandages when he does so. I don't care. I want the heal. So I'm going to let you hear everything that's going on. I also blow a whistle in the in-game microphone so you know that I'm up there as well. But Nick does get taken out, unfortunately caught. And apparently he's brought back to life using the resurrection option. Only available with your Yu-Gi-Oh deck, but he does get taken out. 5 total for Nickmercs and High Distortion.
And he did all he could, right? Nickmercs in that situation we talked about doesn't want to rock the bandages, of course, because of the audio cues that can give the opposition. I mean, whoever that team was, they were laser focused on making sure he was not going to be tilted, at least as far as they were concerned with. So, I mean, that's what happens, right? When you go toward Tilted Towers, it's that time of the evening when there's so many players online. They're all practicing Battleground, or not the Battleground. They're all practicing, of course, in that playground and trying to get to the best of their ability. But right now, CaMiLLs and Daequan can settle on the fact that, hey, they're feeling good. They're feeling confident. There's no more opposition members. There's no teammates really to face off against in this particular game. And they can kind of sell on the fact that they've got the final 30 in their hands, and we'll see what they can do with it.
And you saw a little smile come out from Daequan as soon as he saw Nickmercs was dropped. Obviously, they're feeling good, but they've got to make good with the opportunity that they currently have, because the fact remains is they're still 2 frags down, and anything can happen, as we saw in that last game against Ninja and Hysteria, where we saw all 4 drop relatively quickly. But, of course, as the game is developing, like you said, down to the final 30, it's going to get a little bit slower paced overall, and at this point it's going to be all about positioning as they'll be pushing out of Dusty. But they're pretty deep inside this circle. Will they push out to play that gatekeeper role? Of course, the circle will be collapsing down, and then they'll kind of react off of that. But they're sticking together, and rightly so, exactly what they need to do. But a huge potential now. But then again, let's go back to what we saw in the winners bracket. We saw them in the same opportunity, at least against FaZe. They came through with a massive lead, and they ended up losing it in the second game. So they need to make sure that they are at least patient here and they can make it work. But coming up on this guy in the porta fort, he's right above him. He's going to edit down and try and take out the person down below. And a great edit with a great shot to get the knock.
Yeah, and you saw the bush actually jump out from the porta fort. True veteran play there. Just thinks that he's hiding very well, but one of these is obviously not like the other, and he spots him there at the finale, just trying to hide as player 300. Has all of his hopes and dreams demolished trying to stay alive right there outside of Tilted and, of course, Loot Lake. This personally, to me, is one of the worst areas to be caught in mid-run. You've got literally 4 or 5 different angles to be shot from. If somebody's over on that top of the mountain over here, which I believe there's actually a build already up there, of course, CaMiLLs doing a great job of zoning the players coming from Dusty Divot. As that circle does get smaller, they get lucky with these engagements. You're looking at 5 kills, so they're actually still tied. But with 22 kills left in the game, with veteran players like these, I mean, there's going to be a lot of kills here for them to be able to make up to extend and actually gain a lead going into game 2.
Absolutely. And, of course, a lot of kills still remain. And right now, a lot of engagements, of course, currently are going down. CaMiLLs and Daequan both involved with the squad, trying to get that high ground advantage. Daequan from the backside, playing a little bit of that side pinch roll, does take down one along with the assistance coming through from CaMiLLs. That player living on the edge as he'll fall down to his death. I'm not sure if that actually came through from either Nickmercs or excuse me, from rather CaMiLLs or Daequan. But looking on, a lot of damage still to be done. Trying to stay alive right now is Daequan. You need to put up those structures to make sure that he's not the one being pitched in this situation.
Definitely so. This is a huge build battle, and hopefully that big Taj Mahal doesn't get dropped, but you do see CaMiLLs is in fact going to be down, and this is a huge opportunity for the opposing team, and if you're Nickmercs and HD, you got to be excited about this moment. As will CaMiLLs be able to get rezzed, and Daequan brings it back in with the edit. But, of course, shots fired from the bottom as we see Daequan building nonstop, and CaMiLLs is finally going to be dropped. And now Daequan's got to go in for the revenge kill to try and just rack up some of these frags as he finally does get the elimination. But now he's all alone as there is a total of 18 engagements and still players down below.
Yeah, we'll see what Daequan can try and do. Fantastic edit to take down the enemy who just happened to drop his brother, and CaMiLLs is down for the count. And like I said, man, for HD and Nick, they're sitting pretty good, right? They're only down by 2 kills. There's only 1 player alive for the opposition, at least for the time being. They're sitting in a pretty good spot, of course, unless Daequan can start to pad this lead, which absolutely has the opportunity to. Has that purple scar in his back pocket along with the double pump. Decides to fade back and go for this med kit. Thankful for Daequan. A little bit of a sigh of relief for the time being. Was in a pretty precarious situation. Literally had his floor being shot out from. Right, like I said, if that floor goes away, he also dies in that situation. So, huge heads-up play coming through from Daequan, and props to him for staying alive.
Are his weapon indicators, the brightness a little larger? Is that something you can change?
Not sure, honestly.
Do they look like a little bigger than normal, or am I crazy?
I don't know. I was thinking.
I think I might be crazy.
I was also thinking about how there's
like
every single color of the rainbow was just sitting in front of him.
It looked beautiful. It looked like it was Easter. You're finding all the eggs out there. That's exactly what it looked like to me. But of course, Daequan going to find this chest down here and a blue. How pretty is that? Especially at this point in the game. I believe they've got a 2-kill lead now. Of course, we saw that knock from CaMiLLs, so that's going to be 7 total versus 5. Honestly, in Nickmercs' situation, I'm pretty sure he did about everything he could possibly have done.
Yeah.
Unless you could dig into the ground and then bury yourself at that point and then hide. Which actually, if you have a shovel, that would be tight. He runs straight into the rocket, but he's able to get that build to protect himself. Of course, going to be fired in there. It means multiple squad mates going to be coming in with that gentleman as well. Of course, nice 163 health here out of Daequan, who's been one of the best performing players, I would say, of the entire day. Actually, my favorite in terms of who I thought would actually win this tournament coming in today.
Absolutely.
So that was my bold prediction.
Thankfully, Daequan can rival the fact that he actually is made out of metal. So, of course, the grenade bounces off his body and will stay alive for the time being. But, man, how close has it been? His life nearly on the line in multiple spots. But yeah, still, of course, just looking toward his western side, a few more opposition members to potentially take down, which is great, of course, if you're a TSM fan. But if you're a fan of Nickmercs in HD, you're still obviously hoping that he will drop at any moment. But like you said, Legion, really Daequan has been performing fantastic throughout this tournament. A lot of times that we've been able to watch over him, he's finishing off with 10, 11, 12 kills. Fantastic performance. You could even maybe argue one of his best tournaments in Friday Fortnite history, of course, is here in week number 9, as he's shown off those building skills yet again, trying to make sure he has the high ground advantage over someone who could be below him or at one point would like to be. And, of course, along with that, thankfully finds a grenade launcher off the ground and tossing out a few of those bloats, Taylor.
Yeah, one thing I really enjoy about watching this, at least we get to pinpoint how Daequan is playing overall individually. And one thing that I want to highlight is his composure. As we saw him, he's been going up against squad after squad with his teammate getting dropped. Of course, with the explode coming in, literally hitting his body and ricocheting off, he still was able to maintain his composure, build some defensive walls in front of him very calmly and doesn't freak out. And that's kind of one of the things that really highlights the ability level that Daequan has, the skill level overall. And that's kind of what separates him from an amateur versus a professional level. And that's why he is on TSM and where he is overall in his professional career. But the way that he's navigating these builds and navigating these team fights and prioritizing who he's engaging is absolutely phenomenal, as we see him getting knock after knock as he's single-handedly continuing that lead. That extra credit work for him and his teammate CaMiLLs is they're just wanting to go in as far as possible into the second game with as much of a lead as they possibly can. But you see that literally getting knock after knock. And, of course, he has built so much at this point that the opponents are pushing in. They have no way where to go. And you see the composure.
I love Daequan, man. He's one of my favorite streamers right now in Fortnite. This guy is an absolute beast. I'm not kidding you. Performance-wise, I'm telling you, he's been an all-star today. We've seen him in a lot of tournaments, but this man is absolutely not only showing off, but proving why he's one of the best players in Fortnite. Throwing this out here as well. Let's just talk about the fact that this is the most build in a single area I might have seen in this tournament. I mean, he's just continuing to go. The old saying, every esport ever, go on, don't stop. As soon as you got one of these heaters rolling like this, just keep murking everybody that's pushing you. Takes another one out, waiting for the teammates to go, manages to body him again. Of course, he's got the double heavies. God knows that's the best shotgun coming out of the
fall. Damn it, he's dancing on him. The disrespect from
Daequan!
Orange
the man!
All around. Oh, my goodness. That's got to be so humiliating for that player.
Oh, no. Not like this, Daequan.
Just like that. Just as that starts to happen, Daequan needs to have a little bit of a reality check just to make sure he can stay alive in this moment. Emoting is obviously fun, but you do render yourself to be taken down from any particular point of view. Also has to be very wary of the storm just on his backside. Just a matter of moments that one will be on top of him. So, of course, along with that, is maybe going to put out a bouncer trap. And, yes, going to go rock this one forward. Player just below him. You need to try to get away. Of course, now can play a little bit of a gatekeeper position, trying to make sure the most valuable asset in the game is actually happens to be right behind him. But shots still coming through from the flank. 39 HP. Still yet a will to want to build. A will to try to stay alive. Up close and personal with the Red Knight. And unfortunately will drop. But after 11 frags, 11 of his team's 12 total kills, Daequan did it all for TSM in that last game.
You know, as much as he was destroying, though, in that little area right there, I feel like for Nickmercs and High Distortion, considering how early HD went out, Nick's still able to get 5 kills. Being down 7 is really no big deal going into a game 2. We saw them earlier with a nasty game 1. I believe they had a lead at one point by 20 kills. So if they have another one of those types of rounds, totally possible for them to overcome and take this game 2 in the whole series. But man, with Daequan playing the way he is, I would almost hot drop if I was him and just go after everybody. Get 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 kills right in the beginning and just roll with it.
Yeah. Taylor, what's your thoughts? Right, coming into this next game, we talked about what the potentials could be for TSM, but really, what's the overall line set right now for HD and Nickmercs? I mean, really, if you're High Distortion, after that last loss, you're thinking, hey, maybe I don't want to go tilted. And probably if you're trying to argue with Nickmercs, it's not going to go too well because Nickmercs is like, hey, man, that's great. That
All
you
about
do
tilted.
That. I'm going to go tilted towers no matter what. I think we've seen them maybe play like 4, 5, 6 different matches, more maps rather in total. I think besides one game when they had like a 20 kill advantage, I think they went shifty shafts, which happens to be right next to tilted. But I'm really coming into this game, if you're Nickmercs and HD, are you still going tilted? You're only down by 7 kills. What's the play call you think from them here?
If I'm high distortion, I've got to be reflecting back when I played in my first tournament when I played with Avxry, right? Because they weren't making as many hot drops as before. We saw them. What was like their most popular spot? I'm trying to think back, but I know
like Salty Springs.
It was like Salty Springs,
Row.
but Retail Row. But they weren't going in as hot as something like Tilted or just directly dropping into Salty, at least at that point. So. But we saw their performance and how they played, and you know how talented Nickmercs is, along with HD. If they were just to prioritize their rotations, prioritize their drops, I think they could play much better and make it much further in the tournament. Of course, I'm not in it. I'm not as good as these players. Okay, they know what their skill set is. Shocking, I know.
I actually thought Reflections was the best player in the world.
So
I was told. We played in a tournament together not too long ago, actually, and you could say that we didn't advance.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. We
did not advance. I remember that. I remember looking over at his screen, and he's literally building platforms on the edge of the mountain over the water. And I'm like, what are you doing there, brother?
Yeah, I somehow almost won that game, actually.
Yeah, you did.
In a live tournament on a main stage by building off the edge of over the ocean. But, we're going to see this Daequan CaMiLLs drop. Where's it looking, boys?
Fatal, yeah.
Fatoli Fields.
Fatoli Fields.
Fatoliolis.
Fatoliolis, man. They're going to be going there. Hot dropping it in, of course, the Battle Pass. But this is literally right off the rip of the Battle Bus. So there's a lot of potential for them to go down early, especially if they can't find weapons. We saw that in the previous tournament where HD as well as Krafty tried to drop Anarchy with the Battle Pass, but unfortunately they did not find a weapon off the rip. In fact, the Deagle ended up going in the hands of the opponent of HD. He ended up taking a massive shot, but not the same scenario here as we're going to see Daequan getting quick to work, getting 1 knock plus and a limb as well. But HD and Nickmercs, of course, like I said, you always have to highlight that tilted drop. We have to see how it's going to work out for these two here because, of course, being 7 kills down already as it is, 1 player drops, that's basically spelling disaster for this team.
And Fatal right now is basically a hot drop. I mean, you saw how many players actually dropped here. They're going to be going towards that red barn area, some of the smaller shacks. Hopefully they've got an AR. He's got a nice AR little tac submachine gun combo. But, of course, Nick and HD, both in the same building this time, just trying to maintain some support over here on Trump. Knows there's people, weird L's, of course, also normal L's in that brick building that's going to be across that leads to that waterfall area. You're dead center in the middle. Every time you drop there's potential to be getting shot from multiple directions. We saw it not work out for HD in Game 1. We'll see if it works out for him Game 2. But, of course, 2 kills now out of Daequan and CaMiLLs. There may be some people in Fatal, but they're also having to go up against these guys.
Yeah, it's the difficult factor is if you're a random player, it's like, okay, I'm going to go late in Fatal Fields. Little do you know, there happens to be 2 TSM members who obviously are just on the outskirts of that. But again, kind of getting back quickly to HD and Nickmercs. Right now, High Distortion trying to really stay alive, just barely staying up. Thankfully, has the radius, has the knowledge that Stink Bomb doesn't affect him just a few tiles up. But just as we start to speak on that, HD trying to go for where players could be lingering. And, of course, we can't exactly hear where the enemies are, but you got to imagine, based off the kind of the slower pace play, being super aggressive when it comes down to making it toward numerous floors, he's got to hear someone around this position. I believe he's going to call in for a little bit of resources as him and Nickmercs decide to join back alongside one another. And here comes the opportunity. Looks like on Nickmercs' screen, going to go for a quick little chat. Says the Boogie Bomb potentially to go ahead and grab, but decides to leave it maybe for a different type of fight. But players being and attacking them from all different directions. This is the storm. This team wants to go under. It's a storm they have to go under, being down the way that they are. And if they want to bring it back in this game, they've got to go through a lot more fights together.
Yeah, the opposite end of the spectrum, we're seeing Daequan and CaMiLLs in yet another team fight. Daequan did get tagged up just a little bit, having to build up over the opponents as CaMiLLs trying to come in for that little extra support. But again, Daequan is in fact going to be dropped now. CaMiLLs has to go big, and he's going to be tagged up himself, forcing to build that opponent in a little 1-by-1 just below, coming in with the tack, trying to get the kill overall. Daequan widely exposed, so is CaMiLLs being low health. Finally, he's able to get it, going for the rest. Now, all they have is bandages, but luckily we do see Daequan in his inventory will have a fireplace too, so he'll be able to kind of res a little bit of that health. But you talk about a close call, and if you were at least HD and Nickmercs, I know they were staring directly at CaMiLLs and Daequan, seeing their health, hoping they would drop. But fortunately for them, they will have a medkit, a fireplace, and be able to be rezzed up just a little bit. But talk about close calls right off the rip.
Yeah, what a shot that was, Legion. I mean, literally 27 HP. It's a shot difference between two of those players. And if that doesn't go through, if we see one of the players from TSM drop, you could argue this game is most likely over, especially with the factor of HD Nickmercs being at Tilted Towers.
Yeah, you're dropping Tilted, right? So now they've got 5 kills. But you look at Daequan and CaMiLLs with 4. They dropped Fatal Fields. At this point, you're hoping to be having probably around 9 to 11 kills, especially with less than 40 engagements remaining in this game. It's going to be harder and harder for them to come back. They're now officially down by, how much were they down actually going into this game? 7 kills. So they're down by 6 now. Because they have a 1-kill lead here. So that's all this pressure you've gotten Tilted has now resulted in still being down by quite a bit. However,
I think I'm starting to get a few more people on my side by saying Tilted sometimes, and most of the time, it's not worth it. It really isn't, man. And I know, like I said, strategies totally get them. Players obviously have their preferred strategies, and they're obviously seeing a lot of success from it, is HD and Nickmercs. But I feel like when it comes into most games, the sacrifice, what it means to go to Tilted Towers, just isn't the same anymore regarding your typical public player. I mean, so many eliminations have gone through, and you could argue HD Nickmercs are in quite a few of them, but it's almost like I said, it's not almost worth the ability for them to be in Tilted Towers, to have that kind of slow-paced play. One of them goes down, or they have to kind of slow things up because one of them starts to lose health, and that's where Daequan and CaMiLLs have a lot more roamability of the map. When you're in Tilted Towers, you're in Tilted Towers. You're not leaving, right? Unless everyone is dead, you're not going to be making your way out of there anytime soon, and that's one thing that obviously helps Daequan and CaMiLLs out, landing where they do. They have Fatal. They can go north and find Salty Springs. From there, they can go Dusty. From there, they can go Retail Row before HD and Nickmercs can even think about leaving. I don't know. I just feel like regarding Tilted Towers, it's obviously a very valuable place to go from time to time, and granted, you have to hop drop there in certain moments, but I feel like in this situation, a perfect example, a 1-kill difference in map number 2, while one team is making the biggest sacrifice they possibly could, and another is just, casually dropping in a random city.
The reason why I'm not a fan of Tilted, and this is the real reason, is because when you're in Tilted, the fights are coming to you versus you taking the fights to them, and you're kind of reacting to what your opponents are bringing to you rather than the opponents reacting to you. The reason what makes these pros so good is their building skills and their ability to be able to rotate through and take the fight to their opponents. When you go Tilted, you kind of eliminate that aspect. There's no real reason to build up, of course. You do build up in certain situations, but typically you're having to navigate through a lot of these buildings, and there's so many twists and turns where a lot of RNG can happen. You can get taken out by an opponent with a much lesser skill set because he can be hiding behind maybe a structure, maybe be navigating through a structure and one pump you to the face. We have seen plenty of teams fall to that. But the thing is when you're rotating through, let's say Daequan and CaMiLLs, right? They land Fatal, they go Salty, and you can rotate through Dusty. You have wide open spaces where you have the ability to show your true skill set. You can go through, you can build overall, you can get that high ground over your opponents, and typically you're going to run into players who aren't as good with building, giving you the advantage right off the rip. So with that being said, you can control so much more when you go for the rotations on other drops, whereas Tilted, there's so much out of your hands that you can't control every aspect of it. Because of that, that's why I don't like it. There's too much RNG. There's too much that you can't control.
And you're pretty much playing with luck, right? You're hoping that the drops go in favor of you. Hopefully, if you drop L's, there's not 2 or 3 teams that drop Trump that instead of making the decision to go over to the Blue House or Taco, they all bum rush you for whatever reason.
Right.
I mean, that could be great if you've got guns and they don't, but in more of these realistic situations where you're just trying to stay alive, and especially if you're down with a deficit, you want to try to make some more moves here. Of course, they do have a 5-kill advantage in this game, so they are creeping up in this deficit they've got against the TSM boys. So there's a good chance that HD and Nickmercs could close this one out here, but 27 kills remaining in this game, now down by 2. Eventually, Daequan and CaMiLLs are going to find some opponents, and that's what you're not looking forward to if you're HD and Nickmercs.
And you also notice, too, Nickmercs and HD, based on their location, are they going back toward Tilted Towers? What really is the call? Might have spotted out a squad, or maybe obviously probably communication coming into factor is the reason why they could be making back this this progression. Which you argue the amount of ground covered from either of our teams is drastically different, and based off the zone, it looks like that's the reason why they could be making that rotation back toward Tilted. But still, man, Fatal Fields all the way up toward Retail Road to Dusty Divot, a lot of ground covered for TSM. For HD Nickmercs, like we said, not a whole lot of ground covered. What they escape with, I think that's like 4 kills right now for HD. Nickmercs up to 5 now, so looking a little bit better for them overall. But it's coming down to the wire, coming down to a very close matchup for the time being. And it looks like HD could have the opportunity to take down a few enemies. One trying to go on those stairs. He will be cut down nice, quick, and early. HD still having a little bit of that advantage, having the pump shotgun in his arsenal, ready for the edit. And here comes the challenge, ready to do it on his own terms, as Nickmercs, I believe, will finish off the kills. HD not having to worry about that work as this duo continues on, finding squad after squad after squad, always and solely in Tilted Towers.
Yeah, luckily with this hill, it's actually going to be rotating. So anybody that would have been left towards Paradise or, Pleasant. I like to call it Paradise Park.
Okay.
It's because that's where
it's very pretty.
I see heaven every time I go there. So naturally, I just wanted to name it that. But of course, Jump Pad, they're going to be trying to loot forward here, see if there's going to be any stragglers waiting in Loot Lake. Of course, they do spot some build, and High Distortion is getting ready to drop on this man like a falcon. Doesn't even spot him in the water. Good night, player 485. Multiples here. This is the ideal scenario for High Distortion. He's got multiple players on another squad. This is exactly what he needs in here to potentially get this lead going. But unfortunately, he does get gunned. He does have 3 of those minis in the back pocket, just trying to build upwards. Remember, it's all about height advantage with only 100 mats, and of course it's steel, which does get destroyed quicker. Unfortunately, my wooden house did not withstand the blow of the big bad wolf, and steel was better, but hey, you know logic. It happens.
Oh, Nickmercs coming through big here, just on the lower portion of that build. I believe will save the day, and HD is going to continue to stay up, but for how much longer is the question. At the same time, the left side of our screen, similar fight right now for Daequan and CaMiLLs, up close and personal situation. The pump shot is out. Daequan and CaMiLLs both assisting each other and taking down those players, but of course, buildings on the outskirts of Loot Lake continue to seek out where these players are at. HD and Nickmercs live on, and so do Daequan and CaMiLLs as this game continues to get closer and closer here, Taylor.
Yeah, definitely so, as we're sitting at 8 on the left, and then on the right, still in engagements are now at 14 total frags. And, of course, the deficit is becoming less and less as HD and Nickmercs are starting to make this comeback possible with a few frags still remaining. We're sitting at a total of 10 remaining overall for these teams to get them. I mean, of course, a lot of kills still, I guess, remaining overall, but still, I mean, when you're thinking about it coming down to the wire like this, it's going to be dangerous, and they're going to be trying to get some distance between the two. We're going to see them on opposite ends of the mat, as we see now TSM with a minor lead of only 1 frag total, whereas you're seeing 2 different things, right? We're seeing crates for Daequan and CaMiLLs plus next to Dusty, where HD Nickmercs are going to be on the other side of Loot Lake. So really, at this point, RNG is going to play a huge factor. We'll see where these teams are going to fall.
Looks like structures could be taken down. CaMiLLs right now on our screens. Bottom left does get the official knockdown at the exact same time. The double pump got himself making the rushes. Up close and personal fights. Does get the only 7 damage, but thankfully he's got a few more pump shots left in his shouty to take them all down. Yet again, grabbing the height advantage. And this is great kills coming through from TSM. As you're going to notice, Distortion and Nickmercs saying, hey, the position that we were in is nice, but we're not seeing anyone. We don't have players in our way. We don't have players in our favor, and that's one thing that's going to be a huge momentum play right now from the other side of TSM. Having these players and having a lot of the map and open to them, happen to kind of get lucky here with the amount of players they have just in front of them. But, of course, as we digress, mats needed for HD. Nickmercs sitting pretty when it comes down to that, but it all comes down to this. Not much of an advantage right now for TSM. HD and Nickmercs, they basically have to find almost every single kill left. Yep. Can they do it?
And they need 5 frags at this point to tie it up, and there's only 5 frags remaining, and a lot riding on the line. Of course, if even one opponent that they're going against dies in the storm, that's going to be all she wrote for HD and Nick. We'll have to see, as they're all going to be pushing in, trying to find the last remaining one. Still very separated, but they are, in fact, going to be meeting up just towards Tomato Town on the outside, as all teams are going to be pushing in full.
Oh,
we do see one spot, yes, for Daequan. He will spot somebody off in a distance. CaMiLLs in hot pursuit as well, and this is going to be a mad dash as Nick.
Actually, High Distortion.
HD is, in fact, going to get one knock. Of course, another one down there, too. Will he be able to fall off the cliff, as we're seeing?
Oh,
does he get another one?
Big plays from Nickmercs from above. They found 3 kills in a row, and I believe 1 kill comes through, like I said, all from HD and Nickmercs. 2 players alive. HD Nickmercs need both of them. If one kill goes down and anyone but HD and Nickmercs, this game is over. It is through. And where is this final duo remaining? Where could they be? It's a matter of Chase and CaMiLLs. What this could do. And yes, that is going to be it.
Yep.
HD and Nickmercs, they made as much ground covered as they possibly could, but in the end, it will be Daequan and CaMiLLs by the skin of their teeth, making it through and advancing in toward our losers semifinals. What a closeout.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a prediction in my part as well as you. We're right. You're a wizard. You've still been right tonight. And what?
Actually, I have a cap outside, like the Fantasia that Mickey wears.
I like it. I like it.
You love Disney. I know you do.
I do. I've been there.
You can wear my
I've been
hat
to Disney
later.
World many times.
I'm excited for my boys, Daequan and CaMiLLs. I'm really excited
Thank
for
you, Taylor, for acknowledging that.
I'm really got to bring it back at some point, boys. I'm really excited for CaMiLLs because as he's been progressing throughout his at least professional life, I know he's been struggling at least as a competitor to realize where his true abilities lie. And at this point at Friday Fortnite, he is now progressing much further than he has at least in the past so far. So I want to see him kind of come back as highest placing, being second place with Daequan quite a few tournaments back, but now obviously wanting to get back into that position, working forward, and to beat a team like HD and Nick is obviously a huge accomplishment, but it just comes to show, you know, that tilted drop, at least in that first game, is what ended up doing them in. They got dropped relatively early, I believe, with 17 frags remaining, and that's honestly what did them in the end, but good job from Daequan and CaMiLLs. Daequan's been playing out of his mind. CaMiLLs being a great support player. I'm pretty proud of him.
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking about Legion. I mean, Daequan's overall play has been stellar. I mean, we could probably argue, we talk about MVPs for each tournament, at least for what has happened on broadcast. Daequan has got to be in contention for that, right?
You gotta love his attitude. I mean, look, he's
Just
smiling, he's
dancing,
hitting
yeah.
emotes. I mean, they almost lost that second game. And in the first one, you could argue that emote was actually detrimental to the reason why he almost went down. I mean, he's sitting up there dancing and gets sideswiped by another squad pushing him. But I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we like to see. We like to see some showboating. We like to see some fun. And that's one of the things that's so great about Fortnite is you've got so many different options, not only in the gameplay, we're talking skill-wise, but just some of the stuff that you can do to just showcase your personality in the game is so amazing. And Daequan is definitely one of my favorite players in these tournaments right now, just because he just does not care. He's a badass. I'm just gonna say it.
Well, I could say Taylor, TSM, both teams I believe are live for right now. You got to be feeling pretty good. You got to be feeling pretty confident. I mean, you know, overall, I think you can sleep pretty good tonight, knowing that both teams at least finished pretty well, right?
And they were in my power ranking, so I'm actually pretty happy. Especially, I think at this point, Daequan and CaMiLLs have surpassed my power ranking, at least for them. I think I put them at like 7 or 8. So obviously they have surpassed that, and they keep pushing forward. So very happy for my TSM boys.
Absolutely. Of course, I'm sure along with Taylor, the other TSM fan base is obviously incredibly excited about that as well, as Daequan and CaMiLLs will advance yet again another losers bracket game. Of course, losers games still continue to go on as FaZe in the top side of the bracket, sitting inside of Grand Farms, waiting who can possibly meet them at the top of the mountain. Of course, more awesome matches to come, guys. Of course, Friday Fortnite week number 9 coverage here from twitch.tv/UMG events continues on right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 9 coverage. Of course, here live on twitch.tv/UMG events. Of course, here live. And the hot seat is myself, Landon Lano Sanders. What is that about, man? You laughing at me? Or what?
Landon Lando Sanders, joined by Taylor Reflections on Twitter. Of course, Legion spelled with a Q. We
That's
are
right.
back at it again.
Often called Lejekin for whatever reason. I don't know.
Lejekin.
It's Legion.
Hold on,
Just
Taylor,
a Q.
Taylor, go ahead and sit, show off your shoes, man. You guys are actually rocking
We
the
actually planned this.
shoes.
Could you put your foot on my foot? What size shoe do you wear?
I wear a size 13.
You're totally going to abuse
A
your other foot.
13? Why do we have to make this so difficult?
is so
It's like a
awkward.
sandwich.
Cringe. The whole chat.
I can't do it.
Cringe. That seems like the mainstay.
Can we get a hashtag cringe in the chat down below, actually?
Hashtag
Please.
KF for
Put it down
respects
there.
for what just happened
Just
on
cringe
camera.
it up.
Great shoes, though.
Hey, honestly,
honestly.
excellent.
I
I
would
got
have to
a
say.
great deal at the outlet.
What
I'll tell you
a
that.
great start, really, to what's our coverage right now for the losers
Yeah.
semifinals, boys. We've got Daequan and CaMiLLs getting ready to face off against Typical Gamer and Thief. Of course, getting ready to come back off of a very, very close match between Daequan and CaMiLLs versus Nickmercs and HD. Of course, one that really came down to the wire. HD and Nickmercs, unfortunately, do get eliminated from tonight's tournament, but Daequan and CaMiLLs continue on, right? A lot of momentum, I'm sure, coming into this tournament. We talked about their prior placements. Necessarily haven't been stellar, right? I think like, what, top 32, top 12 last week, which is pretty nice, but still not to the same standards that we would hold a pro Fortnite team, let alone a pro Fortnite team who happens to be in one of the biggest organizations in the world in TSM.
Absolutely so. And, of course, going against the next matchup of a typical gamer and Thief, that's going to be an intense matchup because of the fact both playstyles between the two kind of match up. They're both sort of passive overall. Of course, I would say Daequan and CaMiLLs kind of like a little bit more of the hot drops, kind of drop straight into salty. But then again, typical gamer and Thief kind of like the outskirts, but we have seen them going salty themselves just straight into bunker. So I think overall the playstyles between the two are going to match up perfectly, and because of that could spell for a very interesting start overall. But it does look like we will have a shifty. Is that a shifty drop, or am I wrong? I can't see.
Look at a salty spring.
That looks like a salty spring.
That's a salty.
That is that, man. I tell you, my eyesight's getting really bad. I'm 26 and it's gone. Yeah,
26 or 46.
As we see a double bunker push, one on top, one on the bottom for Daequan and CaMiLLs. And when it comes to typical gamer and Thief, like I said, similar play styles. They're going to be at Salty Springs themselves.
Yeah, like I said, matching play styles. All 4 players going to the exact same building. And now it's really a fight for loot and who can really start to kind of set the tone early. As it looks like for the time being, Typical and Thief kind of dispersing, like I said, a lot of that utility, some full pots being handed out from one another. But really, the question for me is really once Salty is kind of cleared out, where do we go from that point of view? Do you go toward Dusty Divot? Do you make your way in toward Retail Row? Do you maybe even try to transition yourself based off the zone to an area north or south of you? It's really a lot of questions to be asking right now as all 4 players in a very tightly contested area.
Just laughing because I see one player just like bolt in, and he quickly regretted how he just wasted his life there as he just comes straight in the middle of both Typical Gamer Thief and Daequan and CaMiLLs. And obviously your chances of winning that fight, unless you're God, is just not too good. But of course, Daequan opting to come out of that fight, and he's going to come in and do all the work. But then again, it is in fact, I believe, was that CaMiLLs who was able to pick up that knock. But he's going to take massive damage. We actually could see him go down as he is sitting at a current of 3 health overall, and he's got to be careful. Luckily, he does have that mini, but it's not going to be enough. At this point, he's got to change his play style and play a little bit more passive.
And there's those Akimbos I'm talking about. I want to see those bad boys in action. You see him reload him. He's got the gold ones in the back pocket. Nobody wants to pick up the Boogie Bomb, which is a little unfortunate because I'm trying to see some more dancing. And Daequan, if we know of anybody, might use that.
Here,
I would like the actual book. I'm going to hold it the whole time until somebody actually uses it within the tournament. For the rest of the tournament, I'm going to hold this in my hand.
Yep.
Praying that somebody drops it. Of course, we got that slurp juice. He's going to use that. You know
why? As long as
why?
you don't pull the pin on the Boogie Bomb, I'd be
Yeah, because then we'd all explode, and that would be really awkward. I can't have your brain matter on me while I'm trying to play and
Definitely
just
would be
enjoy this
distracting.
tournament.
I would
It would
have
be very, very awkward. But 5 kills out of Thief, because guess what, guys? Thief is hungry in this losers bracket matchup. Up 2 now for TG and Thief here in this game 1.
Ooh, and a rocket actually in the back pocket for TG as well. Thought he was about to pull that one out from the top side of that structure. However, will digress, and now it's about who can get the most mats, who's trying to get those resources and try to progress themselves. It looks like for Daequan and CaMiLLs, they're quickly making their way north toward Dusty Divot. And who's going to beat him there? It looks like it's going to be Thief, who happens to go and hop in a shopping cart, grab a Typical along the way, as they're making their way toward Dusty first. A finish line. It looks like a photo finish, and it will be Typical and Thief who will walk away with that particular victory.
Yeah, definitely using the shopping cart to the fullest of their abilities. Did they use the rocket to get a little bit of a launch? Because they were going pretty fast, and I don't know if you can push that fast. But with that being said, of course, with them coming down there, they're automatically going to go straight to work as we see Thief getting a knock plus and a limb. And more players straight ahead as Daequan and CaMiLLs are trying to come in hot pursuit as a rocket is going to be raining down. It will not connect, but we finally see frag is going to be in their possessions. As luckily for them, that shopping cart coming in clutch, getting that little distance, resulted in 2 extra frags on their part to now be leading 4 frags over Daequan and CaMiLLs as they have to switch up their strategy. Now they're going to be pushing off to the distance and look like they could be heading, towards Split Mountain, maybe over to Shifty Tilted area.
Can you also point out as well that Thief has 7 frags already? The next highest is 3, which happens to be with CaMiLLs. 7 kills coming out right of Salty Springs, literally hitting into Dusty Divot. That is unreal stuff. That's actually crazy. So, of course, along with that, looks like a very high up structure being built along with the jump pad. Is that what's going to be grabbed? And looks like just trying to grab some vision right now.
Still not seeing any Boogie Bomb action. Not saying I'm disappointed, but what I am saying is Typical Gamer is probably one of the best support players I've seen in any of these duos that we watch. Literally, you're looking at 7 kills from Thieves. However, we see Andre literally dropping probably, I'd say, 130 of those shields across the board. Thief going in there, getting some nice picks, leading now by 6 total kills. But we are seeing Daequan and CaMiLLs now making their way into Tilted. And I'm telling you, they're walking downtown, and they're walking fast. And faces are passing them homebound.
And one thing that's very, very noticeable, too, is that Typical Gamer and Thief, the reason why they rock that bounce pad is to actually beat TSM into Tilted Tower. So on the opposite side of the map, what they do is they find the kills in Dusty Divot. From there, what they do to try to counter the strategies coming through from TSM is to beat them at their own game. Essentially, TG and Thief, they pull out 2 strategies rather than just one. Fantastic plays and great knowledge coming in from TG and Thief to rock that strategy there, Tay.
Yeah, definitely so. Call me Tay.
I love you, Tay.
Tay-Tay?
Oh, why on stream
Lil
out of all
Tay.
things?
Lil
Jeez, man. That's cool. We'll call it out. But with that being said,
Tot?
I just want to highlight on what you just said. The shopping cart, use of the jump pad, it's all about positioning, and they know the importance of it. And with them using all of that to the ability, they are, oh no, as we saw, actually, he opened that up and saw a Red Knight coming directly for him. As fortunately, he was able to get away from that position as... You have no idea what I deal with off camera. We are sitting at a total of 12 frags for Typical Gamer and Thief, as we're sitting at a total of 4 on the right for Daequan and CaMiLLs. But it comes down to what Landon was saying. It comes down to the positioning between Typical Gamer and Thief. They have managed to get a shopping cart, a bounce pad, and managed to get ahead of Daequan and CaMiLLs. And they're constantly shifting for at least that position ahead. Daequan and CaMiLLs always behind.
Let's just talk about what a nuisance TG and Thief are. They literally just flew in, saw them make their way into Tilted, and then they just made it rain. They stole those kills. Now they've extended their lead to a total of 8 going into this game 1. We're already halfway through, 29 engagements. But you know what? They're just going to follow you guys wherever you go anyways, because why not? Get those kill stills. They know they took a big enough lead off the separated drop at the beginning. Of course, you're going into this latter half of the match. Just keep following them. Steal some kills. You know what I'm saying? Keep them down in the lower half of the bracket. But you know what Daequan and CaMiLLs do is they need to separate themselves from Thieves and TG.
Oh.
And they need to just...
It's a lot easier said than done,
I need
too.
some more emotes, Daequan.
You think so?
I need it.
I think it makes it kind of like powers him up a little bit. Makes him feel a bit more confident, but nice little overskill build, taking down the enemy, and also goes for the edit. And just like that, there goes the Omega. Worked hard for the that skin, but
yes,
unfortunately not good enough, as Daequan will laugh his way into finding yet again more and more frags. I think this was a full squad of Omegas taken down in a matter of moments. TSM has other plans, and they're trying to keep that lead intact, trying to make sure that they can continue on here inside of the outskirts of Loot Lake.
Yeah, current score sitting at 12-5 as we're looking at TG and Thief playing so incredibly well overall, as Loot Lake is going to be that area. And honestly, an area that I'm not a very big fan of, but still one of those necessary evils that you have to navigate through is look at CaMiLLs. He's actually going to be stuck, and hopefully he'll be able to piggyback off of the bouncer trap we just saw Thief use. But unfortunately, he's actually not going to go for it. He's going to choose to go through the water himself and go off to the right. So that's going to cause a lot of damage, as well as a momentum slowdown for Daequan and CaMiLLs. And once again, TG, Typical Gamer, is already going to be ahead of the game well into that storm. Daequan and CaMiLLs, again, trying to chase behind.
What's going on, Leech?
CaMiLLs missed the bounce pad. It fell off and took fall damage.
Oh,
that would
no.
be like the worst way
no.
of all time to be eliminated in this tournament.
Oh,
but luckily he's got those bandages in the
yeah.
back pockets. If he didn't, there's going to be a lot of disappointment for TSM fans at home there to watch CaMiLLs go down to a having a low vertical there on the bounce pad. Just decided to wave bye to it and fall down. But maybe he did it on purpose for whatever reason. Chad, you can go ahead and correct me on that if that's the case. But I think it was just a miss there. Of course, 116 HP, but we're looking at Daequan is a monster with that snip snap.
What a sniper shot. Happens to thread the needle just somehow around the corner. Hampers in that sniper bullet, as now it looks like going for the rush. Of course, sniper from afar. Pump shots up close, and just like that, that's now 6 kills, 9 in total for TSM. But on the opposite, a knockdown just happens to come through from Typical Gamer, as that should be up to 12-13, I believe, once that knockdown comes forward, at the very least, for TG and Thief. So sitting pretty, right? Yep. And it's good to see a very close game compared to kind of our last few, some eliminations early. It hasn't really been the closest of games. This one, but the opposite.
Yep, total score 13-9 as we're seeing Daequan and CaMiLLs trying to close a little bit of that deficit. Not a bad start overall, but of course it came down to the very start of it where we saw both teams mirroring that salty drop. And typical Gamer and Thief, honestly, they played it just a little bit better. And because of that, they're showing forth in their hard work as they do currently have the lead. And of course, like I said, going back to even our first tournaments, they've been one of the consistent teams throughout. Happy to see them playing together once again, and maybe we'll see them play together some more. Given the success they've already had in this tournament. But of course, playing it out to meet up with Myth and Hamlinz in this next loser final match. So it'd be kind of interesting to see that TSM Civil War still up for grabs. But of course, Daequan and CaMiLLs have to get through TG and Thief at this point. And I got to tell you, Thief is on point, but we do see a player is going to drop. And unfortunately, that's going to be CaMiLLs. Daequan, once again, last alive for his team to try and push them through towards the end.
Yeah, CaMiLLs takes a fall, and now it's going to be up to Daequan to keep his team afloat, to keep them alive.
Oh!
The Boogie Bomb. And
I saw it!
Daequan's
I
actually
put the Boogie Bomb down.
dancing, and just like that, I believe TG and or Thief come through and take out that player. In some situations, it's a blessing in disguise for Daequan, but also quickly has to go for the res. But yes, the Boogie Bomb comes through, and Daequan, unfortunately, not intentionally emoting that time.
It has to be the most epic thing. You guys have no idea. Literally, when Legion said he was going to be holding our Boogie Bomb, at least that we have for a prop, he was not lying. He was literally holding it the entire time.
He's ready to pull the pin.
And I was finally able to put it down.
He only put it down when he saw the Boogie Bomb come through.
Once I saw it in action, I knew that this was the best Friday Fortnite event that I've ever been a part of. I knew that things were different. I got to say Harry Potter. I got to see the Boogie Bomb in use. I got to see CaMiLLs almost die for missing a bounce pad, which was just gratifying in general. Almost pulled a Tim there. But luckily, I think Tim went out losers too this tournament. Unfortunate for him.
And Tomato Man going down as well too. So get to see Tomato Man die all over again. We've already seen him die throughout the map, and now he's going to die to the hands of Thief. But he is going to take some major damage. He's having to try and build up. Of course, the last remaining frags are well underway as look at Daequan raining down bullets there. But there it is. Thief finally is going to go down because of the storm, and he is not, in fact, going to be rezzed. I don't think he can break the storm at this point. It's going to be ticking away a lot of health as the storm is now getting relatively close towards the final ends. As this is where Daequan and CaMiLLs need to perform, but they're going to be in the storm themselves, whereas typical Gamer already has made his way through. And he might, in fact, be able to find these final frags.
Indeed, of course, elimination still available as typical, spraying through the storm, desperately trying to find as many as he possibly can. Of course, really just in unison, right, to try to pad in any particular lead that he has as it currently stands. But like we mentioned, 4 more rather. Well, actually, no, 3 kills in total still left around the map. We'll see as we enter in toward the opposite outskirts of Retail Row who can find these.
Thief's eliminated himself, so that's exciting. Wasn't CaMiLLs, ended up being Thieves there. Always a great way to go out, having your build destroyed or just missing a nice little ledge on the fall there. I would like to bring up the point that they now have 16 total eliminations here. There are 3 engagements remaining here in the game. Of course, CaMiLLs and Daequan trying to just make that deficit a little bit smaller there. And we're all playing with our VBET coins.
We are.
Because these are fun and we're children.
So we see Daequan and CaMiLLs hopefully can close out a little bit of this deficit overall as they're going to be just outside of retail for the man of typical Gamer, as well as Daequan and CaMiLLs just outside of Dusty Divot. Still no people to be found, but as I say that, Daequan does spot one player with the pop rock, so he's got to be careful. He's not going to be able to outbuild this player. That's one of the most known facts is if you're going against somebody with a pop rock, kind of just have to wait it out and wait for that opponent to kind of be used up, as he is in fact going to build over, goes down, gets to knock, and that's going to be ever so important, being 4 frags down overall. And where are the others? As I kind of missed that. Did he get the instant elim or did he get the knock?
I believe it was the instant elimination.
Okay, so still another team remaining somewhere out there.
Hey, and CaMiLLs gets another cleanup there. So it's actually 1 player remaining in the game. This is great. 13 now, only down by 3 for Daequan and CaMiLLs. If they are able to get this last kill, it will be a 2-kill deficit going into Game 2. A lot closer than the last matchup that we saw, at least for the start of Game 2. And TG looking to get that steal, of course. Andre, look at that, biting the lip, says, I'm going to steal this from you. Tries to pull the rocket launcher out, but he doesn't spot the player.
Yep.
Exciting.
I think that was actually...
He put on an invisible cloak.
I think typical stream is actually a little bit far behind. That was the kill that CaMiLLs actually found. So
he's playing on a 16-hour delay. This is actually tomorrow when we're watching this.
We're actually in Australia right now.
Yeah,
That's
it's
how far
crazy.
progressed the Thief stream is.
Is this guy at the top?
Oh,
Please tell me
no.
he's at the top.
Oh, please tell me that someone shoots him down, like literally in the middle of the air before he falls.
He actually just disappeared in the portal. There's aliens up there, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the next theme.
Aliens? I've been hearing a lot of speculation around that, especially on Reddit.
Maybe aliens are the next theme. Ooh.
How would you use skins though? Like, how would that work?
You can actually it's like all parasitic, so your skin comes out of the body and morphs into the other one. Yeah, it's going to be pretty violent and aggressive. Definitely ups the rating from, I believe, teen to AO, adult only, at that point.
I think it's a great marketing strategy.
I think it's a terrible marketing strategy, so
I don't know, man.
they would probably never do it. But you never know.
You really don't.
Never know with Epic, right? They're always up to something, but we do have Daequan quite far up there in the air. He's got to be careful. Of course, CaMiLLs will, in fact, see that player, but I believe that's typical gamer who's going to pick up the final frag, and that's going to be, what is that? I think a 4-kill lead going into the second game, 17 to, I believe it's going to be a 3-frag lead going into the second game. So obviously not a lot. Not a lot, as we'll see if Daequan and CaMiLLs will be able to counter the attack. Of course, both of them coming in. We're putting on that replay, which is actually live, but given the fact that we saw, of course, we discussed his delay is a little bit large.
Look at that dance move to finish.
I'm telling you, I got to buy
hey,
that.
Red
That is great.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hit it. Hit it, Andre. Woo!
Oh, you just love to see it, man.
I do.
Great dance move.
IRL and in the game. I mean, that's crazy. You know what's hilarious to me is every time we watch these matchups, it's so easy for them to get victory royales. They're just going aggressively for kills. So imagine watching them play cautiously. I bet you, what's the world win record right now for squads? I bet you they could beat it, no problem. Any of these guys.
World win record for squads.
Yeah, like streak.
You know
what I'm saying?
I'm
pretty sure I just blew Taylor's
That's
mind.
a question I never
This country's
contemplated.
just Stranger Things season 2, just like
Like I've been thinking about like overall like what's
2,500.
like kills and kills and elimination. I don't know if they even track squads. That's actually quite a interesting thing to think about.
You never know. All I'm saying is they're going to be setting records. Okay, I'm all about it.
I
never thought
love to
about
see
that.
it.
I love to see you, Lando.
Oh, thank you so much, Lee.
You're so flippin' amazing.
Thank you so much. It's so sweet of you to say. I think you look great in your outfit, by the way.
Thank you. I picked it out knowing that it was going to be the same one I've worn at least twice for these Friday.
You're
Different
consistent.
shoes.
You're at least consistent.
That's
though.
what it's all about.
It is. Consistency is key. And that's a fact that, of course, both of our squads coming into this next game are going to need to have, right? Consistency, when it comes in from match to match, they're transitioning their play into loser's bracket, and they're here for that exact reason. Now, with the scoreline being the way that it is, right, of course, not much of a kill deficit for either way. I mean, really, you kind of wipe this one clean. It's like, hey, heading into game number 2, who really has the advantage? But like you mentioned, Taylor, heading into game number 1, it's so hard to call between both of these teams because of how similar they played to each other. They're all about going Salty Springs, outskirts Salty Springs, just shifty shafts, like whatever it may be. It's not really surprising that we see both teams kind of cater to the exact same strat in back-to-back games. But really, to me, it's going to be a matter of if we do all go Salty Springs, because that's looking to be the way that it's going. If they all go Salty Springs, it's a matter of those rotations, because we were talking about typical gamer and Thief, of course, do possess that lead coming into this match. One really major factor to me that really kind of set them apart, I'm not sure about you guys, was that bounce pad play, right? Yep. They're sitting inside of Dusty Divot. They're trying to find some kills while Daequan and CaMiLLs go off the tower, tilt the towers. They rock the bounce pad play and literally intercept exactly what the opposition was trying to do, basically meaning that they had 2 different opportunities rather than one. Of course, already inside of Salty Springs, Daequan spotting one enemy going toward his bottom floor and has no weapon to save for it. Of course, puts down the ramp just to try to solidify that player has to go through something to give him a little bit of an idea, but here comes the chest. So actually a player happens to be in the garage.
Baiting him. He's baiting him, Landy. He was waiting for him to try to go for that chest.
Yeah.
So apparently he's a little bit experienced here for dropping Salty, because at that point I'm going to be crying. I'm going to be scared that there's literally somebody just wait. I actually didn't even know that you could see directly. That's a strict angle that kid was taking to be able to try to put shots on him from underneath that garage area. Of course, Daequan, smart play, just running away. He's got bandages in the back pocket. He'll be at 75, no problem. But you've also got Thief down there who's taking any sort
Thief,
of loot.
protect me.
So Daequan is just trying to get away, get healed, and of course you've got his teammate CaMiLLs. All he needs to do is try to pop off, maybe steal some kills as well from Thief. Of course, TG also in the area. So this is going to be a difficult play here for Daequan. He does find a llama, though. Spam it.
In chat.
Pinata.
Oh, boy. But that's the thing we talk about, right? When you go inside of Salty Springs compared to outskirts Salty Springs, That's the reason why we see our phases. That's the reason why we see Ninja and Hysteria, teams of those caliber, go outskirt Salty Springs because of the unknown, the RNG that really comes into those particular cities, those hot drops, essentially. But thankfully for Daequan, he kind of digresses back. Still yet to actually find a full-on weapon. Thankfully he has some grenades, but he's sitting pretty solid when it comes down to the utility factor.
And the only thing that I think they're thinking at this point is, thank goodness Typical Gamer and Thief haven't found as many frags as to be expected in Salty. Of course, they will start heating up just a little bit, but that was a huge momentum shift. If Daequan would have found a weapon within that house, he would have at least got 2 frags for himself, and he would have started off the game relatively well, of course, coming into this 2 kills down. So with that being said, him having to backtrack out is almost it's reflecting back to the HD and Krafty match where we saw them land Anarchy and unfortunately didn't find a weapon. They had to backtrack all the way and then come back in. We're seeing kind of the same situation here. Now they're coming in. CaMiLLs, he is forced to push into Salty himself, whereas Daequan still is going to be on the outer edge. He's having to heal up. He only has a sub in his inventory.
Oh.
But with that being said, CaMiLLs trying to get in on the action, and he is in fact going to find a frag himself, trading off with the players of Typical Gamer and Thief, as he's going to be down there just trying to be a nuisance. Honestly, very smart play.
GD is trying to steal as many kills as possible, as there was quite a bit of congestion really happening in that particular area, as we get to see it again there on Thief's screen, or excuse me, Typical Gamer's screen, definitely coming down to the wire. I think in both of those situations, Typical was at 8 HP. I think for a moment it was CaMiLLs who was on at least 9 or 8 or 9 HP as well. So very, very close quarters position, but keep in mind right now for Daequan, top right of our screen, has made his way in toward Fatal Fields. He's even transitioned to a totally different portion of the map. And like we said, he's low in health. He's low in shields. He's got shots coming in from all different directions, but happens to be building like a god. Fantastic play coming through to try to grab as much high ground as he possibly can, but we're still receiving shots, pump shots to the body, as he needs to try and reassess the situation, as he needs to try as well just to stay alive. Of course, he is flirting with death. TSM on the outskirts, on the very edge of potentially being eliminated from this tournament.
No.
Daequan falls, and there is going to be no one there for the res. CaMiLLs in an opposite city when it comes down to this game, as that's going to be a permanent 1v2 for CaMiLLs facing off against Typical Gamer and Thief. And boys, if we know anything about when TG and Thief have a lead in this game and they have the advantage, they mirror like crazy. This is not going to be a fun rest of the match for CaMiLLs, and you can already see him. He's not interested in Salty Springs. He's trying to get out of here as much as possible and try to be as stealthy as he possibly can, rocking a the skin that kind of promotes stealthy play.
Yeah, they're going to stalk him. That's as easy as it gets for TG and Thief. They're going to stalk him for the rest of this game. Once again, like you said, separation is going to be key for him. Obviously down by about 9 or 10 at this point. Still quite a few kills, quite a few eliminations available here in this game. So it's basically up to him to try to get the separation, and he's going to have some massive squad swipes. Now, for us watching CaMiLLs for this entire tournament, haven't really seen too much action from him without Daequan present.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him doing a lot of squad swipes. We've been seeing Daequan as CaMiLLs has been going down earlier than the other. So he needs to step up if TSM wants to continue to try to advance through this loser's bracket. TG and Thief, though, notorious for coming out on top of the situation when they have a lead like this. 6 kills already. And I love you.
Thank you very much for that, Legion.
I think he was talking to me, actually.
Well,
who
were you talking to?
I was talking
Oh,
to both.
okay.
okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Legion. Of
that.
course, transitioning into it, see, CaMiLLs is going to be coming over, trying to find some revenge for Daequan. Get that out of your mouth. You shouldn't be chewing on a V-Bug, brother.
Dude,
What are you doing? What
I
do you
want the
mean,
V-Bug
brother?
to be one with me.
Okay. Well, that's not going to pass if you do eat that.
It's going to pass health inspection. Don't worry. I have a friend that works in the department.
Right on. So we'll see CaMiLLs himself pushing forward, trying to get that revenge on who destroyed Daequan as a shot comes from the back, and phenomenal stuff getting that elimination. Now he's going to push forward even more so on these players building up on the ramp, but he will take some damage. Now, mind you, this is the same team who took out Daequan earlier, so we know they have the potential to put up a good fight, but CaMiLLs is going to get dropped, and that's going to be all she wrote for Daequan and CaMiLLs. They will be out of this tournament, but what a performance overall. They played extremely well, but that only means Typical Gamer and Thief are going to be moving on to the losers finals to play against TSM Myth and Hamlinz, a powerhouse team, but Typical Gamer and Thief coming hot off of this. Obviously they haven't played together in some time, coming in now showing obviously why they were a team before and a team now. and they're now in the losers finals to try and play for that slot, at least for the grand finals, against the team of FaZe to try and take them out. But now they're guaranteed in the money.
They are indeed. Of course, like I said, 23-15 advantage. Now you laid it up pretty well regarding the future of this series. And like I said, we do wave goodbye, of course, to to their opponents. Kind of unfortunate to see, but had a very respectable overall ending to TSM. I know there was constant times throughout this tournament. There was two different situations where we could have saw the TSM Civil War happen, and of course, it did not. But hey, there's always next week, right? That's always a possibility. I think you might actually explode if we saw TSM versus TSM.
Literally.
My world
explode.
would end because I'd be so conflicted.
Implode.
You asked me, who do I want to win it?
TSM.
TSM.
But you also don't want TSM to lose.
He's actually getting a tattoo of TSM relatively soon.
Yeah, not happening.
It's going to be a butterfly.
Yeah.
I tell you what, if I get picked,
TSM in cursive.
We've actually hearing word from production along with Taylor actually heading into this tournament. He actually said that if we actually hit 300 subscribers actually here on Twitch, he will be getting, in fact, a TSM tattoo of the 300 subscribers' choice. So wherever they want, they obviously have the
Whatever
choice to do
they
so.
want.
So make sure, guys, we talk about Twitch Prime, get them in. Taylor, massive thank you to making that happen. TSM tattoo coming soon.
Yeah, fun fact, that's not going to happen. Don't know where that storyline or fan lore came from, but apparently we have a lot of stories for me.
I write fan fiction
Yeah.
online about our casting adventures. And one of those is that tattoo extravaganza that's probably going to happen here. But looking at this losers bracket, TG and Thief taking over Daequan and CaMiLLs. Now we've got Myth and Hamlinz versus TG and Thief, of course, in losers round 8. I mean, you know what? We're going to throw it out. We're going to do it all night. What are your guys' predictions rolling into this? He just took out one half of TSM, so I know Taylor's a little heartbroken. Yeah. He's feeling a little sad inside.
You get a tear in your beer, Taylor?
I do.
I can imagine. I can imagine. But hey, like I said, Myth and Hamlinz still here, of course, in losers finals. Winner of this upcoming series will face off against FaZe Clan. Question being who obviously can do so. But like I said, getting back to Legion's point regarding who will make it to that particular series remains to be seen. But Taylor, your thoughts heading into losers finals overall?
Yeah, honestly, TSM, Myth, and Hamlinz have been playing well throughout this tournament, but if I had to say it honestly, Typical Gamer and Thief have been playing consistently well. They've been getting positioning. We just saw a great fight for positioning over Daequan and CaMiLLs with not only the shopping cart, but also the bouncer pad as well. So if I had to say it honestly, I'm going to have to go with Typical Gamer and Thief to take it over TSM in this losers finals, only because, like I said, they have been playing so consistently well. And I got to give it to them. I mean, honestly, they're in the money. They haven't played together, but going from their previous experience, they've already won a tournament. They've got second place in the past two. I could see them totally taking this.
I think we can all see him taking it, but I didn't expect you to just turn on TSM like that. I mean,
look, it's just
it's been an internal battle for you for the entire day. Are they going to win? Are they not going to win? I mean, he's going against him here. TG and Thief coming off some hot dubs.
They've been playing consistently well. I have to go with them.
I really don't know what to say at this point. I don't know if we should cancel the broadcast or maybe just.
I think we continue on as we should.
I think the series is going to be going to the grand finals here from this losers bracket matchup. That's what I think.
Oh boy, guys, we're gonna head to a quick commercial break. Of course, remember we return losers finals. Right, we got Typical Gamer and Thief facing off against TSM, Myths, and Hamlinz. It's about to be a very, very interesting one. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure to talk about this on social media using the hashtag Friday Fortnite, and also in that tweet using our stream link, of course, twitch.tv/UMG events. If you guys haven't done so already, like I said, make sure to get that following out there. Grab your friends, grab your family, get around for what is about to be a very, very intense losers final game. Of course, winner of the series goes on to play against FaZe Clan for an opportunity at $10,000 for first place. Of course, all that action and more when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 9. As the action continues to get more and more intense, of course, it is now time for losers finals. It's about to get, like I said, super, super in-depth when it comes down to this game. Of course, Typical Gamer and Thief facing off against Myth and Hamlinz. Of course, joining alongside myself, Landon Lano Sanders. We actually have myself, like I said, joined alongside by Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, along with Mike the Pinata, a.k.a. Whoa. What the? Okay.
What is this? All right. What is going on? This is not Legion. This is not the guy that I know. This is a good-looking guy right here, and honestly, he's ready to cast all the action. I can't do the voice, but honestly, I know a lot of people were wanting some silent out there, and this guy is going to be calling all the action
Llama's
and bringing
in chat,
it in.
please.
Llama's in the chat,
Shout out
and trust
to
me,
Llama.
this is a good commentator. Let's go to all three of us and kind of bring us in as the family.
Right.
honestly, we got to ask him, what are you thinking overall?
Right. I mean, that makes sense.
Little shy.
I mean,
That's
that makes
okay.
sense, though.
Yeah.
What he's talking about regarding this game is just, it's insane. Like, the analysis that he like really brings out, truly, it's insane. Like, he's full of resources. He's full of knowledge, bounce pads, whatever you really want. The llama is always there. Fantastic analysis.
The llama is always there, and honestly, the llama always makes you happy when you're playing in the game. And by the way, the happiness that you bring overall, whenever we're playing a game and I see you, it brings a smile to my face. Unfortunately, you were nerfed down to 200 resources, but I still go for you either which way. And I even get excited in the playground whenever I'm like kind of looking out there and I see you on top of a tree. I want to rescue you from that tree. I am the fire department in a player in itself. I go up there, get you, and bring you down. Back down to reality. But honestly, this guy has done so much for the Fortnite community. When they introduced him, we saw so much amazing plays, and to be sitting next to you, honestly, is an honor and a pleasure because I've seen you at E3, I've seen you in the game itself, and I hope you can make more appearances here overall for this Friday Fortnite. And honestly, it's surprising to me why we haven't brought him on really so far. It took 9 weeks to finally get him on the show. But
what's crazy too is like the amount of analysis that he has being in every single game of Fortnite, especially for Friday Fortnite. He's seeing all the action. He's able to witness almost every single thing until, of course, he gets pickaxe in the face.
That is true.
But besides that, though, he is just full, like I said, of so much knowledge. He always kind of gives call-outs. I've honestly been talking to him quite a bit during commercial breaks. But hey, where are these teams dropping? Like, where do they really like to go toward? And where is he going to be hiding through a lot of these games as well? As it looks like we actually have Legion joining alongside of us here.
Who is this?
In just
Legion.
a moment.
It's not what it looks like.
Oh, no.
I took one bathroom break and I get replaced. It's not what it looks like, okay?
Oh, no.
He was just here to talk and commentate, all right?
It's literally staying on.
Oh, no.
The man was meant to commentate, let me tell
I'm
you.
the only pinata allowed to be here.
Oh, man.
I'm full of candy. If you hit me hard enough in the stomach, it just spills out onto the floor. It's crazy. Yeah.
Shout out to Mike, though.
I'm out of breath. I'll tell you that. It was a good run.
Little excerpt there. Thank you so much, Mike, for your brilliant analysis. He was kind of breaking down the entirety of what's about to happen in this game. Legion, I mean, your thoughts heading into this losers finals, right? We talk about Typical and Thief. We talk about Myth and Hamlinz. I mean, predictions heading into this game.
What did Mike have to say about the breakdown analysis?
He had a lot to say, to be honest with you.
He said a ton.
He said a ton. Going into this, he thinks Myth and Hamlinz probably need to step up their game if they are, in fact, going to take over Typical Gamer and Thief. But overall, I think he's a TSM fan going into it. Me and him had a little bit of a spat, a little bit of a disagreement overall going into the match. But honestly, the commentary that he brought was absolutely insane. Legion, it was good having you, but he's here to stay.
Well, if he's as accurate as you are at predictions, then he'll probably have to go eventually as well. Mike the Pinata back at it again. I almost made a 4-year-old meme joke, but we're going to see here with Myth and Hamlinz look like they're going to be dropping. Are they going where I think I'm going? Is that retail? Are they going to steal? Where's it going to be at, Landon? I just need to know.
Oh, boy.
Where are they going to drop at? Because he's got bubbles. I mean, how can he be upset when you're playing Myth when he's got bubbles for his trails going down there? I'm excited.
Yep.
I am indeed as well. It looks like, they're going to be making their way here inside of what is, pretty typical, right? They're going toward retail row, playing against an aggressive squad like Typical Gamer and Thief. And I think for Myth and Hamlinz, they're not interested in that mirror battle. They're not interested in wanting to face off against a team who's going to be mirroring them the entire time. They kind of make the split push, decide to go to retail row. Probably throws off, right? Typical Gamer and Thief, because we talk about this team of TSM known for Salty Springs drops. Not outskirts, but inside Salty almost every single time. So the fact that they make this change happen probably is going to be a little surprising for Typical Gamer and Thief. So really, when you talk about the difference between Salty Springs and retail row, it's a matter of, pick and choose. But for the most part, retail row, a majority of the time is going to have a lot more players than Salty, just because of the amount of, area around it, the mass city that it has. And, of course, it's so big that we actually have to divide it into two different areas, of course, talking on the retail side and also on the housing side as well.
Definitely so, as we see already some frags in the hands of Myth as he's managed to pick up 2. He's looted up pretty well. As Typical Gamer and Thief yet to found anybody at this point, but of course they'll be finding some players later on as they make it out of this bunker house well kitted up at this point to kind of try and tie up the lead there. But of course we all know it's about rotations, and usually off the start we'll see a couple frags here or there, but it comes down to mid-game where the team that's going to win truly starts to shine overall. But if Myth and Hamlinz can make it out of retail, they're going to come up in frags, and on top of that, too, they can kind of get on the other side of Dusty Divot to beat Typical Gamer and Thief over there for that rotation. But doesn't look like anybody landed over at Salty. Excuse me, as I say that, though, an engagement will go down, of course, as typically happens whenever I'm commentating. But overall, I have to say, I think the rotation, at least for Typical Gamer and Thief, will be the better end of the stick overall in this game.
Okay, Thief, 2 kills in a row. Fantastic play, taking down the Omega, grabs the heavy off the ground and decides to go ahead and take down the final Iron Man, who happens to be very, very low in health. And here comes a player from the skies, as it looks like it should be good for the kill in total. On the opposite end, though, as the kill comes through from Thief on the opposite end, Myth is down for the count. Thankfully, has Hamlinz just toward his side, as he can rely on the fact of having his phenomenal teammate be there for the support. But how scary did that look for a moment, gentlemen, for the hope of TSM fans? Taylor, I know you were weeping just for a few moments. Only a few tears went down your cheek, but thankfully, boy,
enough to actually use
TSM is alive.
My potatoes with, actually. That's how many tears fell out of Taylor's eyes there. But, of course, 6 kills now for the TSM boys. I love to see the aggression from Myth and Hamlinz. A lot of the time you see him maybe kind of play a little cater to different play styles. Right now, it seems like they're just doing them a great drop here in retail. Kind of a risky area, honestly. If you get some of those Dusty Divot folks that just want to grab 2 guns and then push up from behind you. Luckily for them, they're not having that issue running into it this time. Hamlinz, otherwise known as Sleeves, looking good today, making sure that he and Myth are going to have a good shot of potentially advancing to the grand finals today.
Yeah, Legion, tell me why you call Hamlinz Sleeves.
As the tournament goes throughout the entire day, Hamlin's right arm sleeve goes up at least 1 millimeter every game that we see. And at one point, I believe that the sleeve was actually the entire shirt. But luckily, he's got some beautiful biceps
just
there.
one big sleeve. I don't know.
Just one big. It was like
for some reason that was really funny.
Yeah, it was the Snuggie.
Just his whole,
basically just one big sleeve. No, but
his arms and head.
So it's funny. Somebody actually
top.
tweeted at me, and they said, first of all, I don't play a lot of mouse and keyboard because I'm awful. I love controllers, but apparently, if you're wearing sleeves, occasionally, if the short sleeve T length is too long, it's uncomfortable for mouse movement. So somebody was actually tweeting me and was like, Hamlinz does that on purpose. So this is, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm the one.
You were the inept one.
I'm like I'm a noob, I guess. I don't know.
I'm with you on that one. I didn't know that, actually, but the producer agreeing with you. The sleeve does make a difference. Didn't know that, but that's very interesting to say the least. I guess if you're playing at a top level,
you learn something new every day.
That's why I play
every sleeve
in
matters.
Garbage bags, so I can lose weight while I'm actually gaming as well. It's not like what wrestlers do, except I'm not moving, so not a lot of real working out there. But
and you're
still
also in
6
air
skills.
Conditioning too. So
yeah.
Well, actually, I heard you recently moved your setup actually into a sauna.
Yeah, I love to pretty much almost pass out from sitting still as much as possible. There's really no other way to do it, actually. I fall asleep in jacuzzis a lot, like 65-year-old men do. So, of course, Tennis Dude 2004 just subscribed as well to Hamlinz channel. Got to love all the love going across the board here for all these Fortnite streamers and YouTubers. Of course, we see Andre's sub count going up like a boss up there top left as they're going to be approaching Dusty Divot, hoping to get into some action with those pop rocks in the back pocket. You know you do not take fall damage when you do drop. Fortunately, he's going to drop like a little falcon again, and they're going to be knocking 2, so it's going to be 2 more kills. Actually, 3, because you're going to see Myth taking some out as well. So 7 total for them, and 4 now for Thief and Typical Gamer.
Yeah, looking pretty solid overall. Myth and Hamlinz looking to take at least this early portion of the game with a total of 9 frags to the 4 on the left. As Typical Gamer and Thief, they're going to be a little bit late to the party as they were just joining over there to try and pick off some of those frags. Unfortunately, not able to get them. But the shopping cart still in the hands of Thief, which means we saw them use this earlier to kind of get a little bit of a lead for distance-wise over Myth and Hamlinz, over Daequan and CaMiLLs, and it worked considerably well. So the fact that they're using it again comes to show really the versatility of that shopping cart and the real usage overall for it. But pushing in deeper into the circle, nobody going to play that gatekeeper role as of yet. They think going into the circle is going to benefit them even more.
And based off of rotations here, guys, I'm not sure exactly where each team is going for the most part. It looks like a maybe northern position coming from Typical Gamer and Thief. And Myth and Hamlinz, they look to be going a little bit of a different position. So kind of odd that we're seeing both of our teams kind of split up. Normally for Typical Gamer and Thief, in their prior tournaments, they were squads who like to very much mirror the opposite team, whether or not they were up, whether or not they were down, or even a lot of the times they were kind of following the opposition, wanting to steal those kills away. Of course, that was many weeks ago, right, that this team was formed, it was winning, titles, and back in the early stages of Friday Fortnite, leading even back into week number 2. Of course, this is another interesting thing that we can translate that into is the factor of how many teams have we seen tonight, right, really kind of reform. NoahJ and Avxry, Vikkstar and Tinny, of course, Typical Gamer and Thief back at it together. this is a team who obviously saw quite a bit of success. You could argue their placements a little bit inconsistent from time to time. I think it was like top 8, and they finished first, then top 12, then second. They kind of went back from those, kind of oddity placements, but overall, kind of inconsistent from time to time. But what they are on, man, they are just on. Like, they're on a tear. And you could argue, Typical Gamer and Thief, they're playing against some of the best players in the entire world, taking down some pro-level teams, and at least going toe-to-toe with some of the best in the world. It's pretty crazy to say that Typical Gamer, who literally has 7 million plus subscribers on YouTube, is literally hanging in there with some of the best pro Fortnite players in the world.
He definitely is just showing the wide plethora of players and people that come to our Friday Fortnite and play Fortnite in general. It's obviously worldwide, but you got to be saying, like you were saying, Landon, Typical Gamer and Thief playing together once again. Their placements have been pretty consistent, but now playing together, it looks like they are poised to make potentially a grand final run, but they got to get through Myth and Hamlinz first, as now they are still racking up kills, sitting now at a total of 10 frags, whereas on the other end, we haven't seen too much action from Typical Gamer and Thief after they left the salty area. It's been very slow. Even with them being at Tilted, nobody is going to be home just yet, whereas we're seeing the rotation coming out by Tomato Town for the men of Myth and Hamlinz, and they've managed to find quite a few engagements.
Yeah, Tomato Town or Tilted Towers. Take your pick, really, when it comes down to the current landscape of this match. I mean, based off of what is typical,
nice
speaking of such, Thieves stealing away that kill 111 meters away and takes down another. Oh, my goodness, Thieves coming through with some major knockdowns across the entirety of the Fortnite map as wow. That is absolutely unreal stuff, and he could potentially go for a 3rd snipe here. As you can see it on his face, the intensity of how exciting moments like that are. And, man, when it really comes down to anyone who plays Fortnite, snipes like that have got to make you feel good, but they also give you tons and tons of confidence. Yeah. And that's exactly what you're going to want to have being in the game and the situation that you are right now in losers finals versus a squad like TSM.
It's so interesting to see the dynamics of various duos. You see Thieves completely confident with a sniper rifle. When you see players like Nickmercs, he literally drops the sniper almost every single time. You never really seen him use it. But Thief, he comes from a background in Call of Duty of being kind of one of those montage kids with sniper rifles, right? Absolutely hitting these quad feeds left and right. So transfers over. Usually you don't see that good of a transfer from controller to mouse and keyboard. Right. But, I mean, this guy just knows the dynamics of a sniper rifle in any game he plays, and he's an absolute monster with it. Of course, I think we can all agree that Thieves and TG would love if the jetpack was still in this game. Because I remember watching them play with this several weeks ago, whenever the jetpack first came out, and these guys, when it came to building sky bases and just falling, it was fantastic to watch. Of course, they're doing just fine. 11 now out of the TSM boys to the total of 7 from TG and Thief.
You're bringing back memories, actually. I remember Thief rocking, or Typical Gamer and Thief rocking the jetpack, and they were huge fans of it. And they kind of showed the ability of it and how they could use it to the fullest of its ability, but still finding frags left and right. That Storm, very big for the amount of frags still remaining with 14 there, as we're seeing Myth and Hamlinz mowing this structure down, as Hamlinz is going to push up and try and get this player knock, and he's able to do just that. And going for even more, as Myth is going to be pushing up as well to potentially get a frag on this ramp too. So great teamwork between the two, and overall showing consistency through this rotation. Myth backing up, though, as he was, in fact, taking some shots, taking some damage. Got to be careful, but still has that high ground. Nobody challenging for it just yet, but lasering the opponents down below to potentially pick up the final guy here, and I believe that's going to be it if he's able to get him there. No, still 1 player remaining, as I thought there was going to be 3, but it looks like there's going to be 4 players in this team.
Yeah, it looks like nice knockdowns coming through from not just Myth, but also a Hamlinz as well. Collective knockdowns equaling out for an even better score, and it looks like 1 player tries to go for the excess ramp, and I think Myth, for the most part, is usually excited for those type of fights, pulls out the bouncer trap, and unfortunately gets put in a pretty awkward scenario, but of course that bouncer trap can be used in a multitude of different ways. Of course, earlier than that wasn't the greatest usage when it comes down to things, but of course, Hamlinz will try, or excuse me, Myth rather, will try to reset things and kind of go back from square one, as just like that, the Omega explodes with a number of different awesome gifts. And it looks like, along with that ammo, he's also going to be grabbing a nice little med kit, along with his 10 minis in his back pocket. They're sitting pretty well when it comes to the utilities, gentlemen.
And Hamlinz doesn't miss a beat, finds another player below, gets him, goes for the rocket thirst, but you see on the screen there of Hamlinz, Typical Gamer will be dropped. And of course, with only 2 players remaining, Myth and Hamlinz seem to have found the final few frags. And of course, they already have a nice sizable lead sitting at 20-7 overall. That's going to be 13 frags going into game number 2, looking poised and hot and ready to take over game 2 and move into the grand finals. But man, Typical Gamer dropping, that's a big at least sore spot if you're if you're Thief moving into the final couple of frags overall. But you know what? It's all right. At this point, a lot of damage has already been done, and it's going to be hard to kind of even if these final 2 frags do come into play, or at least 1 more or 2 more come into play, honestly, that's still a big deficit of 11 potential frags. Yeah,
a lot of eliminations that are definitely in the line set for Myth and Hamlinz, right? The future is bright for the TSM boys, and that's kind of unfortunate if you're in Thief's shoes. Like I said, being down 13 kills right now is hard enough, along with the fact that you just dropped your teammate. At least like one positive that you can take out of this, guys, really, is the factor of how many players are still left up, right? I mean, there's only, roughly 8 kills still available on the map. Some along those lines, whether or not you'll see all those players remains to be seen. But at least it wasn't in the early stages, right? Obviously, Typical Gamer did contribute, quite a bit when it comes down to the overall kill category, playing that support that we all know and love. But regardless of that, though, it looks like based off of Myth's position, the top right of our screens right now, pulls out the bounce pad and is going to be all buddy-buddy with Thieves. Going to give him a quick little high five and say, hey, man, lead me to the kills, lead me to the eliminations, because they're going to stick together. I like that play coming through, an opposite mirroring strategy, one that we actually saw pretty much get highlighted from the opposite team at Typical Gamer and Thief. In the early stages of Friday Fortnite, they were one of the first teams to implement that heavy mirroring strategy. It was already done in tournaments when it comes into Fortnite, but they were ones to really take it to the next level. Of course, right now on Myth's screen, pulling out the pyramids to try to diminish the amount of building from the opposite team right now, as this is definitely a pretty comparable opponent.
Wow.
And I believe along with that, Myth is going to come through with a few nice frags. The show is all his and making it look easy.
Nice.
The TAC SMG coming forward, and he's feeling good after that. 13 eliminations coming in from the captain of Team Solo Mid, making it look solid
Myth
there
has got
in that loser's final
the
game
best camera I've seen in anybody's stream period. Like, I'm literally going to have to Google his setup for the sheer sake of just figuring out how the quality's that way. Because, listen, you've got to – what are we talking about here kill lead-wise, guys, eliminations-wise going into this next game?
It's got to be like 13, 14 plus.
22, so
15.
Yeah.
15 eliminations going into this. I mean, unfortunately, TG goes down, but that was just one of those situations where you've got nobody really coming around you. Myth and Hamlinz had a very good chance of taking a league that large because everywhere they were going, they were fighting opponents. Yeah. Meanwhile, Thief is really the only thing he could do is get those pop shots off with a sniper rifle. Not a whole lot of up-close action, which is what you want to see, especially with the way that, Typical Gamer and Thief's work teamwork-wise. They're very much so a team that needs to be together. Meanwhile, Myth and Hamlinz, I mean, they're just monsters on their own as well. So
I mean, we could argue too when it comes down to this game, pretty similar drops for both of these squads. One retail, one Salty Springs. Like I said, maybe when it comes down to things, rotation kills that we've learned over the past few weeks have been incredibly important. Drops, outskirt plays as well have kind of been the Friday Fortnite meta as of recent. Typical Gamer, right? He hasn't been playing in our tournaments. Steve has been kind of swapping off from different player to different player, playing with Avery, playing with J-Mock. His overall strategy has changed up tremendously from week to week. Typical hasn't even been playing in Friday Fortnite, so maybe you could argue a similar drop for both of our teams. But maybe the reason why TSM has such an advantage coming into this match is because, hey, they've been playing constant tournaments. They've been winning even one of our tournaments in the past few weeks as well. And so you can maybe argue the meta, the overall knowledge of rotation kills and where players should be at has got to be in their favor. At least it's possible, right? That factor could be coming into play. Just not being in Friday Fortnite the last 3 or 4 weeks is typical. So
it's possible that could come into play, but obviously this game came down to overall just finding engagements. TSM found literally every single player on the map just about. And it comes to show, one retail, one salty, but they converged in Dusty at one point, but then they split off from there. We saw the boys of Typical Gamer and Thief. They headed over towards Tilted, literally found no one over there, and then kind of worked their way down through Loot Lake. And then, of course, going to Tomato, which I kind of questioned. I was like, well, Tomato or Tilted, you said take your pick. Tomato Town, for some reason, had quite a few players, and then on from there was even more players after that. And it's kind of, you don't expect that whatsoever, but for some reason, TSM knew to rotate over there, and I guess they just assumed because of the circle or how it was landing.
Right.
But they made the right play. They found the frags, and that's why they have such a massive lead. It comes down to, honestly, just finding them overall. It has nothing to do with typical gamer or Thief playing badly. They played phenomenally well. Just did find the frags overall.
I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to where you land initially and then paying attention to where everyone else is dropping so you have a better idea of where to actually rotate. I mean, you're in that situation. No one in their right mind would normally go Tomato Town. There's 3 buildings to loot. You've got the underground. I mean, pretty much you're going to run into at least traps trying to go into those staircases in that little still building with the cars underneath. It's like that's pretty much all you do there. There's something going on. You got like that weird rando team coming from Wailing Woods or Lonely. For some reason, there's 2 or 3 squads there. And of course, first of all, anybody that's landing there anyways off the rip is probably going to get decimated when they run into a team like TSM. So it's exactly what we saw happen for Game 1 going into Game 2. Hiding my mic cable. Let's get it going. TG and Thief versus Myth and Hamlinz. Myth and Hamlinz with a 15 elimination lead, but TG's still smiling. And Thief looking like he's ready to find every snack in the kitchen.
And it looks like based off the drop here, boys, for Myth and Hamlinz, looks like an outskirts risky real play based off the location, based off their mini-map. And on Typical Gamer and Thief, it looks like we're going to be seeing a split, one toward Tilted Towers and one toward Pleasant Park. No spoilers, but take a look at Typical Gamer's point of view. Top left of our screen, trying to make his way toward Doghouse. Looks like he's going to find a little chest off the break. It looks like he does find a grenade launcher along with some C4. So the Splos are looking good for him. Let's see how this engagement actually takes place. Player has a revolver in his back pocket, and it is extremely accurate. Of course, in the assistance along with that pump shot, you can see the face of Typical Gamer is not stoked by any stretch of the imagination. He officially is taken out of this game, and in one of the first engagements in the entirety of this game of Friday Fortnite, the entirety of this Fortnite game, Typical is out for the count, and Thief, a permanent 1v2, a 15-plus kill deficit already. It is going to look very, very grim for this team to move forward. It would be a miracle if Thief could pull this off.
Now, Thief's got a lot on his plate right now, but we just saw Typical Gamer get obliterated with a one-tap headshot from a revolver, which has got to be the most unfortunate way to die of all time. He's chasing the guy up the stairs with a battle rifle, apparently, with the BR, right? Burst rifle, shoots the guy, and then gets one-tapped. I mean,
was it the pump shot or was it the revolver?
I thought it was. Did the other guy shoot him with the shotgun?
I thought it was dual pistols, actually. That's what I thought.
Who knows?
I'm pretty sure
I thought it was a candy cane.
I
don't know. Everybody died. Oh, well.
Either
but
way.
4 kills from Thieves. He's narrowing the deficit.
Okay, well, there you go. We talked about can he do it? I mean, he's doing it pretty well, at least so far. Of course, a lot more remains to be seen. A lot easier said than done, but apologies for us, chat. It's kind of hard, actually, the way that we have this set up right now, to see exactly how all these things are breaking down. Maybe even need like a slow-motion replay for us eventually would be kind of nice. But now, don't want to ask too much from production, at least for the time being. But, of course, take a look at things for the moment. Thief, being down the way that he is doing his the best he possibly can. But take a look at this, guys. Over half the lobby is already eliminated, and he's already escaped with 4 kills. Based off the track that he's going right now, he should be finishing out with 8, which is not going to do it, along with Myth and Hamlinz's overall play as they kind of transition into things. Like I said, it's going to be very difficult for him to pull this off. Tilted Towers, I feel like it can be an opportune situation to get this one done. I mean, based off his position, you think he needs to be in Tilted, or does he maybe need to be thinking in the back of his mind a rotation toward Retail Row or Salty Springs? Tomato Town right now is where we see TSM.
Oh, my goodness, that's it. He got impulse grenaded on.
Question answered.
And obliterated. Thieves in an unfortunate death. That Red Knight was coming for him. He had the original back bling. Yeah. Talking got real hard for a second.
Yeah. It's all good. It happens.
That's
we've
an
been
OG
we've been talking for 8.5 hours. I think it's fair to say.
I don't even know
we
where
allow
I'm
our
at.
few slip-ups every now and again. But, man, talk about some insane plays kind of toward the end. An unfortunate Game 2 finish for TG and Thief, of course, in that situation, splitting toward Pleasant Park, splitting toward Tilted Towers, and both of them see an early elimination. Thankfully for Thief, though, can kind of go out respectively. I know he wasn't exactly happy with how that last engagement went, but he went out, slammed as hard as he possibly could, and like I said, unfortunately for Thief, drops in back-to-back games, allowing Typical drops in back-to-back games, kind of a little bit early for the most part, and of course, counterparts can't really move forward. But man, does this set up a very, very interesting match? We've got TSM facing off against FaZe Clan. we've been talking about this earlier on, early stages in the tournament of how like the pillars of the entirety of Friday Fortnite is going to be built in these two organizations.
Right, it definitely has. I mean, you're looking at how many players from FaZe have been in our tournaments. FaZe Banks, FaZe Rain, FaZe whoever. We've had so many FaZe, but then you also look at TSM, right? We've have Hamlinz, Myth, Daequan,
Distortion,
Crafty, right? CaMiLLs. We have so many.
OP? Starts listening off everyone.
Literally, like they kind of run our tournaments in terms of how many players are there. But now you're seeing these two organizations, two powerhouse teams, play against each other, and of course they have in the past several times. Mind you, TSM. This is their second time in the Grand Finals overall. The last time they were in Grand Finals, they won the entire thing. They got first place, and they were extremely happy for that. But now they're back in the Grand Finals position, and they're ready to take it over. But you know what? FaZe was in this position last week. Yep. They were confident going in, but a bracket reset happened from Ninja and Hysteria, and they got second place overall. So now they're hungry for yet another win, which would be, their fourth total win for Friday Fortnite, and that would get them a net of about $46,000 made overall.
A new Lincoln. That's all we know.
But as of right now, they're guaranteed at least $43,000. So a lot riding on the line for this final match.
A boat.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of money there.
They could buy a yacht and play Fortnite on the yacht,
Please.
We talked about that earlier.
Please, somebody. We need more yacht streams.
That'd be cool.
Wi-Fi would be terrible, though, I would have to say.
I mean,
never know.
If you played on a rural internet connection ever, I mean, you could do it on a yacht,
It's true.
0.25 up. Shout out to everybody in Australia that I used to game with back in the day with that 0.15 up internet, and they were still somehow dropping 40 bombs.
They're probably some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you put them on normal internet, they're amazing on land.
Man, but like I said, guys, like what an insane finals that we have underway, and also with FaZe Clan as well, bringing up some statistics and whatnot. They're also 3 for 4 in grand finals as well, 75%. That's pretty decent win rate when it comes down to the most important match of Friday Fortnite, which of course is the grand finals. Of course, Myth and Hamlinz set underway to face off against Tfue and Cloakzy. It's about to be a very, very interesting one to say the least. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure to put your predictions down in the chat below. Are you going with TSM or are you going with the 3-time champions in FaZe Clan? Of course, along with the chat, you guys can obviously put in those predictions and also put in exclamation point giveaway. If you've been rogue the entire time, it's okay. We allow for it, right? But you guys have the opportunity to win a potential giveaway, a lot of awesome prizes to be won, and make sure, guys, if you haven't done so already, to enter in that giveaway. It's free. You don't have to do anything crazy. You just got to follow the instructions along with it and have your opportunity to win some awesome prizes. Of course, along with that, make sure to tweet at the stream hashtag Friday Fortnite along with the stream link of twitch.tv/UMG events. When we come back, week number 9 grand finals. It's FaZe facing off against TSM. We'll be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time. It is grand finals here, of course, for week number 9, Friday Fortnite, of course, coverage continuing on throughout the night as we do see dance moves coming in from my couch, of course, alongside myself, Landon Lano Sanders. We do have Taylor, Reflections Noel, and Jordan, AK, alongside Legion, of course, multiple personalities. I'm not really sure which one we're seeing right now. Legion, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm a used car salesman from Idaho at this current moment, so
That's
we'll see where I evolve
yeah.
into by the end of the broadcast.
You're going to provide a lot of insight regarding,
that's
multitude
right.
of things.
We've talked about multiple vehicle brands tonight throughout here, which I really feel like we need to get some major sponsors. I mean, Hyundai, you want to reach out. Love the new Konas, just throwing it out there.
Right.
Lincoln, Jack Courage Dunlop drives one. So
I just want to point
Jack
out,
Courage
too,
approved. Yeah.
If you are starting to run car dealerships, I actually own a Reflections car wash business. We can kind of get in touch. Maybe we can work out a deal. You bring the cars by, I wash them, you guys sell them.
Wow.
done. Deal.
Wow, business is happening today, ladies and gentlemen. They were betting on Agos earlier regarding some certain teams and whatnot. Actually, funny enough, over these exact same teams. This is a rematch from winners finals. TSM facing off against FaZe Clan. Of course, it's a battle of some of the top level organizations. We talk about sponsors. We talk about names. Some of the biggest in all of esports, of course, battling it out here for a shot at that $10,000 first place prize. Of course, going back to our winners finals, boys, it was FaZe who closed this one out, obviously in a 2-0 fashion, winning this one through and solidifying themselves in the grand finals. What TSM has been doing has been finding their way through the losers bracket, having their backs against the wall, having some, very crucial games to make sure they can solidify themselves back in this exact same situation. But they've made it. They're here. They're back again to try to take down Tfue and Cloakzy, who are about to potentially make history in Friday Fortnite again of getting 4 titles That would be absolutely unreal stuff. And what's funny, too, about their overall placements as well is the factor of them winning first. Then next tournament, they don't. Then the tournament after that, they win first. Tournament after that, they don't. And then after that, they'd win first again. So they would literally win in, 6 weeks of Fortnite, 3 out of those 6. Like, it's unreal stuff. The things that they have been doing is like some teams struggle to get 1. There's only been 1 team who has made it past 1. It's FaZe, who've got 3. No one has got 2. And they're about to get 4. Like, so many numbers are being thrown out, but it's absolutely absurd the numbers that Tfue and Cloakzy have put up, and along with numbers that we discussed about, Myth and Hamlinz coming into this series are going to have to not just win 1 best of 2, but 2 best of 2s, of course, coming in through the loser side of the bracket. A lot on the line, but it is time for the grand finals of Friday Fortnite week number 9. If you haven't done so already, make sure to tweet out the stream, get your family, join them alongside your computer screen, and let them know what's about to go down. Tfue and Cloak, Myth and Hamlinz, boys, where we dropping from either side?
Well, it looks like FaZe
Park.
Pleasant Park for TSM. Shifty Shafts for the FaZe boys. So obviously bringing out their inner ninja Hysteria, going over towards Houses, pushing into Shifty, and then from there they can go greasy over to Tilted. But of course, Myth and Hamlinz choosing Pleasant Park. Now, I assume the only reason why they decided to go here is simply because of the bus trajectory. We saw them drop right away off the start, and obviously proving kind of fruitful here, as we are going to see 2 knocks, or 1 knock at least, come in. And of course, not coming in on Cloakzy's side. But Legion, how do you feel about the drop over at Pleasant?
I think Pleasant's an interesting drop. We've seen a lot of teams over the course of the past, really since Friday Fortnite started, avoiding Pleasant Park. But when you have experienced players like Myth and Hamlinz, they know exactly where they need to drop to get those initial weapons. They know where they're going to be able to get those chests as soon as they land. So there's no fear. Wherever they feel most comfortable, where they feel like they're going to be able to get the most engagements off the rip, I really feel like Myth and Hamlinz tonight, really TSM for both duo squads, are feeling themselves here in these matchups, especially when you're playing player 632, who apparently was actually looking at his cell phone during that engagement instead of firing back at Myth. So that's what we like to see here. 2 kills now to 3 kills over on the FaZe side. FaZe, of course, landing Shifty, doing exactly what they do best, which is starting with that passive drop. If they get some kills in the beginning, that's great for them. They're not really looking for that. They're looking for those later engagements. But right here, you're going to see him absolutely body with that green BR. My goodness, Landon. It's going to be a great grand finals.
Oh, it is. Both of our teams hitting shots very, very early. And, of course, we talk about Tfue's overall ability as a player. His gun skill is absolutely absurd. And, of course, alongside of him, he does have his trusty, loyal teammate in Cloakzy also finding some eliminations as well. But regarding the initial drops, at least based off of what is typical, right, when it comes down to the overall game of Fortnite, landing Pleasant Park over Shifty, without question, is the more aggressive play of the two. So one thing that's interesting that we've been kind of critiquing over the past few weeks, Taylor, has been TSM's early drops. And that's really been based off the factor of them landing in high-profile areas, not outskirts plays, but hardcore inside of Salty Springs, hardcore obviously inside of Pleasant Park, and hardcore inside of Retail Row. They've been one of the teams who hasn't transitioned into more of that passive play. They've been kind of hanging out with the same strategies, and granted, it's worked from time to time, but they've also seen a little bit of struggles, in past tournaments, placing top 12 along with the other TSM squad in week number 8. It's worked out for them from time to time, but like I said, it's also kind of hampered them in some situations. What's your overall thoughts about them landing Pleasant Park? Do you think kind of heading into it was a good idea to kind of initiate the pace early? Because you could argue facing off against a squad like FaZe, you have to set the tone in a pretty early way, especially with how many kills these guys are always putting up consistently throughout a match.
Yeah, I totally get it, but they're not thinking longevity here. I mean, you got to be thinking, going from Pleasant Park, where are you heading to? You're going to Loot Lake. Of course, this early in the game, Loot Lake isn't the area you want to be at. You want to be hitting up areas such as, of course, maybe Salty, Tilted, maybe even go to Greasy Grove, for goodness sakes. But Tfue, Cloakzy, they come out of Shifty with a lot of kills, sitting at 7. You see Cloakzy stalking his prey over there in the building, not taking the shot just yet, which kind of surprises me. It looked like he was kind of open to land that shot and get an easy knock. But now they're going to be going into Tilted. They're already sitting 4 frags ahead of the TSM boys, heading into Tilted to pick up even more frags, relatively safe on top of that hilltop. And TSM, now they're going to waste a lot of time rotating over. They just wasted too much time, and honestly, Pleasant, yes, it was right off of the rip, at least of the start of the jump, but I don't think it was worth it.
Oh, yeah, I think that's a very fair estimate to say it, especially with the score totals, right? FaZe, they go toward what is typical as the least of the two favorable spots when it comes to the population. They walk into Shifty Shafts with an advantage and also the advantage when it comes down to map positioning, like you just mentioned as well. So now here in Tilted Towers, of course, the long shots from the backside of Cloakzy and the aggressive rushes coming in from Tfue. That's what this duo likes to do best, and here comes the rush. Here comes the sprays, and can Tfue find this elimination? Great builds coming forward along with the pump shot, 88 damage to the backside of Mr. Random Joe 463, as that's going to be, 5 kills already for Tfue, about to make it 6, heating up early, and this is going to really spell disaster for TSM. If you're a fan of this squad, this is the exact opposite of what you want to see and what you can afford to see.
I agree with you, Taylor. It seems like landing Pleasant Park is so risky because you're not going to have a lot of engagements after those initial ones. You've got a long way to travel on this map, and of course, you're seeing with that Shifty, which I believe is pretty much your favorite place to land.
It is.
That's just going to put you in such a better situation whenever you're trying to fight out these battles here in Tilted. But of course, you're going to see Tfue just building up, once again, patiently waiting for his teammate to get there for the assist, drops the C4, says good night to that other night, and that's going to be another one down here. That's going to be 5 and 5, 10-4, starting off your game one.
Oh my gosh. And I believe Hamlinz actually going down the stairs, went down too many flights, and unfortunately has been taken down. Of course, is knocked for the time, but is not officially eliminated. That is so unfortunate, as you notice, Smith has to kind of stray away from Hamlinz, leaving him at bay to try to go for as many fights as he possibly can. Thankfully, is going to be here for the res, and is obviously very excited that Hamlinz is still alive. But, man, what an unfortunate drop there from Hamlinz. Another situation to where they could contest FaZe in certain fights. But now, you see FaZe, I love this play from them. They're inside of Tilted Towers, and they're already starting to stray away. Hey, we've found as many engagements as we needed to here. You guys can kind of hang out for as long as you want to. We're rotating, and now they're going to have full access to the entire eastern portion of the map unless TSM goes alongside it, which it looks like they're at least going to be transitioning out. I mean, FaZe's blueprint, their overall game plan in this game, it's been stellar off the break.
Yeah, off the rip, of course, landing Shifty was the better option. They come out with 7 frags, go into Tilted Towers. They come out with even more, I believe, accumulating, 4 more frags after that, and they're gaining even more positioning on TSM as they're going to be inside very abandoned Tilted Towers, having to make their way now back to Loot Lake, which we just saw them at. So they're going to try and play the gatekeeper role over there, but I would much prefer the Dusty Witch rotation over anything like that, as we will see FaZe. They are going to skim the outskirts of that, but they look like they're going to be heading over towards Dusty as well as Salty to kind of get those big portions. Now they've hit, let's recap, they've hit Shifty Shafts, they've hit Tilted at this point. Now they're going to be hitting up Salty, 3 of the biggest places on the maps where a lot of the players go, and because of that, they're going to continue to maintain the lead. And, of course, we saw Hamlinz go down. That shifted the momentum quite a bit and slowed down TSM overall. But luckily, they will find an engagement over here at the buildings on Loot Lake. And that's kind of going to keep them afloat overall and kind of manage a little bit of the damage overall that FaZe has been putting on them.
And actually, Myth and Hamlinz got pretty lucky here because this format of a tournament, it's kind of more of like a free-for-all style. If you have to re-rotate to the same positioning, that usually means that you're in a bad situation for you and your teammate. You see them go back to loot. Fortunately for them, there is a squad that manages to be there that second time. If not, you're looking at Cloakzy and Tfue just kind of trying to find where those remainders are going to be playing on the outside of the circle. They're in a way better situation, okay? I played a lot of FFA in my days back in the day with headphones in tournaments. Whenever you're constantly having to re-rotate to the same position, you usually lose the game. But luckily, Myth and Hamlinz are just lords, so they can do whatever they want. They're good to go.
Of course, we talk about both of our competitors, pro Fortnite players for their respective organizations. They have been in many, many grand finals. Take a look at Cloakzy's screen. He's actually spotted a shopping cart. Some player desperately trying to find as many items as he possibly can, and Cloakzy
getting murdered there.
Clean up in aisle 3. Lots of really gore happening here in Dusty Divot. That's exactly what Cloakzy can provide. A lot of damage about to go down here as these players desperately just trying to get out of the storm. They actually rocked their shopping cart just to try and stay alive, and Cloakzy is about to make their overall day just a little bit worse, of course. Tossing up that C4, going to eliminate the structure and try to go back to things from square one. Shots coming out. Looked a little bit scary there for a short time, but we'll find the elimination in the end, as he is now up to 9.
Yeah.
Most eliminations, not just for his team, but for the entire lobby in total, and also more kills than TSM combined.
Yeah, 15-8 overall is going to be the score, as FaZe is looking like they're not going to be slowing down anytime soon. Of course, they haven't even hit Salty at this point, as they got a little bit preoccupied with that fight over in Dusty. And looks like there might even be another player in here, but no, it's not. He just doesn't want to go through the front door. He's going to use C4 to kind of blow it up so he can have free reign to get in there. Opts to leave the medkit behind to keep the slurp juice in his inventory. A very interesting play overall. What do you guys think about that? I mean, would you prefer a slurp juice over a medkit?
Well, first of all, he drops the slurp for his teammate because he knows he's got to get back to 100. So the health's going to be key just in case they do get picked off by one of those rando snipers coming around the corner. But he's also got that. Know that medkit's also back there for him, so he drops both, which I find an interesting play because I feel like Cloakzy could have just made his way into that little box and then return. But hey, you know what? I'm not even close to being as good as these guys, so I can't really say why they're making some of these decisions. But Tfue holding on to that C4, Cloakzy with it as well. You know you love to see it. We saw some effective gameplay. Did drop that build earlier on that battle right outside of Dusty. And you saw what it did to that poor guy that was on the bottom. Didn't even know where the shotgun blast was coming from.
And it also looks, based off the map that we're obviously getting, from time to time on Myth's screen, is it looks like Myth and Hamlinz making their way back toward Tilted Towers, and Tfue and Cloak actually going south just toward the kind of outskirts there of Shifty Shafts. So pretty interesting play from both of our teams. It could work out very, very well for TSM, and this could be their opportunity to really kind of break open this game. You could argue as well, being down the deficit that they are, would a split maybe be necessary? And based off of that recent play coming through there from Hamlinz, he could be trying to gain some vision and realization that, hey, maybe we should split, but where do I go to, right? He's inside Tilted Towers. He has the option for these engagements, which is nice, but if no one's here, it's about where these final teams, where these final squads could be at, because the zone, gentlemen, it's still wide open. There's still so many options where these players could be hiding, and funny enough, this is where FaZe likes to thrive. This is where they can always somehow find out where these players are. Another elimination coming through from Cloakzy as he has reached double digits.
Yeah, and I kind of want to point out a little bit, go back to the med kit, why he opted to leave it out. Actually, he has a campfire as one of his trap slots. Opts out of that because he has that. He wants to keep the C4, so he keeps the C4 where the medkit usually would have been. He goes and finds a chest. He finds some minis. He picks up the minis and trades the C4 slot for, or trades out his bolt rifle for the C4 slot. So obviously showing the importance of C4 in your inventory, especially for the FaZe boys. It slows down that tempo, it stops the pushes, and it also brings down a lot of structures that maybe you just don't want to have to shoot through or deal with overall. So showcasing C4 so incredibly important for these professional players to have in their inventory.
Yeah, it looks like Myth, top of the mountain, definitely receiving some shots as he's got players toward his right and his left, tossing out the nades to try and provide a little bit of support for Hamlinz. Of course, the C4 is out trying to eliminate all of those structures. That's going to make Hamlinz' life so much easier. Great play from afar coming through from Myth. I believe does have the backboard just toward the backside of his structure to make sure he can't be shot from his south side, or his north side rather. But here comes the fast-paced play. Like I said, having that high ground advantage is so, so important. All of our professional players especially are learning about that high ground advantage in those 1v1s in Playground, learning about what it really means to be in these build fights and what really, preferred items you should be using when it comes into fights like that as well. I know based on the, the Fortnite competitive Reddit, shout out to them, by the way. They've been really discussing quite a bit, in a lot of different posts saying, hey, regarding the playground, what it really means is totally changing up the meta for how players are entering in toward fights such as this. And you could argue building is such a huge factor when it comes into Fortnite, especially our Friday Fortnite tournaments as well. This could be the reason why we're seeing a lot of our players have so much more success, having a lot more collective plays when it comes down to certain things. As we see the nice edit actually come through from Tfue, but man,
he just snaked in there quite literally.
Yeah, goes for the FaZe inside of the wall, and he is just taking all these shots, making this player waste all kinds of ammo, a minigun or an LMG. He's about to say goodnight, as unfortunately Tomato Man, for the second time, is taken down, this time permanently.
Could you not say that out loud, Landon?
I apologize, man.
It's
I know
okay.
it's
a little
bit rough.
Feelings were hurt from the Tomato Man incident. He was smashed.
I immediately regretted my decision.
Mustard came by and just murdered him and his whole family. It was a terrible, terrible accident. It was just red everywhere. It was so much tomato sauce. I mean, they actually made a pizza in memorial. Instead of cremating him, they actually made a pizza out of him. So that's, at least there was some benefit there. But of course, Tfue Cloakzy.
Were there toppings?
Yeah, there were. It was pepperoni, which is exactly why the actually Tomato Town is now got a pizzeria. So 18 kills from the FaZe boys. TSM rocking 11. It's fun to be able to say their actual orgs at this point instead of just their names.
Yeah.
You know, it's exciting for me.
It is.
It's a lot easier, a little less slurring by this time of the night. About 10 hours
Words are
deep.
definitely slurring from now, yeah. That's for sure.
Let's see, a jump pad is in fact going to be in effect as Myth looking to pursue an opponent straight ahead, but Cloakzy hot on the heels of Myth as they're going to be battling it out for this final couple of frags, and who in fact is going to be getting it. This player is building up relatively well, but that's going to be stolen out of the hands, I believe, as who ended up getting that. That was Tfue, it looked like, who stole that kill, and that's really unfortunate when you do all the work and then you just get all the benefit, or at least everything taken out from underneath your feet.
It's like a college group project, Taylor.
That is rightly so. Been a part of many of those, and they didn't turn out too well because you're always usually I'm always the one who's doing all the work, and then we all get the same grade. What was the point, right? That's really the end of it.
I heard a little bit of salt.
I can really feel some bitterness in Taylor's voice there. Right. That felt real. That was just another joke. Now I'm terrified. But the C4, he said good night. Another one there as Baka does get taken out there.
So
another one down 12, actually, for Cloakzy, 20 for Tfue. When we see these gentlemen in the finals, they are going literally 0 to 100 real quick. Every single time we see them in engagements, I'm telling you, they are the best duo in the game when it comes to actually sorting out where these rotations are going to be from opponents. I don't know how they find everybody, but there's one player up, and I'm sure they find this guy hiding somewhere in a bush and maybe even quickscope him. Who knows? I want to see it.
They're on FaZe for a reason, right? It's definitely possible.
It's actually a requirement.
Is it? Yeah. It's like they enter into their contracts. Like, okay, first of all, you got to hit a quick scope, and then we'll allow you to kind of enter into.
Actually, back in the day, that was a real thing.
Well, yeah, it was.
Especially on YouTube.
I'm not
when
sure
it comes
for
to Call of
Fortnite,
Duty.
it would
not
really
for
be a
Fortnite,
thing,
but Call of Duty for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But
remember the quick scoping tryouts that you would have in the lobbies and the private lobbies?
Oh, yeah.
Great time. Great time.
A lot of great content out of those.
22 to 12, and of course, one frag still remaining, but you talk about a 10 frag lead for the boys of FaZe going into round number 2. They're just going to continue that second round playing the game that they know how to play, nice, slow, and just get the rotations in, where TSM is going to be forced to kind of make a couple of drastic plays, potentially split up, hit up a couple of hot drop areas, but we'll see how they're going to play it out, as this last guy is just
chilling
out, and
he's probably watching the Friday Fortnite Tournament. Like, oh my gosh, I forgot my tab wasn't open. I'm actually playing in the game right now.
This guy's guaranteed hiding in Taco or something.
You think
or
so?
Underground. I mean, he's got to be somewhere in a weird position. Yeah. He's scared. He knows he's in a 1v4.
I thought Tfue spotted him. He just
when you
really
don't
shoots
hear
at bushes.
gunfire and you're the last guy alive on your team, and you're in this situation where there's 5 up total, you're thinking to yourself, yeah, that's definitely a whole squad. I mean, maybe he's got C4 and grenade launchers in his back pocket. We've never actually seen a rando destroy a whole squad remaining, by the way, in one of these Friday Fortnites. I want to see it. I want to see some rando dude just absolutely go off.
That'd be nice. That'd be actually
You never know.
Cool. I'm sure they're out there. They're not very often, especially when you talk about the talent that we have in Friday Fortnite. But one thing to be taking into consideration right now here, guys, of course, for Myth and Hamlinz, it's not a matter of, okay, there's next time. Being down in this game, this is their only series, right? They have to win 2 of them. So the fact that they're already down in the very first one means so much for the FaZe boys, because they have so much momentum heading into this match, because they realize that, hey, if we lose this game, it's okay. We have another series kind of, to back. It's a little bit of confidence that you have. Maybe you even play a little bit overconfident from time to time. For TSM, they don't have that luxury, right? They go down in one series, they are out of this tournament. And I believe Cloakzy does find the elimination here at the end, as he will finish off with what? I believe 13 kills, Tfue 10, both in double digits for the FaZe boys. But man, like I said, off to a hot start. Map number 1 having the advantage, also having the ability, if they were to lose this series, to have another one to fall back on. If you're a FaZe fan, you're feeling pretty good, you're feeling confident. Although if you're a fan of TSM, you're probably thinking, where are my boys dropping? What are they thinking? Like, what's really the ideal? What's the strategy coming in to map number 2?
Split hot drop. It has to be. You're down 10 kills. You're playing against, obviously, the most victory-winning duo that we've had for all of our Friday Fortnights.
Most decorated, yeah.
Yeah, most decorated. They've got, like, badges and stripes, like a whole everything. We're actually getting them ribbons and that thing Miss Congeniality wears. What is this called?
Yeah. Are you talking sashes?
Sashes. Sash. Yes. I love sashes.
That'd be cool. That'd be a lot of sashes they'd have to wear, unless it was just like ribbons on the sash.
That would be pretty
cool.
like a Rambo of sashes.
Like Boy Scout material, kind of like?
Oh, that'd
yeah,
be cool.
kind of like that. Like satchel, like a satchel.
Now that we're going to Hangover now with the satchel?
It's true.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, like a burlap sack style texture.
I know what you're saying, bro.
I don't know how you make a sash like hardcore.
We could reach out to someone, I'm sure, and try to figure that out.
Well,
If there's somebody out there in the market, please let us know.
Well,
what we
do have official EGL sponsor. Maybe that's a new thing they're going to be introducing.
EGL. We're
got
tossing out,
patches.
some opportunities here.
Freedom
Bring on the
20% off
Yeah.
on, until the 9th of any of their apparel in store or any of their stuff.
And then what's that to your left? Actually, this is Raging Gummy Fish. I think this is the.
That's the G Fuel. Raging
That's that
Gummy Fish
G Fuel
comes with
flavor.
the FaZe Shaker Cup, which, by the way, is so relevant in this situation. FaZe 11 frags up over the TSM boys.
Maybe
But you
probably drinking some, to be honest with you.
You could get this product for 10% off using code UMG if you go over to the G Fuel store.
There it is, Vanna.
Go and check it out.
There it is, Vanna White.
I like that. Feel like I'm on the Price is Right, or maybe even I don't know. Throw out any game show out there. That was beautiful.
Wheel of Fortune.
Thank you
Wheel
so
of
much,
Fortune.
man. Appreciate that, guys.
Let's talk about how we're jumping straight into Game 2. Myth and Hamlinz, 10-kill deficit. Do they have what it takes to come back here and reset the bracket? If so, it would be another miraculous comeback. Down actually 11. Tfue and Cloakzy, of course, we're going to see them probably play their own game. Dropping safe here. Fatoli Fields, my favorite place to get some ravioli. Going to be one of those best spots where they're actually going to swing right past it, land on the outskirts just like they like to do, and they're just going to play it nice and slow, just like a slow jam.
And for Myth and Hamlinz, we actually don't see them going toward Tilted Towers. In fact, going double Retail Road. This is definitely something pretty out of kilter, not at all expected, but hey, they faced off against FaZe so many times in the past. Right now, regarding FaZe versus TSM competitive, including obviously Myth and Hamlinz, along with Daequan CaMiLLs, FaZe currently is an advantage 7-5 in their overall series count. So you talk about 12 games, a lot of those happening between Myth and Hamlinz and Tfue and Cloakzy. They know their strategies, and they've had so many different opportunities to face off against one another. Myth and Hamlinz might be saying, hey, we faced off against them so often, we need to change up the strategy because Tilted has not worked in the past. However, for Myth, it's looking a little bit worrisome. Did not have a weapon and quickly trying to build up. Thankfully has a chest and gets a guaranteed item out of that. And I believe he also has the support of Hamlinz with that tack shotty to solidify that kill. So looked a little bit scary there for the moment off the start for TSM, but hey, not going Tilted. What's your thoughts on that? I know, Legion, you were saying split has to be guaranteed.
Yeah,
not a Tilted, not a split,
but
double retail.
If you saw, it looks to be about 2 or 3 squads that actually dropped here, not including the TSM boys. So you're going to see Tfue, though, sneaking up with a nice shot there with that green burst. Spots another player, and it just seems like he's so accurate with all bursts and single-fire weapons. Honestly, got to be one of the best with him. We don't really see the burst in play too often, but when he picks it up, he makes it look like it's a gun that we all need to be using almost every game.
And this is not a weapon that he likes. Like, there's been times where I've seen him even put down the gold FAMAS just to rock a regular, like, green assault rifle. That's just the way that he plays. Of course, you're going to see him swap the green burst there for the gray, or the rather common assault rifle there. But, of course, alongside Tfue, we got to talk about Cloakzy. This guy has been absolutely unreal, as per usual, especially here for week number 9. Of course, the stink bomb is out, and so is that Omega. Of course, back to the loading screen for him, but a lot of HP being taken out here from Cloakzy. Thankfully has those bandages in his back pocket, but for both teams, a lot of very high-intensity gameplay off the break in their respective places, right? Salty Springs, Retail Row, not too far away from each other as both of our squads.
Definitely so. And, you know, contrasting styles, it looks like TSM, though, has had the most competition over here as they managed to get up to 5 total frags, at least for Hamlinz. But look at this. We're seeing Cloakzy as well as Myth both go down, as both teams are going to lose at least one player. Of course, both still up. They haven't been thirsted at this point. Let's see if Hamlinz can go big and pick up Myth. Of course, if you're both sides, you're wanting either one to go down and not come back up. But it looks like they might both be saved. We're seeing Tfue, but no, there's going to be a player bursting through. Tfue will, in fact, be able to pick up Cloakzy in the end.
Wow.
Hamlinz as well.
With a perfectly timed shot with that pump straight through there. Knows the build's going to go. Gets an immediate one pump on that poor guy. And manages to get Cloakzy back up. It looks like we're going to have both of the TSM boys back up again as well. That was almost a
almost
a very ideal situation for the TSM boys. But of course, they do have 7 kills to the 3 actually out of the FaZe guys. So we're going to be able to see a comeback is definitely has a potential here.
Yeah, and of course, along with that, right, I believe, 40 HP around there for both Tfue and Cloakzy. No shields either. So it's not really looking too pretty for those two guys, especially keeping in mind the landing zone that they are at right now. But here comes some more plays. Tfue has to go big, cannot afford to take even one pump to the chest, as it looks like trying to keep in mind his teammate Cloakzy as he takes down 2 players, of course, both knockdowns where are the other players? Where are the teammates at? And just like that, the elimination comes through, and Tfue will get yet again another knockdown. This could be, upwards of 3 to 4 kills coming through from Tfue alone. Fantastic plays coming in from him, but there is still a teammate around. There is still a teammate near, and we'll see how FaZe tries to counter that final member.
It definitely so is, man. You talk about a close situation on both sides, but both are able to recover. But with that being said, we saw a massive lead for the TSM boys in the beginning, but Tfue and Cloakzy have been heating up left and right as we see some great sub shots coming out from Cloakzy to take off that last remaining player, of course, that being the Tommy gun, just showing its full potential overall as they managed to tie up this game once again to continue that deficit for the TSM boys. And, of course, frags going left and right as we see now 39 engagements still remaining. Plenty of opportunity for TSM to make this comeback, but with both FaZe members being up and still continuing to get kills in Salty, they haven't even had to travel. Literally, everyone is running into them.
They are indeed, and, of course, from long range, Tfue using that thermal assault rifle, absolutely deadly from long range when it comes down to those particular weapons. And here comes Cloakzy, the aggressor, in this situation, tossing out the clinger to try to get a little bit of a line sight as to where these players could be, of course, rocking that high ground advantage as Tfue goes in for the potential slays, has that double pump in his back pocket. And we'll see if he vends to use it, trying to pad their stats, trying to pad their lead. And this is all good. If you are on the side of FaZe Clan, we talk about how this game is tied. Right now, that's going to be a permanent 11 kills down that TSM is heading into this game. They've got to be at least plus 11 to their opposite team's score when it comes down to this game. So having to play better, and they've got to be super aggressive. That's one thing that we noticed, right? FaZe staying in Salty Springs, TSM quickly, as soon as they possibly could. Once the res came through from Hamlinz, they were good to go to try to move forward and make their way into other portions of the map. It's a great thing to see as the nice knockdown comes in from Myth, because they have got to get as many possible options for eliminations if they want to have a chance at taking just this game number 2.
We keep seeing so many no ADS with that tactical submachine gun. You just saw Myth come up trying to assist Hamlinz in that gunfight. Guy just pops it out, manages to get a knock from across the map. And, of course, if they're going to want to come back here, they have got still a large deficit as FaZe Cloak and Tfue are keeping up with kills. You currently see 9 to 8. They're still down by a total of 10 kills. There's only 31 engagements left, which means Myth and Hamlinz are going to have to play flawlessly. And if you're Tfue with that thermal scoped, I mean, my goodness, he's an absolute monster with every gun, but you're seeing him pop 74, 87. Each time he gets a headshot, it's a possible dink. Of course, if they don't get the build around him, those are easy pop shot kills from him from across these maps. So, I don't know. It's actually 9. Counting's hard. FaZe up by 9 eliminations.
Yeah, 9 isn't too much, to be honest with you. They managed to close that deficit down a considerable amount. So 9 is still perfectly doable with the amount of frags remaining. We've seen it before, right? Where we saw, even in our previous game where Typical Gamer as well as Thief, they headed over to Tilted. We thought they would maybe pick up a lot of frags, but of course, Myth and Hamlinz headed over to Tomato Town and found everyone. So if the RNG plays their way, we could see Myth and Hamlinz pick up a considerable amount of frags. But with that being said, FaZe, Tfue, Cloakzy, they already know there's players up ahead. They're going to go for the push.
And we also talk about, too, quickly regarding, massive leads. We actually saw the other TSM squad and Daequan CaMiLLs have a massive advantage versus Tfue and Cloaks to actually get into the grand finals. I think they were down 15 heading into map number 2. They were down 9 kills in the final 30 and managed to pull off one of the most insane comebacks in Friday Fortnite history. Of course, they're here for a reason. It hasn't been all, pretty moments for the FaZe boys. It's been a very hard grind getting their way into the grand finals, and of course are only one map away from locking this one down as players start to make their way down the hill. It's going to be Tfue peppering them with constant 37 shots from that's going to be 100+ meters away as players are literally jumping off the map. They don't even want to deal with this life anymore. Tfue is absolutely destroying the opposition, but has to be very wary of where current opponents could be at. I believe his overall structure does get taken down for a little bit of that HP, gets the knockdown onto 1, and here comes the more thermal shots, absolutely obliterating the opponents. Keeping in mind, though, on his minimap, Cloakzy is nowhere to be found. He is not on the overall line sights of Tfue for the time. So if Tfue drops here, it's not looking great for a res opportunity. A big moment right now for FaZe, as long as Tfue can stay alive. He is the driving force. He is the factor behind this overall machine that is FaZe Clan. Of course, still peppering bringing shots coming in from the Storm. Another knockdown for Tfue, as he should be up to 7 if these eliminations come in. Of course, constant grenades, launchers being fired in from all different ranges, and it looks like alongside that, Cloakzy ends up getting dropped. This could spell disaster. Cloakzy gets fully eliminated, and Tfue having players at his backside, not a whole lot of ramps, and of course, as long as he's finding these kills, as long as he's getting these eliminations, it is making FaZe's opportunities at somehow escaping with this victory so much better, and there are still enemies in the line side of Tfue. He is still seeing people that TSM is not.
Yeah, literally peppering these opponents. I mean, you got to be talking about overall aggression. Tfue single-handedly keeping the FaZe boys alive at this point throughout this tournament, as we're seeing Cloakzy drop. Myth and Hamlinz, though, in a fight themselves. Still plenty of frags remain at this point, so if Tfue's not careful, if he goes down, TSM could very well set up a bracket reset.
Wow,
but with that being said, opponents are literally running into
They're
Tfue,
throwing themselves.
and he is just taking all of them. Of course, with a smile on his face, he knows he needs every single frag he can potentially get, but of course, it is in fact going to be slowing down for him. Now, he's got to start working on those rotations. TSM, the story's going to be on them at this point. They know there's a team straight ahead, but as I say that, Myth, he's going to be dropped.
Oh my gosh, Myth does get taken down. Will he get thirsted is the question, and yes, he is taken out of the game. And now just like that, the hope of TSM fans everywhere relies on the back of Hamlinz. 25 HP, thankfully, has plenty of minis in his back pocket and has the campfire, as he's going to desperately be hoping for some type of opportunity to get the remaining frags, the remaining eliminations in his team's favor. They've got to take down this series along with another to claim week number 9. And along with this, he's got to play aggressive. He's got to go for the rushes, because if not, these kills are going to go other places. They're not going to go in his favor. And now he has 2 different enemies. He has the time remaining in this game, and of course the boys in FaZe Clan tossing down yet again another campfire, trying to get as many line sights as possible. You know, you can start to argue in situations like this, should you be using double campfires? At this point, it is all strategies to the walls, doing everything you possibly can to find as many kills as possible, having that high ground advantage, spawning players just below him, laser with that assault rifle, making it look absolutely easy. Of course, not a whole lot of ramps to his name, but along with that, we actually see Tfue getting another knockdown, one more in his favor, and honestly, any frag that he finds, any elimination that he finds could be it. Could we be crowning FaZe Clan as 4-time champions? This would be unreal stuff for these guys to literally claim 4 championships when no other team has even found 2. It looks like right now the stage is for Tfue, and he could be solidifying things yet again for the FaZe boys to claim another championship.
We were talking about RNG awareness, right? Making sure your inventory, making sure that you're keeping track of your mats. I mean, we saw Tfue in that gunfight when he was on that hill prior, where he had about 220 mats left, and he used everything perfectly. He uses editing to his ability instead of just wasting mats in order to get those kills. And this is exactly what we're seeing here again. 310, decent amount of mats, but of course he's actually making smart decisions to make sure that he's not putting himself in a situation where he's not going to be able to have any sort of protection here. Of course, you've got Hamlinz on the other side. He's not finding these engagements as quickly as Tfue. Tfue, although Cloakzy dies, managed to drop 3-4 extra players over there on that side of the map. Now he's just trying to zone, stay alive, get these kills so these knocks actually matter. Ooh. Of course, Hamlinz with a nice blade.
My head.
3-1-2 said, good night.
Yeah, and as we're going to see, they're not going to be fighting over fights. We see Hamlinz, he's finally going to get the elimination on 3 players, but Tfue answers back, getting an elimination himself. They're both fighting for kills, and man, you got to be saying, if you're a TSM fan, can he pull it off at this point? Let's get a scoreboard update and see where they're at currently, but I know they're just a couple of frags between each other, and now we're going to see, hey, Tfue, he's going to be forced to kind of use this med kit, get the full health to go for this last remaining push. But meanwhile, we're going to see Hamlinz. He's going to go ahead and push forward 36-29. That's going to be a 7 frag difference. There's literally only 7 frags still remaining. And there it is. One of the players is going to be shotgunned, and that's going to be all she wrote. As now Hamlinz has no opportunity to come back. TSM has lost at FaZe. Are you going to be your 4-time champions throughout Friday Fortnite, totaling a total of what? 40? Well, how much did I say it was? $46,000 overall earned in Friday Fortnite. That is absolutely insane. And you're talking about TSM, what a fight, but man, FaZe, Tfue literally kept the team alive when Cloakzy
I don't think
dropped.
they know yet what the score update is. I don't think anybody's given. I think he's just telling. If I'm Cloakzy at this point, not for sure on the score, I'm just telling Tfue to keep playing the game normally so you can finish it out. So that's what we love to see. These are competitors coming out here to play. Obviously, Hamlinz with an amazing effort to try to get that comeback. Tfue, though, fortunately able to do some major damage solo, and you're going to see him continuing to do so. I mean, look at this tax submachine gun. Absolutely incredible. We've seen a lot of build damage. We've seen so much C4 destruction throughout today's tournament. A lot of really amazing players out here competing yet again, and the FaZe guys just continue to show that they are one of the best duos and the most winningest duos of any Fortnite events that we've seen.
Yeah, it's unreal what really FaZe Clan has attributed, not just in Tfue and Cloakzy's play, but you talk about their overall presence, really just as a brand in compared to Fortnite. Their brand as overall in esports is truly unbelievable, and you got to give massive props, of course, to what is considered to be the best duo in all of Friday Fortnite, making constant runs in tournaments, yet again making their way into back-to-back-to-back grand final appearances, winning 2 out of the 3 of those, and all 3 coming in from the winners bracket. This is unreal, the stuff that these guys are doing. And of course, in the end here, we get to watch one of the best, if not the best player in the world in Tfue show off his skills and close it out to solidify things. Really a fantastic tournament to watch. And of course, Tfue and Cloakzy, like I said, Taylor, 4-time champions. No other duo in Friday Fortnite has even won 2.
Yeah.
You want to talk about ahead of the game, how far progressed they are compared to every other duo. It's a matter of not who's the best duo in the world, but it's a matter of who can compete with Tfue and Cloakzy this week. They're at the top of the mountain, and they're looking down, gazing upon whoever could potentially get to the top. And then just when they think that there's the opportunity for them to do it, they're just like, yep, that was great. They're going to go ahead and pull a Jafar and just going to push him into to the peak and say, good try. And that's not going to happen this week.
I love Aladdin. Great reference.
Oh, my God. Chat's going to be like, dude, what are you talking about? Disney movies.
But think about how
Aladdin.
different it could have been, though, if Daequan and CaMiLLs would have not, that lead, unfortunately, was blown. But it came down to 2 frags, and if they just would have continued that, we could have saw Daequan and CaMiLLs in the finals. FaZe may have worked their way through, but of course they would have had to battle Titan after Titan into losers bracket, so it could have been much different. But man, I mean, talk about it. Final place is going to be coming up on the screen, as now we're going to see Tfue and Cloakzy taking first, Myth and Hamlinz second. Typical Gamer and Thief coming back as the duo once again and finishing third. But look at fourth. I got to be proud of them either way. Daequan and CaMiLLs placing fourth. Happy for them. But look at fifth and sixth. LOLiTO, FaZe, and Svennoss getting 5th place. That's got to be their highest placing so far. And in 6th place, HD and Nickmercs doing well themselves. King Richard, Aimbotcalvin finishing where they typically do. And Ninja and Hysteria going from 1st to 8th, but still respectable overall. Some good placings. Got to say, I don't think anyone saw LOLiTO and Svennoss making 5th place, but overall, the names on the board there, pretty typical from what we see throughout Friday Fortnite to Friday Fortnite.
Yeah, of course, some surprises, but by no means is anything, super out of kilter for the most part. But, of course, saw some fantastic moments throughout all of Friday Fortnite here for week number 9. Of course, want to give a massive shout out to everyone who was obviously viewing this, but guys, another phenomenal week with you, gentlemen. Well, I think we're up to like 4 weeks, 5 weeks with each other, something along those lines.
4 weeks together.
4 weeks together, yeah.
Wow. I feel it right here, Landon. I feel it in my chest.
I feel like I know exactly what you're going to say before you say it, which is kind of scary. So I'll let you
tried on all your shirts during the break.
Okay, wow, that's actually pretty crazy. I actually have a few behind this set right here. So
stretched them all out.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Of course, guys, to close out here for week number 9 of Friday Fortnite, any last little excerpts, any little, maybe even shout-outs that you guys have as well, kind of closing out things for week number 9, your final saying here for this week. Legion, starting out with you.
Listen, Landon, I've been gone for 2 weeks. It feels so great to be back casting some Fortnite with Reflections. Landon, Big Daddy L, you have a nickname too. It's Reflections Car Wash. You should check it out. Seriously, great deals over there.
Great nickname.
Amazing. Solid nickname. But seriously, it's so great to be back. It's just good to see this community growing every single event. Better viewership. We've got amazing matches going this whole time. I'm pretty sure these are some of the highest matches I've personally casted across the board. Yeah. And, thank you guys so much for tuning in and watching the broadcast today.
Yeah, appreciate you coming by. Obviously, we saw some great matches tonight overall. I'm glad to see different metas coming in. We saw some retail drops as well as Fatal coming in as well. But I'm really glad to see the Tommy gun kind of come into play and see the potential that it holds with it being so new, as well as the subs overall. Right. Seeing a lot of the submachine guns coming out and coming big, seeing how they laser the opponents down below. But, man, some great stuff overall. I'm happy to be here for week number 9. Week 10, though, next week, next Friday. and it's only going to get better from here. Of course, we've given away $155,000+, and it's going to get $175,000+ over on the
all
end.
in change.
All in change. All in quarters.
Just pennies, guys.
All in quarters.
Just kidding.
Coming out to you. But, yeah, great stuff. Happy to be here, and happy to see you guys next week.
Absolutely. Of course, guys, it has been an amazing day, of course, of Fortnite competitive action. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure to check out our YouTube page, of course, youtube.com/UMG events, where you can go back and watch all of the broadcasts. You miss any, fantastic moments, anything you really want to go back and revisit, of course, you guys can all do that on youtube.com/UMG events. If you haven't done so already as well, make sure to follow us on social media. We got Twitter, @UMG events, @UMG online as well. Make sure to go back, watch some fantastic moments. We got some clips up there as well from throughout the tournament. Some amazing moments, amazing plays. Of course, you guys can do that obviously on our Twitter page, and obviously we do have a website as well. How are we hosting these tournaments? We obviously have umggaming.com. Of course, you guys can grab yourself a Prime membership, compete in some high-stakes tournaments in games like Fortnite, Call of Duty, of course, recently added H1Z1 as well. A lot of awesome opportunities to win some fantastic cash, some awesome prizes as well. Of course, like I said, on umggaming.com. Of course, thank you guys so much for tuning into the broadcast by rocking the hashtags Fortnite Friday or even Friday Fortnite as well. Of course, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Make sure to hit the follow button here on Twitch if you haven't done so already. And of course, that's it. Signing off here from the couch. It's Lando Sanders and the entire UMG studio saying thank you so much for watching this week, and we'll see you all next time.